001, starting reward, $1 billion supercar. It's the express from room 1307 of Lijiang Villa again. That annoying old woman. Damn it, why are her packages always assigned to me? This is the 7th time Meng Hao has delivered a package to this address. Lijiang Villa, as one of the famous wealthy areas in Shenzhen, has a heavily guarded gate and strictly prohibits couriers from entering. However, it seems that Meng Hao has privileges. Hey, brother Hao, you're here to deliver the express again. You have a good physique. You have made 7 deliveries in 3 days. Brothers, you also want to work less for 20 years. Why don't you ask any of your sisters if any of your girlfriends are planning to find a strong and healthy boyfriend? Brothers, you guys are all strong enough to do 100 sit-ups in a row without gasping for breath. The security guard at the gate winked, grinned, and looked at Meng Hao with ill intent, as if he knew everything. The cheapest property in Lijiang Villa costs more than 10 million yuan. Ever since the old woman at 1307 gave each security guard at the gate a red envelope of 500 yuan and asked them not to stop Meng Hao from looking for her, these security guards who earned 4 or 5,000 yuan a month were almost envious of Meng Hao, who delivered express to 1307 every few days. Cough, cough, cough. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Meng Hao's face. I really just came to deliver a package. Meng Hao had forgotten how many times he had emphasized this explanation. We understand. We all understand. The gatekeeper smiled and took the initiative to hand Meng Hao a bottle of mineral water. We are all professional gatekeepers and will never disclose the owner's secrets. Seriously, brother Hao, please say a few good words for us. We brothers also want to marry a rich woman. There is no point in talking more. Meng Hao held the express in his arms and walked towards 1307 with gritted teeth. He had to make things clear with the rich woman today no matter what. The door of room 1307 was ajar, as if it was waiting for Meng Hao's arrival. Ms. Li, here's your express delivery. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment, but still knocked on the door. Xiaomeng, come in, the door is not closed. How many times have I told you not to call me sisterly? People who have English names call me sweet, honey sweetie. So fucking sweet, so fucking sweet. An old woman in her 40s, with a body as big as a gasoline barrel and a waist all around except her neck, how could she have the courage to call herself sweetie? Meng Hao suppressed his nausea and tried to make his tone calmer. Sister Li, you are joking again. It's been delivered to your door. Remember to give me a good review. I have a package to send, so I'm leaving first. Just as Meng Hao was about to slip away, a fat hand as big as an adult pig's trotter suddenly pulled him into the house. With the sound of a door slamming shut, Meng Hao was surprised to find that the rich lady, Sister Li, was dressed a little differently today. The bikini, which should be cool and eye-catching, is so unbearable to look at when worn by this rich woman, Sister Li. In short, it is just like a sow wearing a bikini. This is not only disgusting, it's an eyesore. Meng Hao, I always give you hints that are just right. I'm tired, I'm not going to pretend anymore, I'm going to be honest, I like you. Open the package, I want to check the goods. In addition, here is 1 million. As long as you wear the things in the express delivery and spend a night with me, the money will be yours. Fatty Sister Li, holding a cigarette in her mouth, with black and yellow plaque in her mouth, is so disgusting. Inspecting and signing for the goods is the customer's right. Meng Hao resisted the urge to angrily scold Fat Pig Sister Li and opened the package, while comforting himself in his heart. $100 will be deducted for each complaint. Hold it, hold it. After signing for the package, explain everything clearly and leave immediately. Swish. The package was opened. Wow. The contents inside completely overturned Meng Hao's 3 views. These eye-catching toys have only been seen in adult stores. Your circle is so chaotic. This fat woman Sister Li really knows how to have fun. Put it on. Fat lady Sister Li drooled, her eyes sparkling, and she casually threw a snakeskin bag filled with red banknotes in front of Meng Hao. Spend 1 night with me, and the million will be yours. Put it on? Where your sister? Meng Hao could no longer suppress the rage and disgust in his heart, and threw the package and the money into the fat woman Sister Li's face. But go to hell. I am a top student who graduated from Kyoto Film and Television. I have been ranked first in appearance and acting skills for 4 consecutive years in school. I just hate the filthiness of the entertainment industry, so I want to make a living by delivering food. Who do you think you are? You want to buy my virginity for just 1 million? That's just unrealistic. Look at you, all fat and hungry. Do you want me to find a boar to breed with you? After a round of cursing, Meng Hao finally vented all the pent-up anger in his heart. As for worries about being complained about and having wages deducted, forget about them. Bang! Meng Hao slammed the door and left, leaving the roaring fat pig sisterly alone and in a mess. Meng Hao, I'm going to file a complaint against you. I'm going to make you lose your job. Complaint? Casual. Do whatever you want. In the elevator, Meng Hao, who had finally calmed down, rolled his eyes, looking completely indifferent. Ding. Matching completed, host Meng Hao meets all the criteria of life experience super rich system, but ding. System prompts, the super rich are not nouveau riche. Only the darlings of the world who are indifferent to the mundane world, detached from the hustle and bustle of the world, and who stick to their original intentions and are not swayed by money and power can possess this system. In addition, as long as the host triggers and completes the experiential life tasks, they can obtain rewards issued by the system. Ding. The system is loading. It is detected that the host Meng Hao has completed a special express delivery. The reward is a billion-level luxury sports car, the top-of-the-line Hennessey Venom GT. Ding. System prompt, the sports car has been parked in the underground garage of Lijiang Villa, parking space C027. System? Award? Could it be that Fat Lady Li was a task assigned by some reality show? Meng Hao looked up at the elevator car in surprise. There was no speaker, and the camera was broken. There was no way the sound could have come from the elevator car. Why? I'm going to the first floor. Why is the elevator stopped at the basement level, the parking lot? Why is there a hard object in my trouser pocket? This weird-looking thing, could it be the key to a sports car? Am I dreaming? Was it a dream? Meng Hao decided to go to parking space C027 to take a look. Hiss. Meng Hao took a deep breath. There was indeed a Hennessey Venom GT sports car parked in parking space C027. Meng Hao subconsciously pressed the car key in his hand. Chirp. The extremely aggressive headlights of the Hennessey Venom GT flashed twice in response. Could it be that this car is really my reward? Meng Hao carefully got into the driver's seat of this billion-dollar luxury car, which is worth hundreds of millions, limited to 10 units worldwide and is said to be able to beat the Bugatti Veyron in seconds. Meng Hao opened the driving book on the center console of the vehicle, and the name Meng Hao was clearly written on it. Is this car really mine? 002, accept your fate if you are poor, don't act cool if you don't have money. Every man has a fantasy, perfect sports car in his heart. Obviously, this Hennessey Venom GT, with a market value of over 100 million yuan and in short supply, and limited to 10 units worldwide, is a super perfect luxury sports car that almost all men dare not even imagine. The road is simple, plain and unpretentious, yet low-key and luxurious interior control. Matte high-gloss paint, an invisible but eye-catching appearance. The top technology and handcrafted appearance make it look like the world's top F-22 fighter at first glance, but if you take a closer look, it seems to exude the aroma of hundreds of years of aging. The upward opening scissor doors are enough to make every man's blood boil and every woman restless. Step on the accelerator. The surging power unleashed by the Hennessey Venom GT gives you the illusion of controlling a top-notch fighter jet. The acceleration from 0 to 100 meters in 2.2 seconds and the world's fastest speed of 440 kilometers per hour made Meng Hao understand what an incomparable sense of being pushed back was. Just as Meng Hao was immersed in the shock brought by this billion-dollar top-level supercar, his cell phone rang urgently. Are you still accepting mail? We agreed to come at 3 p.m. Let's see what time it is. You delayed the delivery of our Chaosang jewelry. Do you believe I will file a complaint against you? On the phone, a sharp female voice kept tearing Meng Hao's eardrums. Right there. Meng Hao was in a good mood and didn't care at all about the other party's angry roar. What an attitude. Look like he doesn't care. When he comes, I'll tell you how I scold him. At Chaosang Jewelry, salesperson Zhao Rongrong muttered a few words with an unhappy look on her face. Hey, Rongrong, why are you so angry with a courier? It's a complete waste of our emotions to get angry at such low-level workers in society. Hey, look at this. The Crown Prince of the Aber Oil Kingdom bought a Hennessey Venom sports car worth tens of millions. Hey, if I can ride in such a beautiful sports car once, even if the Crown Prince has no hair on his head, I would be willing to sleep with him for free every day. Another young and beautiful clerk held her cell phone and pointed to the latest news to Zhao Rongrong with a longing look on her face. These sales clerks in the luxury jewelry store deal with all kinds of wealthy people every day and feel so good about themselves that they seem to have become one of these wealthy people. It is worthy of being the world's top luxury car and the fastest supercar. Just 2 minutes later, Meng Hao arrived at the door of Zhou Sheng Jewelry. Well, I'm only 2 minutes late, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Meng Hao took out his cell phone and called Zhao Rongrong. Zhao Rongrong was immersed in the news push and imagining herself sitting in the passenger seat of a luxury car. Her beautiful dream was interrupted by a phone call from Meng Hao and she looked extremely angry. I say, what's wrong with you? So unpunctual. This is jewelry worth more than 50,000 yuan, and the insurance fee alone cost 500 yuan. You don't care about such a big order. Do you believe I will complain to you? Zhao Rongrong pulled herself away from her fantasy of chatting with her sisters and angrily yelled at Meng Hao, who was guarding the door. Hey, he's quite handsome. Zhao Rongrong stopped talking abruptly. She looked Meng Hao up and down and muttered softly, "You're so handsome, but you can only deliver packages. How bad are your abilities? Forget it, forget it. Pay attention next time. For such a large order, you should get at least 200 or 300 yuan in commission." If it weren't for Meng Hao's good looks and handsome appearance, Zhao Rongrong's words today would have been very unpleasant to hear. Sorry, something delayed me for a while. Meng Hao scratched his head embarrassedly. Although he was only 2 minutes late, out of the professional qualities of an excellent courier, he still apologized to Zhao Rongrong. After collecting the express delivery, Meng Hao nonchalantly threw the piece of jewelry worth more than 50,000 yuan into the trunk of the sports car. The engines of these billion-dollar luxury supercars are all rear-mounted, so the front of the vehicle is used to load things. Seeing Meng Hao treating the courier so rudely, Zhao Rongrong's temper, which had just been suppressed, flared up again. Can you be gentler? This is a luxury item worth more than 50,000 yuan. Hey, since when did we start using cars to send and receive packages? Zhao Rongrong looked at Meng Hao's car and felt that it looked familiar. It seemed a bit like the Hennessey Venom sports car that he had just seen on his phone. But the front and wheels seemed to be somewhat different. Hey, serving customers. Meng Hao replied disapprovingly. Zhao Rongrong quickly calmed down from her surprise. Well, how could a mere courier afford a luxury car? This must be a domestic copycat sports car. She once heard a wealthy client who drove a Ferrari tell a joke. There were only 10 limited edition luxury cars in the world, and there might be 100 of them in Kyoto, China. The car in front of me must be a domestically produced knockoff of the Hennessey Venom, the kind that costs no more than 50,000 yuan. Look at you, you're so young, and you're already imitating others and buying a knockoff sports car. If you don't have the fate of a rich man, you have to accept your fate. What a waste of that handsome face. What? Lin Yi, who was criticized for no reason, scratched his forehead. Is his car a domestic copycat car? However, he glanced at Zhao Rongrong, who was so arrogant and whose appearance could barely be rated 7 points, and was too lazy to argue with her. Women with long hair are short-sighted and don't need to argue. Meng Hao rolled his eyes, got in the car, started the engine, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away with a bang. I met a guy driving a knockoff sports car while delivering a package. Somewhat aware. I have to share it with my friends. While she could still see the taillights of Meng Hao's sports car, Zhao Rongrong took a photo and posted it directly to her circle of friends, even adding a proud and confident caption. If you are poor, accept your fate. If you don't have money, don't act cool. After Zhao Rongrong posted to her friend's circle with a disdainful sneer on her face, she stepped back into the store and was surrounded by several sisters. Rongrong, where did you get the photo you just shared on WeChat Moments? The person who spoke was the girl who had shown Zhao Rongrong the mobile phone news push notifications before. Oh, you mean that photo? Just now, a courier got a fake sports car from somewhere. It looks a lot like the Hennessey Venom. These low-class people don't like to do their jobs and just take advantage of the rich people's popularity every day. There was a deathly silence, and then the sister slowly spoke. That car is not a knockoff sports car, it's the real Hennessey Venom GT. What? Zhao Rongrong was stunned. The car that the Aber royal family owns is just a regular version, and it only costs tens of millions. The one you see is the GT version, which is limited to 10 units worldwide, and the price alone starts at 100 million. The one who came to receive the package just now is the one called Meng Hao, right? I've seen that he is very wealthy, but I never thought he is such a super rich man who enjoys living life to the fullest. The knowledgeable salesperson smacked his lips repeatedly and quietly took out his cell phone, as if intending to secretly contact Meng Hao. What? Is that courier guy who was looked down upon and scolded by himself a super hidden rich man who was experiencing life? Suddenly, Zhao Rongrong felt so angry that she regretted it so much. QQ Group for Book Friends, Supercar Club, 112-732-2930. All supercar veterans, remember to join the group, have fun together, and race together. 003, I just want to be an ordinary courier boy. Along the way, Meng Hao's phone was about to explode. Ever since the screenshot of Zhao Rongrong's moment spread in the jewelry sales circle, countless female sales clerks who considered themselves to be young, beautiful, and had excellent skills in attracting men had contacted Meng Hao to send express deliveries by calling, texting, or adding him as a WeChat friend. Of course, the conditions offered are also very generous. Some invited him to dinner, some invited him to the movies, and some bold girls even sent him private selfies and attached the hotel room number behind the selfies, which was completely a show of paying for his services. Zhao Rongrong, in particular, sent 7 or 8 text messages in succession, saying that there were some minor problems with the express delivery that had just been sent out. She also repeatedly expressed that she wanted to meet with Meng Hao at a couple's hotel to have a good chat about the express delivery. Got a problem with your delivery and need to sit down and chat? And, it was a date in a couple hotel? This is a bit too ridiculous. Feeling harassed, Meng Hao replied uniformly, "We don't accept express parcels today, please contact other couriers," and then turned off his phone. What a hassle. I just want to deliver a package quietly. Meng Hao muttered and stepped on the accelerator again. Hennessey Venom GT, like a bright black lightning, draws a beautiful landscape on the busy streets. Tongda Express Delivery Point. Boss Sun Yang received a call from headquarters. Courier, Meng Hao, employee number 9527, has been complained by a key customer for his bad attitude. Please punish and admonish me. The operator at the Tongda headquarters had a cold voice without any emotion or warmth. Okay, I'll take care of it. Sun Yang had a headache. Meng Hao was the pillar of his shop. He was a humble person with a good image and a solid education. Apart from being a bit Buddhist and not caring about all the intrigues, he had almost no shortcomings. Speaking of which, the last time the headquarters asked them to select the top 10 employees and nominate the company's employee image spokespersons, Sun Yang recommended Meng Hao almost without hesitation. As a result, the young man simply showed that he was not interested and turned down the opportunity to gain both fame and fortune. Sun Yang was a bit troubled as to why such an excellent employee would be complained about. He pinched his nose and was about to hang up the phone from headquarters, preparing to go talk to Meng Hao, but the operator on the other end of the phone continued to speak. In addition, in the past 20 minutes, employee Meng Hao, whose employee number is 9527, received a total of 1,476 orders, all from the Kyoto jewelry industry. Please tell Meng Hao that the phone must be kept open during working hours. Shutting down the phone will cause a large number of customers to be unable to place orders. Of course, it's just a reminder. These customers placed orders through the headquarters system platform because they couldn't contact Meng Hao. At the same time, the customers left a message stating that this is not a complaint. If Meng Hao, employee number 9527, is blamed for this, they will give up using Tongda Express for life. After hanging up the phone, Sun Yang was so angry at the headquarters that he laughed. He was also asked to punish and admonish Meng Hao, and was repeatedly reminded not to blame Meng Hao, otherwise it would cause customer loss. Isn't this a contradiction? But then again, with nearly 1,500 express deliveries, the commission alone is 2,000 yuan, and his express delivery point can get a profit of nearly 3,000 yuan. When did Meng Hao become the god of wealth? The most important thing is that Meng Hao doesn't seem to care about the 2,000 yuan commission. Sun Yang once again doubted whether this Buddhist employee under him was a rich second generation who came to experience life. Boom boom boom. Before Sun Yang, the owner of the express delivery point, could finish his thought, the roar of a supercar engine attracted his attention. At the express delivery points, many couriers who had not yet gone out to deliver parcels rushed out with excitement on their faces. Wow, this sports car looks like a fighter jet. Oh my god, I just saw a picture of this car in Auto World magazine a few days ago. It's the Hennessey Venom GT, the world's #1 supercar, with a starting price of 100 million. Whose big client is this? He actually drove a sports car to send a package? This one step on the accelerator must have cost several $100s, which is equivalent to our income in several days. Really? Comparing yourself to others makes you angry. Amid the crowd's amazement, the luxury supercar's scissor doors were lifted up and opened, and Meng Hao, wearing the same Tongdao Express uniform as them, got out of the car. Meng Hao? The one driving the luxury supercar is Meng Hao. The Meng Hao who always smiles and never gets involved in any intrigue or gossip? Brother Hao, is this car yours? Just now, car fan Lao Zhang said that your car is worth over 100 million? Is this true or false? Many couriers looked at Meng Hao with awe, as if a flock of pheasants had suddenly discovered a phoenix emerging from their own flock. Shocked, bewildered, surprised, at a loss. Yes. Meng Hao did not feel superior to others, and even the expression on his face was no different from usual. Brother Hao, that's awesome. I can't tell. You are the hidden rich man. Brother, are you still missing a pendant? Even Meng Hao's attitude was no different from before, and the awkwardness and sense of distance in the hearts of these couriers were instantly dispelled. Without saying a word, they immediately started to make fun of Meng Hao. Hi. Stop pretending, let's get down to business. I have actually inherited a $1 trillion fortune a long time ago. Delivering express is to experience the suffering of the world. Are you angry? Ha ha ha. The atmosphere was instantly ignited. A super hidden rich man who is humble and gets along well with others, which makes all the couriers' inner vanity feel extremely satisfied. Suddenly, these couriers, who usually had to think twice before eating at Hey de Leo, took out their cell phones and took pictures of Meng Hao's luxury supercar. They even lined up spontaneously, taking turns sitting in the driver's seat and taking selfies. On this day, countless owners of the Hennessey Venom GT luxury supercar were born in the circle of friends of the guy who delivered the express order. Their friend circles were instantly flooded with likes, and even many goddesses who had been licking their boots for years without any news started to chat with them. Boss Sun Yang licked his lips and said nothing for a long time. He had long forgotten the instructions from headquarters to admonish and punish Meng Hao. As for the more than 1,000 orders from girls in the jewelry industry in Kyoto, they also became reasonable. Call the fucking headquarters. Even the car he drives is a luxury supercar worth hundreds of millions of yuan, who would care about that little commission or fine? Such a good living sign, I must be crazy to offend him. After confirming that Meng Hao was a super rich man who was out to experience life, Sun Yang immediately changed his expression and greeted him with a big smile on his face. Brother Hao, I knew from the first day you came here that you are definitely not an ordinary person. By the way, brother, I want to discuss something with you. When you send and receive express deliveries in the future, can you advertise for my store and attract business? 004, remember, don't open the door to strangers. Meng Hao was distressed. As an ordinary courier boy with employee number 9527 from Tongdao Express, his life has changed dramatically since he inexplicably obtained the so-called life experience godly system. Countless beautiful girls bombarded me with phone calls, text messages, and WeChat messages. The admiration and envy of my fellow couriers. The boss Sun Yang's smiling face and the flattery. The conscience of heaven and earth, the sun and the moon can bear witness to this. He, Meng Hao, just wanted to be an ordinary person, an ordinary courier boy. After finally breaking free from the crowd of colleagues at the express delivery point, Meng Hao drove the Hennessey Venom GT, which was an eye-catching car wherever it went, to the next delivery location. The client this time is Lihu Villa, which is also a wealthy community. The property gate of this community is famous for being serious, strict, and harsh. It is the death zone that every courier is troubled by. In the past, if you wanted to send a courier, you would not only have to register detailed identity information, but you would also have to inquire carefully about the location of your ancestors' graves. Alas, there's nothing I can do. There's no such thing as easy in the adult world. Meng Hao parked his car at the gate of the community, holding the express delivery, ready to be questioned. Pa. Salute. Welcome home, owners. What? Meng Hao was stunned. The guards at the gate were all well dressed and obviously had received strict professional training. They straightened their chests, put their legs together, and saluted him directly. For a moment, Meng Hao, who was in a daze and unable to come back to his senses, once again accepted the care and concern from the security guard at the gate. Sir, you are the new owner of this community, right? Please go to the logistics department to collect the access card as soon as possible. Of course, it's a great honor every time we open the door for you. Before Meng Hao even opened his mouth, the security guards at the gate had already figured out what was going on, assuming that Meng Hao was a homeowner who had forgotten to bring his access card. Watching the gate slowly open, Meng Hao glanced at the gatekeeper with a serious and flattering face, then looked at the Hennessey Venom GT luxury supercar parked not far behind him, and 1,000 horses were running wildly in his heart. What about the tight security? What happened to the seriousness, strictness, and harshness you promised? What about the promised inspection and registration? Just because of an inconspicuous supercar, you gave up all your bottom line, persistence, and principles? The countless question marks in Meng Hao's mind finally turned into a casual okay, and he walked calmly into the gate of the community. This time the client lives on the 17th floor. Meng Hao knocked on the door. Who is it? A soft, crisp, and slightly childish girl's voice soon sounded in the room. Courier, there's a package for you. Meng Hao replied. Express delivery? The girl was stunned for a moment, then asked suspiciously, didn't the guards not allow express delivery into the community before? I always went down to get it. How did you get in? Maybe it's because I'm handsome and rich. Meng Hao told the truth helplessly. Poochie. The girl's guard was instantly broken. The couriers are so funny. I want to see which familiar handsome guy is pretending to be a courier. It was obvious that the girl with the lowly voice mistook Meng Hao for some acquaintance who was playing a prank. Squeak. The door opened. A very cute and kawaii baby-faced girl with twin ponytails and wearing a loose 2D anime t-shirt opened the door. This baby-faced girl, whose looks could definitely get a 90-point mark, had youthful cheek skin that was so white and tender that you could pinch water out of it. Ha! Who are you? Is it really a courier? Meng Hao was speechless for a while. Why is it that these days, when we tell the truth, we are always questioned? Honolulu, right? Please sign for it. Meng Hao handed over the express. The lowly named Honolulu was a little distracted. She was looking Meng Hao up and down. She is 1.8 meters tall, neither fat nor thin, and has a very well-proportioned figure. As the most handsome boy in Kyoto Film and Television Academy for 4 consecutive years, Meng Hao's appearance and facial features are naturally top-notch. And the car key of Hennessey Venom GT in his hand is simply a model of youth, handsomeness, and wealth. Almost all owners who can live in Lihu Villa are upper-class people who have seen the world. Honolulu is naturally no exception. Wow, so handsome. You are so good-looking, you must not be a bad person. Little brother, I am your fan, you are simply my idol. Thousands of question marks were flying in Meng Hao's mind. When did handsome guys become equated with good guys? Please, sign for it. Meng Hao reminded again. Phew. Honolulu smiled coquettishly, not in a hurry to pick up the package, but asked with a blushing face, little brother, what's your zodiac sign? What does the zodiac sign have to do with express delivery? But in line with the principle that the customer is God, Meng Hao still answered seriously, dragon. Honolulu cast a youthful and seductive glance in an unskilled manner. No, little brother, you belong to me. Meng Hao tilted his head. How? Am I being teased? Are cheesy love words so popular nowadays? In the spirit of promoting the straight male style, Meng Hao immediately replied, you don't look like a dragon, do you think a dragon refers to service? Honolulu rolled her eyes. Nowadays girls mature early and are immersed in the two-dimensional otaku girls on the internet every day. How can they not use one-stop service? Seeing that her offensive of cheesy love words was ineffective, Honolulu rolled her dark eyes and launched another attack. Brother, what kind of express are you delivering? As far as I remember, as a customer, I can open the product and inspect it, right? Otherwise, come in and check the goods for me, both the courier and the young man. No cheesy love talk? So have you changed your strategy to attract Meng Hao? Seeing Honolulu with her hands behind her back, her big eyes blinking as she stared at Meng Hao, coupled with her cute 2D anime shirt, she was so cute and beautiful to the extreme. Unfortunately, Meng Hao was very busy and had no time to play love games with the little girl. After all, there are still a lot of express deliveries to be made. He decided to make a quick decision and deal with this lowly as soon as possible. How do you test it? A one-stop test? Sure, go in. After he finished speaking, Meng Hao subconsciously wanted to enter Honolulu's house. This time, Meng Hao's initiative, coupled with what he called a dragon, completely frightened Honolulu. The girl subconsciously blocked the door frame, her face full of fear. Phew. Seeing that his method worked, Meng Hao showed a sunny smile on his face. Okay, little sister, I won't tease you anymore. Remember not to open the door to strangers easily next time. Also, remember, don't judge a person by his appearance. A handsome guy can also be a scumbag or a villain. Okay, if you don't answer, I'll take it as your signature. After putting down the express delivery, Meng Hao turned around and returned to the elevator. Ho Lulu came to her senses and instantly regretted it. She quickly shouted at Meng Hao. Wait, little brother, that's not what I meant. I welcome you to my home. I cook delicious food. Unfortunately, the elevator Meng Hao was riding in had already started to descend. 005, I get rich through hard work. I am proud of delivering express. Ding. The system detected that the host completed a special delivery and obtained the achievement You Are a Good Person. Meng Hao, who had just walked out of the elevator, heard a familiar electronic synthesized sound in his ears. He curled his lips. It turns out that the system has given me a good guy card. What's the use of a title? It would be better to have some money. Meng Hao said to himself as he walked towards the gate of the community. Ding. Achievement rewards are issued, 1 billion in cash. What the hell? A reward of 1 billion? Meng Hao couldn't catch his breath and almost choked to death on his own saliva. Ding dong, cell phone message alert sound. I took out my cell phone and a line of eye-catching fonts appeared on the screen. Your bank card with the last number 6545 received 10 billion renminbi at 1522 on June 27, Agricultural Bank. Real? 1 billion? Meng Hao squinted his eyes, looked up at the sun, and felt a little dizzy. Fuck, that's awesome. After a long while, he finally shouted out something. What the hell are you talking about? Meng Hao's roar scared a woman who was wearing very cool clothes next to him. She rolled her eyes and spat, Look at you, you look so poor. You look like a courier. The fashionable high heels, slender legs, and a face full of Korean semi-permanent makeup make her look like a popular girl in a club. Meng Hao was just about to apologize for his frightening roar, but when he heard the Korean semi-permanent woman's dirty words, he immediately became unhappy. What happened to the express delivery? Did the courier eat your rice? I deliver parcels, I work, and I am proud. Meng Hao looked righteous. I didn't expect that he was actually a courier. She rolled her eyes immediately, as if it would be cheap for her to care about her. She walked forward in her high heels, as if she had something urgent to do. Meng Hao took a long breath to calm himself down, and at the same time figured out the system's reward routine. The first reward was when I rejected the offer from the rich lady sisterly. The second reward was to teach the girl Ho Lulu the love game. Just as the system said, rewards will only be triggered if the 3 words experiential are met. Well, what Meng Hao said was right. Only by delivering more express deliveries can the reward be triggered. After all, only through hard work can you get rich. Meng Hao sighed and was about to drive away when he found that his car was surrounded. Dozens of women wearing brightly colored clothes and exaggerated makeup were surrounding the Hennessey Venom GT and taking photos. The most outrageous thing is that more than a dozen micro-businessmen were holding banners and queuing up to take photos. Life on the left hand, wealth on the right hand. Congratulations to Sister Qian for winning the Hennessey Venom GT. Sister Qian has been with our team for only 1 month and has won a $1 billion luxury car. Applause. Quack, quack. Meng Hao? Meng Hao was just about to drive away these WeChat businessmen and drive to deliver the next express delivery when he ran into the Korean semi-permanent beauty who had just spoken sweetly but was retorted by him. Why is it you, the stinky courier, again? Do you understand first come first served? I got here before you, so you have to line up behind me. Look, sisters, there's a poor guy trying to cut in line. Korean semi-permanent makeup, with powder in her left hand and lipstick in her right hand, she was touching up her makeup in front of the rearview mirror of her Hennessey Venom GT. When she saw Meng Hao trying to cut in line, she quickly shouted, and immediately countless hostile eyes were cast at her. Countless horses were running through Meng Hao's mind. It's fine that you were taking pictures, queuing, and holding banners, but as the owner of a sports car, he was planning to drive away, and that was considered queue jumping? Meng Hao was too lazy to bother with these superficial women. He took out his car keys and was about to get in the car when he was suddenly hugged by someone. Gao Yan? Meng Hao turned his head and saw a familiar face. Gao Yan, his college classmate and best friend, chose to deliver express packages after graduation, while his old classmate who had always been at the top of his class chose to become a third-rate extra. You bought a house here? Meng Hao immediately forgot about the Korean semi-permanent makeup. Houses here cost tens of millions, how can I afford one? Gao Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm renting with someone here temporarily. After all, this neighborhood has a good reputation, and I'll be looked up to when I get a role. When Han Shihanji saw that Meng Hao ignored him, he immediately raised his voice by an octave. Wow, the courier and the extra. No wonder you guys want to cut in line. He's planning to use this luxury car to raise his status. Let me tell you, the owner of this sports car is my boyfriend. You lowly bunch of people, get out of here as fast as you can. Korean semi-permanent lip balm is available right away. Gao Yan shuddered and pulled Meng Hao away. Brother, let's talk somewhere else. This woman is obviously kept by some boss, which is why she lives in this neighborhood. We can't afford to offend such a rich man. What? Meng Hao almost smiled helplessly. My taste is not that bad, I would support such a thing. Korean semi-permanent makeup, upon hearing this, became furious. What did you say, damn courier? I said, I won't date a woman as ugly as you. Meng Hao casually pressed the key of the sports car. Chirp. The extremely aggressive headlights of the Hennessey Venom GT flashed twice, and at the same time, the scissor doors on both sides automatically pulled up and opened. Let's go, let's talk in the car. Meng Hao pursed his lips and pointed at the sports car, motioning Gao Yan to get in. Ah? Gao Yan was stunned. Bullshit, get in the car. Meng Hao pushed Gao Yan, and pushed Gao Yan, who was unable to react for a moment, into the passenger seat. Buzz buzz buzz. With the accelerator pressed, the Hennessey Venom GT roared with a mechanical sound, and then rushed out like a fighter jet at full power, leaving the Korean semi-permanent car with purple and red spots all alone in the air. At this time, Ho Lulu rushed down breathlessly. Oh my, the courier brother is gone. Changing clothes takes too much time. But if you don't put on your clothes and come down in a disheveled state, it will definitely make the little brother even more unhappy. Humph, I will never wear a coat naked at home again. Ho Lulu stamped her feet, looking annoyed. From the tone of her words, she seemed to have regarded herself as Meng Hao's woman. Little sister, who is this courier idol you mentioned? Do you have his number? Han Shibanjia came back to his senses and tried to get Meng Hao's name and phone number from Ho Lulu with a licking face. Why should I tell you, you ugly plastic surgery face, you weird auntie? Ho Lulu glanced at the Korean semi-permanent makeup warily, turned around and walked away with an unhappy look on her face. How could Ho Lulu, who even understood one-stop service, not see the ill intentions of Korean semi-permanent makeup? 006, poverty will limit imagination. Brother Hao, you are my real brother. On the busy street, the huge roar brought by the surging power of the Hennessey Venom GT attracted the attention of countless handsome men and beautiful women. Gao Yan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, felt that he was the most handsome guy on the street. In accordance with international practice, after Gao Yan completed the one-stop operation of taking photos, adding text, and posting to WeChat moments, he rolled his eyes and looked at Meng Hao with a smile and flattery on his face. If you have something to say, then you can fart. Having been classmates with Gao Yan for 4 years and being good friends who talked about women and the future in the same dormitory, how could he not see that this buddy was up to something bad? I recently took on a movie, and the director said he wanted to cast me as the leading male role, so I need some money to smooth things over. Oh, you don't know, I've been spotted by a rich woman. As soon as this play is over, that woman will definitely give me a lot of money. So, dear brother Meng Hao, are you planning to invest in me, a future male star with great potential? There were thousands of alpaca running wildly with joy in Meng Hao's heart. Just you, the male lead? Are the director and the rich woman both blind? You're just a minor character, you probably don't even have many lines. As the most handsome boy on campus at Kyoto Film and Television Academy for 4 years, although Meng Hao had never been in the entertainment industry, he could see through Gao Yan's bullshit at a glance. So, speak human language. Meng Hao concluded. Brother, I have no money to pay the rent. Gao Yan said with a bitter face. So what? Meng Hao deliberately made fun of Gao Yan and ignored the conversation, intending to tease him. So, lend me some money. Gao Yan said with a licked face, you even drive a sports car. Brother, this car couldn't be rented by you, right? Gao Yan blinked and looked at Meng Hao intently. As far as I can remember, this brother and good friend who had eaten instant noodles with me for 4 years didn't look like a rich man at all. If Meng Hao really rented this car, then wouldn't his pretending to be poor just now be wasted? Put. Meng Hao was amused by Gao Yan and casually threw the driving book inserted diagonally in the rearview mirror to Gao Yan. Look for yourself. Gao Yan took the driving manual and opened it to look at it. Hennessey Venom GT? What kind of car is this? I've never heard of it. Let me check it out. Oh my god, only 10 units are available worldwide, the top speed is 440 km per hour, and the starting price is 100 million. After confirming that Meng Hao was truly a hidden rich man, Gao Yan would have almost knelt down if the space in the car had not been too small. Brother, dear elder brother Meng Hao, please have mercy on me, your little brother. The starting price of a sports car of yours is over 100 million. If you can squeeze out a few dollars from your fingers, it will be enough for me to live a luxurious life. The half-joking flattery made Meng Hao's entire body break out in goosebumps. How about I give you this car? Meng Hao teased Gao Yan. Don't be ridiculous. A luxury car worth hundreds of millions of dollars costs millions to maintain every year. Gao Yan was not stupid. He quickly shook his head and said, your step on the accelerator must cost dozens of dollars. Poverty severely restricted Gao Yan's imagination. It's not that cheap. Meng Hao glanced at Gao Yan, who was drooling, and then stepped on the accelerator. It's only about 300. Buzz buzz buzz. The engine that is filled with oil hums the beautiful melody of money. Gao Yan shuddered, his face full of pain, as if the money he had spent was his gas money. If you want to borrow money, that's fine. Just give me a reason. Meng Hao found Gao Yan more and more interesting. We are brothers who have been in the same school for 4 years. Gao Yan immediately gave a reason. Brothers, let's settle accounts clearly. Meng Hao responded. I have introduced you to many beauties. Gao Yan's eyes rolled and he immediately continued the conversation. Well, those are the ones you like, and they asked me to get their numbers for you. As the most handsome boy on campus at Kyoto Film and Television Academy for 4 years, Meng Hao didn't need Gao Yan to introduce him to any girls. I bought you so many snacks and cigarettes. Gao Yan was a little speechless. I'm keeping track of the account. The total is 13,000. How about I pay you back? Meng Hao replied with a smile. Forget it, no need. Gao Yan looked a little gloomy. Swish. There was a sound of brakes. Meng Hao received the Tongdao Express delivery order. I still have work to do. Hurry up and think of an excuse, not a reason. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. If you don't think carefully before dinner, you'll lose the money. The sports car's scissor doors are opened by pulling upwards. Gao Yan got off the car with a gloomy face and walked towards the bus stop. He was a little confused about Meng Hao. Could it be that he really didn't want to lend him money? We are college brothers, how could the friendship be so thin? Is this brother? As he walked to the bus stop, a crisp electronic synthesized sound rang out from the phone in his pocket. 130,000 yuan has arrived in Alipay. All of a sudden, everyone looked sideways, especially the beautiful young girls whose eyes sparkled. One transaction received was 130,000 yuan? Still crowding the bus? Could it be that this somewhat distraught boy came here to experience life as a rich second generation? Bite. At the same time, a voice message arrived. Gao Yan, are you mentally ill? What's the relationship between us? Why do you need the word borrow? If you need money, just tell me directly. I will lend you money. Dinner tonight, you will drink 3 cups as punishment. Suddenly, Gao Yan, whose expression was gloomy, felt a warm feeling flowing through his heart. This is brother. Etc. Gao Yan suddenly realized a problem. Meng Hao just said to keep account and spent 13,000 yuan. Isn't this 130,000 just 100 times of 1,300? Wow, this guy just added 2 zeros and transferred it to himself. Pop. Gao Yan suddenly slapped himself. If I had known this guy was so rich, why didn't I spend 10,000 yuan on him in college? 10,000 plus 2 zeros equals 1 million. Then I won't be rich? Sure enough, poverty still limited Gao Yan's imagination, and 1 million was the limit of getting rich in his subconscious mind. At this time, the bus entered the station. Gao Yan held his head high, took 2 steps forward with a proud look, and stretched out his hand. Taxi, stop for a moment, I'm going to. After transferring the money and sending the voice message, Meng Hao began to load the express parcel into the car with a sly smile on his face. This Hennessey Venom GT is good in every way, except that the front trunk is too small and can't hold many express parcels. There was a package in hand, which was sent to Kyoto TV station. Meng Hao decided to give it priority delivery. In front of Kyoto TV station, a female host holding a microphone, with a slim figure and an appearance score of over 90 points, is reporting in front of the camera with a dignified and charming smile. This is the City Voice program. I am everyone's good friend, Yen Tongtong. In modern cities, people's hearts are fickle and their emotions are insincere. Let's do a little street survey. Yen Tongtong stopped a white-haired old man wearing a sweatshirt. Hello, sir. We are from Kyoto TV and would like to interview you. 007, an ordinary courier. The old man with white hair and a sweatshirt kept looking at Yen Tongtong. Interview, ask whatever you want. The old man said with a laugh. Accustomed to this kind of look, Yen Tongtong didn't take it seriously. Instead, she took 2 steps forward generously. As a newly employed intern reporter at a TV station, she doesn't mind being stared at a few times as long as the old man cooperates with her work. Excuse me, if you have 1 billion yuan, would you be willing to donate it to society? Yen Tongtong asked with a smile on her face. Yes, yes. The old man nodded repeatedly. Then let me ask you again, if you have $1 billion supercar, would you be willing to donate it to society? Yen Tongtong continued to ask, as if she knew this already. Yes, yes. The old man reluctantly moved his eyes away from Yen Tongtong, swallowed his saliva and continued to speak in a firm tone. Yen Tongtong smiled even more. Finally, if you have an electric car, are you willing to donate it to society? Yen Tongtong's eyes fell on the old man's broken electric car. What? The old man was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes reluctantly left Yen Tongtong's legs and fell on his electric bike. I don't want to. It is true. Yen Tongtong's face was filled with a smile as if she had known this. This questionnaire was prepared by a great person from the TV station, and it captured people's hearts just right. Because I don't have a sports car or 1 billion yuan. But I do have an electric car. You said that your daughter asked me to donate my electric bike just because she looked at you twice. Isn't this nonsense? The white-haired old man in a sweatshirt got on the bike, cursing, and drove away on the electric bike that made all the noise except the bell. Ahem, cut out the last sentence and don't broadcast it. Yen Tongtong coughed twice to cover up her embarrassment, and continued to say to the camera, obviously, we only donate things we don't have. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? This is worth pondering. Just as Yen Tongtong was about to continue interviewing the next passerby, her cell phone rang. Hello, the courier? I'm Yen Tongtong. I'm at the door of the TV station, please send it to me. Yen Tongtong was just worried that no one had to interview her, and then the courier delivered the interview to her door. Next, let's interview a courier boy. Yen Tongtong saw Meng Hao holding a package and trying to walk over, so she quickly called for the photographer to follow her. Hello, can I interview you? Yen Tongtong almost stuffed the microphone into Meng Hao's mouth. Interview? What's going on? Meng Hao was stunned. My last name is not Fu, it's Lin. If my mom and wife fall into the water first, save my mom, because I'm single. I'm busy, who is Yen Tongtong, picking up the express delivery. Meng Hao was really busy and had a lot of express deliveries to make, so he had no time to accept this so-called street interview. Yen Tongtong's face was full of black lines. This courier guy really doesn't play by the rules. I am Yen Tongtong. If you don't accept the interview, I won't sign. Yen Tongtong looked at Meng Hao with a wicked smile. Okay, go ahead and ask. Meng Hao was somewhat helpless. Is the threshold for express delivery so high now? Do you have to be interviewed on TV when signing for a courier? Very good. Yen Tongtong nodded and gestured to the cameraman, indicating that he should start recording. Excuse me, if you have 1 billion, are you willing to donate it to society? Yen Tongtong continued to ask the same question as before. I don't want to. Meng Hao answered strangely. Why don't you play by the rules? Yen Tongtong used the same trick again and moved her beautiful black legs forward. Excuse me, if you have $1 billion supercar, would you be willing to donate it to society? Yen Tongtong tried hard to keep a smile on her face. You definitely don't want to. Meng Hao frowned, glanced at Yen Tongtong, and took 2 steps back. What's going on? Is this courier guy stupid? Yen Tongtong suppressed her inner madness and spoke again. What if you have a 3-wheeled vehicle for delivering packages? Are you willing to donate it to society? In Yen Tongtong's impression, couriers all deliver packages on 3-wheeled vehicles. Oh, I would, if I had it. Meng Hao said impatiently, you asked so many strange questions, you can sign for it now. Yen Tongtong was amused. Why is the courier's answer always the opposite of what ordinary people give? And from what he said, it seems that there are no 3-wheeled vehicles for delivering express. If you don't have a 3-wheeled car, do you have 1 billion and a billion level supercar? Yen Tongtong was a little annoyed and deliberately wanted to teach Meng Hao a lesson. Yes, I do. Is that weird? Meng Hao answered nonchalantly and handed the pen to Yen Tongtong, signaling him to sign for it quickly and not waste his time. There was a brief silence. Yen Tongtong suddenly had an idea, and after signing for the express delivery, she quickly continued to ask. Excuse me, what kind of stimulation did you experience when you were a child? When did you realize you had delusions? Or are you just bragging? Yen Tongtong suddenly realized that it would be more interesting to interview a boaster suffering from delusions. Psycho. Meng Hao rolled his eyes and spoke foul language. Then he pressed the car key of the Hennessey Venom GT. Chirp. The car lights flashed twice, making Yen Tongtong's heart flutter and her flowers tremble. Are there really billion-dollar luxury cars? Is it true that he has 1 billion? Do the rich people nowadays like to experience the life of ordinary people so much? Delivering express in a luxury car? Please wait, Mr. Meng. Yen Tongtong suddenly realized that she seemed to have dug up a big news. Is there any news topic more eye-catching than delivering parcels in a luxury car worth billions of dollars? What are you going to do again? Meng Hao complained impatiently as he was about to get in the car. I'm Yen Tongtong, a reporter from Kyoto TV. This is my work ID. I would like to follow you for an interview, is that okay? What? Follow-up interview? What is going on again? If it weren't for the fact that Yen Tongtong was quite good-looking, Meng Hao would have gotten angry long ago. I'm just an ordinary courier boy. There's nothing good to interview you about. Meng Hao refused. Yes, we want to interview the most common working people. Yen Tongtong set her eyes on the matte and glossy Hennessey Venom GT sports car in front of her, which was full of the aroma of money. For example, you are the most plain and ordinary courier boy. At the same time, she lowered her voice and said, if you don't agree, I will give you a bad review. Meng Hao rolled his eyes. Okay, but you also have to help deliver the goods. Meng Hao agreed reluctantly. No problem. Yen Tongtong smiled happily and took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat of the Hennessey Venom GT. At the same time, he leaned out and told the photographer, this car is a 2-seater, you can't get in, I can just record the interview with my mobile phone. Why? Meng Hao sighed, shook his head helplessly, got in the car, and stepped on the accelerator. Not only do I have to deliver a courier, I also have to help clients complete interview tasks. Life is so hard. 008, Yen Tongtong, a beautiful reporter experiencing life. The engine is roaring. But inside the Hennessey Venom GT, not only did you not feel any engine vibration, it seemed quite quiet instead. In the comfortable passenger seat, Yen Tongtong held her cell phone and pretended to interview Meng Hao. Mr. Meng, may I ask why you choose to deliver packages in a supercar worth hundreds of millions of yuan? Is it love? Is it responsibility? Is it dedication to society? In Meng Hao's mind, the alpaca was running wildly. At the intersection ahead, the left-turn traffic light counted down to 3 seconds. Meng Hao turned the steering wheel sharply, and Yen Tongtong, who was not wearing a seatbelt, fell on Meng Hao. Hey, the recording button on your phone is not on. Since this is a follow-up interview, can you be more professional? After the car resumed its steady and straight progress, Meng Hao glanced at Yen Tongtong, who was lying in his arms with her hair scattered around her waist, and said helplessly, also, miss, please get up from me. When riding in a car, it is common sense to fasten your seatbelt. Please pay attention to it. Yen Tongtong blushed, and reluctantly got up from Meng Hao's legs, sat back in her seat, and subconsciously scratched her face with her hands. Her pink cheek seemed to touch a strange place on Meng Hao's body. Stop daydreaming and get to work. Meng Hao reminded Yen Tongtong, who was in a daze, and parked the car under a glittering office building. Hello, Manager Lin, come down and pick up the package. Meng Hao glanced at the express delivery slip in his hand and couldn't help but laugh. This client wanted so much to announce his identity as the head of his company to the world that even the recipient column of the express delivery said Manager Lin. Won't you bring it up? The customer is God, don't you understand? You couriers, can you please be more professional like me? So, I am the one who can become a supervisor, buy a luxury car, and live in a villa. Devotion to work, do you understand these two words? On the phone, Manager Lin chattered nonstop, obviously treating Meng Hao's words as a lesson to his subordinates. It's up to you whether you want to take it or not. I've left it at the door. It's none of my business if it's lost. As a qualified and dedicated courier, Meng Hao respects his customers very much. The premise is that this customer must be considered an individual. He was too lazy to serve this kind of customer who started talking about all kinds of inspirational experiences and giving lectures in a condescending tone. Wait, I'll be down soon. After a brief silence, Manager Lin on the other end of the phone, under the threat of the express delivery was lost, immediately threw away his pride and hurried downstairs. Presume a hammer. White-collar workers in this company can only make about 100,000 yuan a year at best. Every day, you are just pretending to be cool. You drive a luxury car, live in a mansion, and you believe it when you brag? Meng Hao muttered and complained quietly. Soon, a 30-something white-collar manager with eyebrows raised, his head tilted upwards and his nose hair looking at the sun ran down with an angry face. Which courier are you from? Believe it or not, I will file a complaint against you. I'll let you take it upstairs. This is your right as a customer. The customer is God, don't you understand? Where's my delivery? White-collar manager Lin was spitting and looking aggressive. Mr. Lin, please sign for your express delivery. Yen Tongtong handed over the package with a smile on her face. Yen Tongtong had agreed to follow Meng Hao for an interview and experience the life of a courier, so naturally she had to do it properly. Such a pretty girl actually delivers a package? Oh my, your leader really doesn't know how to be gentle with women. How about leaving your number so we can have dinner together? Manager Lin, who had no hair on his head, looked Yen Tongtong up and down with his eyes, and his face immediately became extremely flattering. Thank you for your kindness. I'm a reporter for Kyoto TV. I only became an assistant to the courier brother just to experience life. Forget about leaving your phone number or having dinner. Yen Tongtong declined politely, with a subtle contempt in her kind words. Compared with those white-collar workers who work hard in office buildings, she, as a TV station reporter, has an absolutely crushing job level. What's more, her appearance can score over 90 points, which is not something a toad like Manager Lin can lick. Unfortunately, lust makes cowards bolder. When Manager Lin heard that Yen Tongtong was working as an assistant to the courier boy just to experience life, he immediately became very arrogant. Facing Yen Tongtong, he did feel 3 points shorter. But he didn't take ordinary couriers seriously at all. Which courier is this? They don't know how to cherish girls. They were so rude to me on the phone. Believe it or not, I will complain to them. Manager Lin finally managed to move his eyes away from Yen Tongtong's body with drool. He saw Meng Hao, who was leaning against the upper scissor door of a luxury sports car with his arms crossed and looking at him coldly. Are you a courier? Delivering courier in a supercar? Are there any problems? Meng Hao glanced at Manager Lin coldly. If you are sure there is no problem, then sign for it. Yen Tongtong, bring the receipt over. Okay. Yen Tongtong obediently took the express package from the shocked Manager Lin, smiled shyly at Meng Hao, and sat back in the passenger seat. Buzz buzz buzz. The engine roared again, and the Hennessey Venom GT sped away like a black lightning. Fuck, delivering a package in a supercar? A TV reporter working as an assistant? The rich second generation nowadays really knows how to have fun. Manager Lin came back to his senses after a while. He recalled the lesson he had taught Meng Hao on the phone and felt his face getting hot. What a shitty white-collar worker. Even white-collar executives. He even boasted that he wanted to buy a luxury car and live in a villa. Even if I didn't eat or drink for 10 years, I wouldn't be able to buy a wheel for this courier. After delivering express packages for an entire afternoon, Yen Tongtong, who was experiencing life, was so tired that she could hardly straighten her back. But she was very happy. After an afternoon of getting to know each other, she felt good about herself and thought that her relationship with Meng Hao had improved a lot. When the sports car stopped downstairs of the TV station's female staff dormitory, Yen Tongtong got out reluctantly and blew a kiss to Meng Hao. "Thank you, I have the material for my follow-up interview. If I have the chance, I would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude." Yen Tongtong leaned on the car window outside the driver's seat and said goodbye to Meng Hao with a blushing face. "Okay. I didn't realize you're so efficient. However, you didn't record any audio or video during the entire process. Did you really collect any material for the follow-up interview?" Meng Hao asked kindly. Yen Tongtong's eyes froze, and she was too tired to complain. Could it be that this courier guy driving a supercar really thinks that he is doing this for the experience of delivering packages and to accumulate interview material? Cough cough. Yen Tongtong was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. "Okay, it's getting late, go back and rest. We'll make an appointment next time." After a tiring day, Meng Hao was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yen Tongtong. He rolled up the car window, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away in the Hennessey Venom GT. 009, the latest reward from the system, Prince Rue's mansion. My goodness, isn't this the Hennessey Venom GT worth over 100 million? The person who got off the car seemed to be the intern reporter who just arrived, Yen Tongtong. This little girl is really good. She has already caught a rich husband after working for just a few days. After get off work, countless young and beautiful girls from TV stations rushed to the dormitory in groups of 3 or 5. They whispered to each other, their eyes shining, and they were envious and jealous of Yen Tongtong. "Tongtong, your boyfriend sent you back? Your boyfriend has a nice car. Next time your boyfriend invites his buddies to a drinking party, remember to invite your sisters." No matter how envious and jealous they were, this group of young, beautiful girls from TV station with superb acting skills greeted Yen Tongtong with big smiles on their faces, looking particularly intimate, like two perfect sisters. Yeah, okay. Yen Tongtong enjoyed this kind of false praise and support very much. She did not explain that Meng Hao was just an ordinary friend, but let her colleagues misunderstand and agreed readily. Night falls. After a day of hard work, Meng Hao sat on the driver's seat of the Hennessey Venom GT with one hand and fell into deep thought. Normally, this is the time to finish work and go back to the rental house to rest. However, there seemed to be no parking space downstairs of the old but cheap rental building. Just when I was in trouble, the familiar electronic synthesized voice sounded again. Ding. The system detected that the host Meng Hao had just completed a special express delivery and obtained the Attack of the Straight Man achievement. Ding Experience Achievement rewards are issued. Congratulations on obtaining Kyoto City Sanhuan, a private palace, coordinate location, Donghuimen Street. Meng Hao was stunned. Due to a moment of distraction, the sports car almost hit the roadside railing. Fuck. Awesome. The system is awesome. This time, Meng Hao's roar came from inside the car, so it didn't disturb passers-by. To be precise, the reward given by the system this time can no longer be described as awesome, but horrifying is more appropriate. Kyoto is a place where every inch of land is valuable. A dilapidated old house in the Third Ring Road can be sold for 100,000 yuan per square meter, and there is still no demand for it. The royal palace was a place that only the princes and nobles of the previous dynasty could live in, and it was a place comparable to a garden park. The floor area of an ordinary residence is measured in square meters. The unit of measurement in the palace is mu. A royal palace that covers hundreds of acres of land means it occupies tens of thousands of square meters, and the land price alone starts at 1 billion yuan. More importantly, it is impossible to purchase a royal palace that can be regarded as a historical relic without connections. To become the owner of these palaces, one must have tremendous power and wealth that can rival a country. Meng Hao's lifelong goal was to own a small 3-bedroom apartment of 80 square meters outside the 6th Ring Road of the imperial capital. Meng Hao licked his lips and stepped on the accelerator. In the night, the Hennessey Venom GT turned into black lightning and headed straight for Donghuimen Street. The vehicle arrived at the coordinates given by the system, and Meng Hao circled around the modeled old wall full of historical memories. How could this system be so imprecise? Donghuimen Street is so big, where can Meng Hao find it without a house number? Under the streetlight, Meng Hao saw an old man in a sweatshirt. He looked like a local who had lived here for decades. He stopped the car, stuck his head out, and asked politely. "Old man, where is Donghuimen Street?" Meng Hao asked. "Here it is," the old man replied. "There is a royal palace here." "Do you know where it is?" Meng Hao asked again. "It's behind this wall." The old man glanced at Meng Hao strangely. What? The wall that he had been circling was actually the outer wall of the private palace? Although Meng Hao was mentally prepared, he was still frightened to the point that his heart skipped a beat. Then do you know where the gate of this palace is? Meng Hao suppressed the shock in his heart and continued to ask. It's just 2 miles ahead. The old man pointed forward. What the hell? It's 2 miles from the wall to the gate? How big is this palace? After thanking the old man, Meng Hao stepped on the accelerator and headed straight for the gate of the palace. Oh my god. Do you have to be so exaggerated? This door looks like the gate of a palace. Meng Hao parked the car outside the palace gate and got out with a look of shock on his face. Vermilion lacquered stone pillars, a brown and yellow gate, and 2 stone lions standing on the left and right that have gone through vicissitudes of life but are still domineering. On the high-hanging plaque, 3 large yellow characters Rui Wangfu were written in extremely powerful regular script. The oncoming aura of wealth and dominance seems to be telling the past stories of kings and nobles that have been lost in history. Is this the palace rewarded by the system? If Meng Hao didn't know that the system never lied or joked, he wouldn't have expressed the slightest doubt even if he was told that this palace was a National Historical and Cultural Relics Museum. From now on, this is my house? Meng Hao subconsciously tried to push open the door, but was suddenly blocked by a man in a suit, with shiny hair and gold-rimmed glasses. I'm sorry, sir. This is not a tourist attraction, but a private residence. Please do not trespass. Nonsense. Meng Hao naturally knew that this was a private residence, and he even knew that it belonged to him. I am Meng Hao. Meng Hao said calmly. No matter who you are not allowed to trespass. Wait, could you please tell me your name again? The arrogance of the man with gold-rimmed glasses was instantly dispelled. My name is Meng Hao. This house is mine. Any questions? Meng Hao asked somewhat unhappily. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be the new owner of Rui Wangfu. I'm your transfer lawyer. My last name is Li. Could you please show me your ID card? The man with gold-rimmed glasses said doubtfully. He showed his ID card not only because he doubted Meng Hao's identity, but it was also a necessary procedure for the transfer of ownership. After carefully looking at Meng Hao's ID card, the man with gold-rimmed glasses' attitude changed 180 degrees again. From the initial indifference, to the later doubt, to the final flattery, this truly made Meng Hao realize what the rich emotional changes of human beings are. However, this is not the fault of the man with gold-rimmed glasses. Lawyer Li's expression changed several times in succession within just a few minutes. Who could have thought that a young man wearing a Tongda Express uniform would be a man with huge fortune and connections who could buy Prince Rui's palace? Please follow me. All the formalities have been arranged. As long as you sign this transfer document, the real estate certificate will be yours. The palace has 8 gates. This is the main gate. If you have a car, you can drive in directly from the side door. The palace covers an area of 225 mu, about 150,000 square meters. There are hundreds of sightseeing double-seater vehicles available for transportation. The previous owner left behind 37 cleaning and security personnel. You don't need to worry about safety and cleaning. 010, a third-rate actress, a reward from Gao Yan. I have to say, Prince Rui's mansion is really big. Even with the tour bus, it still took Meng Hao nearly half an hour to take a quick tour around the place. With the extremely earnest and enthusiastic introduction given by Lawyer Li, who had gold-rimmed eyes and was acting as a temporary tour guide, Meng Hao had a preliminary understanding of the general situation of his property. There are nearly 600 quaint houses. Although the exterior is made of wood, the interior is decorated with modern luxury. Almost every house has a private bathroom. The worst room is comparable to a VIP double suite in a 5-star hotel. As for the top 100 rooms, each one is equivalent to the top presidential suite. As for the garden rockery and creek pavilions, there are countless of them. This Prince Rui's palace is simply a top-notch luxurious community with complete facilities, distinctive features, and great value. My house is quite big. It seems that I'm at a loss if I don't become a landlord. When we get back, we'll put it up for rent. Meng Hao returned to the gate of Prince Rui's mansion and muttered a few words in a low voice. Mr. Meng is such a joker. You are so rich, why would you care about this little rent? Lawyer Li said with a smile and flattery. I'm serious. I can't live in all these houses by myself. If I rent some out, it will add some popularity to my home. Meng Hao shrugged. Besides, if no one comes to live here, who would I show off my wealth to? Seeing that Meng Hao's expression did not seem fake, Lawyer Lu licked his lips, his eyes full of anticipation. If this private palace, which is comparable to a royal garden, were really rented out, I'm afraid it would be snapped up within half a day after the rental information was posted. No, Lawyer Lu must book a few rooms first, not only so that he can show off in front of his friends, but also so that he can gain countless favors. As for what Meng Hao called showing off, Lawyer Lu simply ignored it. Who doesn't have a little hobby? If he were as rich as Meng Hao, he would probably have to rent all the billboards in Kyoto and advertise for 7 days. Just write one sentence on the billboard. I have contracted this billboard. If I don't put any advertisement on it, it will be empty. I have money and I can do whatever I want. Speaking of which, the new owner of the palace has too few ways of showing off his wealth and is too low-key. Lawyer Lu, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was just about to ask for permission to rent a few houses when Meng Hao's phone rang. Hello, Gao Yan? I just finished delivering a package and forgot about it. Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Moon in the Sea restaurant, right? Gao Yan, who had received a huge sum of 130,000 yuan, naturally could not let Meng Hao treat him. Ever since he separated from this inexplicably successful college roommate in the afternoon, he has been thinking about how to repay Meng Hao. Buying gifts? If someone casually spends 130,000 yuan, will they lack money to buy things? Have a meal? Gao Yan had never been to a very high-end restaurant. If he ordered food and was laughed at, that would backfire. Send a girl? Yes, it's about giving a girl away. Although Meng Hao is the most handsome boy on campus at Kyoto Film and Television Academy, the campus is still a pure place after all. The female students who dream of becoming stars can only fantasize about the extravagant life of becoming rich wives in the future. But it's different when you enter society. In particular, Gao Yan, who considered himself a third-tier male movie star, came into contact with many actresses who were also of the lower tier. These actresses, both male and female, are more skilled and advanced in their techniques than the other. Especially after the scandal a few days ago that the male star known as the Time Assassin was fond of group sex, Gao Yan's confidence in the actresses increased greatly. Therefore, he made up his mind to introduce a top-notch actress to his brother. For example, this third-tier actress in front of you, Ouyang Qian, who is dressed up and very charming. Gao Yan, you're not trying to entertain me, are you? How can you, a poor fellow who had to borrow money for rent a few days ago, marry a rich second generation? I'm telling you, this is your treat, so don't go Dutch when it comes time to pay. Ouyang Qian rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the Heizongdayu banquet worth tens of thousands of dollars, he would not have bothered to pay attention to Gao Yan. Seeing that several other actresses, who were not as pretty as him but all had a charming vibe in their nature, all agreed, Gao Yan quickly smiled and made promises. Don't worry, I, Gao Yan, am very reliable when it comes to doing things. My brother's sports car costs hundreds of millions. There's no way I'll let you down. As soon as Gao Yan finished speaking, Meng Hao appeared in front of him wearing a courier uniform. Ouyang Qian and several women looked Meng Hao up and down with extremely strange expressions. This guy? Rich second generation? The one who drives a billion-dollar luxury sports car? Meng Hao's next words made these women roll their eyes. There were too many express deliveries today, so I'm late. Gao Yan was Meng Hao's best friend, so he was naturally embarrassed to say that he had gone to see the palace and ended up forgetting about dinner. Phew. Ouyang Qian smiled broadly, with sarcasm in every wrinkle of her face. I heard from Gao Yan that you deliver the express in a billion-class sports car? Ouyang Qian's words were full of sarcasm. Yes, is there a problem? Meng Hao didn't know the actress in front of him, but for Gao Yan's sake, he still answered politely. You actually have the nerve to accept it? This so-called rich second generation is really as unreliable as Gao Yan, and is full of nonsense. Ouyang Qian adjusted her clothes, revealing a little bit of her collarbone, which made her look particularly seductive. It seemed that if she let Meng Hao look at her for even a second, it would be a huge loss for her. Let's eat. Looking at the table full of dishes, Ouyang Qian simply ignored Meng Hao. By the way, give me a few more bottles of Maodai Feitian. I won't go home until I'm drunk today. This table of food is worth tens of thousands. A bottle of Maodai Feitian starts at 2,000 yuan, and in a big hotel like this it costs just over 3,000 yuan. These witch girls who have been hanging around in the entertainment industry for years can each drink a lot. Moreover, Ouyang Qian had already made it clear to Gao Yan that they could order whatever dishes and drinks they wanted for today's meal and they had to enjoy themselves. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. These women were all drunk and were talking about all the shit in the entertainment industry. This group of women, beneath their glamorous clothes, makeup and exquisite facial features, are naked worship of money and greed. However, while they were chatting happily, they were too lazy to pay attention to Gao Yan and Meng Hao. Anyway, they are just 2 poor guys coming to pay the bill, there is no need to pay attention to them. Gao Yan felt very uncomfortable during this meal, and Meng Hao was also very unhappy. After all, not only did his brother become a sucker, but he also dragged himself down to be his scapegoat. However, considering their 4 years of being classmates, Meng Hao did not show it too obviously. Dear guests, today's total consumption is 130,327 yuan. Excluding the decimals, the total is 130,000 yuan. Which gentleman would like to pay the bill? Seeing that the dishes on the table were almost finished, the waiter came forward to prepare for the bill. I'll do it. Gao Yan had a sad face and took out his bank card with a painful expression. He originally planned to find a few girls to please Meng Hao, but in the end he became a sucker. The money he just got had to be given away before he could even warm up to it. Use my card. Meng Hao saw Gao Yan's dilemma and casually took out the bank card with 1 billion yuan on it and handed it to the waiter. It's my treat. 011, sorry, my car is a 2-seater. Drop. The sound of a successful card swiping attracted the group of women who were chatting happily. However, as they were actresses, they naturally would not act too conspicuously. They continued to chat about the gossips of wealthy wives, but their eyes drifted towards Meng Hao from time to time. 130,000 is not an astronomical figure even in the eyes of these lower-tier actresses at the bottom of the entertainment industry. That is to say, the income from a night of romance with rich and famous people. However, there is still a big difference between being able to come up with 130,000 yuan and spending 130,000 yuan casually. For example, Gao Yan gritted his teeth and looked painful, and was reluctant to take out his card to pay the bill. He was the kind of person who could afford 130,000 yuan, but was struggling. Meng Hao casually threw out a bank card and spent 130,000 yuan without any change in expression or heartbeat, as if losing a few dollars was no difference. This is the posture of a truly top tycoon. These actresses are all veterans in the entertainment industry. They were naturally able to catch the changes in expression on Meng Hao's face. This calm and composed look was definitely not fake. Could it be that this so-called courier guy is really a rich man who likes to experience life? Ouyang Qian quietly pulled her clothes down, revealing her fair neck. As a professional prostitute, how much of her body she exposed depended entirely on the financial situation of her clients. She stood up lazily, took out her cell phone, and looked condescending. Thank you for the hospitality. How about adding me on WeChat? Ouyang Qian said. Meng Hao stood up, glanced at Ouyang Qian, and politely declined. Forget about adding WeChat, it's just a meal. If she wasn't Gao Yan's friend, he wouldn't even bother to talk to her. Ouyang Qian frowned, looking somewhat unhappy. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't figure out whether the other party was a rich second generation or not, Meng Hao would have dared to give her such a cold shoulder. I'm afraid she would have left in dismay. You're quite arrogant? It's lustful, isn't it? I don't buy that. Well, if you have a car today, I'll go with you. Otherwise, your meal will be in vain. Spend money and sleep with girls. This is the unspoken rule of the entertainment industry. Ouyang Qian was too lazy to beat around the bush. Meng Hao could spend 130,000 yuan on a meal without a care in the world, so sleeping with him for a night was barely acceptable. If you are really rich, you can play the long game and catch the big fish. If he was just trying to show off, it wouldn't matter if he slept with him for a night. After all, Meng Hao looked quite handsome, so he wouldn't suffer any loss. Ouyang Qian's little plan was going on very well, but Meng Hao didn't even bother to look at her. Sorry, my car is a 2-seater. Meng Hao shrugged and impatiently pulled Gao Yan away. Phew. The girls at the table were laughing so hard that they were shaking with joy. Wow, a 2-seater car? An electric car for delivering packages? I'm afraid this table of food will cost him 2 years' income. The cost of showing off is quite high. Sister Chanqian, you actually went to pick up a guy who drives an electric bike? And you haven't succeeded yet? I'd rather laugh in the back of an electric car than cry in a BMW. The women, who had drunk their fill, pretended to ridicule Ouyang Qian in a joking manner. Even though they called each other sisters with Ouyang Qian at the table, they actually secretly hated to see their good sisters make a fool of themselves. There is no real love in the entertainment industry, they are all fake sisters. Ouyang Qian's face was filled with rage, and he ran after Meng Hao. This poor courier actually dared to embarrass me. I won't be able to calm down if I don't scold him severely today. Seeing Ouyang Qian chasing Meng Hao out, her fake sisters naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity to watch the show, and they walked out while muttering to themselves. Oh, my boyfriend insisted on picking me up in a BMW X6. It's so annoying. My godfather said that he would ask his driver to drive a Mercedes-Benz S600 and take me to his villa to spend the night together. It's so annoying. My bastard said his wife is traveling in Europe, so he insisted on driving his Audi A8 to take me to a hot spring tonight. These women walked out of the hotel while mocking Ouyang Qian. There are many luxury cars in front of the Heizongaiyu Hotel. More than a dozen expensive cars were waiting at the door for the women to show up. It was obvious that the women at this table had long planned to show off the strength of their men in front of their good sisters, otherwise they would not have asked them to wait at the door of the restaurant so early. This is? A group of women who were talking and laughing were stunned the moment they stepped out of the restaurant. Parked on the open space in front of him was a sports car that perfectly combined technology and luxury. Even someone who knew nothing about supercars could tell at a glance that this car was absolutely worth a fortune. As for the luxury cars that picked them up, they were all parked more than 10 meters away from this matte, high-gloss, low-key and luxurious sports car, like a group of hyenas crawling in front of a lion. Compared to this luxury supercar, the BMW X6, Mercedes-Benz S600 and Audi A8 are nothing more than low-quality toy cars. This car is so cool. If I can ride it once, I would be willing to have sex with him in the car in a downtown area even if the owner asks me to do so. The price of this car must be over 10 million. Can you please be a little more knowledgeable, sister? This is the same product as the Prince of the Middle Eastern Aber Oil Kingdom, Hennessey Poison. There are only 10 units in the world, and the entry-level one costs tens of millions. TSK, you still say that I'm ignorant. Why don't you study hard before you come back and show off? The Oil Prince's car is just a beggar compared to this one. This is an upgraded version of the Hennessey Poison, with a GT. The starting price is 100 million. All of a sudden, these women completely forgot about their godfathers and boyfriends, and started bickering and drooling. No, I have to take a picture. I can actually see this kind of supercar. It would be nice if I could get to know its owner. Don't push. I saw it first. What's the first come first serve thing at this time? How could these women who have been in the entertainment industry and the world of fame and fortune for many years not know the meaning behind this Hennessey Venom GT worth over 100 million yuan? Being able to take a supercar worth hundreds of millions of dollars out for a ride at will, the owner of this luxury car is probably worth at least 1 billion. If you can hook up with the owner of this luxury supercar, even if you just sleep with him, your net worth will double in the future. After all, a woman who has been used by a billionaire will have to pay at least 200,000 or 300,000 yuan for a night's sleep. As for Ouyang Qian, as the third-tier actress with the highest popularity and the most beautiful appearance among this group of plastic sisters, she simply pulled her coat to her waist, revealing her white skin and flesh. She walked up to the Hennessey Venom GT with an arrogant attitude, like a phoenix among chickens, and knocked on the polarized car window glass that provided excellent privacy. No movement? No one cares? Could it be that the owner of the luxury car looks down on me? Ouyang Qian gritted her teeth and pulled her clothes down again. Excuse me, sir, I don't have my car with me, could you give me a ride? At this moment, Ouyang Qian, with her charming voice and a face full of charm, looked just like a female vixen. 012, late at night, greetings from the beautiful host. Excuse me, please let me go. A cold, familiar voice sounded from behind. After Meng Hao and Gao Yan went out, they turned left and went to the bathroom, so they didn't run into the several actresses from the entertainment industry who followed them out of the restaurant. As a result, as soon as he came out of the toilet, he saw Ouyang Qian acting pretentiously and posing in front of the sports car. Ouyang Qian, who just had an aloof and unfriendly look on her face, now turns into a slutty vixen who can't wait to climb into the luxury car and let the supercar owner ravage her. You guys again? Ouyang Qian, who was busy seducing the owner of the luxury car, turned around and saw Meng Hao and Gao Yan. Her face immediately turned cold. Get as far away as you can from me. You are unworthy of standing here. Do you know the origin of this car worth over 100 million yuan? Ouyang Qian really wanted to yell at Meng Hao and tell him to get as far away from her as possible. But considering the need to leave a good impression in front of the owner of the billion-dollar supercar, she swallowed the word "get out" hard. We are planning to leave. Meng Hao glanced at Ouyang Qian, who was standing in front of Hennessey Poison GT, with some surprise. Then why don't you just ride away on your two express e-bikes? Ouyang Qian angrily drove them away. Who told you that two-seaters are just electric cars? Meng Hao was a little impatient. Are you delivering goods on a bicycle? Ouyang Qian said sarcastically. It's a two-seater, or maybe a sports car. Meng Hao took out the car keys and pressed the start button. Chirp. As the extremely aggressive headlights flashed twice, the scissor doors of the Hennessey Venom GT pulled up, revealing an extremely luxurious interior. Just as Meng Hao said, the sports car was indeed a two-seater. Is this car yours? Not only Ouyang Qian, but all the actresses in the entertainment industry present were collectively dumbfounded. Any problem? Meng Hao calmly sat in the driver's seat and closed the scissor door. With the accelerator pressed, the engine of the Hennessey Venom GT roars. With a puff of exhaust gas discharged, the super sports car worth over 100 million yuan accelerated instantly, like a cruising high-tech fighter jet. It turned in front of the dozen or so luxury cars in an extremely arrogant manner and sped away. And those luxury cars retreated one after another, fearing that they would run into Meng Hao's Hennessey Venom GT. Are you kidding? This car is worth over 100 million yuan. If the paint is scratched, it will cost millions of yuan, which is almost as much as the price of their luxury cars. It wasn't until the taillights of Meng Hao's supercar could no longer be seen that Ouyang Qian finally reacted. Damn, he's actually a super rich man who's experiencing life. Ouyang Qian, you are really blind. You didn't get such a good son-in-law. Gao Yan is such a jerk. He didn't even remind me that he really has such a rich and inhumane best friend in college. Ouyang Qian seemed to have forgotten that Gao Yan had reminded her at the beginning that his courier classmate drove a supercar. By the way, I'm usually pretty nice to Gao Yan, so why don't I ask him to help me connect with this super rich guy? As long as he helps me climb into the bed of this rich man, it's no problem for me to sleep with poor guy Gao Yan for a night. No, this kind of rich man must not be let go. Ouyang Qian immediately put aside her so-called face and airs, took out her cell phone and called Gao Yan. Busy tone? She glanced around suspiciously. Her fake sisters had already taken out their cell phones and were making calls. No need to ask, you can guess with your toes that the call must be to Gao Yan. This bunch of slutty vixens. Ouyang Qian stomped her feet in anger. Dusk was approaching and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Meng Hao drove Gao Yan to the Lihu villa where he rented. Brother, you are so handsome. When you opened the car door just now, Ouyang Qian's face turned green. These vixens who usually despise the poor and love the rich have also been frightened by my brothers and have been calling me non-stop to beg for help. Gao Yan's face was full of excitement. His mobile phone, which was set to silent mode, kept receiving calls, almost as many as the hotline. However, he seemed to enjoy the feeling of being harassed by the usually high-handed female vixen. In the future, don't have these kinds of dinners together. Meng Hao rolled his eyes and said to Gao Yan with a hint of dissatisfaction, there are not many girls like this chasing after me in school. Have you ever seen me flirt with them? Yes, brother Hao, dear brother, you are right. Gao Yan looked at his phone disapprovingly, looking very pleased, but the peripheral girls in school only have theoretical knowledge, and the ones I introduced to you have very practical skills. Meng Hao glanced at Gao Yan and asked meaningfully, what kind of kung fu? Sansan Shaolin, or Chandong Wudong? Play some musical instruments and sing. Gao Yan blinked at Meng Hao, and drew out the ending syllable very long. Really? Then I need to find an opportunity to learn from you and exchange ideas with you. Meng Hao chuckled. That's a must. Gao Yan said with a wicked smile on his face. Ha ha ha. A pair of good friends who had been classmates for 4 years in college and had established a deep revolutionary friendship based on the documentary of their teacher from the island country, laughed out loud. After all, after 4 years of learning theoretical foundations, you still need to find an opportunity to practice in depth in the future. After sending Gao Yan off, it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening when we drove back to Prince Rui's mansion. Looking at the huge palace courtyard, rockery and lake, Meng Hao felt a little empty. How many people envy the wonderful life of waking up in a room of tens of thousands of square meters, being served by dozens of servants, and having to drive to stroll around the house? But to Meng Hao, it seems so boring. It seems that we should hurry up and rent out these hundreds of houses. A palace with no people at all is really creepy. Meng Hao asked the cleaning lady to tidy up the room. Just as he lay down, the phone rang. Are you asleep? The female voice on the other end of the phone was very soft and light, with an extremely restrained caution. Well, I'm planning to go to bed. Who are you? Meng Hao asked. I interviewed you this afternoon, Yen Tongtong. The voice of the beautiful legged host Yen Tongtong became softer and even a little flattering. Oh, what's the matter? Meng Hao lay on the bed, yawning out of boredom. It's nothing, thank you today. Yen Tongtong was speechless. If it were any other man, he would have been overjoyed to receive a call from me late at night, but the words of this rich courier who was driving a supercar and experiencing life were full of disgust. Yen Tongtong felt a little disappointed. Was she really that bad? Oh, the interview script has been written. Would you like to take a look? The editor-in-chief has already approved it. Yen Tongtong asked cautiously. All right. Meng Hao stood up impatiently and turned on the computer on his desk. Add me on WeChat and send it to me. As expected of a top-notch mansion, the computers in every room in Prince Rui's mansion are all top of the line. From turning on the phone to logging into WeChat, it takes less than 5 seconds in total. On the computer desktop, the profile picture of an innocent girl with twin ponytails was flashing. 013, low-key people all use WeChat to transfer money. She actually used her ID photo as her profile picture. Yen Tongtong is really confident about her appearance. Meng Hao muttered something and clicked on the news release sent by Yen Tongtong. After a quick glance, Meng Hao's originally absent-minded expression instantly became extremely serious. Yen Tongtong, there are some problems with your article. Meng Hao sent a message to Yen Tongtong on the computer version of WeChat. What's wrong, brother Meng Hao? Yen Tongtong turned around and sent a coquettish expression. Meng Hao was typing away on the keyboard. A billionaire actually delivers express packages just to experience life? Why would someone drive around the streets driving the limited edition Hennessey Venom GT, which has an entry price of 100 million yuan? To get into the heart of the inhumane, ruthless, and insane super-rich Meng Hao? These eye-catching and highly inflammatory words are all from Yen Tongtong's press release. Well, these are all facts. Yen Tongtong replied with a cute question mark emoticon. Meng Hao shook his head and continued typing on the keyboard. I don't like being so ostentatious. I only have this one Hennessey Venom GT in the whole city of Kyoto. The key point is that you even gave me a close-up photo with a very high recognition rate. Meng Hao typed a message on the computer screen with a bit of anger. He has always been an ordinary courier boy who is low-key, unpretentious and hates being the center of attention. If he really wanted to be a star, Meng Hao, as the school idol of Kyoto Film and Television Academy for 4 consecutive years, would have entered the entertainment industry long ago. Seeing Meng Hao's unfriendly tone, Yen Tongtong realized the seriousness of the problem. Then, what should we do, brother Meng Hao? This is the manuscript finalized by the program director. Yen Tongtong panicked. Tell him to withdraw his paper. Meng Hao said domineeringly. It's very difficult. This program is the flagship product of Kyoto TV. The script has already been given to the dubbing actors to read. Yen Tongtong was about to cry. Replace it with something else, even an advertisement. Meng Hao firmly disagreed with this press release being broadcast. Brother Meng Hao, the advertising fee of Kyoto TV is calculated in tens of thousands per minute. Yen Tongtong sent a voice message with an obvious crying tone. Yen Tongtong, an intern reporter who had just graduated from a TV station, only earned 4 or 5,000 yuan a month. To her, the advertising fee of tens of thousands per minute was an astronomical figure. However, after listening to the voice message sent by Yen Tongtong, Meng Hao looked indifferent. It's just money. As a low-key rich man with 1 billion yuan in his card. Just a few million or tens of millions, nothing. Meng Hao stood up and planned to bind his bank card with 1 billion cash in it to WeChat. Brother Meng Hao, are you angry? It's all my fault. I was too eager for quick success. Don't be angry, I'll compensate you, okay? How about I go to your place now? That's not right. You didn't even tell me the address? How about I take a shower and come over right away? Forget it, let's go take a shower at your place. No, will you dislike me for being sloppy? In the brief period of time when Meng Hao was binding his bank card to WeChat, Yin Tongtong sent him a long string of messages. Meng Hao sat back in front of the computer and looked at the long string of messages on the WeChat dialog box, with countless question marks flying around in his mind. Come to apologize in the middle of the night? Still want to take a shower? Is this the legendary Same City Express delivery? Meng Hao didn't know how to answer for a moment. Promise it? He really had no interest in Yin Tongtong, the black long-legged trainee host. Refuse it? I'm afraid this girl will send more weird messages. So, he chose to remain silent and directly expressed his attitude by transferring money. Ding, the other party transferred 200,000 yuan to you. A message suddenly popped up on Yin Tongtong's phone. She looked carefully and found that the red envelope was sent by Meng Hao. The title of the red envelope was only 9 words, concise and to the point, showing inhumane generosity. 200,000 yuan for advertising. Is that enough? Seeing that Meng Hao was not going to treat her coldly, Yin Tongtong finally burst into laughter and quickly replied to the message. Brother Meng Hao, this is not about money. As soon as the message was sent, WeChat beeped again. Ding, the other party transferred 300,000 yuan to you. The red envelope title is even simpler than the previous one. 300,000, is that enough? Oh my, this brother Meng Hao just likes to joke. Yin Tongtong, who was hit in the face by the red envelope, felt very happy. As long as Meng Hao was not angry with her, Yin Tongtong finally felt relieved. Brother Meng Hao, our program is very rigorous. Just as I was about to explain a few more details, the red envelope came again. Ding, the other party transferred 500,000 yuan to you. The red envelope title has been further shortened. 500,000, is that enough? Hiss. In just a few dozen seconds, Meng Hao directly gave out a red envelope of 1 million. In the eyes of Yin Tongtong, who earns less than 5,000 yuan a month, this is an astronomical figure that most ordinary people cannot earn in their entire lifetime. Brother Meng Hao, what I want to say is that accepting advertisements is the responsibility of the Ministry of Commerce. Yin Tongtong was shocked and was afraid that Meng Hao would send her hundreds of millions of red envelopes again, so she hurried to explain. Phone. Meng Hao's answer was simple. Yin Tongtong quickly gave the phone number of her female colleague in the Commerce Department, and then waited for a long time, but there was no reply from Meng Hao. Ha? Why is brother Meng Hao ignoring me? Yin Tongtong quickly called Meng Hao, but found that the other party's phone was turned off. I must have been too sleepy and fell asleep. Brother Meng Hao looks so handsome when he throws out millions of dollars. I must return this money to him. Yes, I must return it to him in person. However, our WeChat transfer limit is 100,000 per day. How can brother Meng Hao send out 1 million so easily? Oh, I'm so stupid. Brother Meng Hao, who can afford the Hennessey Venom GT, is not an ordinary person. Brother Meng Hao has been chatting with me so late, he must be interested in me. Yin Tongtong, who was in the process of self-improvement, was fantasizing with a flushed face. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for her. The next day. The early morning sun woke Meng Hao from his sleep. Meng Hao, who has been delivering express for more than a year, has already developed the habit of getting up on time at 7 o'clock. Take out your cell phone and turn it on. Meng Hao's phone was instantly filled with a bunch of unknown girls' text messages and calls, which were extremely explicit in terms of language and pictures. After indifferently deleting these junk messages, Meng Hao planned to apply for a new mobile phone number and buy a new phone. Otherwise, being harassed every day would be very annoying. Just as I made up my mind, the phone rang again. Not bothering to check the incoming call, Meng Hao answered it directly. Are you annoying? Why are you bothering me so early in the morning? Most people are in a bad mood when they just wake up, and Meng Hao is no exception. You little bastard, who are you annoyed with? You're looking for death by not turning on your phone all night. A middle-aged woman was roaring on the other end of the phone. Ah. This voice sounds so familiar. Meng Hao was stunned for a moment, subconsciously looked at the caller note on the screen, and then immediately apologized with a smile on his face. Mom, why are you here? You calling me so early? What's the matter? Meng Hao said with a smile. 014, I'm here to deliver a package and meet someone for a blind date. Why can't it be me? I worked so hard selling vegetables to support your studies, but now you graduate from Kyoto Film and Television Academy and end up delivering packages? Okay, you're just delivering packages, but you don't even find a girlfriend. Do you want my Meng family to be extinct? You haven't called home for 10 days or half a month. I finally got through to you, and you yelled at me impatiently? Meng Hao forced himself to listen to his mother's nagging and scolding. Finally, Meng Hao's mother ended this morning lecture with an unquestionable command. You must go meet the niece Qizhini introduced by Aunt Chen next door, and you must win her over and make her your girlfriend. Beep. Meng Hao's mother hung up the phone directly, leaving Meng Hao standing there in a daze. After a while, Meng Hao finally figured out the key points from this phone call that lasted more than 20 minutes. He was urged to get married. Qizhini, right? A female lawyer who just graduated and found a job. Then let us meet. Meng Hao sighed. Parents' orders are above everything else. You must listen to them and see them as they should. Driving the Hennessey Venom GT, Meng Hao, feeling depressed, went to the Tongda Express point to report. Ever since he found out that Meng Hao, who drove a supercar worth hundreds of millions to work, was a hidden rich man, his boss Sun Yang became much more polite to him. Anyway, he is a rich man who comes to experience life, and work is just a way to experience life. Out of good intentions to take care of Meng Hao, Sun Yang lets him deliver fewer and fewer express parcels, and most of them are upper-class people who go to high-end places. Qizhini? Why does this name sound so familiar? Qizhini? The female lawyer Qizhini that her mother ordered her to meet? After repeatedly checking the address of this Qizhini, Meng Hao was finally able to confirm that the courier in his hand that was about to be delivered was indeed the female lawyer introduced to him by his mother. It's still a narrow road for enemies to meet. Meng Hao sorted the parcels and placed them in the front trunk of the supercar. He drove the extremely low-key, luxurious, and eye-catching Hennessey Venom GT out to the express delivery point without any haste. After buying a new mobile phone and getting a number, Meng Hao called the business department of Kyoto TV. I want to place an advertisement. Meng Hao said in a low voice. Welcome. Please leave your name, phone number, and the time you want to place the ad. Please send the ad content to the TV station's advertising and marketing department as an email attachment. Our call has been recorded and will be considered as a verbal agreement. On the other end of the line was a soft baritone with a professional smile. Meng Hao, this is the number. I want the program time at noon today. The slogan is just one sentence: Prince Rui's mansion is for rent. That's all the requirements. Please make an offer. Meng Hao said lazily. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Then the soft baritone instantly turned into an impatient scolding. Sir, the call is recorded. Please don't disrupt it, or we will call the police. Advertising requires reservations 3 days in advance. A one-sentence ad is played every half hour? A place like Prince Rui's mansion can be rented out? Please be professional when you play pranks. If it weren't for the Ministry of Commerce's regulations, the baritone would have hung up Meng Hao immediately. I'm not joking. Just give me an offer. Meng Hao felt helpless. Why is it that speaking the truth is always questioned these days? 1 million. As long as you transfer the money immediately, we will arrange the advertising right away. The baritone sneered at Meng Hao unhappily. Okay. Meng Hao hung up the phone. Kyoto Television, Ministry of Commerce. Zhao Chen hung up the phone with a sarcastic look on his face. What's the matter, handsome Zhao? A short-haired beauty who was filling out a form nearby and planning to place an advertisement asked curiously. I met a lunatic who said he wanted to rent out Prince Rui's mansion. The advertising slogan was just one sentence, and the advertising time slot would be today at noon. Zhao Chen said, rolling his eyes. Before he finished speaking, the bald, pot-bellied manager of the business department walked into the office with an excited look on his face. Which colleague just got $1 million order? The client's name is Meng Hao. The money has been transferred. I will arrange for the advertisement to be placed immediately. By the way, his note seems to be about real estate leasing business. People in the real estate business are the richest. They spent 1 million just on advertising on a local TV station. We must win over this big client and let him continue to place advertisements. If anyone dares to offend him, get out immediately. The business manager returned to his office happily. With a large order of 1 million, he will definitely be able to withdraw a lot of money. Zhao Chen was dumbfounded. A $1 million order. Meng Hao. Houses for rent. Isn't this the call that I thought was a prank? He was stunned for a moment, then immediately picked up a pen and wrote down Meng Hao's advertising requirements on a piece of paper, then rushed to the business department of Kyoto TV to arrange the advertising. Are you kidding? I actually treated such a big client as a psychopath. If he didn't serve well, not only would he lose his salary, bonus and commission, but he would also offend the super rich man named Meng Hao. The person who could casually throw out $1 million and put up a one-sentence advertisement to rent out the palace was not someone Zhao Chen could afford to offend. Renting out the palace? $1 million? I've never heard of such a generous and inhumane colleague. Seeing that there was no one around, the short-haired beauty quickly pressed the button on Zhao Chen's phone screen and wrote down Meng Hao's cell phone number. After placing the advertisement and confirming that the press release prepared by Yen Tongtong would be covered, Meng Hao breathed a sigh of relief and continued delivering the express. As a low-key courier boy, spending $1 million to solve a big problem is really a good deal. Meng Hao parked the Hennessey Venom GT in front of the coffee shop where he had agreed to meet with Chizhini, and made a phone call with a little nervousness. This is my first blind date, so it's inevitable to be nervous. Chizhini, who was drinking coffee boredly in the cafe, looked unhappy. It was annoying enough to be forced to go on a blind date by my aunt, but the problem was that the blind date was actually late. Don't you have any gentlemanly manners at all? You actually let the girl wait. Ding-a-ling. Chizhini's cell phone rang. Hello, this is Tongda Express. We have your package. There was a pleasant male voice on the other end of Chizhini's phone. Oh, I'm not in the company. I'll send it to you in the afternoon. Chizhini replied. Are you at the Blue Coast Cafe? I'm right at the door. Can I deliver it to you? The courier boy asked very considerately. Okay, I'm at table 7. Chizhini hung up the phone absent-mindedly. Ha? Etc. How did this courier guy know that I was at Blue Coast Coffee? Moreover, the phone number I left was the company's front desk landline number. The moment Chizhini hung up the phone, she realized this problem. Maybe he called my company, and then a colleague told him. Chizhini guessed and said to herself, it's not easy to do business in the express delivery industry nowadays. The service is so thoughtful. Soon, a young, handsome and good-looking courier came over with the package. Put it here. Chizhini felt heartbroken that such a handsome guy was actually delivering a package. Huh? Why are you looking at me instead of leaving? Meng Hao sat down in front of Chizhini casually and spoke seriously. Besides delivering the package, I also came here to meet someone for a blind date. 015, Women's exclusive secret technique, putting the blame on others. Deliver a package and go on a blind date at the same time? Chizhini was a little confused. Who is this handsome-looking guy going on a blind date with? Wait, could the courier boy's so-called blind date be her? Your name is Meng Hao? Chizhini asked tentatively. Yes. Meng Hao seemed to be afraid that the other party would not believe him, so he showed his work ID. All right. Chizhini felt it was a bit absurd. As a highly educated woman, she decided to make a quick decision and make the handsome courier boy give up. After all, being handsome can't make a living. I am Chizhini, 26 years old. PhD graduate from the Law Department of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Height 175 centimeters, internship salary 32,000, never been in a relationship. I hope my significant other has a similar education background, is around 180 centimeters tall, and has a salary that is not lower than mine. If her aunt hadn't forced her to go on a blind date, she would have left in anger. What a mismatched match, the courier boy and the beautiful legal doctor, they are totally incompatible. Chizhini even suspected that Meng Hao's undergraduate diploma from Kyoto Film and Television Academy was purchased through adult correspondence courses. At this moment, there were thousands of alpacas running wildly in Meng Hao's heart. Be good. Female doctor. She is also a female PhD in law from the top law school in China, Huazhong University of Science and Technology. With her exquisite and outstanding facial features and long and round legs, she is simply a combination of a top student and a goddess. If it had happened a few days ago, Meng Hao would have been scared. However, Meng Hao, who had a car outside the door, money in his card, and a house, was very confident at this time. Even if he is not interested in the top student goddess, he must not be overwhelmed by her in momentum. Meng Hao, height 179, graduated from Kyoto Film and Television Academy. I'm 24 years old and I've never been in a relationship. Occupation, courier boy, salary is flexible, monthly income ranges from 2,000 to 5,000. Seeing Meng Hao's confident self-introduction, Shizhini felt a little headache. After all, this courier was introduced by her aunt. If she just turned away in disgrace, she would not be able to explain to her relatives. She originally planned to let Meng Hao know her conditions and then give up. I never thought that the courier guy, whose monthly income was less than a fraction of mine, would introduce himself without batting an eyelid. I really don't know where he gets the courage from. In this case, Shizhini could only bite the bullet and continue. Forget it. For my aunt's sake, I'd better go through the blind date process to avoid being nagged and scolded by my family. Shizhini sighed deeply, and her tone became even heavier. Have you bought a house? What car do you drive? How much is the deposit? Shizhini was determined to completely crush the spirit of the handsome courier boy in front of her. After asking 3 heart-piercing questions, she continued speaking without giving Meng Hao any time to breathe. A girl who has never been in a relationship is pure and valuable. If a man your age has never been in a relationship, it only proves that you are a low-quality man that no one cares about. Girls nowadays are not as stupid as they used to be. They don't just look at the face anymore. Even the auntie who sells chive dumplings earns over 10,000 yuan a year. Do you think your salary of 4,000 or 5,000 yuan can support yourself, your girlfriend, and your family in Kyoto? If I were you, instead of trying to climb up the social ladder and live off others, I would rather find ways to improve myself. After speaking a long and very serious speech in one breath, Shizhini calmly picked up the mug in front of her and took a sip of coffee. I'm doing this for your own good. Only when you are really beaten up by society will you realize how important money is. A man without money, a house, or a car is just a worthless parasite in this society. Shizhini glanced at the good-looking boy in front of her and didn't say anything harsh. Unless you are a fool, if the blind date girl says such things to you, you will definitely leave in shame. Unfortunately, Shizhini's plan failed again. Meng Hao answered him calmly. As for cars, I have a Hennessey Venom GT worth over 100 million yuan. As for housing, I have a whole palace, which is equivalent to more than 500 single apartments. As for money, I have 1 billion in my bank account. Phew. Shizhini spat out all the coffee in her mouth, spilling all over the table. She had previously thought that Meng Hao was just wishful thinking, a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Now, in her heart, she had completely classified Meng Hao as a boastful and scumbag. It's okay to be a bit of a waste, but if someone talks too much and relies on bragging to attract attention, then there is something wrong with his character. Shizhini was too lazy to argue with Meng Hao anymore and spoke her mind directly. She even planned to call her aunt to question her after Meng Hao left. Not only did he introduce a random person to someone, he also introduced a boastful guy with a mental problem. If you don't agree, there's no need to talk too much. Meng Hao was too lazy to talk any more nonsense with the goddess in front of him, so he stood up and prepared to leave. Anyway, he has completed the task his mother assigned him. He can't be blamed if the other party looks down on him. Seeing Meng Hao get up and leave, Shizhini didn't even bother to pretend to greet him and see him off. What's more, it was already 12 noon and her favorite Kyoto TV midday program was about to be aired. On the TV in the cafe lobby, the TV program openings and hosts that were supposed to appear disappeared, replaced by scrolling advertisements with red text on a black screen. Prince Rui's mansion for rent, contact number 137. Shizhini rolled her eyes and complained inwardly. Are people so lazy even when it comes to advertising these days? You know, as the local TV station with the highest ratings in Kyoto, the advertising fee is calculated at tens of thousands per minute. The sponsor of this advertisement really has a lot of money to burn. Etc. Shizhini was suddenly stunned. She felt that the phone number on TV looked familiar. 137. Isn't this the number that the boastful courier guy called his own cell phone? Feeling something was wrong, Shizhini hurried out of the cafe. At the door, Meng Hao was opening the door of the Hennessey Venom GT and was about to get in. I have a palace. I have a sports car worth over 100 million. I have 1 billion in my card. Meng Hao's words, which Shizhini regarded as bragging, echoed in his ears. Could it be that this is not just bragging but is true? She didn't care about her image and rushed forward to block Meng Hao in front of the car. Is this car yours? Shizhini asked with a complicated expression. Yes. Meng Hao looked at this strange goddess academic master strangely, and urged impatiently, I still have to deliver the express. If you have something to say, please tell me quickly. Delivering express in a billion-dollar sports car? You own a palace but choose to rent it out through advertising? There is a balance of 1 billion in the card, but you still go out to earn a salary of 3,000 or 4,000 yuan? For the first time in her life, goddess and academic genius Chizhini felt that her brain was not enough. Do today's super rich people like to experience life in a low-key manner? Chizhini's smile was a bit forced. Why are you leaving before we've even finished talking? This is very ungentlemanly and impolite. The beautiful, academically gifted doctoral student, with a coquettish tone and a long tail tone, started the ultimate secret technique exclusive to women, turning the tables. 016, well-known double standards, rewarding royal blood hotel shares. Meng Hao narrowed his eyes and made no intention of moving away. As the school idol of Kyoto Film and Television Academy for 4 consecutive years, there are many beautiful girls around him. But during his 4 years in college, he walked through a sea of flowers without getting hurt by a single leaf. Meng Hao, who has seen all kinds of beauties, now has a billion-dollar fortune as a bonus, so he will not be attracted to Chizhini. At most, I think it's quite strange that she has a charming appearance and can become a top student with a doctorate degree. This feeling is similar to the one you get when you see colorful giant pandas in a zoo. Chizhini, who had no idea of Meng Hao's psychological state, felt mixed emotions at this moment. My aunt is really something. When introducing a blind date partner, they don't provide comprehensive information about the person. If she, Chizhini, had known that Meng Hao was this low-key rich man who drove a billion-dollar supercar, was worth 1 billion, and owned a royal palace, she would never have offended him like that in the coffee shop. When she thought of the words she had just used to teach Meng Hao a lesson, her face felt burning with shame. Actually, we should have a good talk. We didn't know each other well enough just now. Chizhini gritted her teeth, put on a serious face, and made herself look charming. So what? Meng Hao asked with a smile. So, I feel like we're a good match. Chizhini, a female PhD, a senior intellectual at the University of Political Science and Law, and a very logical person, didn't realize that she had been led by Meng Hao. That's not right. I remember your standard for choosing a partner. Height must be at least 180 centimeters, Meng Hao retorted. I'm talking about around. Around is just a range. 170 to 190 are all within the range of around 180. Chizhini forced an explanation. 170? Meng Hao almost choked on his own saliva. Chizhini has a height of 175 centimeters and a pair of perfect legs. If she wears high heels, her height will immediately reach over 180 centimeters, taller than Meng Hao. A 180 centimeters tall beauty with long legs and a 170 centimeters tall boyfriend? This scene is hilarious just thinking about it. Didn't you say that men who never had a girlfriend in college were inferior men who should be eliminated? Meng Hao continued to ask relentlessly. Well. Chizhini was a little speechless, and immediately gave a perfect answer. This question should be viewed dialectically. If you have never dated someone, you are indeed suspected of being a low-quality man. However, judging from your words and deeds, you are obviously another type. You are clean and self-disciplined, and you don't mess around with other women. You are a top-notch male god. Meng Hao applauded Chizhini in his heart. In such a short time, she came up with such a logically consistent explanation and even praised herself as a male god. She is indeed worthy of being a female doctor. But my salary is only 3 or 4,000, not even a fraction of yours. Meng Hao spread his hands, looking embarrassed. It's not a big deal. What I value is the character of the person. As long as you are positive, we can work together in the future. The most important thing is to have a sunny heart and be sincere in my feelings. These words made Meng Hao feel like applauding. As expected of a female PhD in law, her ability of sophistry is truly amazing. This lie is simply perfect. Efforts in the future? A heart that treats her sincerely? Isn't this the legendary talking about money with the poor and feelings with the rich? This is simply China's famous double standards. Well said. Since I am such an excellent courier in your heart, can you give me a 5-star rating? Meng Hao looked at the time and quickly came up with an excuse to send Chizhini away. Meng Hao had no doubt that if he continued chatting like this talkative female doctor of law would definitely occupy his entire afternoon. As a dedicated and responsible courier, Meng Hao still has a lot of express deliveries to make. Chizhini was stunned for a moment and realized that she was so anxious chasing Meng Hao that she didn't even bring her cell phone with her. Okay, I'll give you 5 stars. Wait for me, let's go somewhere else and talk. How's the bar? Shizhini hurried back to the coffee shop, anxious to give Meng Hao a 5-star rating. She would seize every opportunity to please Meng Hao. Seeing Shizhini go back to get her phone, Meng Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around, got in the car, and stepped on the accelerator. The Hennessey Venom GT flew out madly. Shizhini hurriedly picked up her phone and gave a 5-star review. When she returned to the door of the coffee shop, she just happened to see Meng Hao driving the Hennessey Venom GT, leaving the crowd in a swirl. She was stunned. I was stunned for 5 full minutes. Then she found out that she was being rejected and stood up. Shizhini, a female doctor with good looks and knowledge, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, has been the center of attention since childhood and pursued madly by countless men, but she was rejected and stood up. Shizhini was angry, her face flushed red with anger. After playing tricks on female Dr. Shizhini, Meng Hao felt a sense of relief from the bottom of his heart. Even the female doctor of law with an extremely high IQ was completely crushed by him, which made Meng Hao feel extremely comfortable. But while I felt happy, I also felt a little worried. How should I explain to my mother that I stood up my blind date? Just as he was worrying, the familiar mechanical electronic sound rang in Meng Hao's ears again. Ding! The system detected that the host completed a special delivery and obtained the achievement integrity. Ding! Achievement rewards issued, 15% of Kempinski shares, the 4th largest shareholder. Crunch! Meng Hao nearly crashed the car into the guardrail. This system is so awesome. Kempinski Hotel, Meng Hao has delivered express deliveries several times. This luxurious hotel, built in 1897, has the purest European royal bloodline. Any industry that has anything to do with royal bloodline is not measured simply by money. The rewards distributed by the system every time are things that ordinary people dare not even imagine. Fortunately, he had received several previous rewards as a precaution. Even though this reward brought a huge mental shock to Meng Hao, he still managed to park the Hennessey Venom GT 3 meters away from the guardrail very steadily and in a timely manner. Even so, a short-haired beauty who was walking normally on the crosswalk was frightened by Meng Hao and fell to the ground. Meng Hao quickly pulled the car over, helped the short-haired beauty up, and asked about her well-being. "Are you okay?" Meng Hao said. "No, I'm fine." The short-haired beauty seemed to be frightened to the point that her legs went weak, and she leaned in Meng Hao's arms intentionally or unintentionally. "Should we take you to the hospital?" Meng Hao asked kindly. "No, I'm in a hurry to get back to the store to meet a client." The short-haired beauty shook her head, her eyes full of determination. "Then, shall I take you there?" Meng Hao said a little apologetically, "I'll leave you my number and name. If you feel unwell, feel free to call me." "Yeah." The short-haired beauty did not refuse. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Hennessey Venom GT, the short-haired beauty looked around curiously. This must be a luxury supercar, it must cost a lot of money. The short-haired beauty stuck out her tongue and said playfully, as if the shock just now was just an insignificant episode. "Well, the starting price is 100 million. Meng Hao replied disapprovingly. 017, you look so cool driving a supercar with one hand. Starting price, 100 million? The short-haired beauty stuck out her tender red tongue again, and her slender white fingers gently stroked the finely crafted seat. Her pretty eyes stared at Meng Hao's profile, with a sparkle in them. "Me, there's a flower on my face?" Meng Hao held the steering wheel with one hand, tilted his head and teased the short-haired beauty with a smile. "No, no." The short-haired beauty quickly looked away, her pretty face flushed, her heart beating wildly. "I just feel that you are so handsome." "Nonsense, how can you not be cool driving a billion-dollar supercar with one hand? My name is Hao Meng Meng. 23 years old, just graduated, working as a sales representative at Anjia Real Estate Company. 167 centimeters tall, perfect body, no boyfriend." Meng Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What is short-haired beauty Hao Meng Meng doing? Planning to tease yourself? However, the figure of this short-haired beauty Hao Meng Meng is really curvy. Meng Hao glanced subconsciously over Hao Meng Meng's body. The girl seemed to be aware of Meng Hao's gaze. She suppressed her shame, straightened her chest with a flushed face, and looked like she was letting him see enough. "I just graduated this year. Although I'm 23, I was born with a baby face." Hao Meng Meng leaned towards Meng Hao, almost touching the body of Meng Hao, who was driving a supercar with one hand. "People who pursue me privately say that I am a perfect goddess. A girl who has just graduated and has not been exposed to society? An extremely standard figure? And she calls herself the perfect goddess? Cough, cough, cough. Meng Hao couldn't catch his breath and he kept coughing because he was choked by his own saliva. Ordinary men would basically have no power to resist this kind of monster. Fortunately, Meng Hao is not an ordinary person. Anjia Real Estate Company, is it the intersection ahead? Meng Hao quickly changed the subject. Otherwise, there is no guarantee that this short-haired beauty Hao Meng will do something bold. Even though the windows of his Hennessey Venom GT were made of extremely high-end polarized glass, passers-by outside could not see the interior at all. But if Hao Meng took the initiative to throw herself into his arms and tried to do something with him, she would probably attract the attention of endless stream of passers-by. We're here. Meng Hao stepped on the accelerator and instantly drove the car to the entrance of Anjia Real Estate Company. He considerately and proactively opened the door for Hao Meng. Oh. Hao Meng's face flashed with a hint of resentment, and she reluctantly left the passenger seat. My name is Meng Hao. I'm so sorry for almost bumping into you. Meng Hao let out a long breath, finally getting rid of this evildoer. I'll give you my personal number. If you want to compensate you for the shock you received this time, feel free to call me. After saying that, Meng Hao closed the car door, stepped on the accelerator, and the Hennessey Venom GT roared away. Having wasted too much time with Chizhini and Hao Meng, he had to quickly deliver the remaining express parcels. Snort. Hao Meng stood at the door of Anjia Real Estate Store, looking at the receding figure of Hennessey Poison GT, and stomped her feet in anger. Hao Meng, have you completed the task of placing an advertisement at Kyoto TV station? The store manager asked curiously when he saw Hao Meng standing at the door with a pout and stomping her feet. Well, it's done. Hao Meng calmed down and went into the store. Humph, with such a perfect figure, I can definitely win you over, Meng Hao. Achoo. Meng Hao, who was delivering a package in a supercar worth over 100 million yuan, suddenly sneezed. Someone wants to harm me? He said to himself jokingly. After delivering more than 20 parcels in succession and receiving a series of exclamations, as the sun gradually set, Meng Hao decided to call it a day and go home for dinner. Ding-ling-ling, Meng Hao's cell phone rang. Hello, Meng Hao. On the phone, Hao Meng's voice was childish and seemed to be a little panting. What's wrong? When Meng Hao received a call from Hao Meng, who claimed to be the perfect goddess, the first thing that came to his mind was the scene in the car. Can you please drive me to the Kempinski Hotel? Hao Meng pleaded. Well, okay. Meng Hao had said in the afternoon that he would return a favor to Hao Meng, so it was naturally difficult for him to refuse. Soon, Hennessey Poison GT reappeared in front of the Anjia Real Estate Store. Get in the car. Meng Hao helped Hao Meng open the car door. When Hao Meng took off her work clothes and changed into casual clothes, Meng Hao's eyes really lit up. The casual sports short sleeves that were supposed to be wide could not cover Hao Meng's perfect figure. The ultra-short shorts perfectly set off her youthful beauty. With her slightly silly baby face, she is simply a combination of the devil and an angel, with both purity and charm. Meng Hao admitted in his heart that he was astounded at that moment. The short-haired beauty Hao Meng nervously picked up her hair with her slender fingers and got into the passenger seat of the supercar stiffly. She seemed not used to wearing such short shorts, and her hands subconsciously protected her legs. Meng Hao felt a little amused. This girl is obviously very conservative, but she insisted on acting bold and open in the afternoon to attract me. It really makes it difficult for her. If I respond a little and pretend to touch her, I'm afraid she will be scared. Looking at the silly, reserved and uneasy Hao Meng Hao became playful and teased her on purpose. Wow, you're wearing something so revealing, are you trying to seduce me? You invited me to your hotel late at night, intending to marry me. My car is very secretive, so you don't have to go to the hotel. Faced with Meng Hao's malicious harassment, Hao Meng was so scared that her face turned pale. Brother Meng Hao, you are a good person. You won't do anything to me, right? Hao Meng was almost scared to tears. Sure enough, just as Meng Hao expected, the bold gesture that the short-haired beauty made towards him in the afternoon was completely faked with courage. If she is a real green tea bitch, she would not even have time to pretend to be pure, so how could she possibly say something like perfect goddess? If I am not moved by a beauty like you, then it is not a question of whether I am a good person or a bad person, but a question of whether I am a man. Meng Hao continued to make fun of Hao Meng. I'm going to attend a class reunion. For some reason, when Meng Hao praised herself as a beauty, Hao Mengmeng felt a hint of sweetness in her flustered heart. Kempinski is not far away, we can just take a taxi. Meng Hao teased Hao Mengmeng relentlessly. Hao Mengmeng wanted to say that there were some annoying people at the class reunion and she wanted Meng Hao to pretend to be her boyfriend. But she couldn't say it. Seeing Hao Mengmeng's embarrassed face, Meng Hao laughed and stopped teasing her. Okay, then I won't ask anymore. Meng Hao stopped dwelling on this matter. However, Kempinski still has its own shares. Meng Hao said to himself. 10 minutes later, Kempinski arrived. Several young men and women of similar age to Hao Mengmeng were chatting at the door. Their attention was immediately attracted by the roar of the huge engine of the Hennessey Venom GT supercar. Wow, this supercar is so beautiful. You can tell from the appearance that this is not an ordinary luxury sports car. Hurry up and hide to the side, don't block others. 018 Drama, the struggle between women. As a result, the Hennessey Venom GT went straight to these young men and women. As expected of a supercar worth over 100 million yuan, it accelerates extremely fast and stops very steadily. The scissor door was pulled open, and Hao Mengmeng, whose face was flushed by Meng Hao's teasing, got out of the car and walked straight towards the young men and women. It's Hao Mengmeng. Wow, he actually came to the class reunion in a supercar worth over 100 million yuan. I haven't seen you for a few years. The former class beauty Hao Mengmeng has really become rich. The initiator of this class reunion, Hao Mengmeng, the high school class monitor, Lin Xian, pulled Hao Mengmeng's hand in a flattering manner. Mengmeng, we were deskmates in high school and we had a very good relationship. Tell the sisters where you got this rich man. Does he have any good friends? Many of our female classmates are still single. Lin Xian enthusiastically pulled Hao Mengmeng, but her eyes kept glancing at the driver's seat of the Hennessey Venom GT. She was obviously very curious about Hao Mengmeng's boyfriend. A humble hotel doorman walked awkwardly to the driving seat of the Hennessey Venom GT and knocked on the window nervously. Although he worked as a doorman in royal luxury hotels such as Kempinski for several years, this was the first time he had come across such a rare supercar. Is there something wrong? Meng Hao lowered the car window. Sir, the garage is on the second underground floor. Do you need me to help you park your car? The doorman was a little nervous. If he accidentally bumped into such a luxurious supercar, he would not be able to afford the compensation even if he worked for 100 years. Wow! Lin Xian was once again filled with amazement when she saw Meng Hao's true appearance. Meng, your boyfriend is so handsome. I thought that only old men in their 40s could afford such luxury supercars. You are so lucky. Lin Xian did not hide her envy and jealousy. No. Hao Mengmeng blushed even more. She walked guiltily to the driver's window of the Hennessey Venom GT, tilted her head and pecked Meng Hao on the cheek. Thank you. Hao Mengmeng said in a low voice. It's okay. Meng Hao glanced at Hao Mengmeng suspiciously, then looked at Hao Mengmeng's classmates who were full of envy, rolled up the car window, and drove away. He's going to park the car, let's go in first. After watching Meng Hao leave, Hao Mengmeng said to Lin Xian. Your boyfriend is awesome. Young, handsome, rich, and considerate. Lin Xian almost drooled as she watched Meng Hao go to park the car himself. Yes, such a good man. Why didn't I muster up the courage to be more aggressive and take him down when I was in the passenger seat? Hao Mengmeng was very upset. It was already time to get off work, and Meng Hao was driving the Hennessey Venom GT slowly on the road. Something is wrong. Hao Mengmeng and Nizi must be in trouble. The class reunion, let me send her off. Meng Hao slapped his forehead and instantly remembered the whole story. He turned the steering wheel, turned the car around and drove towards Kempinski again. There's nothing he can do about it, it's because he is born soft-hearted. Of course, the prerequisite for being soft-hearted is that Hao Mengmeng is cute enough and good-looking. Inside the Kempinski box, 20 or 30 students sat together in pairs, playing and joking. Half of them were Hao Mengmeng's classmates, and the others were boyfriends and girlfriends. Hey, isn't this cute? I haven't seen you for a few years. Your facial features haven't changed much, but your figure has changed a lot. No wonder I've been hearing in the class group that you have a perfect body now. Seeing is believing. Several male classmates, ignoring the murderous looks in their girlfriends' eyes, started to make a fuss. Being teased by her male classmates, Hao Mengmeng's face turned red. Seeing that Hao Meng was so popular, some people couldn't sit still anymore. Hey, it's Hao Meng. I heard you were selling houses after graduating from college? Do you have a boyfriend? Everyone is in pairs, you are not alone. The shrill female voice sounded particularly harsh. The person who spoke was Ouyang Qian, the third-rate female star whom Gao Yan was planning to introduce to Meng Hao. Sitting next to her was a fat man with a severely receding hairline. It was obvious that this fat man was the rich man that Ouyang Qian had just hooked. Judging from how revealing Ouyang Qian's clothes were, this rich man must have spent a lot of money on her. As Hao Meng's high school classmate, Ouyang Qian has been overshadowed by Hao Meng since her freshman year. Ouyang Qian, who was dressed extremely revealingly, cannot compare to the pure goddess Hao Meng in the eyes of boys. Women's jealousy is particularly terrifying. Even though it has been several years since she graduated from high school, Ouyang Qian is still full of hostility towards Hao Meng. At this class reunion, she saw Hao Meng coming alone, so of course she had to seize this opportunity to give her a severe blow. My boyfriend went to the garage to park his car. Hao Meng felt a little embarrassed and guilty. What kind of car is it that has to stay parked for so long? My boyfriend and I also came up from the underground garage. It's faster to take the elevator than to take the stairs. By the way, my boyfriend just bought a BMW 740, which costs about 1 million yuan. If anyone drinks too much later, I will ask the designated driver to drive my boyfriend's car to take him home. Ouyang Qian spared no effort to step on Hao Meng. Class monitor Lin Xin couldn't bear it anymore. Meng's boyfriend did go to park the car. Just now at the door, I saw his boyfriend driving him here. That's a luxury sports car, it's said to be worth hundreds of millions. Besides, her boyfriend is young, handsome, and a very good person. The students present were all surprised and talked about it. A luxury supercar? Hao Meng is fine. She was the pure beauty in high school, and after graduation, she managed to hook up with a rich man without showing any emotion. But it's no wonder. Working in an agency, I'm sure I'll get to meet a lot of young, wealthy, handsome, and considerate clients. It's really enviable and hateful. He saw that his limelight was once again snatched away by Hao Meng. Ouyang Qian was filled with anger. TSK, you're kidding. I guess he paid someone to drive him here in a supercar just to show off. My boyfriend wants to give me a house. When I went to Uranjia Real Estate to look at houses a few days ago, I specifically asked about it. Your colleagues all said that you don't have a partner. Ouyang Qian said in a sarcastic tone while playing with the valuable diamond ring on her hand. Hao Meng, who was already feeling guilty, was hit hard by Ouyang Qian's sharp words and couldn't even utter a word of rebuttal. The honest and decent Hao Meng was no match for Ouyang Qian, a bitch who roamed the entertainment industry and always hung around different men. What's more, Meng Hao was indeed invited by her to show off. Now that Ouyang Qian had exposed her secret, Hao Meng felt so ashamed that she had no face to show. Seeing that Hao Meng, who had always overshadowed her in high school, was embarrassed by her blow, Ouyang Qian continued to talk relentlessly with a smile of victory. We are all classmates, why do you have to pretend like this? If you don't have a boyfriend, you can tell me. Over the years, I've met a lot of gold medal men. You are a pure-looking girl, but you are very popular. Do you want me to introduce you to someone? 019, Tongdo Express Company, are you still short of people? Ouyang Qian is worthy of being a third-rate actress in the entertainment industry. She keeps mixing with different men and is sharp-tongued. Not only does she suppress Hao Meng to the point of humiliation, but she also says all the good and bad things about her by herself. Not only did she draw everyone's attention to herself, but as long as Hao Meng nodded, she could immediately sell this girl with a perfect body for a good price. In the eyes of the financial sponsors who are eyeing the female celebrities in the entertainment industry, pure and innocent girls like Hao Meng are the best prey. To put it nicely, she is a scheming socialite. To put it bluntly, she is a green tea bitch who seeks both fame and fortune. Hao Meng was embarrassed and angry, tears welling up in her eyes. What's wrong, little girl? The atmosphere was awkward when Hao Meng felt a warmth on her shoulder and a hand was placed on it. Turning his head, he saw Meng Hao staring at him with a smile. Why, are you here? Hao Meng was surprised and happy. Why, are you here? Ouyang Qian was surprised. Meng Hao glanced at Ouyang Qian, who was wearing revealing clothes, and thought to himself that the world is really small. He then reached out and put his arm around Hao Meng's waist. Sorry, I finally found a parking space and I'm late. Are these your classmates? Hey, is this hairless old guy your class teacher? By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Meng Hao, and I'm Hao Mengming's boyfriend. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the field became a little strange. Seeing that Meng Hao mistook Ouyang Qian's boyfriend for the class teacher, the young people tried hard to suppress their laughter. Meng Hao's youth and handsomeness made the girls present narrow their eyes into peach blossom shapes, while the boys' faces were filled with jealousy and envy.
Qian, do you know him?
The middle-aged man with sparse hair asked curiously when he saw Ouyang Qian exclaiming at the same time.
Nonsense, of course I know him. Ouyang Qian was both angry and furious.
What made him angry was that the little bit of limelight he had just regained was suppressed again by Hao Mengming. What made her angry was that Meng Hao, this young, handsome and wealthy man, was supposed to belong to her, but that damn Gao Yan didn't make things clear, which prevented Ouyang Qian from being able to show her courtesy to Meng Hao from the very beginning and win over this wealthy man who drove a Hennessey Venom GT. I will definitely settle the score with Gao Yan later. The more Ouyang Qian looked at the middle-aged man next to her who could be her father, the more disgusted she felt. A huge pot was thrown out from nowhere, and Gao Yan, who knew nothing about this, sneezed a few times for no reason.
I'm so hungry. Why haven't the dishes been served yet?
Meng Hao calmly threw the car keys on the table, hugged Hao Mengming, and found 2 empty seats to sit down. Hao Mengming felt uncomfortable all over because it was the first time she had such close contact with a man, especially where Meng Hao was hugging her, as if there were thousands of ants crawling on it. But Meng Hao was her boyfriend, and he was the one who called her out. She can't just slap herself in the face and break free from Meng Hao's clutches. Helplessly, Hao Mengming could only suppress the strange feeling in her heart, leaning weakly on Meng Hao's shoulder with her body hot.
Hiss, this car key, could it be the Hennessey Venom GT?
Among the men and women present, there were naturally some who were familiar with luxury cars.
Huh, you're quite knowledgeable. Meng Hao nodded disapprovingly.
The male student who was praised was flattered and excited. Hao Mengming, your boyfriend is super rich. This Hennessey Venom GT has a starting price of 100 million, and it's still out of stock. I heard that the Prince of the Oil Aber Kingdom also has one, and it's not the GT version. It can't compare to the one your boyfriend has. The oil country is where the wealthy gather.
Even Prince Abe's car can't catch up with Hao Mengming's boyfriend's car?
The boys and girls who had originally planned to show off at the class reunion suddenly fell silent. Their so-called luxury bags and limited edition trendy brand clothes are nothing but rubbish in front of these 2 Hennessey Venom GTs worth over 100 million yuan. The key point is that Meng Hao is not only handsome and rich, but also dresses very low-key. Especially the way he casually threw the car keys on the wine table, without any show-off, as if it was just an ordinary car key. Looking at it, it seems to be no different from the key of an electric bike or bicycle. To describe a man like this as a male god is simply an insult to him. The atmosphere at the table was a little awkward. As the initiator of this class reunion, Lin Xian quickly made small talk to break the awkward situation.
Meng Hao, right?
Hao Mengming, you really know how to hide your idol in a golden house.
You're afraid that us sisters will snatch your treasure away, right? By the way, why don't you introduce yourself to your handsome and rich boyfriend? What does he do? Such an amazing person should be embraced by his classmates so that they can benefit from his achievements in the future. Lin Xian has a high emotional intelligence.
While resolving the awkward situation, she also pointed out the problems to all the men and women present. For a man so young who can drive a sports car worth over 100 million yuan, his family status or his own abilities must be incredible. Take this opportunity to build a good relationship with him. The help and benefits he will bring in the future will be immeasurable.
Yes, Hao Mengming, we are all classmates. Seeing that you are about to marry into a wealthy family, why don't you lend a hand to your classmates? Nothing more to say, everything is in the wine.
The feelings are deep, so I'll drink 3 cups of white wine first. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the table became lively again.
Regardless of gender, the target of the toast was Meng Hao.
But the short-haired beauty Hao Mengming was dumbfounded.
What does Meng Hao do? She really doesn't know.
But seeing the burning gazes of her classmates, she looked towards Meng Hao awkwardly.
Me?
Meng Hao caught a glimpse of Hao Mengming's pleading eyes, drank a glass of wine calmly, and said slowly, I'm a courier, currently working at Tongdo Express, employee number 8527.
If you have any courier business dealings, remember to call me. Our boss is very nice, and will definitely give you a discount. Meng Hao is a good man.
He always kept in mind the instructions of his boss Sun Yang and spared no effort to advertise for Tongda Express.
A courier?
The atmosphere at the table, which had just heated up, froze again.
Hao Mengmeng's boyfriend is really bold. Delivering packages in a luxury supercar worth over 100 million yuan? Is delivering express so profitable these days? A boy deliberately joked, "Is your express delivery company doing so well? Are you still short of people? We are in need of positions, very short."
Meng Hao happily gave the phone number of the boss of Tongda Express. "You can ask my boss. Of course, if you want to work at another express delivery point, just call the official customer service of Tongda Express and transfer to the Human Resources Department,"
Meng Hao said seriously.
At the dinner table, there was a guy who was looking for trouble and actually called Sun Yang and the official customer service of Tongda Express. After getting the news that employee number 9527, Meng Hao, was indeed a courier for Tongda Express, everyone was dumbfounded.
Driving a sports car worth over 100 million yuan, a Hennessey Venom GT to deliver packages, does Meng Hao have a mine at home or has he inherited a 10 billion yuan overseas inheritance?
020, superb acting skills, causing thunderous applause from the audience. It became a consensus among all the students present that Hao Mengmeng's boyfriend Meng Hao was a courier boy who enjoyed living a wealthy life. Suddenly, this class reunion became a social gathering to curry favor with the wealthy Meng Hao. All the men raised their glasses to toast Meng Hao first, and all the girls looked at Meng Hao with passionate eyes. This party was particularly lively, and it seemed that every participant was extremely happy.
Except Ouyang Qian and his bald boyfriend.
At this moment, Ouyang Qian was so angry that she almost crushed the wine glass into powder.
The fact that I was overshadowed by Hao Mengmeng was secondary.
If this damn Hao Mengmeng could give Meng Hao to her, Ouyang Qian, she would kneel down in the street and call him Hao Mengmeng's ancestor. Ever since she missed out on the wealthy courier boy Meng Hao that Gao Yan introduced to her, she regretted it so much when she got home that night. The key point is that Meng Hao blocked her on WeChat after dinner.
All phone calls and WeChat messages were rejected.
Ouyang Qian was worrying about how to make friends with this super rich courier boy again and make up for her previous mistake. As a result, she ran into this super rich man again at a class reunion. The key point is that this rich man who drives the Hennessey Venom GT suddenly became the boyfriend of his archenemy Hao Mengmeng. In order to save face in front of his classmates, he just found a rich man who was willing to spend money and brought him to the banquet. This must have ruined his image in Meng Hao's mind again. The double regret and anger of missing out on the billionaire and being overshadowed by Hao Mengmeng made Ouyang Qian so angry that her intestines turned green. If she had behaved well at Gao Yan's drinking table, she might have become Meng Hao's official girlfriend.
If it wasn't for suppressing Hao Mengmeng's limelight, Ouyang Qian wouldn't have brought a fool like that to attend the class reunion.
In short, it was Gao Yan's fault, it was Hao Mengmeng's fault, and she, Ouyang Qian, suffered a great injustice.
No. This can't be done.
She, Ouyang Qian, should be the woman who married into a wealthy family and became the wife of a billionaire, not Hao Mengmeng, the little girl who worked in a rental agency. Regardless of her classmates' looks, Ouyang Qian was determined to use all her skills to defeat Meng Hao again. She filled a glass of wine, twisted her waist, and walked to Meng Hao's side. Don't underestimate these few simple steps, they require extremely high flexibility of the waist. Moreover, this extremely charming catwalk took Ouyang Qian more than half a year of hard practice to achieve initial results.
Basically, any man she meets will be completely conquered by this killer move. Brother Meng Hao, I offer you a glass of wine. You left in a hurry that day, and I didn't have a good chat with you. Look at the clothes I'm wearing today, isn't it nice? It's pink. If it weren't for cooperating with Hao Mengmeng's acting, Meng Hao really wanted to roll his eyes and refuse Ouyang Qian's toast. What does it mean to leave in a hurry that day? He, Meng Hao, had no intention of paying any attention to this third-tier actress who was obsessed with money. Also, chatting? What the hell? When Meng Hao got home that night, he deleted all of Ouyang Qian's contact information. Also, is Ouyang Qian not only shameless and stupid, but also blind? She was clearly wearing a light blue off-shoulder dress, so why was it pink? Could it be that? Meng Hao suddenly thought of a possibility, and glanced up and down Ouyang Qian's body with a somewhat evil look. Chuck! Ouyang Qian saw that Meng Hao's eyes were full of instant understanding, and the smile on her face became more charming and enchanting. She took advantage of the situation and took 2 steps forward, standing between Meng Hao and Hao Mengmeng, ignoring the classmates present and her bald boyfriend. That day, Gao Yan wanted to introduce me to you as your girlfriend. This dead guy didn't explain clearly. I thought he was introducing someone else. How about this, brother Meng Hao, please give me another chance and let me make up for it. I can make up for it in any way I want.
The words were full of temptation, and immediately the entire box was silent.
Every man and woman has thousands of alpacas galloping in their hearts. The head of the bald man brought by Ouyang Qian turned into a green grassland for the alpacas to run on. What's going on? What do you mean? What a crazy and amazing operation. The arrogant Ouyang Qian openly snatched Hao Mengmeng's boyfriend in front of all her classmates? And he claimed that you knew each other before? Or even say that you are preparing to be a virgin girlfriend after being introduced by someone else? Is it that Ouyang Qian is shameless, or is Meng Hao, this wealthy courier who is experiencing life, a scumbag Aquaman? All of a sudden, the class reunion turned into a melon field.
The students, whose hearts were burning with gossip, sat quietly and ate melons. The spectators may remain calm, but the rich man with the green grassland on his head can't sit still. To put it nicely, he is a rich man. To put it bluntly, he is just a bootlicker who made some money and wants to have some fun with the actresses. He knew better than Meng Hao what Ouyang Qian meant by pink clothes. Because the set of red-hot dreamy underwear that Ouyang Qian was wearing, which was worth nearly 20,000 yuan, was given to her by him personally. After licking her for half a year, giving her many gifts and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, he thought that after this meal, he would be able to have an unforgettable night of love with Ouyang Qian, but it ended up giving Ouyang Qian the opportunity to seduce Meng Hao. The bald man feels that he is not only a bootlicker, but also the biggest idiot in the world. Fuck, this delivery guy's sports car might be rented. As long as the courier is exposed, Ouyang Qian will definitely come back to me. I've spent so much money, Ouyang Qian, you can only be mine. The dog who licks the green grassland on his head is still looking for excuses and seeking self-psychological comfort. Hao Mengmeng, who was blocked by Ouyang Qian, was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. I was planning to let Meng Hao support me and act as my boyfriend, but this happened instead. If Meng Hao was really stolen away by Ouyang Qian, she, Hao Mengmeng, would become the laughingstock of her classmates forever. Unfortunately, Hao Mengmeng underestimated Meng Hao. Ouyang Qian, right? You need to clarify two things. First, my best friend Gao Yan invited me to dinner that day, so I gave you my number and WeChat out of politeness. Secondly, I will drink the wine you toasted me with. But the reason is that I don't want to embarrass my girlfriend Hao Mengmeng. After all, you two were classmates. Besides, once you leave this door, I will still ignore you. Before you try to flirt with me, please look in the mirror and see if your face looks like a human being. Meng Hao was feeling very proud. At this moment, he felt that his acting skills exploded. He brought to life the character of a proud, wonderful man who deeply loves his girlfriend and bravely rejects the seduction of other women. It seems that after entering the society these years, the acting skills learned at Kyoto Film and Television Academy have not been lost. Quacking quacking. Just as Meng Hao expected, his superb acting skills immediately impressed all of Hao Mengmeng's classmates present, and there was thunderous applause. There were even many girls who were secretly wiping away tears from their eyes, obviously being moved beyond words. He is rich, handsome, young, and loyal to his girlfriend. They felt extremely emotional, wondering why they had never met a man as good as Meng Hao. 021, an upper-class person with a net worth of tens of millions? Ouyang Qian's face turned green with anger. She risked everything to compete with Hao Mengmeng for the man in front of her classmates. As a result, this wealthy man who drives a sports car worth hundreds of millions and enjoys life did not take her seriously at all. Every sentence, every word was like a heavy slap in the face of Ouyang Qian. Every word is heart-wrenching. At this time, Hao Mengmeng's face was flushed with shame. For a moment, she even mistakenly thought that Meng Hao was really her ideal husband and caring boyfriend. Meng Hao looked around the table, taking in the expressions of emotion, envy, and surprise on every face. Especially Hao Mengmeng's blushing face and shy expression made Meng Hao feel a surge of accomplishment. My acting skills are really amazing. Ouyang Qian, who was furious and embarrassed, stomped her feet and started yelling at the bootlicker. Hong Quan, are you sure? Your girlfriend was scolded by someone. A mere courier actually thought I would like him. Is he blind or is there something wrong with his brain? Suddenly, there was silence at the table. The students are neither stupid nor have any problems with their eyes. Even a person with a thick nerve could see that Ouyang Qian tried to seduce Meng Hao but was slapped in the face instead. This woman is really shameless. He first gave the lickspittle a green hat, and then turned around and blamed the lickspittle, making the lickspittle vent his anger for him. However, this bald guy is indeed a professional and competent bootlicker. Just a few minutes after Hong Quan comforted himself, Ouyang Qian claimed that she was his girlfriend.
Sure enough, the millions of dollars I spent in the past 6 months were worth it. Goddess Ouyang Qian seduced other men in front of him just to test his integrity. This damn courier actually dared to bully Hong Quan's goddess in public. He simply didn't take him seriously. Standing up for the woman you love is the minimum self-cultivation for a bootlicker. Hong Quan slapped the table and stood up suddenly. The few hairs on his bald head were facing the air outlet of the air conditioner in the box. They fluttered in the wind, looking very funny. You courier, I have tolerated you for a long time. What a sports car worth over 100 million yuan, it must be rented. I, Hong Quan, am at least an upper-class person in Kyoto, with a net worth of tens of millions. I have never heard of a person as famous as you. It's your business to brag in front of your own woman, but you rely on suppressing my goddess Ouyang Qian to raise your status. I won't kill you if I chop you down, right? Ever since Meng Hao walked into the room, he became the focus of the whole place, which made the upper class and bootlicker Hong Quan very dissatisfied. Taking the opportunity to stand up for the goddess Ouyang Qian, he showed off his strength without hesitation. In Hong Quan's opinion, the fact that he was worth tens of millions was enough to instantly kill everyone present, and it would also allow the goddess Ouyang Qian to clearly realize that he was the wealthiest person present. Upper class people? Worth tens of millions? Even if it is not compared with his own Hennessey Poison GT or Prince Rui's palace, in terms of deposit amount, the total assets of this bootlicker Hong Quan are not even a fraction of the balance in Meng Hao's bank card. Have you heard of it now? Meng Hao replied indifferently, remember to contact me next time you send a courier. I'll give you a 20% discount. Hong Quan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Waiter, waiter. Isn't your Kempinski one of the best 5-star hotels in Kyoto? How could a noble hotel with British royal blood receive a courier? Believe it or not, I won't pay for today's dishes. In order to show off in front of her classmates, Ouyang Qian had already promised that she would pay for the class reunion. Of course, the one who pays is naturally the bootlicker, Hong Quan. Soon, a waiter came hurriedly. Sir, what's the matter? The waiter did not dare to neglect a big customer like Hong Quan and asked politely. Ask the security guard to kick this courier out. It's an insult to eat at the same table with him. Hong Quan was humiliated in front of Meng Hao, but he was extremely arrogant in front of the waiter. Otherwise, I won't pay a penny for the bill of more than 30,000 yuan. 20 or so classmates and more than 30,000 yuan. If Hong Quan doesn't pay, then on average each person will have to pay more than 1,000. Suddenly, everyone's face turned pale. Some of Hao Mengming's classmates, who have just graduated and started working, earn only more than 2,000 yuan a month, but they spend more than 1,000 yuan on a meal, which is simply a waste of money. Seeing that Hong Quan threatened not to pay the bill, they looked a little unhappy for a moment. The atmosphere froze instantly. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with flattering eyes, the bootlicker Hong Quan felt smug in his heart and smiled at Ouyang Qian with a flattering face. Ouyang Qian felt much better after becoming the core of her classmates again. Her mentality also changed accordingly. Perhaps, this courier Meng Hao really rented a car to save face. How could a low-class woman like Hao Mengmeng possibly get close to a handsome and wealthy tycoon? Come to think of it, I was really embarrassed just now. Ouyang Qian gave the toady Hong Quan a charming smile with a hint of apology, which made Hong Quan very happy. It seems like there will be something interesting going on tonight. Sir, are you really a courier? The waiter asked Meng Hao with some embarrassment. That's right. Meng Hao answered without hesitation. Then please leave. We are a 5-star hotel with British aristocratic blood. Lower-class people are not allowed to enter. If you insist on not leaving, I will call security. The waiter did not dare to offend Hong Quan and unceremoniously ordered Meng Hao to leave. What if I say no? Meng Hao stood still. Don't make things difficult for us. The waiter was about to turn on the intercom and call the security guard over. Tell your manager that someone named Meng Hao is coming to eat. Meng Hao simply ignored the waiter's threat. You know our manager? The waiter hesitated when he saw Meng Hao's confident look. On one side is the upper-class Hong Quan, and on the other side is the person who is suspected to be the manager's friend. The waiter dared not offend either side. Seeing the waiter hesitate, Hong Quan sneered. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. So you know the manager. Call your manager and see how he explains it to me. Seeing that Meng Hao only knew the manager of Kempinski, Hong Quan suddenly felt calmer. He is just a courier who got to know the manager of this hotel by chance, yet he dared to act so arrogantly. Hong Quan wanted to teach this manager a lesson to see if he would dare to offend the diners for the sake of giving private lessons to his friend. Okay, please wait. The waiter let out a long breath and finally threw the hot potato away. The meal actually alarmed the manager of the five-star Hotel Kempinski. Hao Mengming's classmates looked at Meng Hao with some worry in their eyes. 022, sorry, he is our boss. Yi Haowen, the lobby manager of Kempinski, is a 26-year-old young man who likes to squint. Yi Haowen is very tactful in dealing with people, as he has become the lobby manager of the five-star Hotel Kempinski, which has British ancestry, at such a young age. He heard from the waiter downstairs that a table of guests were very dissatisfied with the meal, and he originally didn't intend to intervene. After all, a consumption of more than 30,000 yuan may seem like an astronomical figure to an ordinary waiter, but to Yi Haowen, who is used to seeing big shots, it is not worth making a fuss about. It just so happened that Kempinski's shareholders had changed recently. If I were caught at this time, I would most likely lose my job. After all, there are many competitors eyeing his position. In the eyes of outsiders and subordinates, Yi Haowen is a senior white-collar worker with a monthly income of over 10,000 yuan, but in the eyes of several shareholders, he is just a senior employee. Yi Haowen knew very well that to become a shareholder of the Kempinski Hotel, which has British royal aristocratic blood, it takes more than just money. That can only be done by a truly powerful and wealthy person. Following the waiter to the box where the troublesome guests were, Yi Haowen asked everyone with a professional smile. Excuse me, are there any problems you need me to solve? I am the lobby manager of Kempinski, Yi Haowen. Out of politeness, Yi Haowen smiled widely. Manager Yi, you actually let a courier come in to eat and said he was your friend. How do you manage your hotel? Hong Quan, who was full of energy, scolded with a stern face. Yi Haowen glanced at Hong Quan and saw through this rich man at a glance. He was the one who paid for the meal. However, he didn't care about the mere 30,000 yuan consumption. What Yi Haowen was more concerned about was who the courier was who was causing trouble under his banner. Which distinguished guest here are you talking about? Yi Haowen simply ignored Hong Quan's scolding and brought up the topic he cared about most. Him. Yi Haowen pointed directly at Meng Hao, who was playing with the car keys of the Hennessey Venom GT. You, do you know me? Yi Haowen's eyes were extremely sharp. He immediately figured out what the car keys in Meng Hao's hand represented. The professional smile on his face immediately became extremely flattering. Hennessey Venetian GT, this luxury supercar worth over 100 million yuan, is rare in the world. The owner of a luxury supercar of this price would never rent out his luxury car for a few dollars. Yi Haowen, who is used to meeting all kinds of big shots, is not as foolish as Hong Quan to think that a courier boy can rent a luxury car like the Hennessey Venom GT worth over 100 million yuan. Then there is only one answer: this so-called courier boy can only be a low-key rich man who enjoys experiencing life. I don't know you, but I think you should know me, Meng Hao said calmly. Seeing Meng Hao acting so cool, Hong Quan couldn't help but sneer at him. I thought you knew the manager of this hotel. So he's just pretending to be cool. Shanxian, your female classmates have such poor taste that they can't even find someone to hold the place together. Hearing Meng Hao say that he didn't know Yi Haowen, the last bit of worry in Hong Quan's heart disappeared, and he started to ridicule without any hesitation. Excuse me, may I ask your name? Yi Haowen simply ignored the stupid Hong Quan's mindless shouting and asked carefully. A low-key wealthy man who can afford a billion-dollar supercar or the Hennessey Venom GT would never be so bad as to have to lie about knowing a mere hotel lobby manager to elevate his status. I'm afraid there's something else going on. My name is Meng Hao. Meng Hao? Yi Haowen trembled all over. The flattering smile was instantly replaced by shock. He remembered that Kempinski's new shareholder was called Meng Hao. If there were no Hennessey Venetian GT worth over 100 million yuan as circumstantial evidence, he might still think that the unprepossessing courier boy in front of him just happened to have the same name as the new shareholder of the Kempinski Hotel. But out of caution, he still asked one more question with a smile. Excuse me, are you Meng Hao, our new shareholder of Kempinski? Yi Haowen asked. You have my phone number, why don't you just call me? Meng Hao said disapprovingly. Yi Haowen apologized and took out his cell phone to call the new shareholder Meng Hao, whom he had never met and only had the number of. Meng Hao's phone rang immediately. He waved the phone at Yi Haowen, and Yi Haowen's phone number appeared on the screen. Any more questions? Meng Hao hung up the phone. No problem. Yi Haowen was so scared that he was sweating profusely. He was extremely grateful at this moment. Fortunately, he was careful and came to the box to take a look in person. If he had rashly let the waiter kick Meng Hao out, his job as a lobby manager with a monthly salary of over 10,000 would have been over. Hong Quan became impatient. "What are you mumbling about? Get this courier out right now, or I will complain to you," Hong Quan scolded. "If you want to complain, you're welcome," Meng Hao replied calmly. "Are you stupid?" Hong Quan slammed the table again, extremely arrogant. "Sir, please speak respectfully. Mr. Meng Hao is the fourth largest shareholder of Kempinski, owning 15% of the shares. To put it simply, he is my boss. It is normal for you to complain to him about your problems. However, given your character, our boss will not pay any attention to you. And we at Kempinski do not welcome you either, please leave." Hiss. Hao Mengming's classmates all gasped. "Are you kidding? The boyfriend of my female classmate not only drives a luxury supercar worth over 100 million yuan, the limited edition Hennessey Venom GT, which is in short supply, but he is also one of the behind-the-scenes bosses of Kaspersky, a 5-star hotel with British royal ancestry? The more low-key a person is, the more difficult it is to understand him." All the students looked at Meng Hao with eyes filled with surprise, astonishment, and a hint of awe. They secretly guessed in their hearts that Meng Hao must have other outrageous industries. Apparently, their guess was correct. "Are you kidding me? A courier, could he be the boss of Kempinski? Don't treat me as a fool. Are you colluding with others to deceive me? Believe it or not, I won't pay for this meal. This meal costs more than 30,000 yuan. You have to think carefully." Furious, Hong Quan continued to threaten not to pay. "I don't know if Mr. Meng is hosting a banquet for distinguished guests today. This banquet of more than 30,000 yuan is really too shabby and not worthy of Mr. Meng's status at all. Let the most beautiful girls in the hotel come out to serve the distinguished guests. Please take a seat in the state banquet hall upstairs. For food, we serve the Manchuhan banquet. For wine, we use the best Mutai Feitian for white wine and the 1992 Lafite for red wine. The total price is estimated to be around 1 million, which will be charged to the hotel account. I want to accompany Mr. Meng in person." Yi Haowen, who was extremely experienced and smooth, handled the matter in an orderly manner with just a few words, which aroused the admiration of all Hao Mengming's classmates. "By the way, blast these two out. We at Kempinski Hotel do not welcome them and will permanently ban them. You are so brave to offend our President Meng." Finally, Yi Haowen pointed at the dumbfounded Hong Quan and Ouyang Qian, his face full of contempt and disdain. 023, Model Youth of the New Era. The banquet is over. This meal made Hao Mengming's classmates understand what luxury, grandeur, wealth, and spending lavishly mean. Not to mention the Manchu and Han banquets filled with delicacies from land and sea, even the worst bottle of wine would cost tens of thousands. After the meal, Kempinski mobilized the hotel's fleet of Mercedes-Benz S600s, which were specially used to receive VIPs, and sent each of Hao Mengming's classmates, or VIPs as Yi Haowen called them, back to their respective residences. This was a grand gesture that not ordinary wealthy families could pull off. You know, a Mercedes-Benz S600 costs millions. In order to send them back, the Kempinski Hotel mobilized a fleet of more than 20 Mercedes-Benz S600s at once. This meal was destined to be enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. As for Ouyang Qian and Hong Quan, this combination of a green tea bitch and a bootlicker has long been forgotten by everyone. Hao Mengming drank too much. She half leaned on Meng Hao, with the aroma of alcohol gushing out of her mouth like the fragrance of orchid. "Hey, I didn't expect you to have so much money. This meal must cost millions. I can't afford it. Or, I will give you myself as compensation." Truth comes out when drunk. Hao Mengming's pair of arms, as soft as jade, were clasped around Meng Hao's neck, and her flushed cheeks showed the blush of a young girl in love. It is simply a feast for the eyes. Meng Hao rolled his eyes. What is this girl thinking? Be your own woman? It's not that easy. This meal was to make up for the mental damage caused by Meng Hao almost hitting her with his car. "Mr. Meng, this girl has drunk too much. How about you personally take her to the presidential suite on the 8th floor?" Yi Haowen looked away and handed over a black room card inlaid with broken diamonds. As expected, he is the worldly wise Yi Haowen. Even a fool knows what will happen when a drunk man and a woman are in the same room, but he looked confused and suggested that Meng Hao send the drunk girl Hao Mengming to the hotel room.
However, Meng Hao seemed to have no feelings for Hao Mengmeng, who had a flushed face, looked young, and had half undressed.
No need, find a waitress to take her to the room.
Meng Hao was interrupted by Hao Mengmeng when he was about to finish his words.
Hey, Meng Hao, do you know why I happened to appear in front of your sports car this afternoon? A man like you can't be one without some tricks. However, I have always been a virgin, so you have to be gentle later. Meng Hao narrowed his eyes.
Thousands of alpacas are running wildly in my heart.
What is Hao Mengmeng talking about? Such ambiguous words can easily be misunderstood.
As a courier boy in the new era, Meng Hao has always prided himself on being clean and upright and a gentleman.
Even if he has a crush on Hao Mengmeng, he wouldn't take advantage of this drunk girl, okay? Etc. What is Hao Mengmeng doing again? This girl started taking off her clothes while still in the hall? Damn it!
Meng Hao, knew that he was a rare handsome man in the world who was loved by everyone and made flowers bloom wherever he went.
But Hao Mengmeng can't be so hungry.
Coupled with her incoherent words just now, it completely aroused Meng Hao's curiosity.
Okay, go ahead and do your work. I'll take her back to her room.
Meng Hao grabbed Hao Mengmeng's hand, which was about to continue unbuttoning her underwear. If Hao Mengmeng were to take off her clothes and expose herself in public, she would probably want to find a hole to crawl into when she sobered up.
There was no other way, Meng Hao could only reluctantly send her back to her room.
He sighed in his heart that he was such a good person and a model youth of the new era. But to be honest, Hao Mengmeng's hand, which was about to reach into the collar to unbutton, was so smooth, moist, and soft. As a 5-star hotel with British royal ancestry, Kempinski has only 3 presidential suites. Each of them has received hundreds of famous people who can be called state guests of China. Inside the presidential suite, on the white velvet bed, the disheveled Hao Mengmeng hugged a bulging pillow, staring straight at Meng Hao. His drunken and blurry eyes were filled with admiration, liking, and love.
Tell me, why are you running in front of my car? Meng Hao yawned. It was getting late and he was really too sleepy.
If he doesn't coax this girl to sleep, Meng Hao will feel guilty if she runs out and does something naked in the middle of the night. The most urgent thing is to hope that the alcohol will take effect quickly and make the noisy Hao Mengmeng fall asleep.
Meng Hao.
I am an employee of the Anjia rental chain company. I just started working, but I lack performance. The store manager sent me to a TV station to place an ad that day, and it just so happened that you spent millions on the ad. You have a palace with hundreds of rooms.
Can you rent some of them to me? Not 30 more, oh no, just 10 will do. I will repay you. Here, I am lying in front of you now. You can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, I'm not a casual girl. Many people pursued me in college, but I didn't agree. I don't just want something from you, I really like you.
The drunk Hao Mengmeng changed from her overbearing and unreasonable appearance to a completely pitiful one, ready to let you do whatever you want. No matter how strong a woman is, when she meets an absolutely strong man, she will become as obedient as a sheep.
Phew. Meng Hao laughed out loud.
Hao Mengmeng, who thinks she is very scheming, tries every possible means and even goes so far as to sell her body just to rent a few houses. Not to mention 10 or 30 rooms, even 100 will do. Meng Hao's Prince Nuo Darui's palace has more than 600 rooms comparable to luxurious high-end single apartments. Hao Mengmeng is not greedy, just 10 rooms are enough. According to the rental market price in Kyoto, the monthly rent for a single apartment within the 3rd Ring Road is around 5,000 yuan, and 10 rooms would cost only 50,000 yuan.
This silly girl sold her to me just for a sales volume of 50,000? Or in other words, does she really want to be Meng Hao's girlfriend? The rental business is just a sideline. Meng Hao smiled and shook his head, feeling that Hao Mengmeng was a little too fanciful. Okay. If I agree, will you really agree to everything? Then go to sleep.
Meng Hao, who was yawning continuously, just wanted to coax Hao Mengmeng to sleep quickly.
Well, okay. Hao Mengmeng's face was full of excitement.
She walked towards the bathroom with an excited and shy look on her face, and in the process took off her few clothes, which were scattered all over the floor.
What are you doing? Meng Hao's mind was confused. Don't you want to sleep?
Hao Mengmeng looked even more shy. I'm sticky, I'll wash myself and let you sleep.
What are you talking about?
Meng Hao, let Hao Mengmeng sleep alone.
Not sleeping with her myself.
Meng Hao felt his brain was swollen and painful, so he quickly stood up and tried to stop Hao Mengmeng. After taking 2 steps, I heard a plop. Hao Meng fell on the soft ground, snoring softly. The girl finally couldn't handle the alcohol and fell asleep. This troublesome girl has finally been dealt with. Meng Hao let out a long sigh and resisted the urge to sleep as he carried Hao Meng, who had only a few clothes left on her body, onto the velvet bed, then turned and left the hotel. 024, Revenge from the Green Tea Bitch. The best wine made from high-quality grains and fruits is different from the inferior wine mixed with alcohol. Even if you are drunk that night, you will not have a headache or blackouts when you wake up the next day. Waking up from a velvet bed filled with the fragrance of natural herbs, Hao Meng wished that she had drunk 5 yuan a bottle street wine last night, even if it was mixed with industrial alcohol. Sitting on the bed in a daze, she suddenly felt that drinking until she blacked out was a kind of happiness. But the brain showed no signs of blackout and remembered last night's embarrassment very clearly. Hao Meng, you were such a disgrace to me. She actually threw herself into the arms of a man she just met. He even revealed all his little thoughts. What kind of man would choose to cooperate after knowing that a woman approaches him with ulterior motives? I'm such an idiot. I took the initiative for nothing, but was seen naked by a man and got nothing in return. Hao Meng, with a flushed face, came to her senses from embarrassment and regret, and suddenly realized a problem. She had taken off all her clothes yesterday except for a bikini, but Meng Hao didn't even touch her? Am I that bad? Hao Meng's pink fist slammed on the bed, making a dull sound. I don't know whether it was embarrassment or anger. Ma'am, are you awake? The sound of her pink fist hitting the bed startled the waitress who had been waiting outside the door for a long time. The waitress knocked on the door, and after getting Hao Meng's permission, she walked in holding brand new clothes. Did you rest well last night? These clothes are all brand new, I hope you like them. Yi Haowen, manager Yi specifically told me that the Kempinski Hotel will be your home from now on. You can stay as long as you want. Lady? Take a 5-star hotel as your home? And what does the waitress's smirk and envious look mean? Etc. Could it be that they think that they are Meng Hao's girlfriend? But the guy driving the billion-dollar supercar didn't touch me at all. Feeling shy and embarrassed, Hao Meng quickly jumped out of bed and prepared to put on yesterday's clothes. However, the clothes were full of the smell of alcohol, and there were even some stains from alcohol and food that had been stained at some point in time. There's no way to wear it out. Did I provide poor service? If you have any questions, feel free to scold me. Please don't go to Manager Yi to complain. The waitress was frightened by Hao Meng's embarrassed face and quickly apologized and begged for mercy. Since I can't wear my own clothes, I can only wear the clothes given by Yi Haowen. Hao Meng's eyes fell on the stack of brand new clothes. Be good. All Gucci and Prada. You can't get this set without 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. Forget it. I've already eaten millions of meals. My body was also seen naked by that stinky man. It doesn't matter if I take more advantage of the film. With the attitude of a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water, Hao Meng calmed down instead. It's okay, you go out first, I'll take a shower. Hao Meng said expressionlessly. After taking a shower and changing into new clothes, Hao Meng, who looked refreshed, declined Yi Haowen's request to send her to work in the hotel's limousine, and took a taxi to go straight to Anjia Real Estate Agency. What a joke! Everyone at Kempinski mistakenly thought that Hao Meng was the girlfriend of the hotel's new owner, Meng Hao. But the truth was, nothing happened between Hao Meng and Meng Hao when she was drunk. I woke up from a hangover, took a shower and changed clothes. It was already past 10 o'clock in the morning, long past working hours. When Hao Meng thought of the dead face of the old woman in menopause, manager Ji Yunji, her head ached. I've only been working for 2 months and I haven't made any sales. I'm also late for work without asking for leave. Hao Meng was simply handing the evidence to Ji Yun. Anjia Real Estate Agency. The atmosphere among my colleagues was a little strange. Everyone looked at Hao Meng with indifference, distance, and even a bit of gloating. Manager Ji, I'm sorry, I was delayed by something, so I'm late. Hao Meng rushed to the manager's office in a panic, her face full of fear. It's hard for college students to find jobs these days. She got this job with great difficulty and doesn't want to lose it easily. Get out. Didn't you see I was entertaining guests? Write a 5,000-word self-review first, and I'll deal with you later. Ji Yun seemed to be filled with rage, and mercilessly scolded Hao Meng in front of all the employees. Manager Ji, don't be so angry. Your useless employee Hao Meng is at least my classmate. It would be great if he could come in and listen together, and learn some tips on how to deal with people.
Another sarcastic woman's voice came, and Hao Mengmeng sounded very familiar. Ouyang Qian?
Why is she here?
Ji Yun was so angry because of her? Hao Mengmeng, are you deaf? Ji Yun smiled at Ouyang Qian and scolded Hao Mengmeng. Didn't you hear what Madam Li said? If you dare to offend our big client, believe it or not, I will deduct all your salary and ask you to get out? Mrs. Li? When did Ouyang Qian suddenly become Madam Li? With a confused and frightened look on her face, Hao Mengmeng walked into Ji Yun's office cautiously.
Sitting on the guest sofa were Ouyang Qian and a very ugly but still young man.
Ha! Wasn't Ouyang Qian kicked out together with that bootlicker Hong Quan yesterday? Another change of player so soon? Where did Ouyang Qian find this extremely good-looking dude in bootlicker? Let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, Li Kong.
His family is in the coal mining business. He is what you poor people call a representative of people who own coal mines. Your net worth is only about 30 or 40 million. This time, in order to pursue me, you came here to choose a house as your new home. The first thing I thought of was to take care of your business, my old classmate, Hao Mengmeng. By the way, Manager G, this sales performance cannot be attributed to Hao Mengmeng, but you can't not give her a penny, so just give her 500 yuan. That's almost a week's worth of food for my dog. Ouyang Qian had a mean look on her face, and looked superior and conceited. Ji Yun tried to please Ouyang Qian with a smile on his face. Mrs. Li, you are so generous and kind to your classmates. When Ji Yun turned his face towards Hao Mengmeng, his face instantly turned stern and stern. Hao Mengmeng, you are dumb. Why don't you thank Mrs. Li quickly? She has reserved a house worth nearly 4 million yuan in full. Chuck. Seeing Hao Mengmeng's embarrassed and deflated look, Ouyang Qian suddenly felt that the grievances she suffered last night disappeared, but when she saw all the branded clothes Hao Mengmeng was wearing, she became jealous again. Manager G, you don't know that my good classmate is your useless subordinate. I don't have any other skills, but I'm a first-rate man-snatcher. Meng Hao is a blind dog, whom I dislike, so I give him to you as a reward. Not bad. After dinner last night, I slept with her for one night and changed into a set of clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars. Your overnight fee is quite high. Although Ouyang Qian appears to be tough on the outside, she is actually very angry. A meal costs millions, a set of clothes costs tens of thousands. How could such a high-quality and wealthy male god like Meng Hao not belong to her, but instead be snatched away by such a useless female classmate Hao Mengmeng? 025. It is not easy for a working-class family to buy a house. Ji Yun's office door was not closed, and Ouyang Qian deliberately raised her voice by 8 octaves, so the staff of the resettlement agency outside could hear the conversation in the room clearly. All of a sudden, the huge public office area exploded. Hiss, no wonder Hao Mengmeng is late. It turns out she went to sleep with the rich man. She seems to be a quiet girl on weekdays, but it turns out she is an escort who can be slept with for money. She usually looks innocent and doesn't like men. It turns out she is just pretending. But the price for a night's sleep is quite high, about 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. Humph, this white lotus. Every word was like a knife, cutting fiercely into Hao Mengmeng's heart. She was about to cry out loud. No. I don't. Ouyang Qian, you are slandering me. Ouyang Qian had a victorious sneer on her face. At this time, as a big customer, she didn't need to speak at all. Ji Yun immediately scolded Hao Mengmeng. How do you talk to customers like this? You are shameless. You do such despicable things and you don't allow anyone to say anything? Hurry up and apologize to Madam Li. Just as he finished speaking, a clear and crisp voice of a big boy came from outside the door. Who's Ji Yun? There's a delivery for her. Sign for it quickly. Meng Hao, wearing a Tongda Express uniform, with the car keys of Hennessey Venom GT on his waist, walked in with a package in his hand. Is there any rule? Just put the express at the front desk. Ji Yun glanced at Ouyang Qian guiltily, fearing that because of Meng Hao's sudden incident, this big client would question the professionalism of their Anjia real estate agency. Meng Hao ignored the sarcastic and menopausal store manager, Ji Yun. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard clearly the malicious words that Ouyang Qian and Ji Yun said to Hao Mengmeng. Hey, why are your eyes so red? Didn't you get enough rest tonight? I saw you were quite wild in the room yesterday. Meng Hao deliberately made fun of Hao Mengmeng, and his words were full of ambiguity. Hao Mengmeng looked at Meng Hao, her mouth pursed, and the tears that she had been holding back suddenly burst out.
She felt mixed emotions. Feelings of grievance, discomfort, shame, and embarrassment were instantly released along with tears.
For some reason, the moment she saw Hao Mengmeng felt a sense of security in her heart. It seems that this sunny and handsome boy is her spiritual pillar.
At this moment, Hao Mengmeng's embarrassment last night seemed to disappear.
She is completely the image of a little girl expressing her grievance in front of her man.
Okay, I teased you for a few words, and you cried. I promised to help you complete your performance last night, and I'm going to keep my word. However, I had a lot of work today and it took me all morning to finish delivering the goods. I just happened to have a courier from your store, so I delivered it here as well. Meng Hao rolled his eyes and explained helplessly while comforting Hao Mengmeng. Wow. Unexpectedly, a few words of comfort and explanation made Hao Mengmeng cry even harder.
Meng Hao scratched his head, feeling helpless.
He wasn't really good at comforting girls. Ji Yun, right? Sign for it quickly.
Meng Hao impatiently urged the menopausal woman Ji Yun, then, let's talk about how you guys bullied Hao Mengmeng. This sudden change in just a few sentences made Ji Yun and his colleagues in the public office area unable to keep up with their thinking. It wasn't until Meng Hao started to urge them that they reacted.
What's going on? This White Lotus Hao Mengmeng actually slept with someone overnight just to meet her sales target?
I thought he was some super rich guy, but he turned out to be a courier. It seems that the designer clothes she's wearing are all knockoffs from street stalls.
TSK, is there something wrong with Hao Mengmeng's brain? What kind of performance help can a courier provide? At most, I can rent a suite.
It costs more than 1,000 yuan to rent a shared apartment, and the performance commission is less than 100 yuan. Colleagues in the public area were talking about it, especially those vulgar men, who felt jealous. You can sleep with Hao Mengmeng for just $100.
How come they didn't have such a good thing happen to them? Instead, the courier got a good deal.
At this time, Ji Yun also reacted. She slammed the table, pointed at Meng Hao's nose and cursed.
It's outrageous. What kind of courier are you from? How dare you scold our big customers? Believe it or not, I will sue you. Have to.
I met another person who loves to complain. Meng Hao turned his head helplessly and said to Hao Mengmeng, 100 yuan for each complaint, this money should be charged to you.
Ouyang Qian rolled her eyes and sneered sarcastically.
Meng Hao, I know you have a little money and can afford to rent a billion-dollar luxury car. But, a rented sports car can only fool a fool like Hao Mengmeng who has never seen the world.
This is my fiancé, Li Kong.
He came here to buy me a house.
It's in Hongye community, 110 square meters, and costs 4 million.
Relying on Li Kang's support, Ouyang Qian swore in her heart that she would avenge herself for being kicked out of Kempinski in public last night.
Oh, a new man.
Meng Hao glanced at Li Kang, whose eyes were crooked and his mouth was crooked. Where did this liquor come from?
Rub.
Li Kang stood up suddenly.
How dare you, a stinking courier, frame and insult my Qianqian?
She told me that I was her first man and she even bled last night. Besides, she showed me her phone contacts, and those guys were just friends.
Meng Hao burst out laughing. Ouyang Qian, you are quite efficient. You dumped that bald guy last night, and now you sleep with another licking dog? Still bleeding, what's wrong? Are you having your period?
My dear little brother, your brain is almost as green grass.
You still believe that you are Ouyang Qian's first woman?
As a good person, Meng Hao felt that it was his obligation to make the seemingly silly Li Kang recognize Ouyang Qian's true face.
You farted.
My Qianqian said that you rented a sports car to chase her, and she doesn't like you.
Don't make a fuss here. My parents are both working in the mines. They have plenty of money.
Buy my Qianqian a house now, and I'll buy her a BMW Z7 sports car later, you poor bastard.
Meng Hao realized that he had overestimated the intelligence of this bootlicker.
It's rare to see someone so infatuated with a bus green tea bitch like Ouyang Qian, whose brain is so stupid.
He sighed. In the mines? A coal miner? It's not easy to buy an apartment. It's really hard for you to kneel down and lick Ouyang Qian.
Seeing her big client being humiliated again and again by Meng Hao, Ji Yun could no longer sit still.
If her business was ruined by this poor courier, she would regret it to death. Courier, get out of here right now. We don't provide you with rental services.
Ji Yun slammed the table, his dry hands like chicken claws were red with blood. Also, Mr. Li Kang's family runs a mine, not a miner.
Do you understand, poor bastard? 026, sorry, if you have money you can do whatever you want. Yes, my family owns a mine.
My parents' mine is worth hundreds of millions, and their annual net profit is over 4 or 5 million. How can a poor courier like you be qualified to snatch Qianshan from me? As the stupid son of a local rich man, Li Kongkai had only met Meng Hao once. In order to save face for his goddess Ouyang Qian, who he licked, he directly revealed his family background.
Phew.
The smile on Meng Hao's face grew brighter.
What kind of crappy mine is worth hundreds of millions? You have the nerve to talk about an annual profit of 4 or 5 million?
The 1 billion yuan in Meng Hao's card, even if it is still collecting interest in the bank, is at least 40 to 50 million yuan a year, and this is at a fixed interest rate of about 4%. As a super big customer like him, he is fully qualified and confident to negotiate with the bank, and raising the interest rate to around 8 or 9% is not a problem at all. 1 year's interest is enough to buy the mine owned by Li Kang's family.
So, are you showing off your wealth to me?
Meng Hao crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Li Kang with a smile.
Yes. I'm just showing off my wealth to you. Are you afraid?
Li Kang turned his nose up to the sky, his face full of arrogance.
Poor bastard, get out of here now. You can't afford to offend a rich man like Mr. Li Kang. You two, let's not bother with this poor guy, let's talk about the house. Ji Yun tries to please Li Kang and Ouyang Qian. With just a few hundred million, you still have the nerve to show off your wealth? Is it worth making a fuss about a house worth 3 or 4 million in Hongye community outside the 6th Ring Road? Come on, let's compete to show off our wealth. I don't make much money as a courier.
A Hennessey Venom GT is only worth a few hundred million, and it's the kind that's hard to find. A royal palace is only worth a billion. 15% of the shares of the British-style Kempinski 5-star hotel is only worth 2 or 300 million. By the way, I still have 1 billion in cash in my card.
Altogether, it's probably less than 3 billion. Meng Hao looked calm and composed.
When it comes to showing off, he is a professional. When it comes to showing off wealth, he is qualified. When it comes to acting, he is a professional.
Just a few words made Ji Yun, Li Kang and Ouyang Qian look at each other in shock. The crowd who had been eavesdropping on the conversation inside Ji Yun's office were even more shocked.
I say, Meng Hao, this is not the way you brag. Although Ouyang Qian had been making excuses for herself, she was unwilling to admit that Meng Hao was not a handsome and wealthy young tycoon. However, her subconscious told her that Meng Hao was indeed a wealthy young man whom she could not reach. But after hearing Meng Hao's introduction of his wealth, she was still filled with disbelief.
So young, yet worth billions.
This was completely beyond her understanding. After all, poverty limits her imagination. Really, he is just bragging without thinking.
Li Kang, the stupid son of the mine owner and a bootlicker, thought that Meng Hao was insulting his non-existent IQ. Security, kick this boastful courier out.
Ji Yun picked up the phone and directly chose to kick Meng Hao out. Faced with Ji Yun's actions, Meng Hao was not at all panicked.
Don't believe it? Then I'll buy this house. Meng Hao said coldly. Stop talking nonsense.
If you can afford a house worth 4 million, you can ask me to do anything.
Ji Yun replied disdainfully. Really? How about kneeling down and calling me daddy? Meng Hao directly threw out the bank card with 1 billion yuan in it. Who are you trying to scare with that broken card? I want to see how much money is in it.
Ji Yun inserted the card into the POS machine.
Beep beep beep. Meng Hao casually entered the password.
A long string of zeros instantly appeared on the POS machine's display screen. Ji Yun was stunned for a moment.
1 0, 2 zeros, 9 zeros, 1 billion? Ji Yun's lips were trembling.
I'm afraid she has never seen so much money in her life. At this time, the security guard who heard the news rushed in aggressively.
Manager Ji, who is causing trouble?
The security captain focused his attention on Meng Hao. In his opinion, the young man in courier clothes was the most likely to cause trouble.
No one is causing trouble.
Ji Yun swallowed and looked at Meng Hao with fear in his eyes.
Then why did you call us here?
The security captain looked confused. Oh, this store manager Ji Yun is going to kneel down and call me dad, and he wants everyone to watch.
Meng Hao took over the conversation cheerfully.
Several security guards looked at each other with suspicion. But, I have already sold this house to Mr. Li and Mrs. Li. Ji Yun felt his throat a little dry. I'll give you 10 million.
Meng Hao said nonchalantly. Isn't it just about showing off your wealth? Isn't it better than spending money? He used money to hit the mine owner's stupid son to death.
10 million, it's worth it to save Hao Mengmeng's reputation. At this moment, Ji Yun was regretting his decision so much.
Why are you bragging so much?
She said she would kneel down and call Meng Hao daddy if he bought this house.
Now it's difficult to get off the tiger's back.
It's a full 10 million. Even if the commission is 1%, it would be 100,000.
However, if she knelt down and called Meng Hao dad in front of all her subordinates, where would she put her face? How would she lead her employees in the future?
If this matter got out, she would definitely become a joke in the entire Jingdu real estate agency market, and this store manager would probably have no face to continue working. We, Anjia Real Estate Agency, are very particular about the spirit of contract.
Mr. Li and Mrs. Li came first.
Ji Yun himself felt that this excuse was extremely far-fetched as he had not signed a contract and had not paid a deposit.
Meng Hao, it doesn't matter if you have money. People won't sell it to you. Hao Meng, you are awesome.
You stole my man, but I still overshadowed you this time.
Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? Ouyang Qian, who was filled with regret, yelled hysterically.
Her facial features were twisted together, looking extremely hideous.
She hates it.
She regretted it deeply. She originally thought that by finding a rich second-generation miner, she would be able to outdo Meng Hao.
What's the result? The ugly, bootlicking rich second-generation man whom she had served wholeheartedly for the entire night was not even worth a hair in front of Meng Hao. Damn Hao Meng. Even if I regret it, I won't let you see it. Even if I lose, I will still overpower you in terms of aura. I will prevent you from buying this house. You want to get back at me by climbing up to the thigh of Meng Hao, a super rich man? You want to show off in front of me? No way. Meng Hao didn't waste any words.
He rolled his eyes, took out his cell phone and called the marketing department of Kyoto TV station, which was responsible for advertising.
Hello, it's me.
Yes, we should invest 1 million in advertising fees to buy the next half hour of advertising time. I don't care how you coordinate. Either you take the 30,000 yuan per minute advertising fee, or I'll go somewhere else to advertise.
It can be deployed, right? The advertising slogan is just one sentence.
Anjia Real Estate Agency refused to accept a payment of 10 million for the house, but only sold it for 4 million, harming the interests of the property owner.
Plop.
Ji Yun was so scared that he immediately knelt on the ground. If the house is not sold to Meng Hao, she will have to wait for the property owner's anger and lawyer's letter. This time, it's not just a matter of losing your job, you'll also have to go to jail.
Sell it, I'll sell it.
Ji Yun knelt in front of Meng Hao and begged with tears. Meng Hao was too lazy to even look at Ji Yun and glanced coldly at Ouyang Qian, whose face was ashen.
I'm sorry, but money really can do anything you want.
027, I haven't eaten yet, cry louder. 10 million for the house purchase and 1 million for advertising. In order to fulfill his promise to Hao Meng Hao directly spent more than 10 million without even a hint of hesitation on his face.
Money is a bastard, it's meant to be spent.
As long as he can make himself happy, spending a few tens of millions is just a drop in the bucket for Meng Hao, who is worth 2 or 3 billion. This is similar to an ordinary person with a savings of 200,000 or 300,000 yuan spending more than 1,000 yuan to find a beautiful and tender-skinned girl.
It's just to make you feel good.
Looking at Ji Yun, who was kneeling on the ground with a look of fear and terror on his face, Meng Hao said coldly.
So, what are you going to do? How to do it? Does Ji Yun have any choice now?
If she couldn't coax Meng Hao into buying the house in Hongye community, she would definitely be sued by the owner of the house. Even if Meng Hao chooses to regret now and not buy the house, the owner would never let Ji Yun go, and even thought that she had deliberately manipulated the situation and sold her house, which was worth tens of millions, for only 4 million. After all, in everyone's opinion, someone who is willing to spend millions on advertising will never go back on his word.
Dad. I was wrong. Please, buy it.
The mean store manager Ji Yun, who knelt on the ground, looked deathly pale.
I didn't hear what you said. Meng Hao said lightly.
I say, Dad, please buy this house.
Ji Yun raised his voice by an octave.
Just now when you insulted and scolded Hao Meng, your voice was quite loud.
Meng Hao was still dissatisfied with Ji Yun's tone. Why? Do you have a problem with me and don't want to sell the house to me? Ji Yun was trembling all over. What she feared most was that Meng Hao would say that he would not buy the house. She closed her eyes and yelled loudly, "Dad, please forgive me and buy this house." At this moment, dignity and face have been thrown out of the window. As long as Ji Yun didn't go to jail, even if Meng Hao shit on the spot, she would make Lao Ba's secret hamburger and eat it all. Yes, I heard it. However, if you are wrong, you must admit it, and if you are beaten, you must stand at attention. How do you want to settle the account of humiliating Hao Meng just now? Meng Hao added. Anyway, she has already made up her mind. As long as Meng Hao is willing to buy a house and forgive her, Ji Yun, she is willing to do anything, no matter how despicable it is. Hao Meng. Oh no, it's Mom. Please forgive my mistake. Please. Let Dad buy this house. Ji Yun knelt down and crawled in front of Hao Meng, grabbed Hao Meng's legs with his hands in a very humbly manner, and begged. What? Call me Mom? What do you mean? Hao Meng was a little confused. She probably thinks you're my woman. Meng Hao explained disapprovingly. After all, Hao Meng had just graduated from school and had never seen such a scene before. Although she was often bullied by Ji Yun on weekdays, she felt a little bit of pity when she saw her humble and pitiful appearance. Or, forget it. Hao Meng looked at Meng Hao with inquiring eyes. Whatever you want. Anyway, I'm here to fulfill my promise and support your performance. I saw you being bullied and just wanted to help you. Meng Hao said nonchalantly. Manager Ji, please stand up. I forgive you. Hao Meng reached out to help Ji Yun. Ji Yun didn't dare to stand up and looked at Meng Hao with fear on his face. Swipe the card to pay. Meng Hao's words were concise and to the point. Ji Yun was like a prisoner who was about to be beheaded but was pardoned. He wiped away his tears and hurried to get the real estate sales contract in person. At this time, Ji Yun no longer had the face to order his employees to do things, so he could only do it himself. Seeing Meng Hao casually and sloppily sign the house purchase contract, Ji Yun's legs went limp and he slumped down in the chair. Finally, no need to go to jail. However, she would definitely not be able to keep the position of store manager that she had worked so hard for over 20 years to achieve. If this incident gets out today, she will become a laughingstock in the entire Kyoto real estate agency circle and will never be able to work in this industry again. Thinking of this, the feelings of grievance, regret, and frustration turned into tears and flowed down Ji Yun's cheeks. Didn't you eat? You cry so weakly. Cry louder. Meng Hao had no sympathy for Ji Yun at all. He made a few sarcastic remarks and threw the house purchase contract to Hao Meng. The performance of this house belongs to you, and the property also belongs to you. Also, I'll give you 100 rooms in Prince Rui's mansion for rent. Rent it out to me as soon as possible. Covering hundreds of acres and with more than 600 rooms comparable to single apartments, Prince Rui's palace is so unworldly. Meng Hao had plenty of money, so he just wanted to be happy. Ah! Hao Meng was stunned. I don't dare to accept the house purchase contract. How, brother Hao, you have helped me so much. I accept the performance, but I dare not take this house. It's too expensive. Meng Hao didn't bother to care whether Hao Meng was being polite or really didn't dare to accept it, and casually put the house purchase contract that he had spent 11 million to get into his pocket. Whatever you want. But please help me rent out the house as soon as possible. This Prince Rui's mansion is bigger than the average residential area. I was the only one staying there all day. It was so cold and lonely, and I felt really scared. Also, as your client, I have to keep my identity confidential. If the fact that I am the master of Prince Rui's mansion is leaked out, I will spank you. To show off, one needs to know the ways and methods. Low-key showing off wealth is the highest level of showing off wealth. As a good young man of the new era and a role model among couriers, Meng Hao's favorite thing is the secret joy of living in his own house without knowing that he is the landlord. Yes, okay. Hao Meng nodded quickly. Phew. Ouyang Qian, whose heart was extremely twisted by jealousy and hatred, sneered. Hao Meng, let me teach you to act like a white lotus. I wouldn't even take a house worth tens of millions that was right in front of me. It's just stupid. You regret it now. Ouyang Qian sneered at Hao Meng. If this green tea bitch Ouyang Qian, who despises the poor and loves the rich, hadn't spoken up, maybe Meng Hao would have really forgotten about her. By the way, you also had a part in bullying Hao Meng just now. You're not going to apologize? Or is it that your stupid son of the mine owner, the bootlicker Li Kong, is planning to spend 20 million to buy back the house? Meng Hao glanced at Ouyang Qian and said indifferently.
After seeing Meng Hao's inhumane behavior, Li Kong dared not to argue with him.
Even if he wanted to spend 20 million to help Ouyang Qian, he was unable to do so. 4 million is already his limit.
If he could get another 20 million from somewhere to help his goddess. Moreover, even his own mine, which was worth hundreds of millions, was not worth mentioning in Meng Hao's eyes.
What else could he use to fight Meng Hao? If I don't get the money, what can you do to me? If you have some money, you can bully the real estate agents like this. You want me to bow down to you, to Hao Meng? No way.
Even though Ouyang Qian regretted her decision to the core, she still held on and refused to bow to Meng Hao and Hao Meng.
Whatever. There will be a time when you will cry and scream and kneel down to apologize.
Whether it is Hao Meng or Ouyang Qian, in Meng Hao's eyes, they are just spice of life and there is no need to pay any attention to them. As a qualified and dedicated courier, Meng Hao was in a hurry to deliver the next package. He has wasted and delayed a lot of time for Hao Meng's trivial matter.
Women, what trouble?
028, send a bowl of hot rice to your good brother.
It was another express delivery destined for a wealthy neighborhood in Kyoto. The person who answered the phone was a mature woman with a mature and slightly magnetic voice.
Meng Hao, a courier driving the Hennessey Venom GT, a billion-dollar supercar, was once again mistaken for a community owner by the heavily guarded security guard and was respectfully escorted into the community gate. It seems that I have to tell the boss not to give all these express deliveries to me in the future.
There are too many bad peach blossoms these days.
Meng Hao walked into the community with the express delivery in his hand, under the respectful and envious eyes of the security guard at the door.
I gritted my teeth and pressed the doorbell. Tongdao Express, we have your package.
Meng Hao said with gritted teeth.
Beep, beep. The advanced electronic remote-controlled bolt clicked twice and the door opened automatically. This is a duplex luxury house with a building within a building. Come in, I'm on the second floor. Just put the express on the table. What's wrong with the security guard? Didn't we always put the packages in the mailroom before? Do you still take the safety of the owners seriously? A gentle, slightly magnetic voice of a mature woman, with a hint of complaint yet graceful.
It is obvious that the hostess of this house has very good self-cultivation.
Okay, please give me a 5-star rating.
Meng Hao let out a long breath and quickly prepared to leave. This time, nothing unexpected happened. However, the hostess of this house is also a bit weird. While saying that he was concerned about the owner's safety, he opened the door for him without any suspicion.
However, Meng Hao was too lazy to comment on other people's lifestyles.
Just when Meng Hao had half a foot out of the door, the face of a woman in her early 30s with full hair stretched out from the railing on the second floor.
Wait.
The hostess of the mansion was wearing slippers and pajamas, walking down the wooden stairs.
Have we met before?
The mansion's hostess licked her lips and kept scanning Meng Hao with her eyes. Meng Hao was quite familiar with this look full of desire. The girls with bad luck and love that I met these days all seem to look at me like this.
Oops. It's going to be bad. I'm afraid I'll run into that hungry tigress again. Since when did being handsome become a huge mistake?
Meng Hao sighed inwardly, and out of his professionalism as a courier, he answered seriously.
This is my first time delivering a package to this neighborhood. I probably haven't seen you before. Is that so?
The mansion hostess rolled her eyes full of cunning.
I opened a restaurant in Kyoto called Moon in the Sea. Have you ever eaten there?
The hostess of the mansion controlled her emotions and asked in a restrained manner.
I have eaten it. Meng Hao nodded.
He had been to this Heizongaya restaurant with Gao Yan a few days ago.
That's what I said.
You're so handsome, you're sure to impress me.
We are so familiar with each other, don't leave in a hurry, sit down and have a glass of water? A woman's mouth is a lie. The Moon in the Sea restaurant is quite famous in Kyoto, with thousands of people dining there every day.
Meng Hao didn't believe that the hostess of the mansion, the owner of the Moon in the Sea restaurant, would specifically remember him among the thousands of people. No, I still have to deliver a package.
Meng Hao quickly declined.
Obviously, the hostess of the mansion did not listen to Meng Hao's words at all.
She pressed a button on the table and the electronic mechanical door closed automatically. Gurgle. Meng Hao swallowed. What is this for? Closed door business? Force yourself? He is just an innocent young courier boy who shouldn't bear such a heavy burden that is not suitable for his age. As a customer, I have the right to inspect the goods, right? My husband passed away early at the age of 33. It's really tiring to work hard alone. Hey, I bought a few sets of clothes, but there's not even a man to help me look at them. I think you have good taste. Would you like to help your sister? Elder sister? Are we familiar with each other? What does your buying of clothes have to do with me, Meng Hao? This young courier and a young woman who have been widowed for many years are alone in a room. Are they planning to have sex with each other? No. I have to deal with this sad young woman quickly and get away. Okay, I'll take a look for you. Meng Hao quickly opened the package. Hiss. Meng Hao took a deep breath. You dare call this clothes? Take out any set of clothes at random, and the total number of strips of cloth on the clothes will not exceed 5. This must be private sexy lingerie. Do you want to wear it for yourself? Do you want to show this to others? I dare not look, I dare not look. It's too shameful to watch. It's too shameful to watch. It's immoral, it's immoral. I'm just a teenager. I am still a child. I am a good young man of the new era, a model brother in the courier industry, and a gentleman who can remain calm even in the face of temptation. Well, Sister Chen. Meng Hao glanced at the delivery slip and learned that the widowed woman with evil intentions was named Chen Lian. I'm really busy today, how about changing it to another day? I will definitely go to your restaurant to eat some other day, and then I will see if these clothes look good on you. Someday, someday. We must do it someday. Meng Hao responded perfunctorily. Oh? Chen Lian raised her eyebrows, a hint of playful anticipation on her face. Xiao Meng, right? I'm not the type to use force. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. You have to be willing to follow me, so that you can unlock more positions. Delivering packages must be tiring. Why don't you come to my restaurant some other day and have a seat? I'll ask the chef to make you some soup to nourish you. Once is new, twice is familiar. Drink the soup more often and your body will be well. Then you will understand the benefits of my sister's medicine. Damn it. Does delivering a courier have to be tested like this now? Unlock more poses? Still making soup for nourishment? Do you know the wonderful thing? How about we go and have a visit some other day? Is this young lady Chen Lian going to play a youth development game? Okay, I'll definitely do it next time. Meng Hao nodded quickly. Go get busy. I have to buy several express deliveries every day. From now on, you will be the one delivering them. If the delivery is not good, I will give you a bad review. By the way, our restaurant is still short of a deputy general manager. I think it would be a waste of talent for you to deliver packages. It's not bad to come to the restaurant often, drink some soup, and get familiar with the business. Chen Lian smiled playfully, opened the door for Meng Hao, and stuffed him a stack of large restaurant vouchers. Coercion and inducement? Not only does he pay for himself, but he also gives me a restaurant as a gift? If I dare to say no, you will threaten me with a bad review? This Chen Lian's skill level is much higher than that fat woman's sisterly. She has a look of nearly 80 points, with the charm of a mature woman and a slender and attractive figure, and most importantly, she is very good at attracting men. Even though it was threats and inducements to Meng Hao, it didn't sound harsh at all, and Meng Hao didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust. This kind of strong woman with good looks, who is not after money but only desires her body, is not easy to deal with. Meng Hao walked towards the gate of the community, muttering to himself. Suddenly my eyes lit up. Yes, how could I forget Gao Yan? Doesn't this guy keep yelling that he wants to find a rich woman to invest in his movies? Chen Lian looks pretty good. Apart from being a few years older than Gao Yan, she is impeccable in every way. She has a good figure, good charm, and a good career. He, Meng Hao, was not used to eating soft rice, but Gao Yan's stomach must be not good, so he was suitable for eating soft rice. Speaking of which, Meng Hao is really a good man who takes care of his brothers. Sitting in the Hennessey Venom GT, Meng Hao directly called Gao Yan. Where are you? Are you busy? Meng Hao asked casually. Where else can I go? I can just lie down at home and sleep. I haven't taken on a role in a long time. My bones are about to fall apart. Brother Hao, why did you think of calling me? Gao Yan sighed on the phone. Let's get together tonight at the Heizonggayu restaurant?
Meng Hao casually threw the restaurant voucher on the co-pilot seat and said,
"Okay, I'll be there on time." Gao Yan replied. 029, a night battle, killing everyone. At 7 o'clock in the evening, night falls. Kyoto is filled with lights and nightlife at night. Moon over the sea restaurant. Meng Hao had just parked the Hennessey Venom GT when he ran into Gao Yan, who was smiling widely. "Why are you so decadent?" Meng Hao asked in surprise.
After not seeing each other for a few days, Gao Yan's chin was already covered with stubble, and he looked a little haggard.
"Oh, don't mention it. I haven't received any acting credits in a long time. Plus, that vixen Ouyang Qian reported me to the boss of the agency. I guess I won't be able to stay in the company any longer." Gao Yan sighed deeply. Ouyang Qian complained? This is understandable.
After being humiliated by Meng Hao, Ouyang Qian would definitely take revenge on Gao Yan, and at the same time, take the opportunity to suppress Gao Yan to force him to reunite her with Meng Hao. After all, Ouyang Qian still held on to a glimmer of hope and wanted to climb back into Meng Hao's bed, dreaming of becoming a rich lady.
A woman's heart is as vicious as a snake. But that's okay.
Meng Hao looked up and down at Gao Yan, who had a stubbled beard and was wearing a wrinkled coat, and felt somewhat satisfied. At this moment, Gao Yan's clothes were slightly wrinkled and his eyes were deep. With his handsome facial features, he looked like an adult uncle who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Although his looks could not rival Meng Hao's, as Meng Hao's college roommate and a fellow graduate of Kyoto Academy of Film and Television, Gao Yan's looks were still enough to overwhelm most men. In particular, this temperament that has been ravaged by time can add a lot of points to Chen Lian, the proprietress of Heizonggayu restaurant who was working hard on her career alone. He hoped that when the wealthy woman Chen Lian realized that she couldn't get Meng Hao, she would fall in love with someone else and turn to Gao Yan. "I guess that you haven't been happy lately. Don't say that your brother doesn't take care of you. I'll introduce you to a rich woman later. But you have to act like an old man who is indifferent to the vicissitudes of life and has been worn out by the years." Meng Hao put his hands around Gao Yan's neck, winked at him, and smiled wickedly. "Rich woman?" Gao Yan immediately became alert. Then, he looked at Meng Hao with a wary look on his face. "Brother Hao, I suffered a lot from you in college. Are you planning to make fun of me again this time? There's a rich woman out there, why don't you take her down yourself?" Gao Yan looked at Meng Hao with a wary and suspicious look. This kid has learned to be smart. Meng Hao waved the car keys of the Hennessey Venom GT in front of Gao Yan disapprovingly. "By the way, do you think Brother Hao is someone who needs a rich woman? I'm thinking of you because we've been brothers for 4 years. If you're not interested, forget it." Meng Hao pretended to leave. The tactic of playing hard to get is played with pure passion. No, brother, you are my real brother. I was just joking. We are brothers. But what does this rich woman do?" Gao Yan was fooled as expected, and quickly grabbed Meng Hao, begging for mercy. The proprietress of Heizonggayu is a 33-year-old widowed young woman, very pretty. Meng Hao said with a wicked smile. "Fuck, young lady. Brother, how do you know I like this?" "Brother Hao, don't worry, I will definitely use all my acting skills to capture this sad young woman. I'm good at playing an uncle. I will definitely not let you down." Gao Yan let down his guard and presented a military order to Meng Hao with a face full of anticipation and excitement. After 7 o'clock, the Heizonggayu restaurant reaches its peak customer service period. All the private rooms were packed, and even the tables in the lobby were barely empty. I finally managed to grab a seat against the wall and sat down. Soon a waiter came up to serve me with a menu in hand. "What would you like to eat?" the waiter asked with a smile. "What we eat is not important." Meng Hao took out a stack of high-value coupons with no threshold from his pocket and threw them on the table. "What's important is to quickly tell your boss lady Chen Lian that a distinguished guest has come to appreciate her new clothes." "Ah?" The waiter was a little distracted. "See the new clothes bought by the boss lady Chen Lian? Could it be that he is the same lecher who is harassing the lady boss again? But, the two people in front of me, one is experienced and deep-rooted, the other is young and handsome, can never be associated with bad and lustful people. Moreover, those perverts who are in their 40s or 50s, with beer bellies that cover their toes, basically show off their wealth as soon as they enter the store and directly pay cash, as if they are afraid that others don't know they are rich. What's more, only the boss lady Chen Lian is qualified to give out such large value vouchers. Could it be that he is really the gigolo that the boss lady has taken a fancy to? It is true that men are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. Don't be fooled by the thinness of the lady boss. With this one move, she managed to create two handsome and elegant men, and they have two different styles. After a brief moment of inner self-reflection, the waiter's professional smile instantly turned into a flattering smile. The waiter did not dare to neglect the two men in front of him who might become his new bosses.
Okay, please wait a moment, I'll be back soon.
The waiter hurriedly trotted back to the back hall of the restaurant. Gao Yan looked at the voucher that Meng Hao had thrown on the table with some concern.
Brother, are you sure there won't be any misunderstanding? This restaurant is not cheap.
We paid 130,000 last time. Without waiting for Meng Hao to speak, the waiter who had left quickly came back with a smile on his face.
The lady boss said that you two are welcome to come. She's changing. She'll be here soon.
The kitchen has prepared a few side dishes.
You two can enjoy them first. Feel free to tell me what kind of wine you want to drink.
Awesome. Gao Yan, having completely dispelled his worries, immediately gave Meng Hao a thumbs up. Meng Hao smiled indifferently and waved his hand disapprovingly, but he was grinning in his heart.
Awesome? The best is yet to come. Chen Lian actually went to change clothes? Could it be that those sexy lingeries, each piece of which has no more than 5 strips of cloth, were really being shown in public?
Just when Meng Hao was full of anticipation, the kitchen staff who had been given special care had already brought up the dishes.
Secret Hericium and chicken soup. Beef tripe stew with angelica and peony root. Chinese yam, poria, and cordyceps soup.
Assorted stew of Morinda officinalis and sea cucumber.
Be good.
Meng Hao's heart was pounding with fear at the sight of this table of burgers.
He finally understood why Chen Lian had repeatedly invited him to drink soup yesterday.
This table of soup pots, apart from the fact that the ingredients are extremely precious, all have the same effects.
Nourishes the kidneys. Aphrodisiac. Greatly boost men's masculinity.
It seems that this widowed young woman, Chen Lian, is determined to get him today. Meng Hao glanced at Gao Yan with sympathy in his eyes and sighed in his heart. Brother, I'm sorry for your hardship. You are destined to suffer from lumbar muscle strain tonight.
I will definitely compensate you in the future.
Gao Yan, who was kept in the dark, thought that this meal was ordered by Meng Hao. Brother Hao, you should take care of your brothers.
Knowing that I've been feeling depressed these past few days, I've been given a special tonic. After eating these, I will definitely take down that rich woman.
Brother, do you know the difference between a young woman and a young girl? Seeing Gao Yan's face full of excitement, rubbing his fists and preparing for a night battle to kill everyone, Meng Hao grinned in his heart.
You're asking for trouble, Gao Yan.
030, the ashamed female doctor.
What's the difference?
Meng Hao was sighing in his heart about Gao Yan's bending torture tonight, while he spoke absent-mindedly. Looking at the table full of dishes, Gao Yan didn't hesitate to pick up the chopsticks and spoon and started eating husai.
Brother, in terms of looks, academics, and wealth, you are my ancestor.
I will never be able to catch up with you in my 8 lifetimes. But when it comes to appreciating the beauties of the world, you really need to learn a lot. Young lady, once you slap her, but she knows it's time to turn over and change positions. And the girl will definitely ask you why you hit her for no reason. So, the entertainment industry is a much more advanced classroom than our Kyoto Film and Television Academy.
Phew.
Listening to Gao Yan's rhetoric that was nothing more than heresy, Meng Hao spat out the strong tea in his mouth.
Your circle is so chaotic.
Gao Yan, a good boy with 5 good qualities in moral integrity, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics and labor, had only been in there for a short time when he was already painted in all kinds of colors. This is also the reason why Meng Hao chose to rely on his own physical labor and deliver express to earn a living after graduation, and was unwilling to join the entertainment industry.
Hey, Brother Hao, why are you only drinking water and not eating any vegetables? Gao Yan put down his chopsticks embarrassedly and said incoherently.
Gao Yan had been too depressed these past few days. He was forced to the point where he could barely keep his job because of that woman Ouyang Qian. Naturally, he had no appetite and was starving. Eat your food, you knowledgeable and slept through women Dr. Chicken.
Meng Hao said unhappily.
This was Gao Yan's last meal before he went to the night battlefield, and Meng Hao had no chance of enjoying it. Whatever. You have plenty of money anyway, so you don't need any delicacies.
If you don't eat it, I will. Brother, move that cordyceps chicken pot over to me. This is a good thing for strengthening the kidneys. Gao Yan, who looked like a starving ghost, had his mouth full of food and was too busy to chat with Meng Hao. However, as a close friend for 4 years in college, Meng Hao didn't care about these trivial matters. Meng Hao looked around boredly, taking in the noisy lobby of the Heizonggayu restaurant. A long table next to it that could accommodate more than a dozen people for dinner attracted his attention. That girl in black seems familiar. Meng Hao muttered softly. Although the lobby of Heizonggayu was very noisy, the long table next door was very close to Meng Hao after all, so he could hear the conversation of these young men and women clearly. Shizhini, you are a female doctor of law at least. You've been at our law firm for a few months, but you haven't even taken a single case. The law firm is supposed to pay you 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month. If this continues, I will definitely fire you. Shizhini? Someone who was forced by your mother to go on a blind date? This female doctor of law, who was so arrogant and condescending when she first met me, would also be humiliated in public one day? Maybe even get fired? Since he was free anyway, Meng Hao eavesdropped on the developments with the mentality of watching the show as an onlooker. Deputy Director Li. I just graduated and don't have many connections, so it's definitely not easy to get a case. Also, I'm almost following up on the case where Dofeng Factory is demanding payment for goods. Please give me some more time. Shizhini, who was wearing a black dress, looked a little ugly. She clenched the cup tightly with both hands. Her knuckles looked a little white because she was holding it too tightly. Shizhini, you have become stupid from studying so much, can you speak? Don't think you can be arrogant just because the director of the law firm thinks highly of you. The old director will retire in a few months. Why do you specifically call our director Li Chengli the deputy director? I wonder if Li will be promoted to a regular employee soon. The man sitting at the head of the table was a fat man in his 40s with a big belly. Next to him was a thin man with pointed ears and monkey cheeks, who was flattering and fawning, and was trying to please the fat man and scold Shizhini. Yes, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Shizhini was almost crying. Shizhini, who has always been extremely outstanding since childhood, has never suffered such an insult. A doctor of law was scolded and insulted in public. Her self-esteem was trampled on and stomped on. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with this silly woman. I just finished a big case and received over $1 million in legal fees. The proprietress of this Heizonggayu restaurant is my sweetheart. When I go to have a drink with her later, you must tell her that I made millions. I just don't believe that I can't beat this grieving young woman with money. Li Chang glanced at Shizhini with disdain and laughed heartily. Captain Li, you must have been successful in your battle, got the beauty, and enjoyed success in both your career and love life. The skinny man continued to flatter him. Ha, well said. I'll leave the Dofeng Factory case to you. Once you handle it, the lawyer's fee will be more than 300,000 yuan. Don't let me down, Director Su. Li Cheng patted the skinny man and said. Thank you, Chief Li. I am just an errand boy. You are the one who took more care of this case. I'll just take a small portion, and the big portion of the 300,000 will be yours. Director Su licked his face and said flatteringly. When Shizhini heard this, she stood up immediately in anger. Director Li, Director Su, I have been following the case of Dofeng Factory, and it seems that I will win it soon. What's the point of taking it away at this time? Shizhini's face turned pale with anger. What do you mean your case? This is the law firm's case, this is Li's case. Director Su looked at Shizhini's young, slender, and youthful body with dissatisfaction. If you want to stay in our firm, either drink with me or get out. Why are you putting on airs as a female doctor? Director Su, who looks like a skinny monkey, clearly has something to say. After drinking with him, you must go to bed with him. Judging from his appearance, he has probably been coveting Shizhini for a long time. This Shizhini is really ignorant. She's a female doctor in a law firm, but her clothes aren't as good as the female receptionist with a college degree in the law firm. Don't you know that a lawyer's image is so important? She's wearing cheap clothes worth a few hundred yuan, and she has the nerve to say that she has been following the Dofeng Factory case for a long time? She must have bought her PhD. How dare such a lowly woman like her work with us? I heard from Lily that she went on a blind date with a courier a few days ago. You actually treat your colleagues as your friends and tell them everything? Stupid. Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion at the table. In order to please Chief Li and Director Su, the snobbish colleagues belittled Shizhini and described her as worthless. Shizhini was so embarrassed that she didn't know whether to sit down or leave. Meng Hao was happily eating a melon when a mature female voice with a hint of magnetism came from not far away. Xiao Meng, you're here? Did you figure it out so quickly? Isn't the soup my sister made here pretty good? Chen Lian has arrived. She was wearing a long V-neck dress that dragged on the ground, revealing her white chest. Her cheeks were filled with an indescribable pink after she put on a little light makeup. Those restless eyes were full of expectation and desire. If it weren't for the few crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, Chen Lian would look like a beautiful girl in her early 20s with a queen-like temperament. 031, envy her, her blind date is a courier. Wow! Is this the sad young woman that brother Hao introduced to me? Thank you, bro. From now on, you are my brother. Gao Yan just glanced at Chen Lian and fell in love with her instantly. In my impression, aren't rich women supposed to be fat, ugly and dirty? With the blessing of precious cosmetics and expensive high-end clothes, Chen Lian's appearance even exceeds 80 points. Especially Chen Lian's unique royal sister temperament, which made Gao Yan want to kneel down under her skirt on the spot and accept the queen's ravages. Seeing saliva dripping from the corner of Gao Yan's mouth, Meng Hao rolled his eyes in annoyance. Is this all you can achieve? It's so embarrassing. Don't say that I'm your brother Meng Hao when you go out next time. You can't afford to lose face like that. Gao Yan was not the only one who felt devastated. Shi Zhenyi's boss at the next table, the fat deputy director of the law firm, Li Chang, stared with his eyes wide open. As a seasoned pervert, Li Chang had already taken action before Gao Yan could recover from his shock. Li Chang, who had drunk an unknown amount of wine, was drunk and stood in front of Chen Lian. Lian, you look so beautiful today. I just closed a case and made millions. Look, the money is all here. As long as you agree to sleep with me for one night, all this money will be yours. In a few months, I will be the director of the law firm. You won't suffer any loss if you follow me. Alcohol makes cowards bold, and sex is a knife that scrapes away bones. Under the dual influence of wine and sex, Li Cheng turned into a clown and began to talk nonsense and perform with all his might in the lobby of Heizonggayu. Ha ha ha. The diners in the lobby of Heizonggayu burst into laughter. As a young, beautiful, wealthy widow, Chen Lian has been harassed in public countless times over the years. The regular diners are not surprised and just sit there to enjoy the show. Mr. Li is drunk. Send some security guards to take him out. Chen Lian frowned, her pretty face full of displeasure. Li Chang, who is in his 40s, married, and looks like a pig, has been harassing her more than once or twice. Normally, she would take care of the restaurant business and just say a few perfunctory words. But today was different. The handsome guy he had just fallen in love with came to his door. Chen Lian, who was extremely itchy inside, had no time to waste talking to Li Chang. However, Li Chang, who was successful in his career and multi-talented and multi-millionaire, had no intention of letting Chen Lian go under the influence of alcohol. Lian, don't go. Let's hug. I'm tired of that yellow-faced woman at home. You can earn millions just by sleeping with me for one night. It's so easy to make money. As Li Chang was talking, he came up to hug Chen Lian, and with his alcohol-smelling mouth, he tried his best to shove the face of the proprietress of Heizonggayu restaurant. Seeing that Li Chang had completely become a laughingstock, even the flatterer Director Su was too embarrassed to support him this time. What a great opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty. Meng Hao glanced at the stunned Gao Yan and kindly reminded him. Yes. A beautiful young widowed woman was sexually harassed, and a handsome and experienced young man came to her rescue. This was a great opportunity to win Chen Lian's heart. Besides, he had the inhumane Meng Hao by his side. No matter what happens, this good brother of mine who has been in the same dormitory with me for 4 years in college will give me money to pay for it. What's there to be afraid of? Gao Yan stood up without saying a word and slapped Li Chang on the fat face, covering his palm with oil. Fuck, who are you to dare to attack me? Believe it or not, I will sue you to death. Li Chang was furious. I don't care who you are. How shameless of you to attack such a weak woman. If you don't apologize to this beautiful lady today, I will beat you into the hospital. With the support of the wealthy Meng Hao, Gao Yan acted without mercy and beat Li Chang to death. Li Chang, whose body was hollowed out by alcohol and sex, was no match for the young and energetic Gao Yan. After a few blows, he was beaten and lay on the ground groaning. Seeing that their boss was about to vomit blood from being beaten, Li Chang's subordinates in the law firm could no longer sit still. Who are you? If you don't stop, we'll call the police. Is there still any law?
Hearing the other party say he was going to call the police, Gao Yan shuddered and subconsciously stopped.
I am Gao Yan. Meng Hao is my brother. The guy next to me, driving the Hennessey Venom GT. Meng Hao is now Gao Yan's courage. Even if he got into trouble and poked a hole in the sky, as long as Meng Hao was there, Gao Yan would not be afraid. Hennessey Venom GT? That luxury supercar that costs over 100 million yuan, is a global limited edition and is the fastest in the world? Even the crown prince of the Aber Oil Kingdom only bought a regular version without the GT. How can we have a limited edition with the GT in Kyoto? You're just bragging, right? Among the spectators who were watching the fun, there was someone who knew the goods and immediately reported the price and origin of Hennessey Venom GT. However, the Hennessey Venetian GT, which is worth over 100 million yuan, has the world's fastest speed and is limited in quantity, seems to have no connection with Meng Hao, who was wearing the Tongda Express uniform next to Gao Yan. Can a courier boy afford a Hennessey Venetian GT? I'm afraid his monthly salary is not even enough to afford to step on the accelerator a few times. Meng Hao? A courier? Could it be the blind date of our Dr. Chizhini? A fat woman with a sour look on her face next to Chizhini asked suspiciously. Meng Hao scratched his head. Seeing that Gao Yan had pushed himself to the center of everyone's attention, he, who didn't like being the center of attention, had no choice but to stand out. It's me, what's the problem? Meng Hao was my classmate and good brother for 4 years in college. His business is my business. If you are unhappy, come to me. Oh, by the way, I am indeed Chizhini's blind date. Does driving a Hennessey Venom GT affect express delivery? What's the matter? Her blind date is a courier. Are you jealous? Meng Hao retorted without any hesitation. Driving a luxury supercar worth over 100 million yuan to deliver express parcels? Do you still envy, jealous and hate yourself? Any other questions for him? The fat girl named Lily almost laughed out loud. Dr. Chizhini, your blind date is a courier who likes to brag, but he also has a problem with his brain, right? Lily glanced at the Hennessey Venetian GT car key on Meng Hao's waist and said sarcastically, the cost of picking up girls is so low these days, and you dare to show off with just a car key and a lighter? Chen Lian frowned and glanced at the fat woman Lily with an unhappy look on her face. Okay, this farce should end now. Let the police handle anything that happens. Security will show us around. This meal is free of charge. In addition, all of Mr. Li's medical expenses will be borne by our Heizonggayu restaurant. As the proprietress of Heizonggayu, Chen Lian naturally didn't want things to get out of hand. Chizhini, you are such an idiot. He flirted with a courier and even had the audacity to beat up our Li. Report to the law firm on time tomorrow morning and see how you explain it. Director Su helped Li Chang up with a look of heartache on his face, and planned to send him to the nearest hospital while asking about his health. Before leaving, he did not forget to say something harsh and taught Chizhini a lesson. There are too many people here. Let's go to the private room to eat. Chen Lian was too lazy to look at Li Chang and his gang. She glanced at Meng Hao with complicated eyes, then at Gao Yan, and said with a smile. 032, if sisters don't get drunk, men 1T stand a chance. Chizhini, come and have dinner together? You've been scolded for so long, and you didn't even drink a sip of tea? No matter what, you're the one my mom forced me to go on a blind date with. Meng Hao greeted Chizhini with a smile. As the school idol and outstanding student of Kyoto Film and Television Academy for 4 consecutive years, Meng Hao is not just to show off with outstanding looks. He also has a solid theoretical knowledge of books, especially character psychology. Chen Lian's complicated look showed that the wealthy proprietress of Heizonggayu restaurant had undergone subtle changes in her admiration for her. Now, what he needed was to give Chen Lian another reason to give up completely. Chizhini, who has a PhD, a great figure, and is young and beautiful, is the tool chosen by Meng Hao. Chizhini was struggling internally. Her feelings towards Meng Hao were conflicted. This blind date partner, whom she looked down upon when they first met, directly stood her up, which made her very angry and extremely disgusted with Meng Hao. But this courier boy who drives a luxury supercar worth hundreds of millions of yuan, since he dared to condone his brother Gao Yan to beat up the director of the law firm Li Chang, he must not take Li Chang and others seriously. If she could get in touch with him, she should be able to settle the unfair treatment of Chizhini by the law firm leader. Chizhini secretly glanced at Meng Hao out of the corner of her eye, and the little thoughts in her heart began to waver. Besides, Meng Hao is actually quite handsome. And he is so rich.
I guess it was because my attitude was not good when we first met that he stood me up on purpose as a small punishment. What's more, Kyoto is such a big city, how could it be such a coincidence that we encountered each other at the Heizongayu restaurant? He even injured Deputy Director Li Chengli to give Director Su and his team a warning. Supporting his brother Gao Yan must be just an excuse. This Meng Hao must have fallen in love with me, so he followed me secretly and saved the beauty just to win my heart. After an intense period of self-reflection, Shizhini felt more and more that such a coincidence must have been planned by Meng Hao long ago, with the purpose of seducing her. Snort. Men nowadays are all pigs. In order to pursue the woman I like, I will use any means. Shizhini scratched her hair, her cheeks flushed. Her eyes were full of charm, looking at Meng Hao with tenderness and affection. Good. Actually, I was also wrong about what happened last time. I forgive you. However, I can't drink very well, so don't take advantage of me if I drink too much. By the way, my identity is at the 3rd level of the wallet. Shizhini, who had regained her confidence, not only accepted Meng Hao's invitation, but also said a bunch of inexplicable words. Meng Hao? What the hell? Could it be that Shizhini really became stupid from reading so much? Why do you keep saying such weird things? Never mind, leave it to her. Anyway, she is just a tool. As long as she can get rid of Chen Lian and help Gao Yan to seduce this rich woman, Shizhini's mission as a tool will be accomplished. See Moon Box. Meng Hao raised a full glass of white wine to toast Chen Lian. Sister Chen, this is the blind date my mother arranged for me, a female doctoral student in political science and law who just graduated. This is my brother Gao Yan. He has great character and talent, and he has been ravaged by time. He looks like a young boy, but he is a mature uncle at heart. I'm just an ordinary courier. Sister Chen, please don't make it difficult for me. Please give me a 5-star review. When I deliver packages to you in the future, please don't give me a bad review. Meng Hao's first move was a powerful one. Express your attitude directly. The subtext is extremely obvious. First of all, Meng Hao has a blind date who is good-looking, well-educated, and has a great figure. Secondly, Gao Yan is single and doesn't mind being your man, bringing sunshine and rain to Chen Lian, a widowed young woman whose love has been dry for many years. Finally, Chen Lian, please don't make things difficult for me, the courier. Give good reviews when they are due and place orders when they are necessary. As the proprietress of the Heizongayu restaurant, the widowed young woman Chen Lian was such a shrewd person that how could she not hear the hidden meaning of Meng Hao's words? An ordinary courier boy? Is there anyone delivering packages in a Hennessey Venom GT, a luxury car worth over 100 million yuan? Is there any courier guy who wants to go on a blind date with a female PhD who has a good figure, good looks, and academic qualifications? Would you allow your brothers to beat up the courier who works for the law firm's director just because of a disagreement? Compared to those perverts who harass and pursue men by throwing money at them straight away, Meng Hao is the real king of perversion. The way of pretending to be cool is to do things silently, with low-key luxury and connotation. However, as Chen Lian said, a forced melon is not sweet. Meng Hao had already said this, and Chen Lian could no longer insist. Besides, this courier boy Meng Hao is quite reliable. Not only did he escape unscathed, he also found himself a fresh prey, Gao Yan. Gao Yan, who seemed to have experienced many vicissitudes of life, actually looked very strong. He also ate a lot of these nourishing soups, so his fighting power was definitely outstanding. What's more, Gao Yan had just acted as a hero to save the beauty. In order to help himself out of trouble, the fist he hit at Li Chang also hit Chen Lian's heart at the same time. There is no other way. If I can't get Meng Hao, I can only settle for Gao Yan as the next best option. Seeing Chen Lian's burning gaze shift from him to Gao Yan, Meng Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I got rid of the entanglement of this sad widowed young woman. Oh, this wine is so strong that I feel a little dizzy. Chen Lian complained. The 25-year-old Hai Yongyue lady, who was wearing a V-neck long dress, had a large area of white skin on her chest that began to turn red. Wow! You are quite good at pretending. Meng Hao smiled wickedly in his heart. Which woman who has the ability to open a restaurant can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? It's just a few glasses of wine, and you're already lying and saying you can't handle the alcohol, and your whole body is flushed and hot? I'm afraid that the flush on the skin is not due to alcohol but to lust. Brother Gao Yan, you are destined to have a sleepless night tonight. Meng Hao blinked his eyes and did not point out Chen Lian. However, the next scene was beyond his expectations.
Yes, Sister Chenlian, the wine in your restaurant is very strong.
Meng Hao, I told you not to drink, but you still forced me to drink.
It's so hot.
Shi Zhini actually agreed with Chen Lian and took off her black coat. Under her coat, she was wearing a tight, belly-revealing t-shirt. This piece of cloth, which was not much bigger than a palm, not only made Shi Zhini's figure fit in a disorderly manner, but also could not cover the pink patches on her body.
There is a groove. There is a mermaid line.
The large pink area between the trouser pocket and the t-shirt is fascinating.
What the hell? What is Shi Zhini doing? Could it be that this tool-like female doctor misunderstood what I said? Did you misinterpret what you said to Chen Lian? Besides, when did I get her drunk?
Meng Hao's head began to hurt again.
What is this?
He had just dealt with Chen Lian, a rich young woman who had been dry for a long time, and in the blink of an eye, he hooked up with Shi Zhini, a female doctor with a great figure and a very beautiful face. By the way, only half of the bottle of white wine was drunk.
Even if you have to pretend to be drunk, ladies, can you please act decently?
033, a female police officer came to visit and suspected that you were gathering in a crowd.
Having sex after drinking.
This is the crystallization of wisdom summed up by the ancestors of the Chinese nation over 5,000 years, and it is also an undisputed consensus among countless infatuated men and resentful women. Anyway, when a man and a woman spend a night together, if both parties feel that they are suitable after knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses, then it is love that is fueled by alcohol. If they feel quite dissatisfied, then it is a beautiful mistake made after drinking.
Anyway, it was the wine's fault.
Obviously, Shi Zhini and Chen Lian both thought so. Anyway, they were drunk, so it was understandable that they did anything outrageous. So the two drunk women decided to find their own men and get their own rooms. Chen Lian stood up and prepared to pour the wine, but she was too drunk and exhausted and fell into Gao Yan's arms. Oh, I drank too much and feel uncomfortable. Chen Lian's eyes were blurred, her mouth was fragrant, and her elastic skin, which had not been ravaged by the years, was rubbed against Gao Yan's body.
Damn, such a sexy scene.
Such a romantic encounter with a beautiful woman in my arms. If Meng Hao, who introduced him to the relationship, had not been sitting next to him, Gao Yan would have wanted to immediately pick up Chen Lian and find a place to execute her on the spot.
There is no way around it, the soup pots at Heizonggaya restaurant are so nutritious.
Gao Yan felt as if there was a fire burning in his lower abdomen. Seeing Chen Lian and Gao Yan hugging each other as expected, the shy Shi Zhini naturally followed suit. She stood up, drunk and exhausted, with a flushed and shy face, and fell towards Meng Hao's legs.
Bang! Meng Hao was quick-witted and left his seat immediately.
Shi Zhini, who had no time to retract her strength, slammed her legs to the ground and knelt in front of Meng Hao. Her head was just in front of Meng Hao's waist.
This posture is somewhat suggestive. Ha! What are you doing? We are equals, why are you kneeling to me? Want to kneel down and kowtow for a red envelope? Okay, just call me daddy and I'll give it to you.
Meng Hao played dumb and took out his cell phone as if to send a red envelope to Shi Zhini. I've drunk too much and feel weak all over.
Help me.
Shi Zhini gritted her teeth in anger.
Is this Meng Hao an idiot? Can't you see that you're planning to throw yourself into his arms? And you still kneel down and call me daddy? Is this Meng Hao playing so wildly? Support Shi Zhini? Meng Hao is not stupid.
She was afraid that as soon as she stretched out her arms, Shi Zhini would roll into her arms. Humph, cunning woman, I am wise and have seen through everything.
The atmosphere in the box was a little awkward for a while.
Gao Yan held the limp Chen Lian in his arms, his hands hidden under the table, seemingly busy with something dishonestly. Female Dr. Shi Zhini knelt in front of Meng Hao's waist in a strange posture. The scene was quite erotic and embarrassing at one point. Just as Meng Hao was racking his brains to think of how to end the situation, there was a knock on the door outside the box.
Open the door. The police are investigating the case. I suspect you guys are gathering together.
There were so many diners in the Heizonggaya restaurant that the noisy chatter drowned out the police's voice, but one could vaguely tell it was a female police officer.
Hello, officer.
The door of the box is not locked.
You can just go in. The enthusiastic waiter of Heizonggaya restaurant politely opened the door for the female police officer.
Hiss.
The waiter regretted it.
He felt that his career at the Heizonggaya restaurant was coming to an end.
It was unfortunate that I caught my boss's wife doing something good. He even opened the door for the female police officer who came to investigate the case.
But
The boss lady at home isn't short of money either. Wouldn't it be better to just find a 5-star hotel and book a room to do the job? Why would you do that in your own restaurant's private room? Even with another couple? Is it for the sake of seeking excitement?
The frightened waiter shuddered and subconsciously let go of the box door. The restaurant door with telescopic spring rebounds and closes automatically.
Bang! The door opened again. However, this time it was a female police officer who kicked him.
The policewoman, with short hair and eyes that flickered like those of an anime character, rushed in with a grim face.
Someone called the police. I suspect you are having a mob scene.
No, I'm here to investigate your gang fight, but now I suspect you're gangbanging.
It was obvious that this female police officer with a serious face and righteous words was the one who was called by the security guard of Heizongaya restaurant when Gao Yan beat Li Chang up.
However, the timing of her arrival seemed a bit awkward, and the scene she saw was quite erotic.
Chen Lian was a little panicked.
She was about to stand up to explain, but was pushed down by Gao Yan.
Gao Yan, on the other hand, acted extremely tough and responded bluntly.
Officer, I'm having dinner with my girlfriend and friends.
Does that bother you? What do you mean by trespassing into our box? I don't know. Are citizens' privacy rights protected? You still say we're having a mob scene. Do you have evidence? Did you see any money going on between us? Please, get out right now.
If you have any questions, just communicate with the security captain here. With Meng Hao, his brother who is extremely rich and inhumane, and Chen Lian, the wealthy woman who has already succeeded in getting what she wants, Gao Yan was not at all flustered. He used his acting skills to the fullest and performed the classic TV drama plot of living off a gigolo to perfection. The policewoman was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to respond because of Gao Yan's righteous words.
This officer. My brother drank too much. What's the matter? I'll explain it to you. This is really just a misunderstanding. Meng Hao hurriedly left Qi Zhini and pulled the policewoman out of the box with a smile on his face.
Finally, I can get out of the embarrassment and entanglement with Qi Zhini. The policewoman's questioning lasted more than half an hour. Meng Hao took great pains to explain the whole story. The incident of Gao Yan beating Li Chang was discussed for less than 2 minutes, and the rest of the time was spent explaining the misunderstanding that occurred in the box.
Okay, I'll trust you for now.
The policewoman said helplessly, but her eyes were full of suspicion. My name is Liang Feifei, please write down my phone number and remember to keep it open 24 hours a day.
If there is any problem with Li Chang, I will contact you at any time.
After seeing off the policewoman Liang Feifei, Meng Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he suddenly realized that Qi Zhini seemed to have been thrown into the box by him like a light bulb.
Well,
I hope Gao Yan and Chen Lian, this pair of bastards, won't lose control and have something happen in the box. No matter what, Qi Zhini was the person his mother had ordered him to go on a blind date with. If she called him back home, Meng Hao would definitely not be able to escape a round of nagging. Fortunately, when Meng Hao returned to the box, Chen Lian was chattering to Gao Yan about the difficult times she had experienced over the years. From the tears in Chen Lian's eyes, it can be seen that this young woman who has been widowed for many years has completely given her heart to the young and handsome uncle Gao Yan, who looks like he has gone through a lot. According to the normal process of the relationship between infatuated men and resentful women, after the spiritual fusion, they should have physical affection. Meng Hao quickly booked a room for the two of them at the 5-star Kempinski Hotel and asked Yi Haowen to send a car to pick them up.
034, sir, is this the service you ordered?
After seeing Chen Lian and Gao Yan off, Meng Hao felt a headache looking at the drunk Qi Zhini. Even if the whole world knew that Qi Zhini, who had drunk less than 2 taels of white wine, was pretending to be drunk, Meng Hao could not wake her up.
No one can wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep.
There is no other choice but to find a nearby hotel to accommodate her.
Chen Lian is the proprietress of Heizongaya restaurant, and Gao Yan is a quasi-unemployed vagrant.
These two don't need to punch in at work, so they can be sent to the Kempinski Hotel in the suburbs of Kyoto. But Qi Zhini works in downtown Kyoto, and her salary will be deducted if she is late for clocking in. Meng Hao considers himself a considerate and caring new age man.
Qi Zhini had just finished being a tool for herself, and she was thrown aside and ignored? What is the difference between this and a heartless scumbag who plucks chickens and turns against you after having sex?
Sighing, Meng Hao put on Qi Zhini's coat and helped her walk out of the Heizongaya restaurant.
However, the drunk Qi Zhini did not take the opportunity to take advantage of Meng Hao.
At this moment, this young, beautiful and youthful female doctor felt like thousands of alpacas were running wildly in her heart, and she was about to explode with anger.
Damn it, Meng Hao, are you deliberately trying to tease me? Faced with my throwing myself into his arms, he actually let me kneel on the ground, and even called himself daddy, and wanted to give a red envelope to Qi Zhini? Throwing myself in the box, facing Chen Lian and Gao Yan who were eager to satisfy their physiological needs right there, and being a light bulb? Don't you know that I am a mature woman? I wonder if in that situation, the physiological and psychological reactions would be very strange and awkward.
After a burst of crazy complaints in her heart, Qi Zhini came up with an idea.
Could it be that Meng Hao was using her as a tool?
Qi Zhini, a female doctor of political science and law who has an extremely high IQ, has a worrying EQ. She actually still had a hint of doubt about Meng Hao's intentions. The worst thing is that Qi Zhini even had a glimmer of hope for Meng Hao.
Don't be impulsive, Qi Zhini.
You're counting on this guy to take the blame for you at the law firm.
You have to be confident in your body and appearance. Wait, is he going to take me to a hotel? Oh my god, should I refuse to resist?
Qi Zhini's thoughts once again strayed to strange places. She subconsciously snuggled into Meng Hao's arms, her soft and fragile body clinging tightly to him like a piece of warm and soft jade.
At the same time, Meng Hao half hugged and half supported Qi Zhini out of the door of Heizongdai restaurant.
A slightly cold wind blew on my face, and it was a little chilly in Kyoto at midnight.
Why is Qi Zhini hugging me tighter? Is it because of the cold? Forget it.
If you catch a cold and tell my mom about it, it will cause trouble again. Meng Hao hugged Qi Zhini helplessly, intending to warm her with the temperature of his chest. Considering that she was his tool and his mother, Meng Hao could only reluctantly let her take advantage of him. Humph, it turns out that Meng Hao is a straight man who doesn't know how to make girls happy. Qi Zhini was secretly happy in her heart. It turns out that he still can't resist my charm.
Jingle.
Meng Hao's cell phone rang.
He took out his phone and answered it. Hello, is this Mr. Meng Hao? Is this the service you ordered? I'm already here.
Qi Zhini, curled up in Meng Hao's arms, pricked up her ears to eavesdrop, but when she heard the sweet and gentle voice of a young girl coming from the receiver, her heart sank immediately.
Young girl? The service Meng Hao ordered? Could this guy have some special hobby? Damn it, should I leave or not?
I heard that rich people like to have multiple women share one husband. Just as Qi Zhini was struggling internally, an innocent girl with long legs, a ponytail and a white sweatshirt rode a portable electric car towards Meng Hao.
Hello, sir. I'm Ning Haiyao from Data Chauffeur. I'm happy to serve you. Excuse me, where is your car parked?
This is your girlfriend, she's so beautiful. Ning Haiyao looks very young, with a scholarly air on her tender face. She is obviously a female college student who works to support herself while studying. Ning Haiyao, who was young and inexperienced, had a pair of slender, jade-like, elastic legs that swayed slightly and awkwardly, as if trying to hide her inner lack of confidence.
Can I trouble you for something before I drive you?
Meng Hao noticed that Qi Zhini in his arms was not only getting closer and closer to him, but her body was also getting hotter and hotter.
Feeling hot? Could this be a sign of a cold?
No, we have to send Qi Zhini to the hotel room quickly. You said that if we add services and delay the time, there will be additional charges.
Qi Zhini said. Money is not a problem.
Meng Hao said disapprovingly, help me get her to the hotel room.
Ah.
When Ning Haiyao heard this, she subconsciously took 2 steps back, her face full of horror.
What's wrong? Meng Hao was a little suspicious. I'm sorry, sir.
When I say increased services, I don't mean having sex with clients.
She's not your girlfriend, so you're not going to drive her home? What? What does that have to do with anything?
Meng Hao wanted to cry but had no tears.
Ning Haiyao has such a rich imagination.
My car is a 2-seater, and there's no room for 3 people. Meng Hao explained, besides, she is definitely not my girlfriend. Ning Haiyao was slightly stunned and looked Meng Hao up and down, and finally her eyes stopped on the 4 words Tongdao Express on his clothes. So you're a courier. The electric bikes used to deliver packages do have 2 seats, but it's not illegal to drive an electric bike after drinking, and we don't provide designated drivers for electric bikes. But I also believe that she is not your girlfriend anymore. How could a courier boy with such a low income have such a beautiful girlfriend? However, it is rare that you can send such a beautiful young lady back to her room to rest without taking advantage of her misfortune. Mr. Meng Hao, you are a good man.
Meng Hao? What's going on? Did I get a good guy card for no reason?
For Ning Haiyao, who has an excessive imagination and boundless imagination, Meng Hao feels that he can only convince her with facts.
Come with me. Meng Hao supported Qi Zhini unhappily and walked towards the parking lot not far away.
Fortunately, I didn't T-park the car far away.
Chirp. Meng Hao pressed the car key of the Hennessey Venom GT.
The headlights of this luxury supercar, which looks like an F-22 fighter jet, instantly turned on, shooting out aggressive light beams.
At the same time, the scissor-type doors on both sides automatically pull up and open, revealing two extremely luxurious leather seats. Do you believe it now?
In addition to electric cars for delivering couriers, there are also supercars like this.
Meng Hao explained helplessly.
After talking for a long time, Meng Hao felt a little thirsty, so he took out a bottle of mineral water from the car seat, drank 2 sips, and casually placed the water on the roof of the car, which was less than a person's height.
I believe it. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, Mr. Meng Hao. But, I really can't sleep with you.
Ning Haiyao had a complicated look in her eyes and spoke hesitantly.
035, Mr. Client, let us date. What? Meng Hao's head ached. Is there something wrong with the way I express myself? Or is it that Ning Haiyao's designated driver student girl lacks the ability to understand? However, wasn't her ability to imagine and fantasize quite strong before? I didn't ask you to sleep with me.
Meng Hao sighed, completely defeated by this girl. Ning Haiyao was stunned for a moment, and her gaze shifted from Meng Hao to the bottle of mineral water on the roof of the car.
Mineral water, any questions? Meng Hao looked at Ning Haiyao suspiciously.
Mr. Meng Hao, although I am still studying, I still understand many of the unspoken rules of society. You said that this drunk and beautiful sister was not your girlfriend, and you put the mineral water on the roof of the car.
That's your hint for me to sleep with you. Drink my water and sleep with me. I still understand this kind of secret language to seduce girls.
Ning Haiyao spoke all these words in one breath, and her slightly childish and bookish face showed the certainty that she had seen through everything.
Drink my water and sleep with me. Could Ning Haiyao have less inner drama and more sincerity? But you're actually quite handsome. But I really can't accept serving you with this sister.
I am still the original girl. But after we get to know each other for a while, I can give my body to you. So, dear client Mr. Meng Hao, let's date.
Phew. All the saliva that Meng Hao hadn't swallowed came out.
I just want to simply call a designated driver. At most, we can trouble this designated driver to help send Qi Zhini to the hotel room.
Is there any need to add so much drama? Do you think of yourself as an Academy Award-winning actress? Following Ning Haiyao's roar, the few pedestrians in the quiet parking lot instantly turned their eyes over.
There is envy in men's eyes, and contempt in women's eyes. There was water on the roof of the car, he had a girl in his arms, and standing next to him was a long-legged schoolgirl who still looked childish. Are the rich people nowadays so good at having fun?
1 is too little? 2 is enough? Aquaman, scumbag.
Qi Zhini in Meng Hao's arms was so angry that her lungs were about to explode.
What does this little sister mean?
She deliberately emphasized her tone and called herself sister.
Are you disgusted with your age?
Just when Meng Hao was about to send her to the hotel, this naive female college student named Ning Haiyao intervened and yelled at her in front of her, asking her man to date her?
Do you dare to be more shameless?
When the furious Qi Zhini was considering whether to take advantage of the alcohol and go crazy and slap Ning Haiyao twice, Meng Hao sighed. Having a hot female doctor named Qi Zhini is already a headache enough, and now there is Ning Haiyao with fair skin and long legs. Even if he has 10 or 8 kidneys, it will not be enough. Well, if you can't afford to provoke him, you can still hide from him. Facing the contemptuous and envious gazes of many bystanders, Meng Hao gritted his teeth and said the words. You get familiar with the vehicle's performance. I'll drop her off at the hotel and come over.
A hotel a few hundred meters away from Heizongdayu restaurant.
Meng Hao opened a VIP room with a window facing the parking lot and carried Qi Zhini up with great effort.
The room is on the 15th floor.
In the ascending elevator car, Meng Hao felt Qi Zhini's body gradually getting hotter and her breathing became rapid.
Humph, you are a skinny, poor little brat, and you think you can compete with me for a man. Hey, should I take the initiative in the room later?
But I've never had sex before, so I don't know how to cooperate with a man.
But, I heard that some men like to take the initiative. Qi Zhini's body twisted restlessly in Meng Hao's arms.
Having read sage books for more than 10 years, she regretted for the first time why she didn't understand the things between men and women. Drop. The hotel room was opened. Shijini felt that her face was about to turn as red as a ripe persimmon. Just when she was feeling nervous and expectant, Meng Hao threw her directly onto the bed.
The mission is finally completed.
Meng Hao muttered softly.
This straight man doesn't know how to be gentle with women. He just throws me on the bed?
Shijini protested inwardly with dissatisfaction.
I'm sweating all over. It's so hot. Meng Hao muttered as he walked into the shower room. He's sweaty and so hot? Is he going to take a shower?
Shijini clutched the white bed sheet tightly with both hands, her heart beating as fast as a dozen frightened rabbits. Crash. There was the sound of water running in the shower. The hotel has condoms.
Do you want to wear it?
He wouldn't like to take safety measures. Shijini felt like her heart was about to jump out of her mouth. The sound of water stopped. Shijini squinted her eyes and looked at Meng Hao, who walked out of the shower room. His face was covered with water droplets, and he actually didn't take a shower, he just wiped his face.
Shijini? Meng Hao's footsteps gradually moved away, and he actually walked towards the door.
The moment he opened the door, he muttered something under his breath. I've used you as a tool for the whole night, so I'll take you to the hotel to rest and we'll be even.
Tool man? So you are just taking advantage of me?
Meng Hao, you bastard. With a bang, the door closed. Shijini suddenly sat up from the bed, her pretty face full of anger.
Isn't this girl attractive enough? I was drunk on the bed, letting you do whatever you wanted, and yet you didn't do anything?
Wait, he must have run into that little goblin called Ning Haiyao and changed his target. Shijini jumped out of bed and opened the curtains. Sure enough, after going downstairs, Meng Hao walked towards Ning Haiyao. Meng Hao, you bastard, I will never let you go.
Yawn. Meng Hao sneezed while walking in the parking lot.
It's easy to catch a cold if you're both hot and drink a little.
Let's go home and sleep. Meng Hao muttered and walked straight to his sports car. Hey, why aren't you in the car? Meng Hao looked at Ning Haiyao suspiciously. Mr. Meng Hao.
I just saw your car and it's very beautiful, so I took a photo and posted it on WeChat Moments. Then my friend told me that this is called Hennessey Venom GT, which is limited to a global edition and worth over 100 million yuan. I never thought that I would encounter such an expensive car when I first accepted a designated driver order.
Meng Hao got into the passenger seat, sat down, and replied absent-mindedly, so? I dare not open it.
Ning Haiyao said in a crying voice. Meng Hao rolled his eyes. This girl stood in front of the car and was blown by the cold wind for more than 10 minutes, but she didn't get in the car.
The reason was that she was afraid to drive? But it's no wonder.
If this sports car worth hundreds of millions were to get scratched even a little, even if Ning Haiyao were to sell herself, it would not be enough to compensate.
What are you afraid of? Just open it and it will be over.
Meng Hao pinched his temple and said helplessly. He was not good at drinking, and after drinking 2 taels of white wine, he felt a little dizzy.
Is it really okay?
Ning Haiyao opened her innocent eyes wide and looked at Meng Hao with watery eyes.
Aren't you just a designated driver? Meng Hao said.
Okay. Ning Haiyao gritted her teeth and got into the car.
Close the car door, start the engine, and release the parking brake. Not bad, no problems.
Ning Haiyao felt much more at ease, and then she stepped on the accelerator.
Boom!
The Hennessey Venom GT accelerated instantly and leapt forward dozens of meters, almost knocking out the liquor in Meng Hao's stomach.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Client Mr. Meng Hao.
I stepped on the gas too much. 036, the fourth reward, top luxury brand shareholder.
The sun is shining brightly in the early morning.
Meng Hao stretched and woke up in the largest room in Prince Rui's mansion, which covered an area of more than 200 acres.
Why?
As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Prince Rui's mansion, which covered an area of more than 200 acres, more than 100,000 square meters, and had more than 600 rooms of various sizes, but there were only a few people living there.
It's so lonely.
One can hear the sounds of flowing water in the rockery, chirping of insects and birds, and wind blowing through the leaves. In this city of Kyoto, where every inch of land is valuable, the Prince Rui's palace, with its extremely high green coverage rate, is simply an infinitely luxurious natural oxygen bar.
It's so lonely.
More than a dozen maids who were skillful, well-dressed, and obviously professionally trained with more than 10 years of experience in the industry hurried into the huge room that could accommodate a meeting of 100 people to wash and feed Meng Hao.
It's so boring. Why? Meng Hao sighed. He just wants to be an ordinary courier boy.
He just wants a 3-bedroom apartment of about 100 square meters.
He just wants to do everything himself.
But the conditions don't allow it. You damn money, you are the source of all evil that corrupts the soul and leads to depravity.
My head hurts.
Meng Hao muttered softly. Before he finished speaking, 2 smiling maids came, one on his left and one on his right, and began massaging his temples.
To be honest, this technique is more comfortable than any expensive massage device on the market.
Meng Hao was indeed not good at drinking, but he only drank less than 2 taels of wine last night, but it caused a hangover? The hostess of Heizonggaya restaurant, Chen Lian, was personally hosting the event, so the liquor served would naturally not be of inferior quality.
Well, there is only one answer. There was drug in the wine. Poor Gao Yan.
Meng Hao, a kind, compassionate man who values brotherhood very much, mourned in his heart for Gao Yan, his classmate of 4 years in college, for 3 seconds, and then evil thoughts once again swirled in his mind.
The dishes served last night were all various aphrodisiac and kidney tonifying soups.
Fortunately, Gao Yan is a young and energetic man, otherwise, after eating such a nutritious dish, a man with a slightly weaker physique would be too weak to absorb the nourishment and would either bleed profusely from all his orifices or be sent to the hospital for bloodletting.
Deer antler, ginseng, epimedium, black ants, cordyceps. In addition to these ingredients, Chen Lian even put drugs in the wine?
How dry and dehydrated is Chen Lian, a widowed young woman who has not been nourished by the sun and rain for a long time. Poor brother Gao Yan, you have suffered so much. Meng Hao blinked, wanting to squeeze out a few crocodile tears from the corners of his eyes.
Unfortunately, it's in vain.
Our young master is truly a kind-hearted man. This person called Gao Yan seems to have suffered great suffering in the world. However, it is a great honor for him to meet our wealthy and kind young master. The maids whispered to each other, looking at Meng Hao with eyes full of admiration and respect.
Well.
Meng Hao's face turned slightly red for a few seconds. The positive, correct, and energetic socialist values made him feel a little guilty when he heard the maid's words of admiration.
Just as I was about to get up, the phone rang.
It was the cell phone I had just bought for private communication.
Gao Yan? Brother, you've been tossed around all night and you're still not exhausted? Is it because of the strong physique or the effect of the kidney tonifying soup? Or, is this Gao Yan's call for help?
After being tormented by Chen Lian for a whole night, he wanted to run away, but couldn't. Meng Hao immediately imagined in his mind a dark little house, a haughty queen, a whip and leather pants, and the 10 tortures.
Brother, you have to hold on. He answered the phone immediately. Brother Gao Yan, are you okay?
Meng Hao's words were full of sympathy and concern.
Very good. Why do you ask?
But, Brother Hao, thank you so much. This night was really great. A tear of elite fell from the corner of Meng Hao's eye.
Gao Yan, what a good brother.
Although her voice was extremely weak, she still pretended to be happy. She must have been tortured all night, but she didn't want to make Meng Hao worry. Good brothers, forever. By the way, Lianer asked me to bring it to you. She decided to invest money in my filming.
Today at noon, let's talk in detail at the Moon in the Sea restaurant. Brother Hao, you must come.
Oh, and Lianer said that she gave you a 5-star rating for the package you signed for yesterday.
No more talking. I'm busy.
Accompanied by an indescribable female voice and the strange sound of sucking and licking objects coming from the other end of the phone, Gao Yan hung up the phone.
Well.
Meng Hao raised his head and sighed, wiping away the elite tears from the corners of his eyes.
Good brother, Gao Yan, you can go with peace of mind. If I die of exhaustion, I will certainly mourn you.
Meng Hao stood up and planned to change into the Tongda Express uniform to complete the morning's delivery work. As an optimistic and promising young man, he is determined not to be defeated by money. He wants to rely on his own hard-working hands to earn money for himself.
Ding.
The system detected that the host completed a special delivery and obtained the achievement Sincere and Loyal Brother.
Ding.
Achievement rewards are issued, and you will get 10% of the shares of Loewe, the world's top luxury brand, the 3rd largest shareholder.
What is Loewe?
It sounds a bit strange. However, the system rewards must be of high quality.
Meng Hao directly searched for the Loewe brand in his mobile browser. On Meng Hao's mobile phone screen, a brief introduction to the Loewe brand was clearly displayed. In 1837, Mr. Loewe arrived in Huadu and was fortunate to become a laity imbler apprentice of Mr. Marichal, a luggage craftsman. At that time, all the craftsmen who produced luggage were collectively called laity imbler. Loewe has opened more than 424 stores around the world, all of which are directly managed by the head office. In 1987, the brand merged with Moët Hennessy to form the world's largest and most successful luxury group LVMH. Loewe has a market value of $2.4 billion. LVMH? LV? What the hell? Awesome Gapulas. I'm convinced, System Dad, you scared me. 10% of $2.4 billion is 1.6 billion Chinese yuan. Although he was used to the system's generosity, Meng Hao still jumped 3 feet high, jumping barefoot from the bed to the ground. Then, Meng Hao felt dizzy and sat back on the edge of the bed, frightening several maids to rush forward to ask about his well-being. The medicine Chen Lian gave me is quite strong. It was like drinking 2 kilograms of liquor mixed with low-quality industrial alcohol. No, I can't drive today. But there were a lot of express deliveries piled up in the trunk of my sports car yesterday, and I have to deliver them quickly, otherwise there will definitely be a lot of bad reviews. By the way, call a designated driver. Meng Hao calmed himself down and tried to calm himself down from the surprise brought by the system and Chen Lian's strong medicine. Then he called Ning Haiyao. Meng Hao suddenly heard a bell ringing from the door. It sounded familiar, as if it was Ning Haiyao's. Squeak. He opened the door. With a plop, Ning Haiyao with long legs and a ponytail fell on her. Hey, why is she here? And fell asleep? This girl is really generous. 037, how do you want me to compensate you? Mr. Meng Hao, you're awake. Ning Haiyao woke up instantly when she realized she had bumped into a soft chest. Why are you here? Meng Hao asked curiously. At the same time, he secretly decided that he had to spend some money and hire a professional security and property management company. Without enough dedicated security guards, Prince Rui's mansion cannot be turned into a rental community. First of all, safety is the most troublesome issue. Even Ning Haiyao, a living person, slept by the door of her own house all night and no one noticed. My folding electric bike is still in the front trunk of your sports car. I called you, but the phone was turned off. This place is a bit far from our school. It's not cost-effective to take a taxi back. The most important thing is? I'm lost. Ning Haiyao's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. It seems that in addition to inviting security guards to enter the site, it is also necessary to create and place a sufficient number of signboards. I'm sorry, I turn off my public cell phone when I get home. Meng Hao said apologetically. Apologize to me? Aren't they said that these second-generation rich are all high and mighty and that strangers should stay away from them? Why does this customer, Mr. Meng Hao, look so kind and easy to talk to? Maybe he will forgive himself. Ning Haiyao gritted her teeth, suddenly bent her waist, and bowed at a 90-degree angle. I'm sorry, Mr. Meng Hao, I scratched the paint on your car when I came back last night. Ning Haiyao was about to cry. What kind of car is the Hennessey Venom GT? Only 10 units are available worldwide, the price is over 100 million, and it is a luxury supercar that is in short supply. Since she can be a designated driver, she has some knowledge about vehicles. If this kind of luxury supercar needs to be repainted, someone from the original factory must come, and plus the cost of paint, it would cost at least 300,000 or 400,000 US. Converted into Chinese currency, that would start at 3 million. I planned to work and study, but before I even earned any money, I owed millions in debt. Oh. Meng Hao didn't care too much. He made it a nonchalant statement, but Ning Haiyao could no longer sit still. What does this all mean? Should we hold ourselves accountable? In a state of desperation, Ning Haiyao thought of Meng Hao's action of placing the mineral water on the roof of the car last night. How about this, Mr. Meng Hao, let's simplify the procedure of our interaction. No more dates, movies, or hookups. I can agree to any request you make at any time. This was the only way Ning Haiyao could think of to compensate Meng Hao. However, she could not bring herself to say something like paying with her body and sleeping with Meng Hao. Phew! Meng Hao laughed out loud. A little sleep can make up for millions? Do you think your body is made of gold? Besides, is it so easy to get into my Menghao's bed?
Ning Haiyao was stunned, not quite understanding what Meng Hao meant.
It's just a minor scratch. I'll ask the manufacturer to fix it later. I don't mean to blame you. You've been standing guard at the door all night. You must be hungry. Let's eat together? Meng Hao said casually.
When she heard that she was not responsible, Ning Haiyao burst into laughter, and her slightly childish and student-like face flushed.
I knew it. Mr. Meng Hao, you are the best. How about I pursue you?
Although my figure is not as good as the girl from yesterday, but I am young and there are many boys chasing me.
DDD.
Meng Hao quickly waved his hand to stop Ning Haiyao from continuing. He has had enough bad luck in love during this period, and he doesn't want to add a schoolgirl like Ning Haiyao to the mix. After a simple breakfast, Meng Hao planned to go get the car. Ning Haiyao, who had lost her psychological burden, jumped around and chirped like an annoying sparrow.
Wow, Mr. Meng Hao, so your residence is Prince Rui's mansion. It's really big.
Wow, I actually have to take a sightseeing bus to get to the garage.
No wonder I got lost yesterday. Wow, this lake is so big. Look, there are mandarin ducks over there.
Resisting the urge to replace Ning Haiyao, Meng Hao walked into the garage. The ground-level indoor parking lot, which is as big as 4 warehouses, only has one luxury supercar, the Hennessey Venom GT, parked there, and looks a bit empty. Mr. Meng Hao, there was a scratch here. Standing in front of the Hennessey Venom GT, Ning Haiyao, who had just looked like a curious baby, immediately became extremely quiet. After all, it was her own fault. Even though Meng Hao said he would not pursue the matter, she still felt a little uneasy.
Oh.
Meng Hao glanced at where Ning Haiyao was pointing. A strip of paint more than 2 centimeters long was scraped off the fender above the left front tire, which is not easy to notice unless you look carefully.
It's not a big problem.
Meng Hao directly threw the car keys to Ning Haiyao.
Get in the car. Meng Hao opened the passenger door and sat in steadily.
Ning Haiyao was stunned for a moment, her face suddenly filled with shame and guilt.
As expected, we still have to be responsible, right?
Mr. Meng Hao seems to have a heavy taste.
Like having sex in the car?
However, after all, it was my own mistake, so I should take responsibility. Ning Haiyao sighed, got into the driver's seat, closed the door, and began to take off her coat slowly.
Meng Hao? What are you doing?
Meng Hao, who was lying on the passenger seat, looked confused.
Don't you mean to have sex in the car? Ning Haiyao's flushed face was extremely hot. What are you thinking about? I mean, you can be my designated driver for a day. This matter is over.
Meng Hao wanted to cry but had no tears.
It's my own fault.
Ning Haiyao is a girl who loves to imagine things. If she doesn't speak clearly, she will only make herself uncomfortable.
Really? Mr. Meng Hao is so nice. I will drive carefully. Where are we going?
I don't know if it was intentional, but Ning Haiyao didn't seem to have any intention of putting her coat back on, and her fair skin swayed in front of Meng Hao.
Deliver the express first, and then go to Heizongbayu restaurant. Meng Hao said unhappily. Got it. Ning Haiyao's face was full of excitement. Ding-a-ling.
An old 28-inch bicycle passed by with its bell ringing.
Boom boom boom. A garbage tractor emitting black smoke left Meng Hao far behind. Beep beep beep.
A children's car driven by a child kept honking its horn, requesting to overtake. Meng Hao stared blankly at the dashboard that showed a speed of less than 20 km/h, and protested with a smile, "By the way, can you drive faster?
This is the Hennessey Venom GT, the fastest supercar in the world. Are you just taking a walk?"
Ning Haiyao stuck out her tongue, with a playful look of grievance on her face. I'm afraid of scratching it again."
Meng Hao was speechless.
At this speed, it will probably take until late evening to deliver all the express parcels piled up yesterday.
"Open quickly," Meng Hao ordered.
"But
if I hit you, it's my fault." "Okay."
Ning Haiyao's eyes lit up, and she stepped on the accelerator hard.
The Hennessey Venom GT instantly rushed out with a roar.
Acceleration from 0 to 100 km/h, 2.1 seconds. The world's fastest luxury supercar Hennessey Venom GT instantly transforms into a performance monster, and a strong sense of pushing back comes instantly. This car is awesome. Ning Haiyao narrowed her eyes, seeming to be enjoying the pleasure brought by the surging power. 038. After a long drought, a dew falls on a withered tree. When men and women work together, the work becomes less tiring. In just over an hour, the dozens of express parcels that were squeezed in yesterday had been distributed. Because the drug Chen Lian gave Gao Yan last night was too strong, Meng Hao, who was innocently affected, basically did not get out of the car. He had a headache and kept lying on the passenger seat of the Hennessey Venom GT. Almost all express deliveries are delivered by Ning Haiyao. This surprised Meng Hao greatly. Ning Haiyao, with her long legs and childish face, is actually a natural courier. More than an hour. Delivered dozens of express deliveries, 0 negative reviews, all 5-star reviews. He even unexpectedly received a bunch of snacks and drinks, filling up Meng Hao's trunk. Delivering express in a luxury supercar worth over 100 million is already awesome enough. What is even more amazing is that the courier is a beautiful student girl with fair skin, long round legs and a childish face. This makes all the losers, otakus, white-collar workers, and bald men who sign for the express delivery instantly transform into gentlemen. Especially their eyes, they wanted to lie on Ning Haiyao's straight white legs and lick them hard. He sent drinks, snacks and flowers, and even gave Ning Haiyao a 5-star rating on the spot in order to win her heart. This is indeed an age where appearance matters. Mr. Meng Hao, my performance was pretty good, wasn't it? After delivering the last express delivery, Ning Haiyao boasted to Meng Hao with a flattering look on her face. Yeah, it's okay. He is really a good courier. However, we must guard against arrogance and keep up the good work. Be humble and cautious. Make persistent efforts. I am just a designated driver, not a courier girl. This time, he was trying his best to deliver the express conscientiously in order to make up for his mistake of scratching Meng Hao's supercar. How could there be a next time? However, as long as Meng Hao did not hold her responsible for scratching the car paint, Ning Haiyao would nod in agreement no matter what he said. Very good, let's go to the Moon in the Sea restaurant. Seeing Ning Haiyao's humbly accepting look, Meng Hao nodded and expressed his approval of Ning Haiyao in his heart. This girl is good. She can become my apprentice and share the heavy task of express delivery. 10:30. The morning sun was shining brightly, and the warm sunlight splashed on the golden sign of the Hezonggaya restaurant, as if it was covered with a layer of colorful gauze. The Hezonggaya restaurant had just opened for business. In the empty lobby, there sat Meng Hao, who was playing with his phone out of boredom, and Ning Haiyao, who was looking around. You came too early. Meng Hao looked through the gate at the hotel not far away, and he slapped his forehead. Oh no, how could I forget about Chizhini, the female doctor who was just a tool? This girl was forced by her mother to go on a blind date. Moreover, she helped me avoid a bad romance. It is reasonable for me to show some concern for her so as to avoid giving her a handle on my mother and causing me to be scolded. Recalling the scene in the box yesterday when Chizhini knelt in front of his belt, Meng Hao was particularly considerate and searched for some information on his mobile phone and shared the link with Chizhini. I waited for a few minutes, but there was no response. Meng Hao was just about to make a phone call to ask about her well-being when a pink Mercedes-Benz stopped at the door of Hai Yongyue. The car door opened. Chen Lian, with a sunny face, walked down from the driver's seat. The face of this widowed young woman, who had suffered from drought for many years, was crystal clear and rosy as if it was filled with morning dew. Moreover, this fair and translucent complexion radiates from the inside out, which is completely different from the Chen Lian I met yesterday. If Chen Lian previously relied on expensive cosmetics to retain her youth, then the proprietress of Hai Yongyue at this moment was completely experiencing a second spring. After a long drought, a downpour. Spring is coming back. Dead tree needs spring dew. The old cow eats the young grass. Chen Lian regained her youth and became more cautious. But Gao Yan, who got down from the passenger seat, looked like a dead tree that had been dried and exposed to the sun for many years. At this time, Gao Yan's face was pale and his legs were trembling, giving people the illusion that he would fall at any time. If Chen Lian hadn't held him in time, he would have been blown away by the breeze. Sure enough, there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are damaged by plowing. Meng Hao's eyes became moist again. Good brother. You have suffered. This was all the punishment he had to bear for blocking the peach blossom calamity for Meng Hao. I will definitely compensate you well in the future, my good brother. Without waiting for news from Chizhini, Meng Hao hurried forward and supported Gao Yan together with Chen Lian. I went out this morning and accidentally fell. Meng Hao hadn't spoken yet when Gao Yan spoke first, but his words were a little vague. What a good brother.
After suffering all night, I don't want to worry myself. I didn't take good care of him. I will be more careful next time. A hint of shyness flashed across Chen Lian's glowing face. Meng Hao was speechless. This love affair between the couple is a matter between the couple, and it is not easy for him to interfere. By the way, why did you think of treating me to lunch today? Meng Hao helped Gao Yan to sit at the table, changed the subject and asked. Lian said yesterday that she would invest money in my filming. I made an appointment with Director Zhang at Lian's restaurant. Brother Hao, please help me with some advice and see if this scene can be filmed. Meng Hao and Gao Yan are both top students who graduated from the Kyoto Film and Television Academy. They have a solid theoretical foundation and have some say in film and drama. Hey, is this the new sister-in-law? Brother Hao, you have a good physique. Sister-in-law, don't just stand there. This Chongqiao Guining paste is a top-grade product that nourishes yin and yang, beautifies the skin and nourishes the kidneys. Chen Lian is a womanizer. After a night of tossing and turning, she was completely conquered by Gao Yan. She naturally regarded herself as Gao Yan's woman and called Meng Hao Brother Hao. However, it was obvious that she had misunderstood the relationship between Meng Hao and Ning Haiyao. Ning Haiyao's pretty face turned red. She did not deny it, but lowered her head to eat the cordyceps in turtle paste. Meng Hao was concerned about Gao Yan's physical condition and didn't pay much attention to Chen Lian's words. After taking 2 cups of cordyceps and turtle cream, Gao Yan's complexion became much rosier and his body regained a lot of strength. An extended Lincoln sedan stopped at the entrance of Heizonggayu restaurant. The car door opened, and 5 or 6 scantily clad, seductive women surrounded a pot-bellied, bald man in his 30s who looked as if he wanted to poke the sky with his nose hairs, and walked into the Heizonggayu restaurant. Gao Yan stood up nervously in an instant and greeted him with a big smile on his face. Director Qin, you're here. Gao Yan called out with a smile. Although Gao Yan now has the support of the rich and ruthless Meng Hao, he has always been working under Director Qin and it will take him a while to recover from the fear of his tyranny. The man who was called Director Qin by Gao Yan had his eyelids twitching and snorted in a very arrogant nasal tone as a response to Gao Yan. Arrogant, rude, and presumptuous. This was Meng Hao's first impression of him. 039, without the support of readers, it's nothing. Director Qin, whose real name is Qin Kuruwei. He has made as many bad movies as he has ruined women, and his fame in the circle is directly proportional to his sparse hair. Of course, having lots of bad movies and a bad reputation doesn't stop them from acting like big shots. The fact that he always brings 5 or 6 actresses from the lower echelons of the entertainment industry who are scantily clad and wear heavy makeup with him when he goes out shows how chaotic and corrupt Director Tan's private life is. Qin Kuruwei's eyes swept over Gao Yan and others. When his eyes swept past Meng Hao, there was no trace of concealment in his naked contempt. Xiao Gao, I have taught you a lesson so many times. You should interact more with celebrities in the upper class, such as this rich woman you just hooked up with. Her name is Chen Lian, right? Isn't she paying you to film a movie? You're dealing with a courier like this. I don't think you have any future in life. Qin Kuruwei's voice was comparable to the quacking of a drake, and he belittled Meng Hao without any hesitation. If it weren't for Gao Yan's sake, Meng Hao would have directly poured all the boiling water from the pot on the table onto Qin Kuruwei's face. Chen Lian's face turned unhappy when she heard Qin Kuruwei calling herself a rich woman and that Gao Yan was only with her to live off her, be kept by her, and seek investment. However, Qin Kuruwei is Gao Yan's immediate superior after all, and since this concerns her man's career prospects, Chen Lian chose to endure it. Director Qin is really humorous. The upstairs box, please. I've asked the kitchen to prepare the food. Please try it. Chen Lian, the owner of Heizonggayu restaurant, smiled professionally and laughed. On the 2nd floor, a box facing the parking lot. This is the best private room in Heizonggayu. Through the window, you can see the square in front of Heizonggayu and the bustling crowd. Chen Lian was completely won over by Gao Yan, who was a gigolo. The wine, women and dishes she had were all the best in the restaurant. Seeing that the rock sugar bloodbird's nest cost 3,000 or 4,000 yuan a piece and the aged Maotai cost nearly 10,000 yuan a bottle, Qin Kuruwei was willing to let his nose hairs poke the sky return to the world and smell the delicacies on the table. Chen Lian, right? Xiao Gao has already told me the specific situation. You plan to invest money to help him make a movie. Xiao Gao is a bad person, has poor acting skills, and doesn't get along well with the actors in the crew. A female actress in our crew, Ouyang Qian, complained to me a few days ago.
They say this guy doesn't do his job properly, and is always thinking about finding rich men for actresses. Originally, I agreed with this idea of finding a rich man, or sponsor, but this guy actually introduced a courier to me.
There is an unwritten rule in our entertainment industry: laugh at poverty but not prostitution. Doesn't he understand that?
While eating the expensive dishes prepared by Chen Lian and Gao Yan, Shin Kuruwei was still spewing nonsense and belittling Gao Yan as worthless. In Meng Hao's opinion, this behavior of picking up the bowl to eat and then putting down the chopsticks to curse is completely asking for trouble.
This time, even Chen Lian couldn't hold back her pride.
She forced a smile and stood up to raise her glass to toast.
"Director Qin, let's talk about filming,"
Chen Lian said with a smile. As a result, Shin Kuruwei continued to act like a big shot. He didn't respond to Chen Lian at all, and didn't even intend to pick up the wine glass.
"Let's talk about filming, right?"
"Sure. To be honest, I didn't originally plan to let Gao Yan be the male lead in the following play.
But if you have the right investment, we can talk about it."
Shin Kuruwei's lustful eyes were looking straight ahead, circling between Chen Lian's legs.
Chen Lian looked slightly angry.
She rarely encountered such an embarrassing situation of standing up to toast but being ignored. Even more, Shin Kuruwei's eyes were wandering around her sensitive parts, which made her feel extremely disgusted. You know, her man Gao Yan was still there.
"How about 1 million? Chen Lian said.
The muscles on Shin Kuruwei's left cheek twitched slightly, full of disdain. For this drama, we obtained the copyright of the novel from chenfanxia.com, which is owned by Toshio today. It is a drama adapted from the novels of a wealthy man.
Tan Kuruwei said lightly. "A rich man's article? That needs a big investment. Then, 2 million? Chen Lian continued to increase the bet.
This drama is based on the most popular novel about a wealthy man, a billion-level supercar at the start, on Tomato Novel Network. The hero's car must be included in the crew from the first day of filming. As far as I know, even a Lamborghini Nero, which costs less than 10 million yuan, would cost tens of thousands of yuan per day to rent. Not to mention the mansions and villas that reflect the hero's status as a wealthy man, luxury clothing, and the like. At least according to estimates, the rental cost of props alone is about 30,000 to 40,000 yuan per day." Shin Kuruwei's face was full of arrogance and pride, as if he was the leading actor in this super-rich movie.
6 million. Chen Lian's mouth twitched, and he doubled the budget in one breath.
Although the Moon in the Sea restaurant is a relatively famous hotel in Kyoto, as the proprietress of the restaurant, Chen Lian's money did not come from an out-of-this-world opportunity. Daily employee wages, store rent, water, electricity, taxes and other items will account for more than half of the gross profit. She spent 6 million in one go, which was the limit of the liquid funds she could come up with. But, in order to support her man Gao Yan's dream, she gave it her all.
"I'm talking to the boss lady. I'm afraid you don't understand what I mean. Will 5 or 6 million be enough for a movie with a rich man who has more than a dozen ambiguous girlfriends? Have you ever seen a truly wealthy person? 5 or 6 million is probably not enough for their daily living expenses."
Old-fashioned, stupid, low-class person who has never seen the world. Shin Kuruwei made no secret of his contempt and admiration for the leading actor in the upcoming billion-dollar supercar reward, as if he has already become the leading actor in this super-rich drama. Forget it, this meal is just a reward for you to broaden your horizons.
For this play, I plan to cast Ouyang Qian as the heroine.
This woman is really attractive, and her skills in bed and outside of bed are first-rate.
Gao Yan, if you dare to offend Ouyang Qian, don't come here anymore.
You are fired from the crew. After having eaten and drunk his fill, Shin Kuruwei's nose hairs once again roared towards the sky in a rebellious manner. Seeing Gao Yan's face ashen, Chen Lian was angry but did not dare to express it. Meng Hao sneered and spoke.
"What a crappy script and crappy novel. Is the author who wrote The Starting Reward as a billion-dollar supercar an idiot?
He's so rich, and surrounded by so many beautiful girls, how dare you be more vulgar? Without the support of the readers, dads, who read the original book and the movie adaptation, he is nothing. And you, what a shitty director. This book Billion-Dollar Supercars was recommended by the readers. Who do you think you are? Without the readers' support, are you qualified to take the photo? Tell me what life is like for a super-rich person with 5-6 million a day living expenses.
Have you gone crazy from filming such a crappy show? You're dreaming shit all day and talking nonsense?
QQ Group for Book Friends, Supercar Club, 112-732-2930. All supercar veterans, remember to join the group, have fun together, and race together.
The author has something to say. Dear readers, please support me. Give me a 5-star rating, and give me a ticket for urging me to update at the end of each chapter.
Leave a message in the comments section, just say whatever you want.
Dear readers, please take care of the author when you come. Good food, good drinks, and good hospitality, just ask for your support. The ratings have dropped, sob, I can't live like this anymore.
040, they are really a group of young people working hard for their careers. Meng Hao responded mercilessly, instantly knocking Qin Kurui's head back down from its 90-degree tilt to the sky. He defiantly returned to the human world with his nose hair sticking out of his head, facing the ground.
Who are you? Tan Kurui looked at Meng Hao suspiciously.
This Qin Kurui is the representative of those who bully the weak and fear the strong. After being scolded by Meng Hao, the first thing he thought of was not to fight back, but to consider whether the other party had any hidden identity, so as not to offend the powerful. After all, these days there are too many wealthy and powerful people who like to play the fool and experience the suffering of the people.
Are you blind? Meng Hao pointed at the 4 large characters printed on the uniform. Don't you recognize Tongda Express? Is he really just a courier boy? When did the courier dare to be so arrogant?
There is also a beautiful girl with fair skin, long and round legs following him. She looks like a childish student.
At first glance, she is a top-notch student girl who has never experienced love between a man and a woman? Courier boy?
Qin Kurui confirmed again out of caution.
Any questions? Meng Hao took out his work ID and slammed it on the table. Is he really a courier from Tongda Express? Are couriers so crazy nowadays? He actually dared to confront himself, the director.
However, based on the principle of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, Qin Kurui decided not to argue with Meng Hao, this troublemaker. He simply stretched out his finger, pointed at Gao Yan's nose and started scolding him.
Gao Yan, Ouyang Qian complained to me, and I didn't believe it at first. So you really are arrogant. Do you still take me, a director, seriously? Believe it or not, I will not only ask you to get out, but also have someone break your legs?
Facing Qin Kurui's threat, Gao Yan simply focused his attention on Meng Hao.
What the hell are you looking at? Beat him. Break the finger that's pointing at you.
With Meng Hao's support, Gao Yan, who had been unhappy for a long time, picked up the bench and hit Qin Kurui's head without saying a word.
It's outrageous. Security, security. You silly girls, why don't you call the police? Call security? Chen Lian was happy.
Qin Kurui must have been scared silly.
He didn't even look where he was. Moon over the sea restaurant.
The territory of the proprietress Chen Lian. 7 or 8 security guards rushed into the box aggressively and saw Gao Yan beating Qin Kurui violently, while Chen Lian stood with her hands on her hips watching the show. For a moment, they didn't know whether to separate the fight or turn around and leave. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Let me introduce you. This Gao Yan is your new boss. You're not going to help? The clay Buddha is still a little rustic. If it weren't for Gao Yan, Chen Lian would have fallen out with Qin Kurui long ago. Now, Meng Hao, who supported Gao Yan, had spoken, so as his brother-in-law, she naturally had to help. Okay, boss and boss lady. It turned out that the food at Heizongaya restaurant was indeed good. The strong and sturdy security guards, who were fed with plenty of fish and meat, smashed Qin Kurui into a pig's head in just a few moves. Half an hour later. The best private room at the Moon in the Sea restaurant is located backing onto the parking lot. With a bruised face and nose, Qin Kurui knelt down in front of Meng Hao, Gao Yan, and Chen Lian, trembling. Are you still arrogant? Meng Hao squatted down and asked. No, I don't dare to pull it anymore. Qin Kurui, who knew the principle of being a hero in times of crisis, quickly begged for mercy. My brother, can Gao Yan be the male lead? Meng Hao continued to ask. Yes, definitely. He has outstanding acting skills and good character. He is a first-rate star potential. Qin Kurui dared not say no. Is 1 million investment enough for this play? Meng Hao asked. Enough, ah? Not enough, this is really not enough. Tan Kurui was frightened by the beating and kowtowed to Meng Hao. Boss, 1 million is really not enough, not even enough to rent a sports car. Qin Kurui is telling the truth. Really? Then how about I show you the so-called super rich life?
But I'm also wondering, how could you see me spending 5 or 6 million every day? Ah.
Chin Kurue was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Meng Hao meant.
Stand up and look at the parking lot outside the car window.
Meng Hao kicked Chin Kurue casually. Chin Kurue quickly obeyed, stood up and stood at the window.
Chirp. Meng Hao pressed the car key in his pocket.
I'm lending this Hennessey Venom GT to you for filming.
Is it high-end enough? Meng Hao asked. Enough. Chin Kurue looked horrified.
I have a 150,000 square meter Prince Rui's mansion, which can be used as a filming location.
It's not shabby, right? Meng Hao continued to ask. No, it's not shabby.
Chin Kurue felt a little cold on his back.
You can just wear LV clothes, shoes and hats casually, so it should be okay, right? Meng Hao said lightly. Yes, it's really acceptable.
Chin Kurue was about to cry out. Seeing Meng Hao, he had no intention of speaking again.
Chin Kurue then asked cautiously. You, what are your origins? Chin Kurue didn't even dare to look up at Meng Hao. Me? An ordinary worker of Tongda Express.
Meng Hao pointed to the 4 big words Tongda Express on his body, straightened his chest, and looked proud. Chin Kurue was screaming in his heart. My dear brother, uncle, and grandfather.
Your outfit is too low-key, luxurious and sophisticated. Can an ordinary courier drive a Hennessey Venetian GT worth over 100 million yuan? Can an ordinary courier live in Prince Rui's palace which covers an area of 150,000 square meters? Can an ordinary courier boy get LV shoes, hats, clothes, and wear them at the local stalls?
Not to mention an ordinary courier from Tongda Express, even the boss of Tongda Express doesn't have such strong financial resources.
I told you, people are all reasonable.
Meng Hao glanced at Tan Kurue with a smile, and said to Gao Yan and Chen Lian, Director Tan is also a very easy person to talk to.
Gao Yan, perform well and don't let him down. Makes sense? Easy to talk to?
Chin Kurue had a sad face and smiled along.
But I was trembling inside.
This ordinary courier guy is not someone he can afford to mess with.
This beating was in vain. He didn't even have the slightest thought of revenge. Bang!
The door of the box was rudely pushed open.
Director Chin, why does it take you so long to eat? Help me teach that idiot Gao Yan a lesson. When will our new drama start filming? You said you would make me the leading actress, you can't go back on your word. Ouyang Qian's voice was filled with a hint of vulgarity. Hey, what's going on? Ouyang Qian, who was standing at the door, was stunned for a moment.
She looked at the messy box and glanced at Gao Yan, who had a proud face.
She subconsciously wanted to leave. Unfortunately, it's too late. Ouyang Qian, you slut, stop right there. Don't you know that Gao Yan is my good brother and the most talented future star in the crew? You actually dared to sow discord and almost ruined the deep friendship between us.
Chin Kurue, who was full of anger, naturally did not dare to take it out on Meng Hao, Gao Yan, and Chen Lian. He could only vent his anger on Ouyang Qian, who caused the trouble.
Ah!
When Ouyang Qian was called out by Chin Kurue, she didn't dare to run away. She stood there with a panicked look on her face, her eyes rolling around.
Ouyang Qian, right? I told you that there will be a day when you will kneel down and beg for mercy. Look, I am still trustworthy.
Meng Hao glanced at Ouyang Qian with disdain. Director Chin, I feel that Ouyang Qian is not qualified to be the leading actress in this play invested by Chen Lian.
What do you think? Meng Hao asked Chin Kurue with a squint. Yes, I'm not qualified.
Chin Kurue dared not go against Meng Hao's wishes.
Ouyang Qian instantly got furious. Director Chin, don't joke around. Yesterday in bed, you promised me that I would be the heroine. You are so heartless that you don't recognize me when you get out of bed. Ouyang Qian's sharp voice echoed in the box.
Chin Kurue was so frightened that his face turned pale, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Meng Hao.
That's right. It's not appropriate to ask Director Chin to break his promise.
But if the female lead has a blemish on her face, she probably won't be able to act in the show. Girls, don't blame me for not giving you a chance.
If Ouyang Qian's face was scratched, you might have a chance to perform.
Meng Hao said with a smile.
There was a brief silence of 3 seconds.
Then, there were sounds of plates and bowls breaking, and 7 or 8 scantily clad women picked up the broken pieces of porcelain on the floor and rushed towards Ouyang Qian. They are really a group of young people who work hard and are positive about their careers.
Meng Hao nodded, his face full of admiration.
041. The correct way to kneel down and ask dad for a red envelope.
Face is a woman's life.
Especially third-rate actresses in the entertainment industry like Ouyang Qian who rely on their youth to make a living. After being scratched on the cheek with porcelain fragments by a group of positive and career-striving girls in the entertainment industry, Ouyang Qian fell to her knees powerlessly on the ground with dull eyes, a pale face and scars all over her face.
I said, money really can do anything you want.
I gave you a chance to apologize, but you didn't take it. After eating and drinking, I should go deliver the package. Director Qin, please talk to my brother Gao Yan about the filming.
Ning Haiyao, let's go, it's time to work.
Meng Hao felt that he had repaid Gao Yan for helping him avoid the peach blossom calamity. If it weren't for his best friend during his 4 years in college, Meng Hao would not have been willing to lend his house, car and clothes to Gao Yan for filming. By the way, speaking of borrowing clothes, I have to find some time to contact Loewe's headquarters and ask them to send 2 truckloads of clothes over for me to try on. When walking out of the box, Meng Hao slowed down his pace, took out his cell phone, took a photo of Ouyang Qian, who was kneeling on the ground, looking ashen and covered in blood, and sent it to Hao Meng.
Meng Hao has always been a man who keeps his promises.
I said I would make you, Ouyang Qian, kneel down and regret it so much that your intestines will turn green, and I will definitely do what I said.
Qi Zhini was almost furious.
Having not slept well the previous night, she came to the law firm early to prepare herself for the wrath of Li Chang and Director Su. Fortunately, the representative of the party involved in the Doffing factory loan case that she had been following came to visit her, which saved her from disaster. The Doffing factory case is a chain of cases. The first phase of lawyer fees is as high as more than 300,000 yuan. If the initial case is handled successfully, the subsequent dozen or so chain cases will also be handed over to their law firm for handling. This is a major case with a total remuneration of nearly 4 million yuan. In view of the huge reward, Director Li Chang and Director Su did not trouble Qi Zhini. Instead, they convened all members of the institute to receive the representatives of Doffing factory in a spacious conference room. Qi Zhini presided over the meeting and discussed in detail the specific operational measures of the case. Qi Zhini, who was full of confidence and ambition, never expected that this career debut would become a nightmare and stain in her life.
It's 10:30 in the morning and the sun is shining brightly.
A gentle breeze and warm sunshine spread throughout the conference room. Qi Zhini connected her laptop to the large electronic screen in the conference room and logged into WeChat familiarly, intending to download the materials that had been prepared long ago. A familiar head flashed.
Meng Hao? Why did this bastard send a message to me? Is it an apology?
Qi Zhini, who had forgotten that her computer was connected to the large electronic screen, subconsciously clicked on the unread message.
Link, why do women like to kneel down in front of men's belts? What is the hidden purpose behind such an ambiguous posture?
Link, you have to watch this, the correct way for a highly educated woman to kneel down and ask her father for a red envelope.
Link, 10 foods that women with hangovers must eat after waking up.
Link, women must protect themselves. 5 things that will happen when a man takes you into a hotel room after you get drunk. The air suddenly froze. The meeting room was filled with colleagues from the law firm and representatives from Doffing factory, all with surprised and dull eyes.
A woman kneeling in front of a man's belt? A highly educated woman is called dad? Being carried into a hotel room after drinking? After being shocked by these explosive topics, everyone's eyes shifted down along Qi Zhini's clothes.
Qi Zhini, who was wearing a light black business dress, seems to be a highly educated female doctor. There were 2 brown bruises on her knees below her skirt, as if she had kneeled down. There seemed to be a faint smell of alcohol emanating from her. After a brief silence, Qi Zhini stomped her feet, rushed out of the meeting room with a blushing face, and hid in the bathroom.
Meng Hao, I'm not done with you. Qi Zhini yelled loudly in the women's bathroom.
In the conference room, colleagues and clients, who were in a mess, were still staring at the large electronic screen. Then, there was a burst of laughter, and even Qi Zhini, who was blushing and hiding in the bathroom and dared not see anyone, heard it clearly. She forgot to turn off the computer. Achoo! Meng Hao, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the Hennessey Venom GT, sneezed for no apparent reason.
Ning Haiyao, holding the steering wheel, looked at Meng Hao with concern. Mr. Meng Hao, have you caught a cold? My bad, the air conditioning was set too low. Do you think 22 degrees is appropriate? Ning Haiyao asked Meng Hao about his well-being.
It's okay. I've been involved in a lot of bad love affairs recently.
I guess some girl is saying bad things about me behind my back again. Meng Hao said disapprovingly.
I have to say, he is quite self-aware.
Oh.
Ning Haiyao shrugged, somewhat disapproving of Meng Hao's superstition. By the way, don't call me Mr. Meng Hao anymore.
It's too distant.
Meng Hao checked his phone and found that today's express delivery had almost been delivered. I have to say that Ning Haiyao is indeed a good courier.
The service attitude is in place. Hundreds of express packages with 0 negative reviews.
There was also a mix of snacks and drinks filling the carriage.
After? Will there be a future? Didn't you say that you would be let off if you just delivered the package for one day? Could it be that it's just a lie? Hearing Meng Hao say this, Ning Haiyao's hand holding the steering wheel couldn't help but tremble, and the wheel slightly tilted to the right. Then, what should I call you? Ning Haiyao asked nervously. It's nice to call you Daddy.
Meng Hao's face was full of evil humor.
Ning Haiyao? Sure enough, Meng Hao was just lying when he said he didn't want to take responsibility.
I have heard for a long time that many rich second generations like to have girls call them daddy in bed.
Could it be that Meng Hao, who seems loyal and handsome, also has this kind of bad taste?
However, this is not a bed, not a hotel room, and certainly not a mansion.
Could it be that he was planning to have sex in the car on the road?
This is no longer a bad taste, it's perversion. Ning Haiyao, panicking, began to imagine wildly again.
Bite. As if to confirm her imagination, Ning Haiyao received a red envelope on her mobile phone. $500? Is this the reward for having sex with him in the car? Can we change places?
It's not appropriate on this main street with so many people coming and going.
If you must do it on the street, can you find a less crowded corner and park the car before doing it? Ning Haiyao was about to cry.
In Meng Hao's heart, there were thousands of alpacas running around with question marks on their backs.
What on earth is this girl thinking of? Do you look like a bad guy? It's just a joke, can you show some sense of humor?
Meng Hao rolled his eyes, feeling a little bored. Look, you scratched my car, it would be unreasonable if you don't compensate me, right?
Ning Haiyao agreed. However, I'm not that interested in your body. You want a butt without a butt, or breasts without a breast. Meng Hao continued to attack Ning Haiyao.
Ning Haiyao was speechless for a moment, but subconsciously straightened her chest. So, you call me master, be my apprentice, and help me deliver the packages. Otherwise, it would be a shame to waste such a good express delivery seedling. As for the salary, how about 500 per day and 15,000 per month? Of course you can refuse, but you have to compensate me for the scratches on my car paint.
Meng Hao blinked and smiled wickedly.
042, you're welcome, please call me a good young man of the new era.
A monthly salary of 15,000?
Ning Haiyao was startled.
This number is difficult to obtain even for those seniors who return to school for exchanges after graduation. Not to mention, just don't even mention working and studying. Ning Haiyao glanced at Meng Hao warily and suspiciously. Just being an apprentice and delivering packages? Don't want to? Forget it.
Meng Hao rolled his eyes. I'll send you the invoice for the repair later. Ning Haiyao immediately put on a smiling face and tried to get closer to Meng Hao.
No, I haven't. I just feel that the word master doesn't suit you very well.
Only those who are in a bad situation should be called masters. Someone like you who is young, handsome, rich and kind-hearted should be called uncle. So, Uncle Meng Hao, it's settled.
You can't ask me to pay for the repainting.
Ning Haiyao swung her twin ponytails, rubbing her snow-white, slender, straight legs against each other constantly, with a coquettish look on her face.
Okay, Uncle is hungry.
Meng Hao felt a little amused and said with a straight face, let's find a place to eat.
Ning Haiyao, doesn't he know that calling himself uncle is the most suggestive? Uncle, it's just a nickname. Loli has loved uncles since ancient times.
Okay, to express my gratitude for your forgiveness, I'll treat you today. Ning Haiyao shook her phone at Meng Hao, and on the screen was the 500 yuan red envelope she had just received. Meng Hao felt a little full after eating. This girl, Ning Haiyao, actually drove to the school nearly 20 kilometers away and invited Meng Hao to eat at a roadside stall on campus. Hennessey Venom GT, together with the luxury car, handsome man and beautiful woman combination of Meng Hao and Ning Haiyao attracted a lot of attention. Many fashionable and young female students, ignoring Ning Haiyao's murderous gaze, came up to her and asked for her WeChat and phone number. The direct consequence was that every time a girl came, Ning Haiyao would force Meng Hao to eat a string of squid, baked potatoes, and other roadside snacks as if to declare her sovereignty. Most of the meal that cost over 100 yuan from a roadside stall went into Meng Hao's stomach. As he drove back to Prince Rui's palace, burping, sour smell kept coming out of his mouth. So he decided to go out for a walk to digest the food. Kyoto's night market is extremely prosperous. Walking on the bustling streets, there are stalls on both sides selling all kinds of goods. "Boss, this bag is too expensive. I might as well buy it at the counter in the mall." A familiar voice came into Meng Hao's ears. Jenny? But I don't really want to. Doesn't that slim female doctor have long hair and like to wear tight formal clothes that show off her figure?" The back of the girl in front of Meng Hao was wearing a loose, baggy knee-length t-shirt, her short hair just covering her ears, and a pair of hot pants, giving her an exceptionally sunny, sexy, and seductive feeling. It shouldn't be Jenny. Why is that female doctor wearing such cool and cute clothes? But speaking of which, why didn't she reply to the message I sent her this morning? After a busy day, night fell and Meng Hao just remembered Jenny. He took out his cell phone, opened WeChat, and casually sent a yes to Jenny. A big exclamation mark instantly appeared in the dialog box, and it looked very beautiful in red. Deleted? What the hell? What kind of plane is this female doctor working on? Forget it, just delete it and save yourself the trouble. Meng Hao shrugged disapprovingly and was just about to change streets to continue strolling when he heard the girl whose back looked like Jenny speak again. "Boss, if you offer a lower price, I will buy it." The girl's voice was firm. Cut. Another silly girl. Is there such a bargain? You have already expressed your willingness to pay for the purchase, so it would be strange if the boss was willing to lower the price. Sure enough, the fat and big-eared boss, who wanted to write the word swindler on his forehead, answered helplessly. "Girl, this is an LV bag. 13,000 is really the lowest price. At the mall counter, there is no LV that costs less than 5,000 yuan. I got it back through a special foreign trade channel. You are dressed so fashionably, all in designer brands, how could you not know the goods?" The boss insisted on not giving in even a penny. The girl in the back view looks a little helpless. "Alas, I have never bought brand name clothes or shoes. I bought all these things on me at street stalls. It cost me more than 10,000. I can't help it. It's just a bad day today. I ran into an idiot and a psychopath. We have a custom in our hometown that if you want to get rid of bad luck, you have to get a haircut, take a bath, and change clothes." The girl's voice sounded a little depressed and full of negative energy. Buying brand names at street stalls? Another 13,000 spent? This girl can no longer be described as a sucker, she is simply an idiot. Sure enough, the unscrupulous businessman looked at the girl with a look that showed he was a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. "Girl, I can tell at a glance that you have good taste. This bag of mine will definitely match your designer clothes. It's from LV. It can cure all diseases and will definitely get rid of all your bad luck." The boss had a sly smile on his face and kept encouraging the girl. Have you changed your clothes and had your hair cut? Could it really be Jenny? Being bullied? Could it be that he was fired by their law firm's director Li Chang and director Su? So in a fit of anger, he blocked himself on WeChat? That being said, it is understandable. After all, Jenny had been his tool yesterday. The kind-hearted Meng Hao felt that it was unfair to watch Jenny being cheated by a sarcastic vendor after being scolded. "Let's make a call first, don't get the wrong person." Meng Hao muttered, took out his cell phone and called Jenny. The phone was connected and the girl in front of me heard a ringtone. She then took out her phone, looked at the screen, and hung up angrily. Beep beep beep. There was a busy tone on Meng Hao's cell phone. It was indeed her. So angry? What does being fired by your boss have to do with you? The kind-hearted Meng Hao shook his head helplessly. In the spirit of Lei Feng, he decided to step forward and stop Jenny from falling into the hawker's trap. "Boss, you are so unkind. Where can you find clothes and bags worth more than 100 yuan at this night market stall? You asked for 1,300 yuan right away. Don't you feel guilty?" Meng Hao, feeling good about himself, appeared in front of Jenny, who had changed her clothes, acting like a savior, and rebuked the unscrupulous businessman with a righteous look. "Don't thank me, Jenny, please call me a good young man of the new era. Meng Hao grinned, his white teeth sparkling under the streetlights and moonlight.
It's you? Shi Zhenyi was stunned. It's me. How come the great doctor has become so depressed and dejected after not seeing him for just one day?
Meng Hao smiled and leaned his face closer.
Why am I depressed? I'll have to ask you that. Damn you, Meng Hao, thank you and your whole family, just go to hell.
Shi Zhenyi had been suppressing her emotions for a whole day, and they all burst out the moment she saw Meng Hao. She attacked with both hands, slapping the man who caused her to lose her career in her first career debut.
043, don't reason with women.
The slap came suddenly.
Meng Hao didn't think much about it and subconsciously took 2 steps to the side.
The slap missed, and Shi Zhenyi couldn't control her strength, and fell into Meng Hao's arms. The cunning vendor was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up and a sly smile appeared on his face. He has been setting up stalls for 7 or 8 years and has seen all kinds of things. The girl came out to buy fake brand name products from a street stall out of anger and said that she was bullied.
Now she threw herself into Meng Hao's arms. This is obviously a couple's quarrel. The easiest money to make in this world is from girls. What's easier to make than a girl's money is her man's money. Want to please your girlfriend? Spend your money and buy.
It was obvious that the boss thought Meng Hao was a sucker. He kept shaking the fake bag in his hand, licking his lips, and thinking about how to rip off the couple.
You bastard. You bastard.
You're a psychopath. Shi Zhenyi is worthy of being a highly educated female doctor of law. She has as few swear words as she does a shopping eye.
It's just these few sentences over and over again. It attracted countless onlookers. What's going on? A couple quarreling? It's normal for boyfriends and girlfriends to quarrel. Are you showing off your affection by quarreling in the street? This is dog food. No couple is innocent when a dog dies.
Shi Zhenyi was stunned for a moment, then she opened her mouth and started crying.
I was scolded in public yesterday. Today's first workplace performance was messed up again by Meng Hao. Now when I lose my temper and want to hit someone, people still think I am showing off my affection. The baby is feeling miserable. Baby can't tell. Baby wants to die. Just say it, it's a couple acting cute.
As soon as my boyfriend hugged me, I started crying.
This boy's wallet is bleeding, bye.
Apparently, the cunning vendors selling bags at the street stalls thought the same.
Girl, do you still want this LV bag? 2,600, no bargaining. The vendor winked and raised the price. Wow. Shi Zhenyi cried even harder.
It was 13,000 just now.
It's about to double. You all bully me, the whole world bullies me. Well. Meng Hao's expression was a little strange. By the way, Shi Zhenyi, Dr. Qi. Don't you know you're wearing hot pants?
There's something awkward about the space between your 2 long bare legs.
Besides, being watched by so many people is a bit like a monkey show, okay? It's just a bag. Can I take you to the counter to buy it?
Meng Hao felt helpless. As long as Shi Zhenyi doesn't cry in the street and make herself look like a monkey being watched, anything is fine.
I don't want the bag, I want you to apologize. Shi Zhenyi looked aggrieved. Apologize? Why? Meng Hao was a little confused. It wasn't me who provoked her, why should I apologize?
All the links you sent me this morning were projected on the big screen, and all my clients and colleagues saw them.
Shi Zhenyi felt extremely aggrieved. Link? Meng Hao thought about it. Well. While he meant well, the link seemed a bit ambiguous. You did kneel before me yesterday. We did go to the hotel room. You drank too much. It's not wrong to eat some appropriate food. Meng Hao argued. Wow.
Shi Zhenyi, a steady and knowledgeable female doctor, cried even harder when she heard this.
Brother, you are quite straight. These things are done, why are you still talking about them? Isn't this obviously embarrassing for your girlfriend?
Also, explain to a woman, be reasonable, you want to be single again as soon as possible, right?
Among the onlookers, a boy couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Meng Hao was speechless.
As God is my witness, he and Shi Zhenyi are innocent.
How did they become a couple? However, if I explain it now, I'm afraid I'll be criticized as a scumbag. Okay, I'll help you solve this problem. Meng Hao sighed.
As long as Shi Zhenyi stopped crying, he would agree to anything.
Really?
Shizhini stopped crying immediately.
If you don't believe me, keep crying.
Meng Hao rolled his eyes.
Okay, I believe it.
Shizhini immediately let go of Meng Hao and burst into laughter.
She was crying just now. Are you laughing now? A woman's face and the weather in August change in an instant. I want to buy a bag.
Shizhini said coquettishly.
Buy it. Meng Hao agreed. I want it now.
Shizhini had the illusion that she had already won Meng Hao over.
Street stall goods?
Okay. Bye. Seeing that Shizhini was about to burst into tears again and become the focus of the whole audience, Meng Hao felt a headache.
Young man, you are a good man, this is how you should coax your girlfriend. This bag is from LV, 2,600 is not expensive, right?
The stall vendor asked for a huge price.
What bullshit?
How dare you sell these cheap goods at such a high price?
Do you think I'm your fool?
Meng Hao is not short of money, but he also doesn't want to be treated like a fool and slaughtered.
My stuff comes from the original factory and goes through a different trade channel. The cunning merchant boasted. 200.
Meng Hao bargained directly without even raising his eyelids.
Brother, I can't even ask for more than this amount of money.
The cunning merchant had a stiff smile on his face.
150.
Meng Hao rolled his eyes. Brother, if you come to cause trouble, the shipping fee will be more than this.
The smile on the vendor's face was gone. 100. Meng Hao was too lazy to respond. Deal.
The vendor quickly threw the bag to Shizhini, looking as if he was afraid that she would regret it.
You have to earn at least 50. Meng Hao threw out $100 bill and pulled Shizhini away.
After all, he has been a courier for so long and has delivered goods to many merchants. He can tell at a glance how much the package is worth.
Finally leaving the crowd, Meng Hao glanced at Shizhini. So, you have so much money to burn that you go to a street stall to buy brand name goods? If you have any questions, just give me a call. It's not a big deal. It won't cost much to buy out your crappy law firm. Meng Hao taught. You have money, you are awesome. How dare we, a small family, provoke you?
I'll call home and tell them that my blind date is too rich and drives a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. I can't afford to offend him.
Have to.
Thinking of his mother asking him neurotically where he got so much money, Meng Hao felt a dull pain in his head again.
By the way, I was so angry that I didn't eat for a whole day.
Seeing Meng Hao give in, Shizhini's face was full of pride.
What do you want to eat? Meng Hao asked casually.
Roadside stall. Shizhini looked at the fried snacks on the roadside, drooling.
What? Eating at a roadside stall again? Can I eat something else?
Meng Hao felt his stomach starting to bloat again, and his mouth began to feel sour.
Who did you eat with? That little schoolgirl goblin from yesterday?
However much you ate with her, you will give me more later. Shizhini seemed to really regard herself as Meng Hao's official girlfriend.
Hey, weren't you drunk yesterday? How did you know there were female students?
Meng Hao's face was bitter.
What is it to you?
Shizhini's cheeks turned red, realizing that she had let the cat out of the bag. 044, acrobatics, spraying noodles from the nostrils.
Mom, that sister is so beautiful. The brother he's with is so handsome too. Hey, why are there black threads fluttering on my sister's short shorts?
It's still curly hair, pretty sister, can I help you remove the curly hair?
Fat sister food stand. This was the one chosen by Shizhini. Not long after they sat down, a well-dressed little boy next to them greeted them in a particularly lively manner. Are there black threads on your shorts? Or curly hair? Could it be? Meng Hao is indeed a gentleman, but this does not affect his strong curiosity at all.
The little boy's mother was a young woman in her early 30s. When she heard what her son said, she was so scared that she quickly pulled the little boy over. Lin, stop talking nonsense.
How could there be black threads on my pretty sister's shorts? It's really a black thread. Girl, the quality of your clothes is not up to standard.
The young woman took a closer look and realized that what was exposed on Shizhini's shorts were just ordinary threads.
She breathed a sigh of relief.
Come to think of it, she thought it was some kind of hair. Shizhini was a little embarrassed. She just bought this pair of pants at a street stall, which cost her over 1,000 yuan.
It is said that they are also LV.
Seeing Chijini awkwardly pulling her legs inward, Meng Hao stared at her shorts and said something irrelevant.
You are so awesome that you buy brand name products from street vendors? It is said that this outfit cost more than 10,000?
You really have too much money to spend, you are just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered.
Chijini's cheeks turned red, and she felt embarrassed, annoyed, and distressed.
I come from a poor family, and I've rarely worn designer clothes since I was a child. I have a job, and although the income is good, I still have to give money to my younger brothers and sisters.
But if you don't dress nicely in the workplace, you'll be laughed at and excluded.
A pair of LV shorts costs tens of thousands of yuan at the counter, so I thought of buying them at the street stalls, but who knew they were all fake? Although he was still in a semi-hostile state with Meng Hao, this handsome and wealthy guy in front of him, who had made him look bad in his first career debut, was much better than Li Chang, who was trying to steal his performance, and director Su, who was thinking about taking advantage of him every day.
At least he's not that hypocritical. Forget it, I'll give you some authentic LV clothes, shoes, and hats later.
It's embarrassing for girls to wear fake brands when they go out.
I made you look bad at work this morning, I will help you get back at me. Meng Hao said seriously. Really?
Chijini, who had a depressed face, immediately burst into laughter.
There's no benefit in lying to you.
Meng Hao rolled his eyes.
It's a deal. Chijini's face was full of excitement.
She was talking while eating noodles and was choked by the spicy oil in the cold noodles.
Achoo! Chijini's throat was irritated by the chili oil and she sneezed suddenly. Puff!
Meng Hao was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Chijini was choked and sneezed, and the cold noodles went from her throat to her left nostril. The thin milky white noodles hanging under the nostrils and swaying in the wind looked particularly funny.
Ha ha ha! Meng Hao burst into laughter. No, don't laugh. Chijini's face was full of embarrassment. That's a good trick. How about performing it again?
Meng Hao narrowed his eyes and teased Chijini, how about eating noodles through your nostrils and exchanging one noodle for a set of clothes? Chijini, who was just about to use tissue to pull the noodles out of her nostrils, suddenly heard these words, and the chili oil in her throat became powerful again.
Phew! This time, the noodles came out of Chijini's right nostril. One on the left and one on the right, quite symmetrical. Fuck! Awesome! Come as you say. Why be a lawyer when you have the skills?
I'll pay, you'll do the work, let's open a sideshow stand, business will definitely be booming.
Meng Hao applauded to express his admiration.
Mom, the beautiful big sister is so amazing, she is performing acrobatics.
The little boy next to her looked at Chijini with admiration with a cute face. Meng Hao! You bastard! We're not done yet.
Chijini, who had just developed some good feelings towards Meng Hao, stomped her feet, covered her nose with tissue paper, and ran away. This blind date whom she looked down upon at the beginning, the courier who drove a luxury car worth hundreds of millions to deliver packages, seemed to be her, Chijini's mortal enemy. It was embarrassing enough that I had to kneel down in front of his waistband for no apparent reason last night, but I was even more embarrassed by the link he sent me during my first workplace performance this morning. In the evening, I wanted to buy a new set of clothes at a street stall to get rid of the bad luck, but not only did I buy a bunch of fakes, I was also ridiculed by that damn Meng Hao. What's even worse is that even eating from a roadside stall can result in a noodle-like effect like having your nose pricked.
Become the object of entertainment for all the onlookers.
This damn Meng Hao must be an evil star sent from the sky, specifically sent to torture me. Chijini was jogging under the strange looks of passers-by, and she was furious. Damn it, I should have covered this damn Meng Hao's head with the entire bowl of cold noodles.
Hey, you don't want your bag anymore?
Watching Chijini running away, Meng Hao scratched his head and muttered to himself.
How much money can you get from eating at a roadside stall? As for trying to get out of paying by performing acrobatics? Madam, check out.
After paying the money, Meng Hao carried the fake LV bag left by Chijini and trudged back to Prince Rui's mansion.
When we returned to Prince Rui's mansion, it was already past 8 o'clock.
Meng Hao took a shower and lay comfortably on the bed.
He picked up the fake LV bag left by Chijini and looked at it carefully. To be honest, this bag is a pretty good imitation, and it looks pretty good.
It's just that the materials are too poor. You can smell a faint sour smell of artificial leather when you pick it up.
Come to think of it, I am still a shareholder of Loewe. LV is its own product.
I don't know what the authentic version of this bag should look like. Meng Hao took out his cell phone, took a photo of the fake LV bag and uploaded it to Baidu image recognition. As a result, the authentic product was not found, but a bunch of live broadcast platform links popped up. Sure enough, the #1 advertising vendor on the internet, Baidu, is not exaggerating. Forget it, it's much better to have someone explain it to you than to search for pictures blindly by yourself. Meng Hao found a link labeled Professional Sales, Genuine Product Purchasing, LV Explanation, and clicked on it. Download, install, and enter the live broadcast platform. This is a live broadcast software called Huya, and Meng Hao was automatically matched into a live broadcast room. Wow! There were so many viewers in the live broadcast room. Meng Hao was dazzled by the dense barrage of comments. Isn't this place for selling goods? Isn't this place to explain LV products? Why does it feel like the barrage is a bit crooked? Ms. Qinglin, your legs are so thin. Mr. Qinglin, I'm looking forward to seeing you wearing black stockings. It's live streaming anyway, so we can sell anything. Miss Qinglin, I want your original underwear, the kind that hasn't been washed. Meng Hao? Are these guys so hungry? Are you here to see the goods or to watch the female anchor? And these are the original underwear? It's not disgusting at all. 045, if you want to fight, you have to fight until you surrender. The anchor with the ID Qinglin has obviously become accustomed to the verbal sexual harassment scrolling across the screen. She smiled and looked straight ahead, completely ignoring the barrage of comments. To be fair, this anchor Qinglin looks pretty good. She has long straight hair, an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and a leather top with faint leopard prints. Under the shorts is a pair of long legs and bright red high heels on the feet. Girls with less temperament cannot control them at all. This anchor named Qinglin, whose appearance score is over 90, gives people the aura of a superior and domineering queen from beginning to end. For a girl like this, ordinary men are not her type at all. Excuse me, can I ask a question? Meng Hao politely posted a message on the public screen. Unfortunately, it was quickly swept away by the scrolling barrage of comments. System prompts, welcome Duke user, who dares to be richer than me to enter the live broadcast room. Colorful subtitles exploded in the middle of the screen. The live broadcast room instantly reached a climax. Fuck, he's a rich guy. I haven't seen you for a few days. You've been promoted to Duke. This is a title that can only be obtained by spending 1 million Chinese yuan. Awesome, awesome. You really are rich. Sure enough, as this Duke user entered the live broadcast room, the host Qinglin, who was originally showing off his talents and introducing Lowy products, immediately put on a smile. Brother Yuqian, you haven't come to my live broadcast room for a long time. Are you attracted to another anchor again? Oh, I'm so sad. Qinglin's original queen temperament immediately changed into a cute and soft coquettish state. No, I drank too much these past few days and lost hundreds of thousands playing cards. It's so damn unlucky. The Duke user typed the words in a nonchalant manner, as if he regarded hundreds of thousands of dollars as nothing. Fuck, you are worthy of being the Duke. You can lose hundreds of thousands playing cards. This is enough to buy a house in my hometown. The viewers in the live broadcast room burst into praise. Brother Yu, please give me some tips. I don't even have money to pay the rent. Rent in Kyoto is so expensive. The host Qinglin quickly started to act coquettishly. A rocket exploded in the live broadcast room. Awesome. One shot is a rocket worth thousands of dollars. Money, money. With Duke users setting an example, gifts instantly appeared on the screen in the live broadcast room. However, most of them were worthless flowers, candies, and diamond rings. Every time a gift is given, the host Qinglin will squint his eyes and say thank you. Oh, so the host of this live broadcast room will only pay attention to you if you give him gifts. Meng Hao muttered. However, he didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, people do live streaming to make money. Meng Hao thought about it and casually paid $100 for a sports car. Sure enough, money makes everything possible. As soon as the sports car floated away, anchor Qinglin responded immediately. Thank you, Brother Hao, for the sports car. Brother Hao, this is your new account, right? I hope you can have fun in Qinglin's live broadcast room. Brother Hao is the username that Meng Hao registered casually. I have a question. What model is this bag? Meng Hao came to this live broadcast room to inquire about something. He was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly threw the photo of the fake LV bag that Qizhini left on the public screen.
Sure enough, money makes the world go round. Qinglin smiled widely, enlarged the picture and looked at it carefully. Brother Hao, are you going to give me a bag? This is LV's summer special edition. The counter price is 7,003. But, Brother Hao, this bag of yours looks like a fake. Qinglin's smile seemed a little forced. Ha ha ha, showing off a fake LV. I'm afraid this bag is not even as expensive as the sports car he bought. Poor guy, can you be more professional when learning how to pick up girls by giving bags? Look at that rich guy, he just throws a rocket worth thousands of dollars. The viewers in the live broadcast room attacked Meng Hao mercilessly. Meng Hao? Did you say you would send a package to the anchor? He just came to determine how fake the bag was and to ask about its style. Are these fans who are licking the female anchor stupid? The spraying was a bit weird. Are you all sick? Meng Hao was very unhappy and yelled back without any politeness. Now, the entire live broadcast room went crazy. Poor bastard, who are you scolding? If you have the ability, you should give me some gifts. You have no ability, so you just talk nonsense. The Duke user named who is richer than me fired another rocket and said arrogantly and provocatively, "Take it if you dare?" This is a double brush. Meng Hao was happy. With a few million and a Duke title, he really thinks he is a rich man. Very good, then I'll show you what it means to be rich. Meng Hao replied casually. Everyone can pretend to be cool. I guess he'll run away soon. A level 1 trumpet, you dare to challenge the Duke just because you got a sports car. The one called How Good, you should show up. System prompt, congratulations to the first level user, Hauga, for giving away the Dream Castle. The comments from viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly froze. Dream Castle, this is Huya's most expensive gift. Unit price, 10,000 Chinese currency. System prompts, congratulations to the 7th level user, Brother Hao, for giving away the Dream Castle. System prompts, congratulations to the 11th level user, Brother Hao, for giving away the Dream Castle. System prompts, congratulations to Viscount user, Brother Hao, for giving away the Dream Castle. System prompts, congratulations to Earl user, Brother Hao, for giving away the Dream Castle. System prompts, congratulations to Duke user, Hauga, for giving away the Dream Castle. Meng Hao sent out 100 Dream Castles in one breath. Because the buttons were pressed so quickly, the system couldn't even keep up with the announcement. Boom! The entire Hoya live streaming platform exploded. The system screen floated 100 times continuously across all platforms. This user, called Hao Go, went from being a level 1 newbie to becoming a Duke in just 3 minutes. Fuck, that's awesome. Brother Hao, give my sister a Dream Castle. I've been airdropped all over the country. Brother, give me your WeChat and I'll send you some private photos. The number of people in Qinglin's live broadcast room soared instantly. Not only ordinary users, but even countless female anchors who thought they were good-looking swarmed in, just to attract Meng Hao's attention and grab a few Dream Castles. It's your turn. Hao Go, who had upgraded his account to a Duke, typed 4 words calmly on the public screen. ID account, users who ask who is richer than me dare not say a word. Who would have known that a random level 1 newbie account could turn out to be a big shot who could easily give out millions of gifts? Oh, if you don't answer, I'll continue. If you are going to brush it thoroughly. If I want to fight you, I have to beat you into submission. You offered yourself up to be hit in the face, so don't blame Meng Hao for hitting too hard. After casually throwing out another 400 fantasy castles, Meng Hao was directly upgraded to the king level user of the Huya platform. This is the highest level user. In less than 10 minutes, he spent 5 million and was promoted to the king level. This is the truly awesome existence. Still competing? Meng Hao asked lightly. 046, sisters in business difficulties. Still want to compare? Duke users of the Huya platform dare not even say a word. Who dares to be richer than me? 5 million was spent in just 10 minutes? If it were converted into cash, even if 7 or 8 money counting machines were running at full capacity, it would take more than 10 minutes to count 5 million. Behind the mobile phone screen, the Duke user of Huya platform said, "Who dares to be richer than me?" And his mentality collapsed. Ever since he set his eyes on the anchor Qinglin, he spent millions of dollars, thinking that he could get this queen-like girl to come to his hotel room, make her lie on the bed, and let him have a good time with her all night long. Who would have thought that Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway through? After spending 5 million in less than 10 minutes, you still ask yourself whether you should continue the competition? Really naughty. Why are you pretending so badly?
If I hadn't mocked this guy who spent 100 yuan on a sports car and threw out a fake LV bag, I wouldn't have been slapped in the face like this.
Next time for sure. Huya Duke user, who dares to be richer than me, gritted his teeth and typed 4 words on fairness, ready to slip away. If you can't afford to offend, just hide away first.
I spent $1 million but didn't sleep with Qinglin.
Why am I so unhappy? Next time, for sure? Next time, for sure? Next time, for sure? Netizens began to flood the screen with comments, mocking who dares to be richer than me?
Anyway, people who like to watch the fun are not afraid of trouble. The netizens who have eaten a big melon may not be good at anything else, but they are the best in the world at making trouble.
As expected, the essence of human beings is a repeater. Thank you, brother Hao, I love you.
Qinglin made a heart shape with his hands.
It's a small matter, it's over. Meng Hao typed out 4 words casually.
The netizens in Qinglin's live broadcast room once again showed their parrot nature and output a series of question marks on the barrage.
Is that it? It doesn't make sense. When a rich man gives gifts to a female anchor, shouldn't he, while accepting the worship and flattery from his fans, also privately chat with the female anchor on WeChat, ask for her number, and then do something offline? As a result, this big guy who made 5 million in 10 minutes just went offline?
And Qinglin, who was broadcasting live, did not seem to take out his mobile phone for private chat.
Could it be that he spent 5 million just for fun? This is 5 million, not $500. Well, it seems that many netizens are reluctant to spend 500 yuan. Ha, it's an official one, right?
Seeing that brother Hao was offline, the Huya Duke user who dares to be richer than me felt awesome again.
No. Qinglin shook his head and denied it. I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on you, but you refuse to come out to meet me. You use an official agent to fool people. What's the point? A frustrated Huya Duke user said, who dares to be richer than me?
Qinglin frowned, somewhat displeased. Brother Yuqian, I said it at the beginning, I just like luxury brands and anchors who mainly sell goods.
You're the one who's been spending so much money.
I've advised you not to spend so much money.
I won't meet you offline.
I have a job in real life, live streaming is just my part-time job. Also, this Hao brother is really not a shill. In consideration of the fact that this Huya Duke user had spent a lot of money on him, anchor Qinglin patiently explained.
Why are you pretending to be pure and innocent? ISNT live streaming a high-end club?
I spent so much money, and you don't sleep with me.
Do you have any professional ethics? Also, do you have the qualification certificate and permission to promote the Loewe brand? I own a law firm and will be promoted to director soon.
If you don't know what's good for you, I'll sue you to death, believe it or not. The Huya user who asked who dares to be richer than me was none other than Qizhani's immediate superior, Li Chang, who had snatched away Doffing Factory's business performance.
Brother Yu Qian, you've got to be kidding me.
I feel a little uncomfortable today, so I'll leave first.
See you tomorrow, my fellow fans.
The host Qinglin's smile was a little forced, obviously Li Chang had touched a sore spot. She said a few perfunctory words and ended the live broadcast.
Hongwei Building.
It is a 30-story office building in Meng Hao's delivery area.
This is also the location of the law firm where Qizhani works. The 4 innermost offices on the 17th floor are connected to form a medium-sized company. General Manager's office.
A girl with a queen-like temperament, wearing a leather top and hot pants, was slumped on the sofa, holding a teacup in one hand and pinching the back of her aching neck with the other.
Sister Qinglin, you've worked so hard.
The coolly dressed female assistant came forward and took the initiative to massage Qinglin's temples and the back of her neck, who had just finished the live broadcast.
Alas, business is not doing well.
However, I met a rich guy today and he spent 5 million right away.
The company's rent for next year can be paid.
The female assistant's hands that were massaging Qinglin suddenly became heavier, causing her to feel a sharp pain.
Are you jealous again, Wang Mengcheng? Qinglin felt something strange about his female assistant.
He put down the cup in his hand, hugged his arms behind his back, and pressed on the slender thighs of the female assistant who was wearing cool clothes.
Ha, it's that stinky man who runs a law firm again? Wang Mengcheng did not resist Qinglin's advances. Qinglin rolled his eyes.
You're a jealous bastard.
He's a real rich man.
Not like that old, lecherous, broke law firm boss who always wants to take advantage of me. That rich man, the boss of the law firm, saw that the other party was just a level 1 player, so he started to confront him, but he was slapped in the face. In 10 minutes, he spent 5 million.
Qin Qinglin's hand slowly moved up along Wang Mingqing's leg. Anyway, all men are bad. Qinglin, how about we close our company? The rent of 2 or 3 million is easy to deal with, but the key is that we can't get the license from Lowy.
If the other party finds out that you are operating without a license and takes you to court, the compensation could be tens of millions of dollars.
Hearing this, Qin Qinglin's hands stopped moving. Well, Lowy is a world-renowned luxury brand. How could they invest money in a shabby company like ours?
We called several times, but the other party didn't even bother to answer us. Qin Qinglin shook his head, turned around and suddenly hugged Wang Mingqing in his arms with a sly smile on his face.
We two sisters are so beautiful, why don't we seduce that rich man? Maybe he can spend money to help us get the authorization letter, what do you think?
Qin Qinglin said with a wicked smile.
No, all men are smelly.
Wang Mingqing struggled symbolically for a few times and then gave up resisting.
Well, do I smell good?
Qin Qinglin asked with a sly smile on his face. If you stay with a stinky man for a long time, you will become stinky too.
Wang Mingqing said angrily. Oh? It seems that if I don't treat you well today, you won't learn your lesson?
Qin Qinglin carried Wang Mingqing into the inner room.
Besides, you don't have that thing, so let me see how you can torture me? Wang Mingqing was dissatisfied. Grinded tofu, isn't it delicious?
Qin Qinglin replied with a wicked smile. Besides, the toy I bought online will arrive tomorrow. I will kill you if I don't.
Ah? No. Wang Mingqing surrendered and begged for mercy. It's too late, call Daddy. Dad.
047, these days, only the queen is qualified to have a harem.
7 o'clock in the morning.
Meng Hao was awakened from his dream.
The incoming mobile phone number did not start with +86, it was obviously a transatlantic call from abroad. Who is it? Don't you know that disturbing someone's sleep is a great sin? Meng Hao muttered as he answered the phone.
The person on the other end of the line spoke Chinese with a strong Gallic accent.
I'm sorry to bother you so early in the morning. I am Lester, secretary to Lowy's chief executive. We just received the shareholder list change agreement and called you immediately.
Congratulations on becoming a new shareholder of our long-standing brand.
Please save my phone number.
I will be your most considerate 24-hour service butler.
A call from the Lowy Group?
Meng Hao rubbed his sleepy eyes and calculated the time difference. At this time in Gaul, it should be around 2 o'clock in the morning. It is quite sincere that the usually lazy Gauls would call me in the middle of the night.
Okay, I got it.
Considering that the other party called him in the middle of the night, Meng Hao didn't intend to say anything.
Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Lester said very stiffly and hung up the phone. Have to. This period of time is a bit awkward.
Getting up at 7 o'clock is a bit early, and if I sleep a little longer it will affect my express delivery at work. Meng Hao got up muttering to himself, washed, and went to have breakfast. Also having their morning dreams disturbed were the good sisters Qin Qinglin and Wang Mingqing. Instead of going home, they slept directly on the sofa bed in the manager's office of the company named after them, Xingqing Luxury Goods Company, Ltd. Judging from the sofa bed covered in sweat and water stains, these two beautiful girls, who possessed the temperament of a queen and a loli respectively, obviously stayed up all night until dawn before going to bed.
Bang, bang, bang. Someone banged on the door early in the morning. Who is it?
Qin Qinglin woke up from his sleep with dissatisfaction.
Those little rascals, they can't wait to clock in for work, why do they come so early?
Wang Mingqing muttered sleepily. Since it is a luxury goods company, naturally the majority of its employees are female. However, this pair of loving sisters did something even more outrageous. Among the 20 or so employees, there was only one male animal.
I really wish I could turn all the cockroaches in the company into females.
In Qin Qinglin's words, this is called making it easier to start a harem. Of course, if their company wasn't full of female employees, the two of them wouldn't dare to spend the night in the company openly and party all night long.
I'll go open the door.
Qin Qinglin kissed Wang Mingqing on the forehead, and after a few seconds of cuddling, he put on a loose pair of pajamas, yawned, and went to open the door. The person knocking on the door was a middle-aged man in his early 40s with sparse hair. He had a wicked smile on his face, and a look as if he wanted to eat Qin Qinglin alive. Qin Xinglin was stunned for a moment, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. This greasy uncle with sparse hair seems familiar.
Who are you looking for? Qin Xinglin asked through the glass door. Looking for you.
The greasy uncle in his 40s had a sly smile on his face, and the drool from the corner of his mouth was about to fall to the ground.
Looking for me? Qin Xinglin vigilantly took out his cell phone, ready to call the police. I don't know you, Qin Xinglin said. Don't know him?
Then I'll tell you a few names and you should recognize them.
Huya platform, who dares to be richer than me, the female anchor Xinglin who sells goods.
Let me introduce myself again.
I am Li Chang, the director of a law firm and a Duke-level user of the Huya live streaming platform.
Qin Xinglin was stunned.
Is this the Huya Duke user who gave himself hundreds of thousands of rewards? By the way, how did he find his own company?
However, as Wang Mengcheng said, he is indeed an old, ugly, and smelly middle-aged pervert.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know you either. If you don't leave, I'm calling the police. Qin Xinglin's eyes flashed with panic, and he ordered them to leave without any hesitation. Playing dumb?
As a senior user of the Huya platform, it wouldn't be difficult for me to bribe your internal staff and get your information.
Call the police? Call the police now. I said it yesterday, you didn't even get Loe's authorization. How dare you sell products privately and even broadcast live?
After calling the police, we'll see who will be caught sleeping and who will be fined. I've calculated that if the police intervene, your infringement fee will start at least $10 million. I never thought that I would meet you offline every day, but you and I are in the same office building.
Do you think this is fate?
Li Cheng shook the A4 paper printed with Qin Xinglin's personal identity and company address in his hand with great arrogance, as if he had him in his hands.
Qin Xinglin got scared. $10 million, converted into Chinese currency, would be 70 million.
I can't afford the compensation even if I sell her.
Mr. Li, can we discuss anything?
A trace of panic flashed across Qin Xinglin's eyes.
You don't want to open the door and let me in? Li Cheng said arrogantly.
Qin Xinglin had no room for refusal at this point, so he quickly opened the door and let Li Cheng in.
He.
Li Cheng had a wicked smile on his face. He was confident in his plan and his eyes were wandering around Qin Xinglin unscrupulously. Qin Xinglin, who dared to be angry but not to speak, was about to regret it to death.
Why did you choose such revealing clothes when you came to open the door yourself?
The plump cleavage and attractive legs made Li Cheng unable to control himself. He wished he could immediately overwhelm Qin Xinglin, who had the temperament of a queen, and do the work.
Xinglin, who is it?
A lazy voice sounded from the inner room.
Are there any girls?
The voice sounds a bit childish. Li Cheng was restless and felt like there was a fire burning in his head. He ignored Qin Xinglin's obstruction and walked towards the inner room with big strides.
Mr. Li, please don't be like this. It's not an office area, it's my private bedroom. You run a law firm, you must have legal awareness.
Unfortunately, Qin Xinglin was unable to stop Li Cheng, who was feeling restless.
This pervert with sparse hair just barged in. Sofa bed. Wang Mengcheng with disheveled clothes, a weak girl sweating profusely, and water-stained bed sheets and quilts. Yo ho. No wonder you ignored me even though I gave you so many gifts. You are a lily. TSK, that's interesting. The famous female anchor of Huya is actually a lesbian. If this gets out, do you think there will still be fans to support you?
Plus, you privately promoted and live-streamed Loe products without authorization.
How about, two beauties, have a good chat?
Li Cheng, with dry lips and tongue, kept licking his dry lips, just like a hungry and lustful devil who had just come to the world from hell.
Hey.
I originally only planned to capture Qin Xinglin, but I didn't expect to get an unexpected gain.
048, the wild horse that cannot be enjoyed.
I've heard that there is a company full of girls in our Hongwei building. After all this time, it turns out that this is the company founded by your anchor Xinglin.
TSK, this is really infuriating. I am a man and I don't have a harem, but you lesbian sisters have a harem full of girls. But, in the end, it was still a good deal for me.
Li Cheng kept licking his lips, his expression full of excitement. In his opinion, as long as he could win over Qin Xinglin, all the girls in Qincheng Company would be his.
Be good. This is simply the enjoyment of an emperor.
There are more than 30 girls in this company, and the treatment is different every day.
It will take more than a month to get equal treatment. Wrong. Why do we have to take turns? Learn how to use time management and participate in group activities, isn't that great? Miss Jean, how about we chat?
Li Cheng sat down on the edge of the sofa bed next to Wang Mengcheng, his pair of small eyes flashing with colored light roaming around the two girls. Sister, this guy looks so disgusting.
This old pervert stinks, like he came out of a cesspool. Or, let's call the police.
As lesbian sisters, Wang Mengcheng has an immense disgust and aversion towards men, especially middle-aged lecherous and greasy men like Li Cheng.
Okay, call the police. I want to see how much compensation you have to pay for infringing on Loi's rights. Li Cheng is confident and looks like he has you all figured out. Don't. Mr. Li. Mengcheng is ignorant, don't mind it. How about I accompany you?
Qin Xinglin sighed, his face full of despair and death.
No, sis. At worst we can go to jail.
I don't want this stinky man to touch you. Wang Mengcheng, who has always been under the protection of Qin Xinglin, has not suffered too much social abuse.
In her opinion, sisterhood is above all else. The love between them is sacred and inviolable. Even if it was a suicide for love, it was better than his sister being defiled by this stinking man in front of him. Bang!
Qin Xinglin slapped Wang Mengcheng in the face, and she trembled with anger.
What bullshit are you talking about?
I don't care, sister.
You are still young and you still have a long way to go in life. Now, put on your clothes and get out of here.
Qin Xinglin's eyes were complicated, his face half gray and half struggling.
Bang bang bang. Li Cheng applauded. What a sisterly love.
She is worthy of being the most popular female anchor on the Huya platform.
Qin Xinglin, you acted really well. You stay and let this girl go? This desire to protect is really touching.
Let me tell you, I want you, not only you, but also this baby-faced woman and the girls in your company.
In addition, I will return all the money I gave you.
Otherwise, the lawyers from our law firm will personally report and sue you, and make you compensate Loi for the infringement costs.
Li Cheng's face is evil, mean and disgusting. Drop. Staff card, swipe successfully, wish you a happy work. An employee came to work and clocked in.
Li Cheng stretched his head and took a look.
Be good. What a hot girl.
She has a perfect figure with a curvy figure. The point is, this female employee with dyed red hair and healthy tan skin looks like a wild nightclub DJ. At first glance, she is the kind of wild horse that likes to gallop wildly on the bed. The key point is that this wild horse's outfit is as wild as her makeup and temperament.
A hint of black can be vaguely seen through the miniskirt that reaches the buttocks. The semi-vacuum top blocks two key points.
The back was hung by two thin transparent straps, and it could be said that she was almost naked.
Gurgle. Li Cheng couldn't hold back any longer.
Anyway, Qin Xinglin is sure to win. Let us get some interest from this wild and fierce horse girl first.
Girl, aren't you cold wearing so little? Come, uncle touches your skin. What difference does it make whether you wear this dress or not?
The female employee who had just punched in and was chewing gum was stunned for a moment, then a hint of disgust appeared on her face.
Really? Then come over here. The female employee hooked her finger at Li Cheng.
Qin Xinglin, your pretending to be Bai Yue Guang is useless. Your employees are more open-minded than each other. I'll deal with her first, and then I'll deal with you. Li Cheng has already regarded himself as the emperor of Qincheng Company, which is composed entirely of girls.
He rushed towards the female employee with a smirk. Click.
Before Li Cheng could touch her fingers, the wild female employee kicked the lecherous middle-aged man squarely in the crotch.
F shit.
Li Cheng's face suddenly changed. He covered his testicles and curled up like a shrimp poured with boiling hot oil. He fell to the ground with his back arched in pain.
Sister Xinglin, you just have too good a temper.
If the sisters had been more aggressive earlier, there wouldn't be so many men in this office building who would dare to harass us. This old pervert, just give him a beating.
You come here so early in the morning to sexually harass me. Do you really think the police station is just a decoration? Before Qin Xinglin could react, the wild and aggressive female employee took out her cell phone and called the police. No.
Qin Xinglin reacted and quickly stopped him.
Unfortunately, it's too late.
The busy morning starts with a plate of chive dumplings with 2 eggs. Meng Hao felt that his stomach definitely belonged to the working people. The breakfast prepared by the servants in Prince Rui's mansion was all meat and fish, either yak milk with cordyceps chicken patties or 3-head abalone soup, which he really could not enjoy. Maybe it was because he had taken too much nutrition. After suffering from gastrointestinal discomfort and diarrhea in the morning for 4 or 5 consecutive days, he chose to buy some normal food for the working people outside as he did in the past. Speaking of which, capitalist food is so luxurious, wasteful, and unpalatable.
Isn't the chive dumplings with 2 eggs delicious?
Meng Hao drove the Hennessey Venom GT with one hand while taking big bites of leek dumplings.
However, eating leeks early in the morning does taste a bit pungent.
Meng Hao turned off the air conditioner in his sports car, opened the window, and drove while eating leek dumplings among the endless stream of people.
This attracted a lot of onlookers. Fuck, driving a luxury car and eating chive dumplings?
This rich man is so down to earth.
Love it, love it.
I'm a huge fan of this little brother.
Why? Meng Hao felt a little helpless.
As expected, if a handsome man is involved, he will be the center of attention wherever he goes. He quickened his pace and finished the chive box in his hand in just a few bites. Then he stopped the car and threw the paper bag into the trash can.
Huh?
When I got out of the car to throw away the garbage, how come so many small pieces of paper with phone numbers, WeChat accounts, and photos appeared on the driver's seat?
Oh, the charm is too great, and it's really a headache.
Meng Hao, who kept his distance from Peach Blossom Calamity, soon arrived at the delivery address of the first express delivery of the day.
Hongwei Building.
I made several calls, but no one answered.
Well, is it possible that there will be problems with the first order?
No, to have good luck, this express delivery must be received and signed for by the recipient. Under the envious and surprised gaze of the doorman, Meng Hao parked the car, walked to the elevator and prepared to go upstairs.
049, if I beat you, it really doesn't count as beating you. 17th floor.
Meng Hao came out of the elevator humming a little tune, holding the express box in his hand.
Hey, this floor is quite lively.
Squeezing through the crowded crowd, Meng Hao arrived at the express delivery company, Xingcheng Trading Company.
Wang Mengcheng, who is Wang Mengcheng? Please come and sign for the express delivery.
Meng Hao shouted loudly.
No way. This crowd is so crowded and noisy that if you don't shout louder, no one will hear you. The delivery guy? You can just leave the express package at their front desk.
This company full of girls has caused a big mess. Almost a quarter of the people in the entire office building came to eat melons. There was a kind-hearted bespectacled employee who persuaded Meng Hao.
Put it in the front desk? What if the express delivery is lost? He will only feel at ease if the customer signs for the goods in person.
As the most responsible 5-good employee of Tongdao Express Company, Meng Hao rarely uses the Honeycomb Express lockers in order to save customers the last step.
The main thing is that you will be charged extra for placing the package in a locker.
Before becoming a billionaire, Meng Hao saved as much as he could. Even now, this simple and unpretentious idea of thrift has not been abandoned by him. After all, diligence and thrift are traditional virtues passed down by our Chinese ancestors for thousands of years.
By the way, what happened? Meng Hao asked curiously.
It's not that his gossip fire is burning.
If the melon is not big and does not involve the signatory, he will definitely ask Wang Mengcheng to sign for it in person.
If the melon is too big and involves the signatory, you can only consider it bad luck and postpone the delivery.
Alas, I failed to deliver the first order, which will affect my mood for work throughout the day.
This company is full of girls, but the boss is actually a lesbian. No wonder the perverts in this entire office building have never had sex with this girl.
It turns out that the entire company is the female boss's harem. Isn't it infuriating?
Single guys like us don't have any girls, but these bastards are taking up so many resources. This time, it seems that the director of Ningxing law firm on the 7th floor sexually harassed the female boss, and the employees called the police.
Isn't this melon interesting?
The director of the law firm knowingly broke the law and harassed women. The female boss had a harem of more than 30 girls, but turned out to be a lesbian. The bespectacled guy had an excited look on his face, and his mouth kept chattering like a machine gun, sharing his joy of eating melons.
Ah, ha, it's quite magical. Meng Hao had no interest in eating melons, so he laughed and asked, "What's their boss name?" "It seems, his name is Qin Qinglin," said the bespectacled boy. Qin Qinglin? Sounds somewhat familiar.
But the recipient is Wang Mengcheng, so it shouldn't matter.
Meng Hao nodded, thanked the bespectacled boy, and struggled to squeeze in. The police are investigating the case, please maintain order. Don't crowd. Hey, is that you?
Familiar voice, familiar figure.
Meng Hao knew this policewoman. Hey, Liang Feifei, Officer Liang.
The person in front of him who was investigating and collecting evidence and taking notes was Liang Feifei, who had interrogated him for more than half an hour at the Heizongvayu restaurant.
Since we are acquaintances, can you let me deliver the package? We are all here for work, so please be considerate.
Meng Hao laughed and tried to get close to her.
Obviously, Liang Feifei still remembered Meng Hao. I really can't forget it. Liang Feifei still remembers the erotic scene in the Heizongvayu restaurant vividly. Hurry up and don't get in the way. Liang Feifei responded unhappily. She didn't believe Meng Hao's confession during the interrogation that day at all. Who would believe that such an erotic scene was just a misunderstanding? Okay.
Meng Hao thanked him quickly. Who is Wang Mengcheng? Please sign for the express delivery. Wang Mengcheng, with her baby face and cute temperament, didn't expect that someone would send her a package. She was in the middle of a whirlpool of public opinion, so she gritted her teeth and quickly signed for the package and sent the courier away.
But someone is faster than her.
Ah, today is really Li Cheng's lucky day. Before, because of the doffing factory, we needed Shizhini, so we didn't pursue the matter of you condoning your friend to beat someone up that day. As a result, Shizhini made a big joke. I took over the case of doffing factory.
Courier, you are dead. It's true that enemies always meet.
I didn't expect there was an acquaintance there. The director of Ningxing law firm. Oh no, it's the deputy director, Li Cheng.
Hey, Deputy Director Li, you are here too? The so-called sexual harassment suspect, could it be you?
However, considering your virtue, it is indeed your style.
By the way, why are you covering your legs? Are your eggs broken?
Meng Hao really is talking about things that are not relevant to the topic. Li Cheng was so proud of being promoted to director, but Meng Hao insisted on calling him deputy director.
It's really not nice to talk about sexual harassment, so Meng Hao had to point it out. Also, that wild female employee just now was too tough.
She kicked him in the balls and it was so painful. Li Cheng's smile froze on his face, and his expression instantly became extremely hideous and terrifying.
Officer Liang, can I hold this guy accountable for beating someone that day?
Li Cheng turned and asked Liang Feifei.
It wasn't me who hit him.
Meng Hao shrugged helplessly. It's not that I'm scared, it was definitely not him who hit me that day.
Are you scared? Are you scared? Do you know how powerful it is? How dare you, a lowly courier like you, shout in front of this director? Act recklessly.
Li Cheng was arrogant. Meng Hao scratched his head.
By the way, aren't you the deputy? And that day, it really wasn't me who hit him.
I hate being wrong the most.
Since you sincerely want to be beaten, I will satisfy you. These days, there are so many weird requests.
Without saying a word, Meng Hao swung his fist and hit Li Cheng in the face.
His left eye instantly became red and swollen. Officer Liang, he hit people.
Li Cheng didn't expect that Meng Hao would dare to attack him in front of the female police officer in public. Meng Hao scratched his head again.
Bang!
He punched again, hitting Li Cheng in the face again.
This time, the swelling was in the right eye socket.
The eye sockets on both sides were bulging, red and purple, very beautiful.
Meng Hao waved his hands.
These two hits were for Shizhini.
Also, I didn't hit anyone. Everyone, is that right?
Since he had promised Shizhini to stand up for her, Meng Hao naturally did what he said.
In response to Meng Hao's question, the crowd of onlookers started to make a noise. I really didn't hit anyone. He's beating a beast. Brother, which courier company are you from? We will subscribe to your business in the future. Li Cheng's sexual harassment incident has long caused dissatisfaction among many people.
The girls from Qingcheng Company are like a table of delicious food. Since you want to sit down to eat, you must seek the host's consent and persuade him before you can do so. What right does this old pervert in his 40s with sparse hair have to force his way into someone's house without the owner's consent, just by holding chopsticks? All the onlookers were eager to see Li Cheng make a fool of himself.
Fighting is just a civil dispute. Sexual harassment is a criminal case. Let's deal with your sexual harassment first. This courier boy, his name is Meng Hao, right? Please stay for a moment. There was actually a hint of hidden approval in Liang Feifei's eyes when she looked at Meng Hao. Obviously, she was extremely dissatisfied with the actions of this old pervert Li Chang. 050. The person who wronged you knows better than the whole world that you are wronged. Since the policewoman Liang Feifei had already spoken, Li Chang naturally dared not say anything. Besides, Meng Hao couldn't run away here anyway. Everyone saw him slap himself twice. After the matter with Qin Xinglin was settled, even if the policewoman Liang Feifei dared to protect Meng Hao, he, as the next director of Ningxing law firm, would sue Meng Hao to death. Officer, China is a place that respects the law. These common people, untouchables, and low-level workers falsely accused me of sexual harassment. Why don't you ask the person involved to see if this is the case? Li Chang shook the A4 paper in his hand in an extremely arrogant manner and looked at Qin Xinglin with indifference. At this moment, Qin Xinglin no longer had any of her usual queen temperament. Li Chang had a firm grasp on her weakness, so how could she dare to go against Li Chang's wishes? No, I haven't. It's all a misunderstanding, officer. My subordinates called the police without clarifying the situation. I hope you can forgive me. Qin Xinglin felt as if he had swallowed a dead fly soaked in formalin in the dead of winter, and he felt as disgusted as he could be. That's what I told you, you guys are just a bunch of useless people. We all work in the same office building. I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of your boss. You only earn that little money, but you don't work hard. If my employees were like you, they would have been fired long ago. Li Chang acted superior and smugly as he angrily scolded the crowd who had just started the commotion. He seemed to have already regarded himself as the director of Ningxing law firm. I'm not afraid to tell you. Qin Xinglin, the boss of Qingcheng Company, is the woman I support. How about it, are you envious? You bunch of rubbish. Li Chang happily strolled up to Qin Xinglin, stretched out his hands and hugged Qin Xinglin's soft waist in his arms. Sister Qinglin. Wang Mengcheng's eyes were blazing with anger. Mengcheng, stop doing anything stupid. Qin Xinglin glanced at the A4 paper with his detailed information that Li Chang kept shaking in front of him. He was trembling all over, but he still had to be patient and stop Wang Mengcheng from doing anything stupid. She was disheartened. Tell these losers whether you are my woman or not. Li Chang said proudly. Qin Xinglin's eyes were blazing with fire and he was furious. But my weak spot is in the hands of others, so how dare I refute? However, it would be more convenient to kill her than to admit in public that I am Li Chang's woman. Qin Xinglin tilted his head, his white teeth almost biting his lips until they bled. Seeing that Qin Xinglin didn't answer, Li Chang didn't force her, but just tightened his arms around Qin Xinglin's waist. Qin Xinglin wished he could bite Li Chang to death. Growing up, except for Wang Mengcheng, no one has ever dared to touch my body at such a close distance. Crash, crash. Li Chang kept shaking the A4 paper in his hand. The onlookers who were angrily scolded by Li Chang had red faces. They really wanted to rush up and teach Li Chang a severe lesson. But the other party is not at fault. Qin Xinglin's lack of resistance completely acquiesced to the fact that she was being kept by Li Chang. It's really like a flower stuck in cow dung. How could Li Chang get such a beautiful queen? Heaven is unfair. It makes no sense. So pissed off. Really? Meng Hao was suspicious when he saw Li Chang being so cocky, especially the A4 paper with printed text constantly shaking. He took advantage of Li Chang's inattention, snatched the A4 paper and glanced at it curiously. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. So, you're the anchor who sells the products, Xinglin. Look, I've watched your live broadcast too. Meng Hao said with a smile. Qin Xinglin shuddered all over. 2 lines of clear tears rolled down. On the Huya live streaming platform, she always appears in front of her fans with a proud and cold image. After Li Chang made such a fuss. Whether she is on the Huya live streaming platform or in the Hongwei building, her image has completely collapsed. She felt so disheartened that she wanted to just jump off the building. But, it doesn't matter if I die. What should Wang Mengcheng do? What should I do with so many female employees? Does Luo Weiwei have to ask Wang Mengcheng and his female employees to bear the compensation for suing him for copyright infringement? In order to retain these female employees, in addition to showing empathy, she also gave each of them varying amounts of shares. It can be said that these female employees who only think about themselves are all shareholders of Qingcheng Company. No, this is your personal information. Logically speaking, the Huya platform should not be leaked.
This is not only a violation of regulations, but also a suspected violation of the law.
Citizens' personal privacy rights are protected by law. Li Chang, you are breaking the law knowingly.
Meng Hao stared at Li Chang with cold and suspicious eyes.
He. So what?
Since you are also a fan of the Huya Live broadcast platform, and a fan of the anchor Qinglin,
then you should have heard of my name.
Duke user, spent 1 million, who dares to be richer than me? Li Chang revealed his Huya username with great pride.
Suddenly, the expressions of the onlookers became even more depressed.
No wonder Qin Qinglin is kept by this lecherous old man.
So I gave him money. That's not right. Qin Qinglin's rent is already 2 to 3 million yuan a year. Why would she care about the hundreds of thousands that Li Chang spent? Could it be that this is a shell company? In fact, the girls in the video all rely on live streaming and are supported by sponsors to make money? What a shame. I thought all the girls in this company were nice.
Looking at Qin Qinglin, who looks like a queen, it turns out she is just a chicken head. Listen to the harsh discussions. Qin Qinglin cried even harder, her eyes were swollen like walnuts.
She is a lily, okay? She likes a girl like Wang Mengcheng, okay? From childhood to adulthood, she has never been touched by a stinky man, okay? That's good.
Not only did she inexplicably become a pimp, but even the female employees in the harem of her own company became kept prostitutes. What's more important is that we can't express our suffering.
Why are you crying? You don't want people to tell you what you did. When you took the money, why didn't I see you regret it so much? Since you've taken the money, you have to sleep with me obediently. Not just you, but all the female employees in your entire company. Li Chang, who was extremely arrogant, brazenly accused Qin Qinglin. This damn woman.
Li Chang spent hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars but still refused to meet him. Last night he even hired a shill to swipe out 5 million to humiliate himself. Li Chang will avenge all these grudges today. Not only does he want to sleep with Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengcheng, he also wants to sleep with the female employees of Qingqing's company. He also wants to make these usually arrogant, young, and proud bitches have a completely bad reputation. Come to think of it, when I've slept with these women enough, selling them out seems to be a good side job. Persuading prostitutes to become good women and forcing good women to become prostitutes are people like Li Chang, the social scum and human dregs.
051, the most important thing in life is to be happy. 17th floor, Hongwei Building. The scene was very embarrassing for a while.
The indignant onlookers were speechless after being rebuked by Li Chang, and they dared not speak out. Once upon a time, Qin Qinglin, who had the temperament of a queen, looked gloomy. She became a plaything in the hands of Li Chang and did not even dare to commit suicide. The focus of the entire office building, the female employees of Qingqing Company, all had their reputations tarnished by Li Chang and became prostitutes that anyone with money could sleep with.
Policewoman Liang Feifei was also in a dilemma. Is Li Chang a scum? This is something that is clear.
He is in his 40s and has a wife at home, but he still spends millions on the Huya platform to date female anchors like Qin Qinglin.
But, this can be regarded as moral corruption and immorality at most.
No one has stipulated that picking up girls or having a mistress is illegal.
As long as you don't get a marriage certificate, it won't even be considered bigamy. Seeing the atmosphere tense, Meng Hao was happy. It's finally quiet. Wang Mengcheng, please sign for the express delivery. This is my first order today. If Meng Hao hadn't said anything, the complacent and arrogant Li Chang would have forgotten about him.
Director Li, who was about to take over the Ningxing law firm, snatched several $1 million in legal fees from Qizhini for the Dafeng factory case and forced Qin Qinglin to throw himself into his arms. It can be said that one has gained both wealth and beauty, and has achieved success in both career and love. Although the means are despicable and low class, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. This is an age where only results matter, no one cares about your process.
Oh wow, I forgot about you. You were the one who beat me up just now, weren't you? Officer Liang, if you don't handle this matter impartially and arrest the courier, I will file a complaint with your bureau.
Li Chang, who was high and mighty and full of himself, didn't take Meng Hao, the courier boy, seriously at all.
Get lost. Can't you see I'm busy?
Meng Hao simply chose to ignore Li Chang's shouting. Instead, he placed the package at the front desk of Qingcheng Company, took out a pen, and looked around. Who is Wang Mengcheng?
Please sign for it quickly. I'm very busy.
Wang Mengcheng sighed. At this point, she and her good sister Qin Xinglin are definitely not going to escape Li Chang's clutches. The handsome courier boy in front of them slapped Li Cheng twice in order to help them, and he will definitely not end up well after this.
Well, good things don't come easy to good people.
Wang Mengqing took the pen handed to him by Meng Hao and signed for it tremblingly. Meng Hao tore off the receipt, felt satisfied, folded it with a faint smile on his face, and put it in the pocket of the Tongda Express's shirt uniform.
Remember to give a 5-star rating, dear. Li Cheng was angry. Fuck. You look down on me, don't you? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Delivering express is Meng Hao's job.
After signing for the express delivery, he turned around calmly and looked at Li Cheng coldly.
Li Cheng, Deputy Director of Ningxing Office? Huya Platform Duke user, who dares to be richer than me? You were quite cool tonight.
Your brilliant next time was all over the screen. What happened last night was a shame for Li Cheng. Seeing Meng Hao deliberately bringing this up, the smug Li Cheng got furious.
That was someone Qin Xinglin hired. I made $1 million.
You'll never make that much money in your lifetime. Meng Hao smiled. He took out his mobile phone, opened the Huya app, and held it in front of Li Cheng.
Who told me that I was hired by Qin Xinglin? Tiger Bud Platform. King level user.
5 million was earned in 10 minutes.
Legendary figure, Brother Hao. Li Cheng's arrogant smile froze in an instant. Impossible. How is that possible? Are you Brother Hao? That Hao brother who made 5 million in 10 minutes.
Li Cheng felt as if he was struck by lightning and subconsciously loosened his arms around Qin Xinglin's waist.
You said last night that you would definitely do it next time? Now, is this for next time? Come on, let's fight each other? Meng Hao asked coldly.
Li Cheng's forehead began to be covered with fine beads of sweat.
Even if he's not a shill, how could a wealthy man who made 5 million in 10 minutes be a courier boy? Impossible. Impossible.
You must have teamed up with Qin Xinglin to play a trick on me. Meng Hao rolled his eyes.
Who do you think you are? You are the only one who is qualified to play with me? Since you don't want to brush it, I'll do it this time. Delivering packages is my job. I earn money by working. Is there a problem? Does my wealth prevent me from working? I work, I am happy. I swipe money, I am happy. Didn't your ancestors tell you that the most important thing in life is to be happy?
It's also possible that you have no father, no mother, and no ancestors.
Ha ha ha.
Although the onlookers didn't understand what was going on, when they saw Li Cheng, who had just been showing his fangs and claws, suddenly turn pale, they could tell that Li Cheng, who had just been shouting at them, was subdued. They burst into laughter. They mocked Li Cheng mercilessly. No matter what happened, they just wanted to cause chaos in the world, so they just wanted to trample Li Cheng to death for scolding them. You, go start the broadcast.
Meng Hao pointed at Qin Xinglin.
You, start giving gifts. Only give 10,000 yuan for a dream castle. Meng Hao threw the phone to Wang Mengcheng. By the way, the gift message is just one sentence. Fuck you, Huya boss, get out here. Qin Xinglin was overjoyed.
The rich man who spent 5 million yesterday actually showed up.
Perhaps, he could really help me solve my current predicament. Seeing that the situation had turned around, Qin Xinglin dared not be negligent. He obeyed Meng Hao's orders and started the broadcast immediately. However, Qin Xinglin, who was usually good at speaking, had a blank mind. He stood in front of the live camera blankly, not knowing what to say for a moment. By the way, let's project the phone screen onto the big screen on the company's outer wall, so that this Duke user won't ask, who dares to be richer than me, and accuse us of being agents. Meng Hao lazily sat at the front desk of Qingqing Company. No matter how cute and silly Wang Mengcheng was, he knew that Meng Hao was a nobleman who would come down from the sky to save them.
But, can a handsome courier boy really be their life-saving straw? Don't think too much.
Wang Mengcheng carefully held Meng Hao's mobile phone and projected the phone screen onto the large screen on the company's outer wall through Wi-Fi. She sat half of her but on the high stool at the front desk, looking like she was snuggling up to Meng Haoxing.
Huya Live Broadcast Platform. Full frequency floating screen.
System prompt: King level user Hauga sent a fantasy castle in Qinglin's live broadcast room, and left a message saying F King Boss Huya, get out here.
Wang Mengcheng first carefully went to each location one by one.
Then, in response to Meng Hao's dissatisfaction, he simply long pressed the screen and selected the dream castle burst. The Huya system has a historical speech recording function. Every time a dream castle is given away, it is accompanied by a sentence: "Damn Huya boss, get out here for me." A dream castle that costs 10,000 yuan each can be used for continuous shooting? How rich is this special code? Saying that his family runs a mine is an insult to Brother Hao. Could it be that he has a money printing machine at home? Or is it a factory that produces hundreds or thousands of money printing machines? In an instant, the crowd on the 17th floor of Hongwei building was in an uproar. The entire Huya platform exploded. The incident of sending out dream castles that cost 10,000 yuan each and shouting "Damn Huya boss, get out here for me" topped the hot search list and topic list on all social networking platforms such as Tushio, Sina Weibo, and Jihu. 052, the whole network is focused, the boss of Huya should get out. 100 fantasy castles are revealed, the super administrator enters the room and worships Brother Hao. 1,000 fantasy castles appeared, and the operations manager of the Huya live broadcast platform entered the room. The platform exploded, and all the fans followed suit and poured into Qinglin's live broadcast room, waiting to watch the show. 10,000 fantasy castles appeared, and the full frequency director of the Huya platform entered the room. He was stunned for a moment, and typed a line of words on the public screen: "Damn Huya boss, get out here." What does it mean that money makes the world go round? What does it mean that money is the father? What does it mean that if you dare to spend money, I will kneel down and call you uncle? The premium market value of the entire Huya platform is less than 20 billion. This player named Hao Guo has sent out more than 10,000 fantasy castles in just half an hour. That's more than 100 million. Plus, if a person who can easily spend more than 100 million yuan by giving gifts is said to be able to buy the Huya platform, no one will question it. What's more important is, this big guy named Hao Guo has triggered a crazy trend among netizens. Not only in Qinglin's live broadcast room, the dense barrage of comments were all saying "Damn Huya boss, get out here." In other deserted live broadcast rooms of anchors, people were also posting "Damn Huya boss, get out here." Even other live streaming platforms, and even social networking and online question and answer communities such as Weibo and Jihu, were frantically posting messages like "Damn Huya boss, get out here." This inexplicable sentence, with the blessing of more than 100 million yuan in gifts from Brother Hao, has become the hottest word on the internet today and topped the hot search list on all platforms. Director Huya is not stupid. Before finding out the truth about why this wealthy man was angered by the Huya platform and spent more than 100 million yuan, it is definitely the right choice to go along with the crowd and criticize the boss of Huya with all the fans. If you have money, you can really do whatever you want. The next second, Meng Hao received a call on his cell phone. "Hello, I'm the boss of the Huya live streaming platform, Liao Yingkai." Meng Hao turned on the external speaker of his cell phone, and a deep and apologetic baritone voice came from it. "Fuck, Brother Hao is awesome. More than 100 million yuan was enough to bring down the boss of Huya. I'm going to take a picture and upload it to WeChat Moments. I never expected that I would just eat a small melon, but end up with a shocking melon." The onlookers on the 17th floor all had a collective climax. "Hello, Brother Hao. First of all, I would like to apologize for the dissatisfaction caused to you by our Huya platform. In addition, please let us know where we went wrong, and the Huya platform will definitely correct it in time." Tiger Butt owner Liao Yingkai apologized first, then asked humbly. "There is a user named Li Cheng who spent 1 million on your platform. Then, you had a super administrator who leaked the anchor Qinglin's personal information to Li Cheng. I just want to ask, isn't citizens' personal information sacred and inviolable?" Meng Hao said calmly. There was silence on the other end of the phone, but the rustling sounds coming from the microphone confirmed that Liao Yingkai was arranging his men to verify the truth of what Meng Hao said. On the 17th floor of Hongwei building, all the onlookers were silent. They pricked up their ears, waiting to eat the melons, and at the same time looked at Li Cheng with eyes full of gloating. The situation took a sudden turn, and Li Cheng was so frightened that his face turned pale and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. If it is confirmed that he bribed Huya's supervisor and purchased Qinglin's personal information, he will be held legally responsible. Just a few minutes later, Liao Yingkai's apologetic baritone voice sounded again. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Meng Hao. The matter has been verified. It is indeed the fault of our supervising officer. We will give you an explanation later. We will fully refund the more than 100 million you spent. As compensation, we will also deposit 5 million Chinese yuan into the anchor Qinglin's account. Of course, your gift contribution value remains unchanged. You will permanently hold our Tiger Bud Supreme title and have a free gift quota of 10 million. In addition, we will also deal with the super administrator and the user named Li Chang involved, and reserve the right to pursue legal responsibility. I hope our sincerity can calm your anger and let this matter go. What do you think? Liao Yingkai, the boss of Huya platform, not only had a very humble attitude, his tone was also full of humility, and his sincerity was also exceptionally generous. Meng Hao smiled calmly. He is indeed an expert who can build a company worth 20 billion. Liao Yingkai is spending money to shut Meng Hao up. More than 100 million yuan pushed the phrase "damn Huya boss, get out here for me" to the top of the internet's hot search list. If Meng Hao revealed the fact that the Huya platform's super administrator sold out the anchor's private information at this time, it would definitely cause an uproar in public opinion on the entire internet. The blow and loss caused to the Huya platform, which has a market value of more than 20 billion yuan, cannot be recovered by just 100 or 200 million yuan. Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing his parents. Meng Hao has no life and death feud with Huya platform and Liao Yingkai. He was just fulfilling his promise to Qizhini to bring down Li Chang and Ningxing law firm. Since the goal has been achieved, it is natural to forgive others when possible. Okay, I'll do as you say. Meng Hao replied. Thank you for your generosity and apologize again for our mistake. Liao Yingkai breathed a sigh of relief. The matter was finally settled. I have to say that Liao Yingkai's sincerity is indeed sufficient. As soon as Meng Hao hung up the phone, the more than 100 million yuan he had spent immediately returned and was transferred into his bank card. At the same time, a notification popped up on all channels of the Huya platform. First, due to our mistake, which caused dissatisfaction among user Hao Ge, the Huya platform decided to dismiss the super administrator involved and hand him over to the public security organs for handling. Second, for illegal IDs, Duke user who dares to be richer than me will be blocked, and other sister platforms will be notified to ban the entire network. Third, Liao Yingkai, chairman of the Huya platform, once again apologized for his dissatisfaction with Hao Ge. A brief moment of demonization. The Huya live streaming platform exploded again. Brother Hao is awesome. Brother Hao is awesome. Brother Hao is awesome. The official boss was blown out and apologized in person. Users who spent millions of Chinese yuan were banned from the platform and the entire network. The Huya platform and even the entire network's crowd of spectators and gossipers were not clear about what had happened, but they all agreed that Meng Hao was desperate for his beloved and spent more than 100 million just to vent his anger for his favorite anchor Qinglin. This is really true, Brother Hao is awesome. Meng Hao, who had become the focus of the entire internet, felt that he had eaten too much in the morning and burped subconsciously. Belch. A strong, pungent smell of leeks rushed out of his mouth. Sorry, I ate too much this morning and I have a bloated stomach and my burps smell a bit bad. After burping, Meng Hao suddenly realized that there was a baby-faced, adorable Wang Mengqing sitting next to him. 053, surrounded by beauties, enjoyment comparable to that of an emperor. No, it doesn't stink. Wang Mengqiang was stunned for a moment, and his thin and tender face turned red for no reason. Then she felt as if it were a lie. It is common knowledge that you will have bad breath after eating leeks. Wang Mengqiang quickly spoke up to remedy the situation. Actually, it's not a bad smell. When I was a kid I listened to storytelling and heard that heroes have a masculine air. Maybe this is the taste. The smell of leeks, is it masculine? Meng Hao was a little confused. In this way, those migrant workers working in the leek greenhouses are all heroes. Etc. Aren't you, Wang Mengqiang, a lily? Why are you blushing? Still panting? What does it mean when your legs keep rubbing against each other? Why are you leaning towards me when nothing is wrong? Are you kidding me? What sin had Meng Hao committed in his previous life that he could even straighten lilies? I've only heard of people stealing other men's girlfriends, but I actually automatically comprehended and activated a passive skill to steal a girl's girlfriend? Meng Hao, who was deeply poisoned by the peach blossom calamity, subconsciously moved his butt to the side. Even the lilies were bent straight. I can't live like this anymore. Just now he heard the enthusiastic bespectacled young man outside say that the Qingcheng company is a lily garden. He has straightened out the number one lily, Wang Mengqiang, so these lilies will definitely rely on him. Frightened, Meng Hao quickly began to persuade Wang Mengqiang. Girl, opposite sex is only for reproduction, same sex is true love. As a person, especially as a woman, you must be steadfast. You can't fall in love with someone else and abandon your Qinglin.
Remember, always stay true to yourself. Meng Hao spoke with great confidence, righteousness, and a rare voice as he tried to persuade her earnestly. There are very few men like Hao who can remain calm when a woman's sensual embrace comes. Actually, I used to think that all men were smelly, but you smell so good, little brother. If you are worried that Sister Qinglin will feel uncomfortable, I can convince her to be your woman with me. Etc. Don't. Are you kidding? Meng Hao's original intention was to persuade Wang Mengqing not to throw herself into his arms, but it changed the meaning in this girl's mouth. We have to change the subject quickly. Fragrant? How fragrant is it? I didn't even wear perfume when I went out. Meng Hao made a lame joke, which was colder than the winter wind. Well, it's not this kind of fragrance. Wang Mengqing felt that Meng Hao was quite interesting. Other men would be eager to take advantage of her when they saw her, but this upright young man actually tried to avoid her as much as possible. This aroused Wang Mengqing's competitive spirit. Even if I am a lesbian, my appearance, temperament and figure are better than those of girls of the same age. I just don't believe that I can't defeat this little brother Meng Hao who is pretending to be stupid. Let me tell you this kind of fragrance is the kind that you can't do without at every meal. Damn it. Oh shit. Alpaca is a divine beast. It was said that Wang Mengqing was a lily? Didn't she say she wasn't interested in men? Didn't she say she likes girls? At this moment, what does it mean to say cheesy love words to yourself that are obviously ambiguous, provocative, and vague? Can't do without every meal? Are you cooking in the kitchen or eating takeout in the bedroom? Meng Hao felt that his jokes were becoming increasingly far-fetched and awkward. Is there any difference between eating in the kitchen and eating in the bedroom? Wang Mengqing's mentality changed inexplicably. She increasingly found that teasing a man she liked was different from getting entangled with Qin Qinglin. Oh no, damn, is this what it feels like to have a crush on a man? Have to. Meng Hao had no choice but to keep quiet. Our ancestors were right, too much talk leads to mistakes. Seeing that Wang Mengqiang was about to sit on his lap, in front of the public, facing the huge crowd of onlookers on the 17th floor, if Wang Mengqiang really did something to him, he would never be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Oh my god. The earth. Oh, heaven and earth. He, Meng Hao, is just a simple, positive boy who is devoted to the express delivery business. Why should he bear such a heavy burden that is not suitable for his age? Seeing Wang Mengqiang flirting with Meng Hao, the crowd of onlookers watched with great interest. Li Chang, who was standing aside, had eyes full of anger. Damn Meng Hao. Damn the courier. Damn bastard, you are so rich, what's the point of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Colluding with Qin Qinglin to embarrass himself on purpose? Even the Huya account that had spent millions was banned, and now Li Chang is also banned from the entire internet? Isn't this 1 million just wasted? Damn, he hasn't even slept with a single female anchor. And these damn, low-class, workplace workers, what do these gloating, sarcastic smiles mean? Meng Hao. Do you think you won? Even if both sides would suffer losses, he would send Qin Qinglin and her gang of women to jail, causing them to lose money and face. He has a hold on their fatal weakness. The furious Li Chang was preparing for a big move when Qin Qinglin walked out of the live broadcast room. She looked a little worried. It was not until he saw Wang Mengqing clinging to Meng Hao, wishing he could become a pendant, that his frown relaxed and he began to smile. Cough cough. Qin Qinglin walked closer and deliberately put on an unhappy look. Chang, what are you doing? Didn't you say you hate men? Don't you hate the smell of men? Why are you sticking to Meng Hao? There was a deliberate hint of jealousy in his voice. Wang Mengqiang was frightened and reluctantly moved a few dozen centimeters away from Meng Hao, lowering his head, not knowing how to answer. Sister Qinglin, I. Meng Hao let out a long breath. He looked at Qin Qinglin with gratitude. Finally, I got rid of this little devil Wang Mengqiang. Phew. Qin Qinglin couldn't hold it back any longer, so he smiled and turned his gaze to Meng Hao. Brother Hao, thank you. I really don't know how to repay you. Just ask for anything you want, and we will keep our promise as long as we can do it. Before Meng Hao could even open his mouth, the crowd, who had already been enjoying themselves to the fullest, started to make a noise. Repay? Promise yourself to me. Pay it with your body. Tonight is the wedding night. Meng Hao quickly narrowed his eyes and glared fiercely at this group of spectators who were just hoping for chaos in the world. Qin Qinglin winked and smiled mischievously. That's right, you definitely won't be interested in monetary compensation.
So, I can only use myself as compensation.
How?
With Meng Hao as her backer, Qin Qinglin's queenly temperament burst forth once again. Without any hesitation, she gasped and suddenly sat in Meng Hao's arms.
Compared with Wang Mingqing's provocative words, Qin Qinglin's actions were bold. Sister, you.
Wang Mengchang was stunned. Her eyes were moist.
Is Sister Qinglin going to abandon me? Were you just angry at me for stealing her man?
Yes, everyone would be attracted to such a good man, and Sister Qinglin is no exception. Seeing that Wang Mengchan was about to burst into tears, Qin Qinglin, with her queen-like temperament, smiled wickedly and suddenly pulled Wang Mengchang.
Then, this baby-faced girl with a cute little lowly temperament also rolled into Meng Hao's arms. Brother Hao.
I, the queen, and Wang Mengchang, the cute little girl, are all yours.
Are you satisfied with this reward?
Surrounded by beauties on both sides, it is a treat comparable to that of an emperor.
054, brother, we have everything you want.
Baji. Seeing that Meng Hao was a little numb, Qin Qinglin quickly pecked Meng Hao on the right cheek, leaving a lipstick mark as red as blood.
Wang Mengchang, have you learned it?
Qin Qinglin put his arms around Meng Hao's neck and winked at his lesbian good sister Wang Mengchang with a wicked smile.
Ah. Meng Hao hadn't reacted yet. I just felt a warm feeling on my left cheek.
Wang Mengchang, with a blushing face, suppressed her embarrassment and kissed Meng Hao on the face, feeling extremely shy. Holding the soft jade in his arms, Meng Hao was a little dumbfounded. On his left cheek, the lipstick mark is like a red lotus in the sun, wild and unrestrained. On his right cheek, the lipstick mark is completely like a pink lotus just blooming. 2 lipsticks, 2 girls, 2 styles, but both are rare and stunningly beautiful. The development of events seemed completely different from what he expected.
Didn't we agree to reject these 2 girls? Didn't they agree that they were the Lily sisters? Can't we still have some principles as human beings? The onlookers started to make a fuss again.
Congratulations to Mr. Li Chang, you are losing money and shame on a woman. Mr. Li's magnanimous behavior makes him a good man of the new era.
Hurry up and give the good guy a green hat. Li Chang keeps saying that Qin Qinglin is your woman. How shameful. That's not right.
Since Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengchang are both Meng Hao's girls, shouldn't Li Chang be held criminally responsible for sexual harassment?
Add insult to injury.
When the wall falls, everyone steps on it.
Kill you while you are sick.
Just as Li Chang's words were harsh and scolding and lecturing this group of employees, the counterattack from this group of onlookers was just as fierce. Liang Feifei, a female police officer who had long disliked Li Chang, had a hint of gloating in her eyes. She took out the handcuffs from behind her back and slammed them on the front desk table.
Li Chang, you also work in the legal field. He actually broke the law knowingly and came over to harass a girl. The police car is right downstairs. Do you want to go by yourself, or do you want me to handcuff you and take you back to the police station? Ha ha ha. The onlookers applauded and cheered, shouting that the policewoman was awesome. The corners of Li Chang's mouth twitched as he made a final resistance and effort. I came up to them and it was sexual harassment. Then this courier hugging women on both sides, isn't that sexual harassment? Officer Liang, there can be no deviation in what you do. Liang Feifei was stunned.
Although she hated Li Chang's tone of speaking to her in a domineering and lecturing manner, she was indeed a little speechless. Without waiting for Meng Hao to speak, the 2 girls retorted to Li Chang with contempt on their faces. You came up and spoke frivolously to me, and even touched the breast of a female employee in our company.
Isn't this sexual harassment?
Qin Qinglin, the shrewish queen, spoke sharply, and every word hit the nail on the head.
You threatened and forced us. We lay in Meng Hao's arms voluntarily, so why don't you accept it?
Wang Mengchang was unwilling to be outdone and responded to Li Chang with the same words.
As for the onlookers, they cheered even louder. Li Chang, you old man.
So you were trying to blackmail and force her, and you even said she was a prostitute if she had money. I volunteered to be Meng Hao's woman.
What the hell is it to you? Is it illegal to have 2 girlfriends?
If I were as rich as Brother Hao, I would want to change my face to an internet celebrity every day. Having multiple women is not illegal, this is what Li Chang just said himself. Now he was being treated in the same way by this bunch of onlookers, and he was so angry that he was shaking all over.
Pop. He slammed the table. Okay, you say I'm coercing you? Then I'll go all out and threaten you.
Qin Qinglin, you are so cruel.
If you want me to be arrested, then you should be arrested with me.
Female officer, I admit that I sexually harassed someone, but I will turn myself in and expose the matter. Exposing other people's crimes is a meritorious act, which can offset my guilt of sexual harassment. Li Chang is worthy of being the deputy director of Ningxing law firm.
He thinks quickly and figures out a way to escape from law enforcement in the blink of an eye.
Indeed, there is such a provision. If you report or expose it, it can be considered a major meritorious service.
Liang Feifei said without any emotion.
Oops.
Broken.
Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengchen looked at each other and their hearts skipped a beat. They were so angry at Li Chang just now that they forgot about the fact that Li Chang had something on them. Perhaps, subconsciously, they believed that Meng Hao could handle it for them. The two girls looked towards Meng Hao for help.
Did you hear that? Report and expose, and you will gain merit. Officer Liang, please put away the handcuffs first.
I am reporting Qin Qinglin for live streaming products without authorization from the famous Gall luxury brand Loewe, and Qingqing Company is also infringing on the rights of the company by selling Loewe brand products.
This? Liang Feifei was stunned.
Even though she is not very interested in luxury goods, she knows that Loewe is the company of the famous luxury brand LV. If Li Chang's report is true, Qin Qinglin and the others have really gotten into big trouble. If you don't believe it, go to Huya Live and watch the live broadcast replay.
Officer Liang, is my report explosive enough?
You should put away your handcuffs.
Suddenly, the crowd of onlookers fell silent.
This damn Li Chang is such a piece of shit. First, he threatened them to become his women by using Qin Qinglin's company's unauthorized matters. After discovering that he was involved in a case of leaking citizens' information, he betrayed Qin Qinglin and the others without hesitation. This shameless old pervert is a disgrace to all men alive in this world. If your report is true, you can indeed make merit and offset your crime. But if you talk nonsense,
I will never let you go. As Liang Feifei spoke, she prepared to put away the handcuffs on the front desk.
But at the moment when her slender but still small palm touched the handcuffs, a big warm hand held her down.
Meng Hao, what are you doing?
Policewoman Liang Feifei's cheeks turned slightly red for no reason, and she asked half in a coquettish tone but also in a serious tone.
Clap, clap, clap.
Li Chang clapped his hands.
That's awesome, how? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you have money? I couldn't find a reason to bother you, but you came to me on your own.
Obstructing official business is no small crime.
Liang Feifei became anxious.
He quickly tried to pull back the hand that was being held down by Meng Hao.
Officer Liang, don't be impatient.
Li Chang took out his cell phone and immediately took a picture of Meng Hao holding Liang Feifei's hands in handcuffs. He looked smug and sang, "Pictures speak louder than words, Meng Hao, I'll see how ugly your death will be."
Facing Li Chang's threats, ridicule and sarcasm, Meng Hao had no intention of letting go. Really? How do you know they don't have authorization? Meng Hao said calmly.
055, what made you lower your proud head?
How do you know they don't have authorization?
Li Chang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, his words full of sarcasm towards Meng Hao. You are a courier, you are just a person with a weak grip. You've probably never even been on a plane or out of the country.
Luowiwei, do you know what Luowiwei means? No wonder, a country bumpkin like you, a nouveau riche with a few stinky bucks, doesn't even know about the century-old brand Loewe and Gall, right? How could a global luxury brand that has existed for more than 300 years authorize Qingqing Company, which can't even pay the rent? In other people's eyes, this company is not even a handmade clay workshop, okay?
In an instant, Li Chang felt that all the humiliation he had just received was poured out.
So what if you, Meng Hao, are rich? Even Loewe and LV are not known. No wonder he dared to go against Officer Liang Feifei for the two women. Do you really think you can do whatever you want if you have money? Qin Qinglin, Wang Mengchen, don't you want to go against yourselves?
As for Luowiwei's authorization, let alone you, even this nouveau riche courier Meng Hao will never be able to get it in his entire lifetime. If you don't obey me, Li Chang, then you will go to jail with Meng Hao and show your love in prison. Also, this group of short-sighted staff.
How dare you mock him, Li Chang?
As Li Chang, who is about to become the director of Ningxing law firm, his vision and scheming are incomparable to those spectators and low-level employees who are just joining in the fun. Li Chang felt as refreshing as eating a popsicle during the hottest days of summer. Unfortunately, his pride was destined not to last long. Meng Hao casually took the thick stack of A4 paper beside him, picked up the black art pen on the table, and sketched a few times.
Here, the authorization you wanted. Meng Hao took the A4 paper and slapped Li Cheng directly in the face.
Li Cheng's smile froze instantly.
Is this courier stupid? Can't you see that the situation is extremely unfavorable to him? Are you still slapping yourself at this time?
He even had the bad taste to write the word authorization on a white A4 paper.
Are you an idiot? That's not enough, give me another one.
Seeing Li Cheng glaring at him, Meng Hao wrote another piece of authorization on an A4 paper without hesitation, and slapped him in the face with the paper.
Not enough, one more.
Li Cheng shuddered all over.
Not enough, keep going.
Li Cheng dodged quickly.
Come again.
There were more than a dozen A4 authorization papers, and Li Cheng's face was swollen like a durian. Liang Feifei, who was unhappy with Li Cheng, was not in a hurry to stop Meng Hao and let him slap Li Cheng. Anyway, Meng Hao had already slapped Li Cheng twice when he just entered the room. Slapping someone twice is also a civil dispute. Slapping someone 100 or 1,000 times is also a civil dispute. Just let Meng Hao beat him to his heart's content. Li Cheng, an old pervert in his 40s, had long been drained of his body by the pleasures of alcohol and sex.
He was no match for the young and energetic Meng Hao.
After more than a dozen slaps, he saw stars and trembled all over.
Officer Liang, why don't you just do anything about it? Do you believe me? I'll go to the police station and file a complaint against you. They actually allowed the murderer to beat people.
Li Cheng hid behind Liang Feifei. Anyway, the shameless old pervert even betrayed a woman, and he didn't think it was shameful to hide behind the policewoman and avoid Meng Hao's slaps.
Liang Feifei sighed.
Although she hated Li Cheng, she sympathized with Qin Xinglin and the people in her company, and she also admired Meng Hao's hot-blooded and hatred of evil cooking.
But, I have a responsibility.
She couldn't tolerate Meng Hao's mischief, so she could only take him back to the police station.
Okay, stop messing around. Meng Hao, please come with me. I will report what Li Cheng reported to the General Administration and have it handled by the Economic Investigation Division.
Meng Hao stood still, his face full of suspicion.
Officer Liang, you must be mistaken.
I haven't broken any law, and Qin Xinglin and the others haven't infringed any rights.
Why should I go with you? Meng Hao asked seriously. Are you stupid? Just because you wrote authorization on an A4 paper, does that mean you have really obtained Luo Wei's authorization?
Li Cheng poked half of his head out from behind Liang Feifei and said to Meng Hao with gritted teeth. Meng Hao smiled.
Now that the internet is so advanced, why don't you check Luo's shareholders? After checking, I will determine whether I am qualified to authorize it. What exactly did Meng Hao mean by this?
Liang Feifei was stunned, Qin Xinglin and Wang Mengcheng were confused. It was the bystanders who acted quickly and typed the 3 words Luo on their mobile browsers.
Fuck, brother, how is so awesome. Xiandu Encyclopedia has just updated the entry.
The world-renowned luxury brand Luo, including the LV brand, is the 3rd largest shareholder, holding 10% of the shares.
The shareholder's name is Meng Hao. Holy crap. Awesome. Herds of alpacas are flying in the sky. You know, a brand like Luo is not something you can buy just by having money. The Gauls, a proud, xenophobic and conceited nation, would never sell their proud industries to foreigners.
Especially a luxury brand like Luo, which has Gallic royal blood and a history of more than 300 years. Li Cheng was stunned.
Impossible. Absolutely not. This must be fake. It must be a collusion. He has money, and he can bribe Qiandu's staff to tamper with the magnetic stripe.
Li Cheng, who looked like a madman, smashed his cell phone to the ground, and the pieces were scattered everywhere. The crowd looked at Meng Hao with some suspicion, then looked at Li Cheng with contempt, and for a moment they didn't know how to react. After all, this shocking news has been turned upside down too many times. As spectators, they didn't know whether they should support Meng Hao for a moment.
Do you think I'm as dirty as you? Pay money to buy off the operation?
Then you will be convinced and die clearly.
Meng Hao took out his cell phone and called Lester, the chief secretary of Luo. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. There is a 6-hour time difference between Gaul and China. By calculation, it should be 4 o'clock in the morning in Leicester.
However, Meng Hao did not feel the slightest bit of guilt. After all, Lester had disturbed my sweet dream at 7 in the morning, so waking him up at 4 now was considered a give and take. Besides, Lester himself said that Meng Hao was his 24-hour service butler.
Is that just a polite remark?
Well, it shouldn't be a polite remark. The call was connected, and an impatient Gallic dialect was heard on the other end. Meng Hao didn't understand, but he knew it was definitely not a good thing.
It's me, Meng Hao.
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and then Chinese with a thick Gallic accent came through the receiver of Meng Hao's cell phone, which was on loudspeaker mode, and was heard by everyone present.
Lester's language was full of humility and flattery. Oh my God. My most beloved shareholder, Mr. Meng Hao.
You called so early, it must be something urgent. I am your most caring and humble 24-hour housekeeper.
If you need anything, just tell me. Meng Hao frowned. Aren't the Gauls said to be a particularly arrogant people who are full of disdain for everything? Lester should be considered a high-ranking and influential upper-class celebrity in Gaul. What does this flattering voice, flattering words, and servile attitude mean?
However, these were minor matters, and Meng Hao did not take them too seriously.
By the way, do you have any documents proving my status as a shareholder?
Also, I plan to authorize a company in my country.
Deal with it, quickly.
056, the invincible liquor, the helplessness of the breakup master.
Lester dared not neglect. My most respected shareholder, Mr. Meng Hao.
The materials that can prove your identity are electronic documents, which have been translated into Chinese and stamped with the official seal of Loei. It's just that you may have to wait for half an hour for the authorization letter. I will call the company's legal department to draft it and send it to you.
Soon, Meng Hao received a PDF document on his mobile phone. It was the electronic scanned copy sent from Luoyiwei headquarters proving Meng Hao's identity. Meng Hao directly handed the phone to Liang Feifei and lay lazily on the front desk chair. Malicious report, falsely accusing Qingcheng Company of not obtaining Loei's authorization. Early in the morning, sexually harassing Qin Qinglin. As a courier with a strong sense of justice, I saw injustice and stopped Li Cheng from committing evil. I should be rewarded for this, right?
Meng Hao glanced meaningfully at Li Chang, the hairless deputy director of the law firm, who was so frightened that he was sweating profusely and trembling constantly.
Sexual harassment. Malicious reporting. Knowing the law and breaking it. He is really finished this time.
It was obvious that Meng Hao had no intention of letting him go so easily.
I believe that everyone present here is a good person of the new era with a sense of justice.
This guy himself admitted that he deliberately harassed Qin Qinglin, and the female police officer's law enforcement camera also captured it. As good people, we must stand up to injustice and root out evil.
Meng Hao's words undoubtedly dropped a bombshell on the crowd of onlookers.
Just now, when Li Chang was so complacent and scolded this group of spectators, they had already held a grudge against him. Now Li Chang has transformed into a rat crossing the street that everyone wants to kill. Beating up Li Chang in a group was a courageous act. There was no way that this group of spectators, who had been verbally insulted by Li Chang, would miss such a good opportunity to take advantage of someone's misfortune.
With Liang Feifei's deliberate connivance,
Li Chang was soon beaten into a pig's head.
Okay, I have a package to deliver.
Wang Mengchang, remember to give me a 5-star rating.
Officer Liang, I'll leave Li Chang to you.
Meng Hao stretched himself and laughed.
Amid the loving looks of Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengchang, the complex and appreciative look of Liang Feifei, and the admiring looks of all the onlookers, he pressed the elevator button and continued to deliver the express at a leisurely pace. Conceal your achievements and fame. An old neighborhood in Kyoto City. This kind of community without property management is the favorite place for couriers.
There were no security guards stopping us, and no gatekeepers forcing us to register.
Meng Hao drove to the building where the express was to be delivered. Just as he was about to call to ask if the client was at home, he saw a love-struck boy holding a bouquet of roses. "And Hong, I love you. I love you so much that I can't sleep. Please, come down, let's talk."
The infatuated young man, with a rose in his left hand and a loudspeaker in his right hand, looked up and shouted loudly at the building. As a result, his sweetheart and Hong did not show up, but threw down a lot of melon peels and fruit scraps from upstairs.
"You are crazy. You are disturbing others by making so much noise. You come here every day and shout with a bullhorn. Are you mentally ill? Get lost now." Residents kept opening their windows and scolding the infatuated boy. "And Hong?" Meng Hao glanced at the express delivery in his hand. What a coincidence, the recipient was exactly the object of the infatuated young man's attention. Brother, are you tired of shouting? How about I help you get him down? Don't thank me, please call me a good person of the new era. Meng Hao was overwhelmed with sympathy and patted the infatuated boy holding the flower trumpet. The boy turned around and saw that it was a courier boy in a courier uniform. The fire of hope that had just ignited in his eyes was instantly extinguished. Thanks, brother. I've been shouting for days, but no one is paying attention to me. My phone was blocked and no one opened the door when I knocked. How could you possibly call her down? The infatuated boy said with a wry smile. Meng Hao grinned mysteriously, took out his cell phone and dialed the number on the courier. Hey, En Hong, there's a package for you, come downstairs and get it. Simple and very easy. Okay, I'll be there right away. Master, wait for me. There was a sweet girl's voice on the phone. Is this okay? The infatuated boy holding flowers had a look of surprise on his face. Soon, the girl named En Hong came running down the stairs. The infatuated boy, with an excited face, stepped forward and stopped the girl named En Hong. En Hong, why do you keep ignoring me? I called you so many times, but I blocked you all. In the end, I'm not as important as a courier? Do you still consider me your boyfriend? The infatuated boy's face was full of indignation. Is a bootlicker. Meng Hao handed the package to En Hong and defined the infatuated boy in his mind. You are sick. En Hong belongs to me. I chased her for a long time and gave her many gifts before I finally got to live in her room. What are you making such a fuss about? My En Hong is ignoring you, don't you understand? Another disheveled boy walked out from the stairs. His face was full of regret, and it was obvious that he was about to have some intense physical contact with En Hong in the bedroom. Break up, said the infatuated young man indignantly. Just divide it, whoever doesn't will be a grandson. The disheveled boy looked happy. Well, another bootlicker. A war between two lickers? A tsundere bitch who wanders among the lickers? This is really a melon. Meng Hao shook his head. Apparently, he did a good thing. It seems that I still have the potential to become a breakup master. Let a lost and infatuated young boy see the true face of a female bitch. I am such a good person. Meng Hao, who gave himself a big red flower in his heart, opened the door of Hennessey Poison GT and was about to leave. En Hong, a female colleague who was holding the express in her hands and looked impatient, suddenly brightened up. She immediately left the two dogs who were bickering angrily behind and rushed to Meng Hao's car in 2 steps. Wow, what a cool car. Oh no, it's a very handsome young man. You must be very tired delivering the package, right? How about going upstairs to rest and have a glass of water? I just bought some very fine tea. Meng Hao? The two dogs who were fighting each other saw something was wrong and rushed over. En Hong, please don't break up. I can wait for you. The infatuated boy said with a sad face. En Hong, I bought the tea. I spent more than 5,000 yuan on it. It's a gift for your father. The disheveled man looked anxious. Have to. It seems that I haven't done any good things. A dog licks a dog and ends up with nothing. Meng Hao, who had gotten rid of the bitches and the bootlickers, drove the Hennessey Venom GT slowly on the road. Drop. The phone screen lit up, showing that Wang Mengchang gave herself a 5-star rating. At the same time, the familiar electronic mechanical sound rang out again. Ding. The system detected that the host completed a special delivery and obtained the achievement Acting for Justice. Ding. Achievement rewards are issued, and the reward is the ownership of the Hongwei Building office building. 057, shameful deal, call me daddy and I will agree to your request. Oh? Another reward? This is the 5th time the system has given me a reward. Meng Hao has become accustomed to the system's generosity. But, habit is habit, and at least some shock is necessary. What the hell? Awesome. A tough guy, a tough guy. Well, the process still needs to be followed. Wait, Hongwei Building? Isn't this the office building where Ningxing Law Firm where Qi Zhini works, and Qingcheng Company where sisters Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengcheng work? Although this office building is not located in the best location in the center of Kyoto, it is still in a prime location. The construction cost plus the land cost would be at least 1 billion yuan. Well. However, it seems that there is finally a stable cash flow.
Xin Xinglin's Qingcheng company only has 4 or 5 offices, but the annual rent is 1 or 2 million.
The annual rent for this entire building must be over 100 million. One car a year, Hennessey Venom GT? It seems pretty good. Xi Jinyi was in a good mood.
I just heard from the onlookers who came down from the 17th floor that a courier named Meng Hao was throwing money around like crazy, which attracted calls from the CEO of Huya and the chief secretary of Luoyiwei headquarters, and Li Chang, who was bullying and snatching Xi Jinyi's doffing factory business, was sent to prison. Before, that fat and mean female colleague Lily had spread the news that Xi Jinyi's blind date was a courier to everyone in the company.
This made the entire company look at Xi Jinyi with new eyes.
Even Director Su, who had always wanted to take advantage of her, had a smile on his face when he saw Xi Jinyi.
Shao Qi, you have a doctorate degree.
They are the pillars of the company and they need to share the work with us leaders.
Well, it's time to pay the rent again. This is the rent for next year, more than 2 million yuan, all in the card. You can contact the landlord and pay the money.
Director Su's face was full of smiles and his words were polite, but he did not mention anything about returning the business to doffing factory.
Cut. Don't release the eagle until you see the rabbit.
However, this annoying guy Meng Hao is so powerful that he can even deal with Li Chang. Xi Jinyi agreed verbally, then turned around and rolled her eyes. Even though the hundreds of people in the law firm are polite and courteous to me, it is all superficial. After all, there are so many couriers, and who knows if Meng Hao, who dealt with Li Chang, is the same person who delivered the courier to Xi Jinyi.
What's more, even if it's just one person, so what? He spent more than 100 million on gifts on the Huya platform.
Maybe he just wanted to have sex with Xi Jinyi and didn't take her seriously at all. Especially that fat woman Lily, she complains to everyone she meets. He said Xi Jinyi was bragging. Meng Hao didn't like her at all. He just slept with her for one night and they were not boyfriend and girlfriend at all.
Xi Jinyi sneered in her heart.
It was this fat woman who previously disdained Meng Hao for being a courier and looked down on him.
Now, she was the one who felt that she was not worthy of Meng Hao. By the way, isn't this asking me to pay the rent and ask Meng Hao to drive over to pick me up?
They show their affection in front of the whole company, but let's see if they will gossip about it, and whether Director Su dares not to return the business of doffing factory. After sending a text message to the landlord and making an appointment to meet at the Western restaurant at home, Xi Jinyi hid in the bathroom and called Meng Hao.
Meng Hao has 2 mobile phones. One for calling clients and one for personal use. Jingle.
A message flashed on the phone that was in contact with the client, saying that they had an appointment at the Champs-Élysées Western restaurant to pay the rent. Since the system awarded him Hongwei building half an hour ago, Meng Hao has received 7 or 8 messages about rent payment. He didn't take it seriously and just replied, "Got it."
Just after I replied to the text message, another phone rang. Xi Jinyi? You're thanking me so soon? Meng Hao pressed the answer button. Don't worship me too much, I'm just a legend. If you really feel bad, forget about marrying me. After all, you're not that good looking.
But don't tell my mother about this, so she won't nag me again. Without waiting for Xi Jinyi to speak, Meng Hao muttered a lot. Xi Jinyi on the other end of the phone was amused by Meng Hao's narcissistic boasting. However, from what Meng Hao said, he spent a huge amount of money in the morning just to stand up for her and to slap Li Chang in the face. A warm feeling surged through Xi Jinyi's heart, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth.
To be honest, this shameless guy is actually quite good. Who wants to thank you?
Xi Jinyi deliberately kept a straight face, but her tone softened a lot. I have something to trouble you.
You say? Meng Hao replied. Drive to pick me up, I have to meet a client this afternoon.
Xi Jinyi said in a half-commanding tone.
Is there anyone who asks for favors like you?
Meng Hao laughed. You can't even say a polite word.
Well, thank you.
Xi Jinyi rolled her eyes and said perfunctorily.
Not enough, Meng Hao replied. Then, what do you want to do? Xi Jinyi felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in her heart.
She always felt that Meng Hao, who did not play by the rules, was going to do something weird again.
Meng Hao thought about it and said calmly. First, treat me to a meal. Second, you are not allowed to tell my parents about my affairs. Third, call me dad 10 times on the street. Xi Jinyi?
I knew that this bad guy was not so easy to deal with and he must be up to some bad things. The little bit of goodwill that Xi Jinyi had just built up towards Meng Hao collapsed again. The first and second ones are easy, but the third one is not possible.
Asking her Xi Jinyi to call Meng Hao dad on the street? Doesn't she have any shame? I'm afraid that as soon as I finish shouting, someone will post it online and it will become a hot search. Then, call me in my car.
Meng Hao also felt that it was a bit ambiguous to be called dad by a pretty girl on the street. Don't worry, my car has good sound insulation and it has top-grade polarized glass, so it's very private.
Xi Zhenyi was almost laughing out of anger. Does Meng Hao really like people calling him dad? He must be a pervert. However, considering that he helped me vent my anger and got back the business of doffing factory, I will endure it for once. Also, pick me up from get off work for a week. It's your treat for lunch. If anything happens in the future, you have to contribute manpower, effort, and money. As expected of a female doctor of law, Xi Zhenyi quickly secured the greatest benefits for herself. Okay, deal.
Meng Hao was quite straightforward.
When will you arrive?
Xi Zhenyi walked out of the bathroom slowly, holding the phone in her hand.
Come downstairs, I'm here.
Meng Hao stepped on the brakes and honked the horn twice.
Beep, beep.
Xi Zhenyi hung up the phone, walked back to the office with brisk cat steps, and spoke loudly.
Everyone, does anyone have a package to pick up?
My delivery boyfriend is here to pick me up for lunch.
I can't help it. I'm not like some people who are young but have a big face.
They have beautiful thoughts but are ugly. They brush their teeth every day but still have bad breath. I can only find a courier as my boyfriend. Every word Xi Zhenyi said was directed at her fat-faced female colleague, Lily, who was also sarcastic.
058, misunderstanding, strong desire to survive. A blind date boyfriend who delivers packages? The entire Ningxing law firm was in an uproar.
Except for a few people with complicated mindsets, most of the onlookers were happy to see the sight. They crowded to the window and looked curiously at the matte black sports car parked downstairs.
My goodness, this is the Hennessey Venom GT, right?
Limited edition worldwide, priced over 100 million per piece, and there's still no one in stock.
Could it be that Xi Zhenyi really has a rich husband?
If it really was Meng Hao who caused a scene on the 17th floor this morning and brought Li Cheng to the police station, Xi Zhenyi would have made a fortune.
I'm really envious.
If gender wasn't such a big deal, a grown man like me would also like to be kept by a super rich man.
Xi Zhenyi walked out of the building corridor in small steps and leisurely.
She resisted the urge to look back. There is no need to guess, the howl I just made must have alarmed everyone in the company. This group of onlookers who are eager to watch the fun must be crowded on the windowsill to watch. However, when Xi Zhenyi thought about having to call Meng Hao dad later, she stamped her feet in embarrassment.
Never mind. Be glorious in front of people, suffer behind their backs.
In order to shut up her colleagues in the law firm, to show off in front of her colleague Lily, and to get back the doffing factory business that belonged to her, Xi Zhenyi decided to go all out. She took 2 deep breaths, opened the car door, stepped out, and sat down on the passenger seat.
Are you here?
Meng Hao winked at Xi Zhenyi with a wicked smile on his face.
Yeah.
Xi Zhenyi's heart was beating wildly, but her face was still tense, not wanting Meng Hao to laugh at her.
Do you want us to pick a place for you to prepare?
Meng Hao looked at Xi Zhenyi with a smile.
No need, I keep my word.
Xi Zhenyi wished she could eat Meng Hao alive.
Damn dog man. What kind of perverted hobbies?
Either he makes me kneel down around his waist, or he calls me daddy.
Would this be fun?
Xi Zhenyi let out a long breath and yelled continuously in the car. Dad, 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 dad.
A short pain is worse than a long one. You have to shout anyway.
It is better to die early and be reborn early. After calling dad 10 times in a row, Xi Zhenyi's face turned red. I don't know if it was because I used too much force or because I was embarrassed.
Are you satisfied?
Xi Zhenyi's face was flushed with shame. She always felt that the dense crowd outside the car window was looking at her.
Not bad. If you don't keep your promise and tell my mom about it, I will post this recording online.
Of course, when I have nothing to do, I will also enjoy it and savor it.
Meng Hao took out his cell phone and pressed the recording button.
Xi Zhenyi's voice calling dad came from the microphone. Hysterical and ashamed. Xi Zhenyi was so ashamed and angry that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. You bastard. Xi Zhenyi roared and tried to snatch Meng Hao's cell phone. If you do anything wrong, be careful or I'll use the recording as my ringtone, Meng Hao threatened.
You. Xi Zhenyi was furious.
Forget it, now that things have come to this, I'll just be a bastard.
Get out of the car. Shizhini glanced at the office building outside the car and pushed open the door thoughtfully. What's wrong? Meng Hao was a little suspicious, but he still did as the other party asked. After all, he had just taken advantage of Shizhini, and in order to appease this hot-tempered woman, he reluctantly did as he said. He got off the car with a look of suspicion on his face. Shizhini suddenly grabbed Meng Hao's neck and pulled him down. Baji. Eyes met. Lips touching. Shizhini actually kissed Meng Hao. You, what are you doing? Meng Hao was shocked by Shizhini's bold behavior. She doesn't have the courage to call him daddy in the street, but she is very brave to kiss him on the street in front of passers-by. I let you take advantage of me, is there a problem? Shizhini forced herself to wipe Meng Hao's saliva off her lips and asked back in a bad mood. This time. In the eyes of the company's idlers and onlookers, her relationship with Meng Hao was confirmed. The Hennessey Venom GT, a luxury supercar worth over 100 million yuan, was parked in front of them. They were kissing openly in public, and Meng Hao drove him around for a week. If there is still anyone who doubts the authenticity of her identity as Meng Hao's girlfriend, then that person is absolutely blind. Although, in fact, Meng Hao really has nothing to do with her, Shizhini. What a fierce woman. Shizhini is so bold. If Meng Hao was timid, would he still be considered a man? Are there any questions? Shizhini said unhappily, also, what are you treating me to for lunch? Hot pot. Meng Hao looked at the scorching sun and said seriously, eating hot pot with air conditioning is the most enjoyable thing. Shizhini laughed angrily. Are you stupid? I'm meeting a client this afternoon. Will you take me to eat hot pot at noon? I wonder if you will smell like hot pot after eating it. Shizhini complained. Anyway, go and eat or not. Meng Hao didn't bother to consider Shizhini's feelings. He really wanted to eat hot pot anyway. Go. Why not? This girl deserves it. I'll make you poor. Shizhini took the risk. At worst, she could just spray more perfume before meeting the clients. Well, calling dad 10 times in exchange for a hot pot meal is really worth it. Meng Hao talked about something irrelevant. What did you say? Shizhini turned her head, her eyes wide open. Nothing. I mean, it's a little difficult to eat me out of money. Meng Hao laughed. You only have a few bucks, are you showing off? Shizhini sat back in the passenger seat of the supercar angrily. Ningxing Law Firm. Director Su, sitting in his single office, tapped the table with his fingers in frustration. The old director was about to retire and had no business doing anything. Li Chang was arrested again and was detained by the police station. The 2 charges of sexual harassment and false accusation would put him in jail for at least 3 to 5 years. In such a huge Ningxing law firm, he got a bargain and became the acting director. Director Su, oh no, it's Director Su. A young man rushed in rashly. Be steady. I've told you so many times to be steady. Director Su, feeling irritated, lectured the boy unhappily. How can you stay with me in the future if you are so reckless? The young boy sneered with fear on his face. Don't smile foolishly, see it clearly? Director Su was too lazy to waste time talking to this young subordinate about such a trivial matter. I can see clearly that it was indeed Meng Hao who moved Director Li to this place. They also kissed in public, and all their colleagues saw it. Later, they chatted for a while on the street, but I was too far away to hear what they said. I guess they were just being affectionate and showing off their love. Moreover, it seems that Meng Hao seems to be quite accommodating to Shizhini. I guess they are not in a relationship of sponsorship, but are probably really a couple. Director Su frowned even tighter. Now, it hurts to say it. Li Chang must have offended Shizhini and was deliberately thrown into prison by her boyfriend, the wealthy Meng Hao. No, I can't follow in his footsteps. Wait for Shizhini to come back, and talk to her immediately, and return the business of dothing factory to her. A wealthy man who spent over 100 million on gifts. Why does Shizhini still come to work when she has a boyfriend like this? Also, fire that Lily. Remember, make a big announcement, and it'd be best if the entire company is informed. Director Su has a strong desire to survive. 059 Miss, are you pregnant? I have to say. The luxury supercar Hennessey Venom GT has strong stability, passability, and comfort. Shizhini stretched her legs forward lazily. The left leg was even placed on the edge of the center console. You know. Shizhini was wearing hot pants. This posture makes it extremely easy to expose yourself.
The round and slender thighs, and the indescribable mystery revealed in the slit of the hot pants. If it were another man, he would have been aroused and unable to control himself.
But, who is Meng Hao?
He has been the most handsome boy at Kyoto Film and Television Academy for 4 consecutive years.
When he was in school, many female students would deliberately expose themselves in front of him under various excuses.
After being rewarded with billions of assets by the system, countless girls with extremely high looks and superb skills in attracting men have come to him. However, Meng Hao remained calm. Persistence can be called a good man of the new era.
Hey, am I that disgusting?
Shizhini seemed to be deliberately posing in this revealing posture.
It's okay, but she has a bad temper. Meng Hao didn't seem to understand what it meant to make a girl happy. You.
Shizhini put her left leg over her right leg to block the leaking spring light.
Squeak.
Meng Hao slammed on the brakes and the car came to a steady stop.
What are you going to do?
Shizhini was a little panicked.
This bastard, could it be that he was aroused by me and wanted to have sex in the car? To resist or to obey?
I want to be reluctant but also willing, or let you pick it.
We're here.
Meng Hao rolled his eyes at Shizhini, who looked panicked, and said,
What's arrive? Shizhini, who was daydreaming, didn't react for a moment.
We're at the hot pot restaurant.
Meng Hao rubbed his temples, feeling a little headache. Being handsome brings trouble. When I meet my girl, I always have all kinds of thoughts. Hey DeLeo?
Shizhini glanced at the hot pot restaurant outside the window.
Oh, yes. This bastard just said he wanted to take me to eat hot pot. Shizhini. What are you thinking about?
Just let this guy act with me to scare those guys in the law firm.
Don't really get stuck in it. You're not even to mention.
Although Meng Hao was a bit of a bastard, he was still a gentleman when it came to ordering food. Having promised to eat this guy out of money, Shizhini was very straightforward when ordering dishes.
Ice fresh beef brain, 50 servings to start with.
1,000-layer tripe, take 30 portions to try, and if you're not satisfied, add more.
Let's have 50 plates of mutton rolls.
Shizhini held the iPad in her arms and tapped away frantically. In a short while, the total amount exceeded 2,000. Shizhini was delighted and looked up suddenly, just in time to meet Meng Hao's strange eyes.
What? You can't bear to spend the money?
Shizhini wanted to see Meng Hao suffer a loss, so she deliberately provoked him with words.
This little money? It's not that I'm reluctant. That's right, you ordered so much, can you finish it?
It is shameful to waste food. Shizhini's eyes widened, and her competitive spirit immediately began to surge.
If you can't finish it, I'll take your surname, Shizhini said. Soon.
She had to bear the consequences for her big words.
Don't underestimate these dishes.
1 or 2 servings are not very impressive and are not enough to fill your stomach.
But eating 100 or 200 plates is enough to make you burst. After leaving most of the meal untouched, Shizhini's stomach was so bloated that she had difficulty even bending over. Why are you staring at me? There's something on my face.
Shizhini finally managed to stuff another piece of beef shank down her stomach, and when she looked up, she met Meng Hao's strange eyes.
I finally understood a word today. Meng Hao said seriously, good for nothing. Are you looking for death?
Shizhini covered her stomach and was about to scratch Meng Hao with her hands.
Waiter, check out.
Meng Hao stood up quickly and ran to the front desk to check out.
Pack up the unfinished food. I'll take it back.
I plan to feed the stray dogs.
Pack? Cut.
He also said that he didn't feel sorry. Shizhini just showed a victorious smile on her face, and then she felt something was wrong.
Feed stray dogs? Doesn't that mean I'm the same as a dog? Meng Hao, you are looking for death.
Considering that she still had to ride in Meng Hao's sports car to meet clients, Shizhini reluctantly forgave Meng Hao. Under the surprised gaze of the beautiful female receptionist at the Champs-Élysées Western restaurant, Meng Hao helped Shizhini, who was almost unable to walk, to find an empty seat by the window and sit down.
Miss, are you pregnant?
This restaurant provides free lemonade with added ingredients, which is very effective in maintaining pregnancy.
Would you like one? Pregnant? Your sister is pregnant.
Your father, your mother, and everyone in your community is pregnant.
Shizhini didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Not only did she smell like hot pot, but her slightly bulging belly made her look like a newly pregnant woman.
Damn Meng Hao. It's all your fault. Why are you taking me to Hay de Leo? He even deliberately used words to provoke me. Anyway, it's all your fault.
After putting the blame on Meng Hao in her heart, Shizhini angrily ordered Meng Hao to leave.
You can go now.
Shizhini bit the free lemonade straw, but couldn't drink it in one sip.
Ha! I have to wait for someone.
Meng Hao rolled his eyes.
Shizhini was a little anxious.
Her so-called client is the owner of Hongwei Building. What was the big deal about Meng Hao sitting in front of him wearing a yellow Tongdao Express uniform vest?
Are you interested? I've been made to stink of hot pot and can't even walk. Isn't that enough? What bad water is in your stomach?
Shizhini took out the perfume from her bag and sprayed it on herself without paying, while she drove Meng Hao away in dissatisfaction.
TSK, who hurt you? You wanted to eat so much, and you blame me? Besides, I'm waiting for someone too. Meng Hao replied unhappily. Shizhini looked around.
It seemed that there was no empty seat except for my table by the window. She had to give up the idea of changing seats, took out her cell phone and contacted the owner of Hongwei Building.
Hello, how about we go somewhere else? I met a psychopath.
Or I'll come find you, and you tell me where you are and what clothes you're wearing.
Buzz. Meng Hao's phone also vibrated.
He glanced suspiciously at Shizhini in front of him and began to reply to the text message.
I'm already at the Champs-Élysées restaurant. In a yellow vest. By the window. Yellow vest? Sitting by the window?
Shizhini held onto the table, stood up with difficulty, and looked around.
In the huge Champs-Élysées Western restaurant, there was no one wearing a yellow vest. Etc. Meng Hao's courier uniform seemed to be yellow. No, that's impossible. Shizhini was full of disbelief and asked Meng Hao tentatively. Are you here to collect rent? Etc. It can't be such a coincidence. Is Shizhini here to pay the rent?
Meng Hao placed his phone directly on the table in front of Shizhini. On the screen, Shizhini's reply, I met a psychopath, stood out particularly.
060, shopping and causing jealousy in the audience. Well.
Shizhini was a little embarrassed. However, no one could have imagined that the Meng Hao in front of him was the owner of Hongwei Building. Her so-called client, the person she had to pay rent to, turned out to be the courier boy Meng Hao wearing the yellow Tongdao Express uniform? This news is really too explosive. Shizhini held the edge of the table and slowly sat down. It took her 3 full minutes to digest the shock.
What a coincidence!
Shizhini swallowed, with an awkward smile on her face.
It's quite a coincidence indeed.
Meng Hao shrugged.
By the way, what exactly do you do?
Shizhini subconsciously picked up the lemonade in front of her and took a sip. Then, she felt something was wrong. This lemonade has added ingredients, so it can help with pregnancy.
I'm not a pregnant woman. I just ate too much. I'm from a rental company. Rent some sports cars, buildings, palaces, luxury bags, and the like. Meng Hao boasted seriously. Be serious. Shizhini was a little angry. Oh, you saw through me. Actually, I am the boss of this leasing company.
Meng Hao's face was serious. Anyway, it is basically impossible to get the truth out of Meng Hao. Shizhini took out the lease contract that had been prepared long ago, paid the money, and signed it.
However, your company is really awesome. You can even rent out sports cars and buildings. Shizhini couldn't help but complain and ridiculed Meng Hao. There's nothing I can do about it.
I have a wide network of contacts and strong financial strength, so I was able to get the agency.
Meng Hao replied disapprovingly. What a thick skin.
Shizhini rolled her eyes and changed the subject. The contract has been signed, the rent has been paid, and the official business is done.
Let's talk about our private matters.
Shizhini said with mixed feelings.
To be honest.
As a female PhD who has received higher education and graduated in law, Shizhini is different from ordinary girls. Her rational thinking is far superior to her emotional thinking. Simply put, she knows what she wants. The unexpected things Meng Hao did, one after another, really surprised her. She is beautiful, has a slim figure, is well educated, and more importantly, she is still a virgin. Anyway, women all want to find a partner and get married. It doesn't matter who you sleep with, right?
Why not find someone like Meng Hao who is rich, young, and handsome? Crying in a BMW is not a problem. The problem is that this BMW must be given to you by a man. Even though this man has countless mistresses outside. She could even foresee that after returning to the company, Director Su would definitely return the doffing factory business to her, Lily would be fired, and other colleagues in the company would treat her with courtesy. These are the benefits brought by pretending to be Meng Hao's girlfriend. Love? Can it be eaten as a meal? What's more, Shizhini always felt that Meng Hao still seemed to have a good impression of her. In addition to being confident in her good looks, high education, and good figure, the fact that Meng Hao fulfilled his promise to bring down Li Chang also indirectly proves that this man is interested in her. The three great illusions of mankind. I can do it. I can win. She likes me. What do we have to talk about? Meng Hao glanced at Shizhini suspiciously. He didn't feel that there was any ambiguous relationship between him and this beautiful, highly educated woman. You.
Shizhini suppressed her anger and said, "Promise to pick me up from get off work every day."
Oh, about this matter, I must keep my word.
Meng Hao suddenly realized, then, you must also keep the secret for me in front of my mother.
Deal. Shizhini nodded. Get in the car, I'll take you home. Meng Hao went out and drove. Afternoon. After delivering the express, Meng Hao received a call from Qin Qinglin. To express his gratitude, Qin Qinglin wanted to treat Meng Hao to a meal. Meng Hao originally intended to refuse.
But Qin Qinglin said that if Meng Hao did not accept her kindness, she would no longer organize all 40 or 50 sisters in the company to go out and express her gratitude to Meng Hao for his help. Well, Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengcheng are easier to deal with than 40 or 50 girls in the company.
After finishing his meal, Meng Hao was followed by two stunning beauties, one on his left and one on his right.
Qin Qinglin, who has the queenly style. This girl, with a height of 175 centimeters, fair skin and yellowish hair, looks very much like a fairy in European mythology. Qin Qinglin, 25 years old, holds a PhD in finance and clothing from Gaul. Although his family was not as wealthy as Meng Hao, it was still a first-rate wealthy family. Most importantly, she is of Gallic and Chinese descent. It turns out that her hair is naturally white. As for Wang Mengcheng, she is not of ace either. However, compared with Qin Qinglin, he is much inferior. Wang Mengcheng is also a mixed-race child. Her father is Japanese and her mother is Chinese.
He went to study in Japan when he was a teenager.
She is proficient in tea ceremony and cooking, and has a submissive and cute lowly temperament. This is not only innate, but also has been ingrained into her bones and blood after more than 10 years of studying in Japan. When he returned from undergraduate studies at the age of 22, he met the queen like Qin Qinglin. The sexual concepts in Fuso have always been open. Wang Mengcheng, who originally hated men, took the initiative to turn Qin Qinglin into a lesbian, and unlocked countless poses for Qin Qinglin on the sofa bed in Qincheng Company. But no one expected that the two girls who had originally planned to be lesbians for the rest of their lives would end up with Meng Hao, a courier boy. The two women who shared the same husband seemed to have regarded Meng Hao as their man. After dinner, they dragged Meng Hao to go shopping at Wanda.
Meng Hao had no shortage of money.
In terms of vision, Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengcheng have extremely unique vision.
More than an hour later,
Meng Hao, who is worth billions but always likes to wear the yellow vest of Tonga Express, has made a new look. After Qin Qinglin's selection, there were 5 or 6 suits and casual clothes with a total value of over $1 million. Any one of them made Meng Hao look like a domineering president from a novel. She is worthy of being the queen, and has directly improved her man's fashion sense by many levels. And Wang Mengcheng was not idle either.
Wang Mengcheng is careful, gentle, and considerate. The watches, glasses and bracelets she selected for Meng Hao all added points to Meng Hao with just the right details. If Qin Qinglin raised Meng Hao's dressing score from failing to 95 points, then the remaining 5 points were made up by Wang Mengcheng. At this moment, Meng Hao was simply a 100% perfect man. At first glance, he looks handsome and heroic. A closer look reveals outstanding details that are impeccable. All the pedestrians in Wanda were attracted by Meng Hao. Wow, this little brother is a star. So handsome. Damn it, he has 2 girls with different temperaments around him, but why am I, a grown man, not disgusted, but only envious and jealous? Hey, if the little brother gives me a pinky finger, I don't mind sharing him with these 2 beauties. What Meng Hao didn't know was that the last store he walked out of was Zhou Sheng Jewelry.
Zhao Rongrong, the gold digger who had intended to get close to him, was so intimidated by the aura of Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengcheng that she dared not speak. She didn't chase them out until the three of them left the store. Seeing Meng Hao being surrounded by women, she kicked her feet in anger.
Zhao Rongrong, Zhao Rongrong. You are the biggest idiot in the world. When Meng Hao delivered the package to you before, why did you let him slip away? Even if I'm just his sex partner, I'll definitely make a fortune.
In a fit of rage, Zhao Rongrong used too much force and broke the high heel of her shoe. She lost her balance and fell to the ground, causing bursts of laughter. 061, Night Tour of the Palace. If you want to marry a girl, you can marry a pair.
9 o'clock in the evening.
As night falls, Kyoto's nightlife officially begins amid the bright lights and bustling nightlife. Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengcheng were in a good mood. The more people turned their heads to look at Meng Hao, the more vain they became. After all, men are women's best work. As for two women sharing one husband,
that's nothing.
Their ideas are open to the beginning, and the lesbian sisters don't see anything wrong with sharing beautiful things with each other. But Meng Hao didn't think of himself as their man.
It's getting late. How about we go back to our own homes and visit our own mothers?
Meng Hao glanced warily at the Vacheron Constantin watch that Wang Mengcheng had picked out for him, intending to send the two girls away quickly.
Oh no, the company should be closed at this time.
Qin Qinglin glanced at Meng Hao and pretended to be annoyed.
Sister, you didn't forget to bring your door card. I forgot to bring it too.
Wang Mengcheng and Qin Qinglin have been lesbian sisters for so long, so how could she not see Qin Qinglin's intention?
Meng Hao had a headache. Then, let me open a hotel for you. Meng Hao added. I don't have my ID with me. See, me too.
The two girls blinked their big pitiful eyes, staring at Meng Hao, which made him feel soft-hearted.
Have to.
There are many houses in the palace anyway, so give them two.
We can't just watch these two lesbian sisters sleeping on the streets.
But my sports car can only seat two people,
Meng Hao said, spreading his hands. It's okay, we can squeeze in. Qin Qinglin blinked.
Meng Hao found that letting two girls squeeze into the passenger seat at the same time seemed to be a mistake. The two girls, who were originally lesbian sisters, spent the entire day together and had already learned all sorts of joint poses. They then live broadcasted the performance on Meng Hao's passenger seat.
Damn it! A live pornographic show.
So, where are your skirts lifted to?
Qin Qinglin, please watch your hands and don't poke around, okay? Wang Mengcheng, what does it mean when you look like you're enjoying the kiss? It is true that Meng Hao is a gentleman.
But, he is a normal man.
It was obvious that the Lily sisters did this on purpose for him to see. The movements and poses should be as exaggerated and praiseworthy as possible.
The weird screams are as loud as they can be.
The leaked spring light is as tempting as it can be. Fortunately, Prince Rui's palace is not far away.
Meng Hao, who was feeling dry mouth and angry, parked the car and immediately jumped out of the cab, breathing in the cool night air.
Damn, this is so torturous. Qin Qinglin got out of the car with a look of surprise.
Her clothes were disheveled, exposing large areas of her fair skin. However, in this empty palace, she didn't seem to have any intention of straightening her clothes in front of Meng Hao.
Meng Hao, have you come to the wrong place? This should be the royal palace in Kyoto.
I haven't heard that this place has been turned into a hotel. After all, Wang Mengcheng was a little thin-skinned, so she subconsciously pulled up the hem of her skirt to cover her main parts. As for other parts of the body. Anyway, there is no one else in this dark and quiet huge palace.
Let the spring light leak out.
Anyway, Meng Hao will be their man sooner or later. I guess Meng Hao is planning to take us on a night tour of the palace to cultivate our emotions, and then take good care of you, a little bitch who was full of lust.
Since there were no outsiders around, Qin Qinglin teased Wang Mengcheng in front of Meng Hao without any concealment.
Bah, Sister Qinglin, I think it's you that Meng Hao is going to deal with today. Wang Mengcheng was unwilling to be left behind.
Really? Why not let Meng Hao finish you off right now?
Field battle sounds like a good idea too. Qin Qinglin did what he said and started to undress Wang Mengcheng.
Ah, Sister Qinglin, stop it. I was wrong. It's itchy.
Wang Mengcheng begged for mercy. Seeing the two women making a fuss, as if they were destined to take him down tonight, Meng Hao felt a dull pain in his head.
This place is not open to the public. This is my home. Meng Hao said helplessly. What? Ah.
Such shocking news came out of Meng Hao's mouth, which made the two girls stop playing.
How is this possible? This is a royal palace.
It's in Kyoto, a royal palace right at the foot of the emperor's roots. Qin Xinglin was not questioning Meng Hao, he was just expressing his surprise.
Why not?
Meng Hao smiled and walked towards the house where he lived.
Sir, you're back.
The maid saw Meng Hao and began to greet him from afar. As for the two disheveled pretty ladies behind Meng Hao, the maid was not surprised. My master is so handsome, young and rich, it would be abnormal if he didn't bring a girl home. Let's have some midnight snack, then I'll take you around the palace and choose a room for you to stay in.
Meng Hao said. Okay. Qin Xinglin and Wang Mengqing's eyes were shining.
They are not only tasteful, but also well-informed. Prince Rui's palace is the oldest building in the entire Kyoto Qing dynasty complex, dating back nearly 400 years. This palace covers a vast area and has more than 600 houses of various sizes. There are terraced houses equivalent to single-bedroom apartments, medium-sized houses equivalent to 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, and many stand-alone courtyard houses. I never thought that you, Meng Hao, actually have the ability and financial resources to take over such a palace.
This is not something that can be achieved simply by having money.
Meng Hao felt a little moved.
Are there so many rules in Prince Rui's mansion? He thought they were just small rooms equivalent to studios.
In this way, Prince Rui's mansion really looks like a community with incomplete facilities, but its architectural style and green environment are second to none.
Wow, this is dancing grass, it's rare in the world.
Hey, the construction of this rock is in line with the Bagua Formation. This waterfall is man-made, and it's upside down.
The wisdom of the ancients is amazing.
Wang Mengqiang, who was extremely fond of tea ceremony and flower arrangement, felt like she had discovered a new world. If Qin Xinglin is the queen who controls the overall situation, then Wang Mengqiang is the cute lowly who wins in the details.
Since you like it here so much, why don't you stay a few more days?
Meng Hao discovered that the Lily sisters were not only eloquent and knowledgeable, but also knew how to measure things properly.
For example,
from the beginning to the end, they all took Meng Hao as the core and regarded this man as their heaven.
How many more days? That's not enough.
You'll have to stay for at least 2 or 3 months. Qin Xinglin was carrying a bag full of Meng Hao's new clothes, his smiling eyes full of stories. Wang Mengqing's head drooped slightly shyly, as if she agreed with Qin Xinglin's words.
How about we help you change your clothes tonight?
Qin Xinglin's words were extremely explicit.
Change clothes? I'm afraid the real purpose is not in the bar. Meng Hao gave a bitter smile.
But these two girls are not annoying, and maybe they can be of help to me.
Since they have taken such initiative, I will accept it reluctantly. I have a headache. 2 women with 1 husband?
And it's the kind that has unlocked countless poses.
This night is destined to be full of hardships and difficulties. 062 Games. 11 o'clock.
Meng Hao's room. After walking around the palace for more than an hour, Meng Hao felt sore in his shoulders and back.
You know, this huge Prince Rui's palace is not entirely made up of gravel paths.
Rockery, earth slope, pavilion, and bamboo forest. Although it was said that I toured the palace for more than an hour, it was actually no less than climbing a mountain for more than an hour with high intensity. Qin Xinglin, who exuded the temperament of a queen, didn't feel much. She sat on the bamboo coffee table in the outer room of Meng Hao's room and drank the jasmine tea served by the maid.
By the way, aren't you tired at all?
Meng Hao sat on another rattan chair and let the experienced maid relieve his sore muscles. Next to her is the cute baby-faced Wang Mengqiang. If this baby-faced lowly hadn't been lying on the ground unable to move, Meng Hao would have even begun to doubt himself. Don't compare yourself to my sister Qinglin.
She is a sports fanatic. She practices yoga in the gym.
Her flexibility astounds the yoga instructor, who wants to become her disciple. You don't know, before, she always made me unable to get off the bed, but now I have you. Wang Mengqiang, whose brain was deprived of oxygen due to high-intensity exercise, didn't care at all whether there were people around her.
She spoke without restraint and talked nonsense. Wang Mengqiang, what are you saying? Qin Xinglin blushed.
Although she was ready to throw herself into Meng Hao's arms, it was normal for her to feel shy with so many maids and outsiders present.
The maids tried not to laugh. It's very hard.
But they are professionals. Never say a word of nonsense. Never say a word of gossip about the owner of the palace to his face. Never interfere with the life of the owner of the palace. But the expression seemed a little distorted.
Wang Mingqing's eyes changed several times. WW. Shock. Oh. Crazy. Eventually fell into stagnation. Wang Mingqing chose to play dead. 10 minutes later.
In the quiet and awkward room, several maids slowly left. Sir, your muscles are relaxed now, take a hot bath, and then you can continue group sex. The oldest and most experienced maid gave Meng Hao a familiar smile and closed the door for him with extra care.
Bath? Multiplayer? And you even closed the door? Hey, are you kidding me?
Even if something might happen tonight. But now, Meng Hao just wants to change his clothes quietly.
Speaking of which, Meng Hao is still a young boy.
At Kyoto Film and Television Academy, he rejected countless young and ignorant senior and junior students for a simple reason: he looked down on them. After entering the society and becoming an excellent courier, he rejected countless bold and unrestrained girls who offered themselves to him. The reason was also very simple: they loved money, not people. And Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengcheng. Perhaps it was more out of gratitude to myself and being overwhelmed by my own generosity. For a woman, the man who can truly conquer her must be extremely strong. So, those who lick the dogs will not die well. A man with overflowing male hormones is the king in a woman's heart.
A 5 good young man, pure and simple Meng Hao. Fallen. I have a lot of clothes today. It's quite troublesome to change. But it's a long night, there's plenty of time, right?
Qin Qinglin smiled at Meng Hao.
Stunning beauty. It's just a change of clothes. How long will it take? Here, give it to me.
Meng Hao reached out to take the paper bag of clothes from Qin Qinglin's hand. As a result, the tall mixed-race beauty had no intention of handing over the paper bag of clothes and put it directly on the rattan chair. Then, he took out a long leather whip from the paper bag.
Meng Hao.
Then, Qin Qinglin took out another hollow queen suit that obviously had few strips of cloth.
The fun kind. Meng Hao, Sigma. Finally, Qin Qinglin took out a pink dress from another paper bag. It looks like a nurse's uniform. But why are there hollowed-out holes in some indescribable places on this nurse's uniform? The quality is not up to standard. Bad review. Definitely going to return it.
Sister Mengchun, this is yours, put it on.
Meng Hao, M. Etc.
When were these clothes bought? Their origins and purposes are unknown, but they are obviously only meant to be worn in the boudoir. Before Meng Hao could figure this out,
Qin Qinglin has revealed her queen-style clothes. Wang Mingqing's clothes were printed with cute rabbit patterns. Meng Hao, Sigma. What is this for? Didn't we agree to change clothes and see how they feel on us? Could it be that they are wearing it for themselves? Do you dare to be more shocking? Dare you be more unexpected? Dare you be more unexpected? Qin Qinglin quickly proved it with facts.
She dares. Wang Mengcheng, who was wearing a strange nurse's uniform, got a pink syringe as thick as her arm from somewhere, and imitated Qin Qinglin's tone, echoing in a baby voice.
Don't worry about getting hurt. I'm a professional nurse. It will definitely heal. God damn it, Queen. What a professional nurse. Do these two Lily sisters usually play so wildly? However, Meng Hao never liked to be passive. An evil smile gradually appeared on his face. 1 hour later.
Inside Meng Hao's room, an indescribable scene was taking place.
Tell me, are you still the queen? No. Who is the king? You are. Will you dare to be so presumptuous again in the future?
I don't dare, I'm so stupid. Wang Mengcheng started to make a fuss nearby.
The next day.
The maids in the palace were very tactful and did not bring breakfast to Meng Hao, and no one disturbed the fight that lasted all night.
063, How to impress a man. When will a man's heart be moved?
Meng Hao has his own ideas.
Tossed and turned all night. When I woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Awake?
The tall Qin Qinglin completely took off her cold and aloof image of a queen and presented herself to Meng Hao as a gentle, virtuous, and considerate young wife. She was wearing Meng Hao's white shirt. As she walked, the hem of her shirt rose and fell slightly, revealing a hint of her light blue panties. Perhaps, Meng Hao really had it in his heart. Even the tone of Qin Xinglin's underwear changed from cold to warm.
Let us eat.
Qin Xinglin propped up the lazy wood table on the bed and placed it in front of Meng Hao.
Which one should I eat first?
In the left hand is warm goat milk, and in the right hand is a slice of golden whole wheat egg bread.
Humph,
Sister Qinglin is stealing the credit. You only used goat's milk, and you burned the sandwich I made.
I made the bread slices.
Wang Mengcheng pouted in protest.
It's hard to get a man, but it's also easy. Feed him and sleep with him.
At this moment, Meng Hao felt himself moved.
Even an Iron Man can't stand the high-intensity work all night.
Meng Hao was hungry, so he didn't disturb the two girls who were still sleeping and walked out the door.
Young master, lunch is ready. Do you want to eat?
The maid at the door looked at Meng Hao with a smile on her face.
Well, these dedicated maids stood guard at the door all night?
Even if the room is soundproofed, people will laugh at you for taking so long. Meng Hao felt a little embarrassed, his cheeks slightly blushed, and after expressing his inner shyness appropriately, he ran to eat.
I was halfway through my meal when the phone rang. It's Sun Yang, the boss of Tongda Express. After a busy night, I forgot to punch in for work.
Meng Hao answered the phone embarrassedly.
Sorry, boss.
I had something to do today and forgot to clock in for work.
Meng Hao said.
Oh, it's okay, don't worry about it. Sun Yang's voice on the other end of the phone sounded particularly attentive. I know you are busy, I will still pay you your basic salary every month even if you don't punch in.
I called you this time because I want to trouble you with something.
Oh?
I have something to ask for.
However, Sun Yang usually treats Meng Hao well, and he even plans to give the spot of the top 10 couriers to himself. Meng Hao has always been a person who repays others with 1,000-fold gratitude for any kindness they receive. So, the headquarters will be updating the courier uniforms in the near future. Let each site that is capable report the styles it has designed. You know, I'm just a rough guy, I don't know how to design clothes. But this time, if you are shortlisted, you will receive a cash reward. If you are finally selected, you will be exempt from the fee deduction for 3 years.
You have a wide network of contacts, can you ask your friends for help?
Sun Yang said embarrassedly.
Design Express clothing styles. By the way, isn't Lowy a brand that specializes in clothes and bags?
Why not just call Gol directly?
Okay, leave it to me. Meng Hao was confident. That's good, thank you very much.
Sun Yang said happily.
Gol. New product style R&D and Design Center.
After Lester hung up the phone with Meng Hao, he looked a little embarrassed. I need to design a new dress. It must be done by the company's chief designer himself.
The new clothes are for the courier company.
The ideas of this new boss Meng Hao are truly novel and unique. You know, Lowy is a world-renowned luxury clothing and bag accessories company, but it asked its chief designer to design uniforms for couriers. This is like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito, a waste of talent.
However, since the shareholders have spoken, Lester dare not disobey.
Vincent, 57, is the chief designer of Lowy. This white-haired old man, who is known as the godfather of fashion and a design genius, has his own persistence and arrogance.
Hello, Lester, what's the matter?
Vincent answered the phone with great pride. After listening to the phone call for 2 minutes, Vincent's face became increasingly gloomy.
My God, Lestat, have you got the devil in your head?
You actually asked me, who has won the Gallic Royal Designer Award and is known as the godfather of European fashion, to design a pair of Chinese courier uniforms.
Oh my God, you must be crazy.
Just as Vincent was about to hang up the phone with anger on his face and complaining, Lester's words changed his mind. This is the request of Mr. Meng Hao, a mysterious Chinese tycoon who just paid double the premium to purchase 10% of our Lowy shares.
Silence. There was silence for 20 seconds.
Vincent put down the cup of water that he was about to smash on the ground and laughed.
Oh my God.
Lester, your sense of humor is becoming increasingly rare.
Don't you realize I was joking with you? Thanks to my almighty lord, this mysterious rich man from China, Mr. Meng Hao, how come he has the same idea as me? Recently, I was planning to design a new piece of clothing that has a very lowbrow feel, and his idea coincides with mine. Don't worry, I will definitely complete this amazing design in 3 days at most. Vincent hung up the phone, a look of relief flashing across his face. The mysterious tycoon who can afford to buy 10% of Lowy's shares at double the premium will definitely not mind spending tens of billions more to acquire more Lowy shares.
Having offended the mysterious rich man from the mysterious Oriental country, Vincent felt that he would be in big trouble.
No matter what, we must put in our utmost effort to design this dress to perfection.
Oh, God, I must make this new shareholder amazed by my genius design. Vincent stood up, poured himself a glass of water, and sat back down at the workbench. He plans to stay in seclusion for 3 days.
064, the new boss arrives and the family is about to be wiped out. 3 days later.
Vincent's Tongda Express uniform sample pictures have been sent. If the new courier uniforms were not printed with 4 conspicuous logos of Tongda Express on the front and back, at first glance, this angular uniform would look like the plainclothes uniform of agents from a certain big country.
Handsome, domineering and sharp.
Meng Hao imagined in his mind the high rate of people turning their heads to look at the Tongda Express couriers walking on the street, and he felt very pleased. After all, as a courier, Meng Hao felt very happy to seek benefits for his fellow colleagues.
As a man, you have to stand up straight when wearing a uniform. Meng Hao was very satisfied.
He then passed the style sample to Sun Yang.
Access headquarters.
A bunch of high-ranking officials with big bellies and a heavy bureaucratic air were selecting uniform styles. After all, courier uniforms represent the image and face of a company. Whoever wins will have more say among the top leaders.
Who would design this uniform? Provided by a subcontractor named Sun Yang? What are you doing? Are you working or just pretending to be cool? No, that's too arrogant. Anyway, I don't agree.
Those senior managers are all old foxes, so they would not choose the uniform style proposal of Sun Yang, a little-known subcontractor. Although, they think the uniform style is quite heroic and handsome. The annual Gallic fashion show was playing on the wall-mounted TV in the conference room. Look at her clothes, they are so stylish. It is worthy of being called the country of fashion, the kingdom of luxury goods, and Gaul. Hey, how come this last heavyweight design that was kept in the bottom of the box is so similar to the style of the clothes submitted by Sun Yang?
Is this plagiarism?
This could cause big problems. Just as the top executives were discussing, the godfather of European fashion, chief designer of Loewe, came out to speak. This time, the styles that appeared in the Gallic fashion show are my latest designs. The inspiration for this dress comes from Tongda Express, an ordinary express delivery company in China. The design concept of this service is to show the style of working people and couriers, which means returning to nature. At the same time, I will also provide this clothing to Tongda Express for free. I hope they will like it. I believe that this new fashion item will become popular all over the world and create a new market trend. The Gallic fashion show was greeted with thunderous applause. No one would question, and no one dared to question, the work of Vincent, the godfather of European fashion. In the Tongda Express meeting room, there was total silence.
After a while,
then someone slowly spoke. In fact, if you look closely at this dress, you will find it quite charming.
I suggest that we use Sun Yang's proposal for the new uniforms. Second. Agree.
Meng Hao was completely unaware of the reversal and slap in the face from the top brass of Tongda. As a hard-working courier, he still drives the Hennessey Venom GT, which obviously cannot carry much goods, and delivers parcels diligently in his area like a little bee.
Where did that girl Ning Haiyao go?
I am his employer, after all.
Wouldn't her conscience hurt if she let the boss deliver the packages alone every day? No, I have to contact her tonight. Meng Hao muttered quietly, and the car soon arrived at the next courier customer's signature location. Hongwei Building Property Office.
With annual rent of over 100 million yuan, the Hongwei building supports an independent and fairly large property company, Hongwei Property.
Uncle, what's the matter that you suddenly called us together for?
A sleepy little fat boy walked into the property staff office mumbling, "Usually, I sleep until the afternoon before getting up."
Why are you calling me here at this time?
Sitting at the head seat at the long table in the conference room was a fat man who was even fatter than the little fat man. He glared at the sleepy little fat boy impatiently and scolded him unhappily.
"Yu Qingba, I've told you so many times that you have to call me manager in the company. Also, what time is it? You're still sleeping. Do you understand the working hours?
I really don't know why my sister gave birth to a piece of trash like you." The person who spoke was Yu Chaochen, the manager of Hongwei Property. From his body shape, we can tell that he has been living a luxurious life in the Hongwei building, which he is backed by, for many years and has made a lot of money.
Yu Qingba was stunned, then quickly put on a smile. Even a fool could see that his second uncle was in a bad mood. "What's the matter, uncle?" "Oh no, manager Yu. We are all family, isn't this what we do every day? Right, second uncle, cousin, uncle-in-law. Pop. Yu Chaochen was so angry that his face was trembling.
This is a company, not a home. You should call them director, supervisor, or captain.
Are there any rules?
After being scolded twice in succession, no matter how stupid Yu Qingbo was, he would not rush into the muzzle of Yu Chaochen's gun again. He muttered to himself and found a place to sit down.
This property management company is run by family members. Why are you being so aggressive? Go tell my mom later.
When Yu Chaochen heard this, he was so angry that the fat on his face almost dripped down. But after thinking it over again and again, he forced himself to shut up.
They are all family members. If you talk too much, there will be conflicts.
He looked at his watch. We agreed to hold a meeting of all managers at 1 p.m., but it's almost 2:30 p.m. and there are still several seats empty. This property management company is managed by my relatives, and the company has long been lax to the core.
Can you guys each try harder? Let me tell you, Hongwei Building was put up for sale a few days ago.
The new boss has changed.
Do you really think this is your home? If anything goes wrong, I won't clean up your mess. What? Has the owner of Hongwei Building changed?
This news was like a bombshell, instantly waking up all the sleepy and distracted managers. Previously, Hongwei Building was controlled by multiple bosses, and each of these bosses owned more than one industry. Therefore, the property management of Hongwei Building has been left unattended. This also resulted in Hongwei Properties, led by Yu Chaochen, being able to turn the tables and become extremely powerful, becoming a company that supports relatives.
Hongwei Property Management is in chaos.
Not only are the staff members sloppy, but the accounts are also a mess.
Everyone was taking advantage of the property management fees of Hongwei Building, with Yu Chaochen making the most money.
The fat and big-eared Yu Chaochen contacted a lawyer as soon as he heard that the owner of Hongwei Building had changed. The answer he got made him tremble with fear.
Huge deficit. Corporate corruption. Management is lax.
Adding all these charges together, every relative would have to go to jail for 3 to 5 years, and Yu Chaochen's sentence would start with 10 years, with no upper limit. If the new boss really pursues the matter, the Yu family will be wiped out. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Yu's relatives immediately became nervous.
065, maybe, they are all fools.
The deficit is the business of the previous boss.
It has nothing to do with the new boss, said a relative. That's right. The emperor doesn't ask about the affairs of the old dynasty yet. The worst that can happen is that we just return the money. Someone agreed. Weren't all those years worked in vain? There were different voices objecting. It's better than going to jail. No, I don't agree. It's already this late, and I still need your consent.
Besides, you've been the most free these past few years, and you don't even come to work 2 days a week.
Fuck, that wife of my third sister is such a revealer. Last time during the purchase, you swallowed up 200,000 yuan. Did I tell you? Nonsense, that's because you found the supplier and you get more kickbacks than me.
It was agreed to hold a general meeting, but this family ended up fighting right in the meeting place.
Tea splashed everywhere and papers flew everywhere. That's enough. Yu Chaochen was shaking with anger.
He slammed the table and finally managed to calm down this group of confused relatives.
I really regret that I shouldn't have recruited you. When something happens, there will be internal strife.
When they are cheating, they are more diligent than anyone else. When something goes wrong, they all want to put the blame on each other. Yu Chaochen, with his brows furrowed, rubbed his temples.
I say, number 2, you eat the most.
If you hadn't invited us in, you would have been arrested long ago if you could have made so much money.
Besides, you're the manager. Don't you know whether we've cheated the company or not?
Every transaction, every purchase, has your signature. After all, if something goes wrong, you have to bear the consequences. It has nothing to do with us.
Grass. Yu Chaochen was angry.
He slammed the bone china cup filled with tea in front of him onto the table.
Tea stains were everywhere. These grandsons.
When he was asking for bribes, he would smile and call him second uncle, and second brother. Now that something has happened, he has put all the blame on himself.
Okay, let's just stick to the same line anyway. When they discovered the deficit, they all said they didn't know. We are all on the same boat, we must die together.
Yu Chaochen suppressed his anger and there was a hint of pleading in his words.
TSK, if it weren't for the relationship, who would help you? This will allow the big guys to help you take the blame. What the hell? When a wall falls, everyone steps on it. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Seeing that the new boss came to power and could not bring any benefits and might even be sued, these relatives and uncles who usually lived a good life turned against him faster than turning the pages of a book. Yu Chaochen was so angry that his heart ached. Boom boom boom. Someone knocks on the door. By the way, who is Yu Chaochen? Meng Hao asked while standing at the door. The hearts of many relatives tightened, and Yak looked at Meng Hao silently. Yes, what's wrong? Yu Chaochen was a little nervous. Oh, there's a express delivery for you. Please sign for it. Meng Hao smiled and handed the express delivery over. A courier. Now, Yu Chaochen and his relatives finally felt relieved. How long have you been at the door? Yu Chaochen asked casually. It's been a while. Meng Hao smiled. Then why don't you come in? Yu Chaochen glanced at Meng Hao disapprovingly. You guys left the door unlocked and were arguing so loudly. I called out to you several times but no one answered me. Meng Hao said helplessly, I've heard so many of your secrets. You won't be silenced, will you? Silencing? Yu Chaochen glanced at Meng Hao with disdain. You think too highly of yourself. Not to mention, you didn't record it at all. Even if you did, you're not afraid. You're just a courier, so why do you want to extort money from us? Yu Chaochen was already in a bad mood, and his bunch of annoying relatives didn't know how to close the door and brought out all the shameful things, which were even heard by a courier, making Yu Chaochen feel even worse. That's not the case. Meng Hao looked at Yu Chaochen and had no intention of leaving. If you're not blackmailing us, why are you still standing here? Yu Chaochen waved his hands impatiently and drove Meng Hao away. I haven't received the receipt yet. Meng Hao reminded, also, please give me a 5-star review. Annoying. Yu Chaochen felt guilty and was anxious to get Meng Hao out. Take out your phone and give it a 5-star rating. Can you go now? Yu Chaochen scolded. Meng Hao scratched his head. Not yet. The express delivery has been signed for. Thank you for your 5-star praise. Next, it's time to talk about this Hongwei building. Hongwei building? What does Hongwei building have to do with you? Even if they are engaged in deficits and corruption, it is not the turn of a courier to make comments. Are you going to leave or not? You want to extort money, right? Do you believe me? I will call the police immediately. Before the new boss arrived, Yu Chaochen was the property manager of Hongwei building. He was used to bullying others on weekdays, so he didn't take the courier seriously. That's right. My name is Meng Hao. He is the new owner of this Hongwei building. I happened to hear your conversation. So, I'm going to fire all of you and replace you with my people. Then what happens? You should pay compensation, pay back the money you owe, go to jail if you owe it, or get out of here if you owe it. The crows and magpies were silent. This was followed by a burst of laughter. Fuck, is this courier an idiot? The new owner of Hongwei building? Which courier company is he from? I want to file a complaint against him. Meng Hao wasn't in a hurry. I took out my cell phone and made a call. Qin Qinglin, are you awake? I'm already at the company. It's really hard work. You guys come down here, bring your computer with you, and prepare some materials. Ask Wang Mengqing to contact the housing management office and have them send over the property deeds. Meng Hao glanced at Yu Chaochen, who had a suspicious look on his face, as if he remembered something. By the way, find a reliable auditing company to check the accounts of our Hongwei building in recent years. Meng Hao put the phone to his ear and looked at Yu Chaochen with a smile. Who are you? Yu Chaochen was a little unsure and stood up in a panic. If you want to extort money, I can give you 30,000, 50,000, or 100,000. Is that enough? Take the money and get out of here. Oh no, leave. Yu Chaochen took out a check, quickly wrote the number 100,000 on it, and threw it in front of Meng Hao. No matter who this courier is, he will feel at ease only if he disappears from his sight. Meng Hao took the check, and Yu Chaochen had just put his mind at ease, but Meng Hao's words made him dumbfounded again. By the way, tell the people at the auditing company that the audited party has already paid the money. Yes, 100,000. Let them come quickly. You should be in a hurry to go to jail. You can't delay. Don't tell me you feel weird, I feel confused too. These days, there are still people who pay to send themselves to jail. Maybe it's because they are all idiots. 066, women should put their careers first. Money makes the world go round. In consideration of the 100,000 yuan audit fee, the audit company's people came quickly. Also coming with the audit company was Liang Feifei, the policewoman in charge of the area. Obviously, Liang Feifei was called by the audit company. After all, a client who can pay 100,000 yuan in one go must have a lot of evidence about the audited entity. For big clients who spend 100,000 yuan, audit companies naturally have to serve them comfortably. Meng Hao did have a lot of evidence, and it was revealed by Yu Chaochen and his gang during their internal strife. He only had to repeat it in front of the people from the audit company. Soon, some significant loopholes in the accounts were discovered. Yu Chaochen and his relatives, looking as pale as death, no longer had any mood to fight among themselves. I really didn't realize that you just spent more than 100 million, and in the blink of an eye a building popped up. Before leaving, the policewoman Liang Feifei looked at Meng Hao with blinking eyes, as if she had become his die-hard female fan. No, it's just a small business to make ends meet. Meng Hao waved his hand modestly. Actually, I'm just an ordinary person. Phew. Liang Feifei was amused by Meng Hao's false modesty. Okay, ordinary people who drive supercars, buy buildings, and spend hundreds of millions. This time, you have done a great job by helping us catch a bunch of parasites who have embezzled the company's assets. Afterwards, remember to go to the police station to record your statement. Liang Feifei's eyes sparkled. Meng Hao scratched his head. Why? This damn money. This is an unstoppable handsomeness. Wherever you go, you are the focus of the crowd. Feeling good about myself. Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengqing each grabbed one of Meng Hao's ears, pretending to be angry. Ordinary people, shall we chat? Ordinary people, can you have a good chat at night? Have to. Two jealous people were overturned. Meng Hao quickly diverted the two women's attention. Actually, I called you here for something else. You know, I'm very busy. The affairs of Hongwei Building are complicated and heavy. I plan to hand them over to you. The biggest advantage of Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengqing is that they know what is important and what is secondary. Seeing that Meng Hao was talking about serious matters, he stopped talking nonsense. Leave it to us? Qin Qinglin looked confused. Aren't you afraid that we will lose your assets again? Wang Mengqing looked at Meng Hao with a wicked smile. Fine. No. My money is for my woman to spend. Meng Hao smeared honey on his lips. That makes sense. Qin Qinglin exudes the aura of a queen. You have a conscience. Seeing Meng Hao admit that she was his woman in front of so many auditors, a blush rose on her face. But what are you busy with? Qin Qinglin picked up the account book and quickly put herself in the role of the hostess of Hongwei Building. Busy, delivering a package. Meng Hao slipped away immediately and escaped from the clutches of the two women. Etc.? Busy delivering packages? Why does it sound a little strange? Soon, the touch of emotion in Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengqing's hearts faded away, and they realized that they seemed to have become Meng Hao's free employees. Meng Hao, the hands-off boss, ran away without even discussing remuneration or annual salary with them. Hongwei Building parking lot. Meng Hao let out a long breath as he started the sports car. Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengqing are trapped by the complicated affairs of Hongwei Building, so they won't be able to spend time with him every day. As a woman, how can you think about things in bed every day? It must be career-oriented. Meng Hao thought seriously and as a matter of course. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang. Ning Haiyao? I was just planning to contact this unprofessional apprentice tonight when this girl called me. When the call was connected, Ning Haiyao's soft and cute voice came. What? Are you treating me to a meal? Want to watch a movie? Talk to me about something. Damn it. Just after getting rid of the two female foxes, a troublesome little fox shows up. Well. Life is full of challenges. Handsome men are always tempted by beautiful women. It's so lonely like snow. Meng Hao stepped on the accelerator and the sports car rushed out at lightning speed. Meng Hao's face was stern. As Ning Haiyao's master, he planned to educate the somewhat naive female apprentice. The competitive pressure in society is so great nowadays. Job opportunities are so valuable. This girl didn't contact me for several days in a row,
and even didn't complete her job of delivering the courier. As the saying goes, a strict teacher produces excellent students. Being strict with Ning Haiyao now is a kind of care for her on her life journey.
Meng Hao is a good man. Parking lot outside Ning Haiyao School.
Meng Hao leaned his back against the window of the matte black and high-gloss Hennessey Venom GT, ready to scold this girl harshly.
Wow. Meng Hao hadn't spoken yet.
Ning Haiyao opened her mouth and started crying.
What do you mean? This is the peak time for classes to end.
The students and teachers passing by all turned their eyes to Meng Hao. It's just like the scumbag rich second-generation man who keeps a college student and then abandons her.
If you have something to say, just say it.
Meng Hao had no time to scold Ning Haiyao and hurried to coax her. Ning Haiyao sniffed, and all her snot and tears splashed onto Meng Hao. She said this with tears in her eyes and choking sobs.
Today is my birthday. They all laughed at me for not having a boyfriend. Will you be my boyfriend for a day? I'll treat you to dinner and a movie. Just this?
As for crying like this, Meng Hao felt helpless.
Ning Haiyao's train of thought is as unpredictable as usual. Never mind. Considering it's the girl's birthday, let's leave the scolding for another day. Get in the car.
Meng Hao touched Ning Haiyao's long hair and his tone softened.
What are you doing? Ning Haiyao looked at Meng Hao with anticipation and uncertainty. I'll take you to celebrate your birthday and treat you to dinner and a movie. Meng Hao said helplessly.
Great. Ning Haiyao's face, with tears still not yet dried, immediately broke into a smile.
Meng Hao. Where is the grievance you promised me? What happened to you saying you were unhappy? Where's the tearful face you promised me? Does a woman's face change faster than the weather during a thunderstorm? Never mind.
What you say must be fulfilled. After all, Ning Haiyao is her apprentice and employee.
Taking care of the emotions of his subordinates should be within his responsibility as a boss, right?
Ning Haiyao, who was sitting in the driver's seat, leaned on Meng Hao, flipped her phone, and took several photos in a row.
What is going on here?
Seeing Meng Hao's face full of suspicion, Ning Haiyao grinned.
Post it on WeChat Moments. How else would they believe that I have a boyfriend? Is this normal? Normal?
It would be strange if this were normal. Meng Hao, who had no idea what Ning Haiyao was thinking, chose to drive.
Ning Haiyao, I'm driving. Could you please stop holding my arm? It's too dangerous. Good. Also, don't put your legs around my waist. Yeah.
Girl, your hot pants are showing. Please be careful.
Well, no, anyway, there are no outsiders here, so let's just expose ourselves. Do you want to look at other places, Master's boyfriend? Meng Hao.
067. When going out, boys must learn to protect themselves.
Look somewhere else? Stop it.
Does not exist. Know how Meng Hao spent the past 3 days. The sisters Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengchang, who had never touched a man but had already mastered all positions with each other, almost tortured Meng Hao to death. In a sense, he also has to thank Yu Chaochen's big family. The internal strife within the family led to him being thrown into jail. The mess of Hongwei property was left to Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengchang to clean up. After finally becoming a hands-off boss and having a few days of peace and quiet, Meng Hao would not be stupid enough to find himself more work to do.
He is human. A living person. Not a protein juicer.
I picked a nice Western restaurant. Ning Haiyao gave her a passionate kiss out of the blue, then took a selfie and posted a photo.
Meng Hao didn't know what was eaten for the meal.
All we know is that in the double box specially selected by the waiter, he was on high alert and kept a tight watch on his belt. These days, men must be careful to protect themselves when they are outside.
After dinner, of course we went to watch a movie. Horror movie? Absolutely not. Isn't this just an opportunity for Ning Haiyao to get into his arms? Romance movie? No, absolutely not.
Ning Haiyao, who has a very wild imagination and a very unique way of thinking, would definitely think that Meng Hao is hinting at something. This girl who never follows the beaten path might do something out of the ordinary. Meng Hao had heard that the seemingly dark movie theater was equipped with infrared cameras. Not to mention that I have been working hard these days and have caused physical damage. Even if I want to have a romantic relationship with Ning Haiyao, I can't do it in the cinema.
Avengers? Well, this movie is good.
This popcorn movie with explosive special effects should not trigger any associations in Ning Haiyao. In order to carry forward the straight male style to the end, Meng Hao ordered this movie without saying a word. Soon, he found out he was wrong. It's so wrong. Well, Master Boyfriend, the love between Black Widow and Hawkeye is so sad and beautiful. The Black Widow fell. Black Widow is dead. In the dark theater, Meng Hao looked confused. Who is Black Widow? Why did she die? She is dead. What does it have to do with you, Ning Haiyao, hugging my waist? Also, what does it mean when your hands keep moving towards my lower waist? She died so tragically. Meng Hao muttered. Then he took Ning Haiyao's arm away. Wow, Iron Man's daughter is so cute, I want one too, Master's boyfriend. Wow, Iron Man's armor is so handsome, is Master also as muscular as Iron Man under his clothes? Iron Man's daughter is cute? Why didn't I notice? Wait, what do you mean you want a daughter? Who gave birth to you? It's impossible for me anyway. Do cells divide and reproduce? Besides, Iron Man wears an alloy exoskeleton armor, right? These are my clothes. Ning Haiyao. Where do you stretch your hand? I don't have that much muscle. Ah, please don't touch the itchy spot on my waist. Meng Hao quickly used the opportunity to grab the coat to get away from Ning Haiyao's dirty hands. Master's boyfriend, the Hulk, is so green. Don't worry, I won't let you cheat on me. Ning Haiyao blinked her big eyes and promised. Hello? Is there anything wrong? Who are you cheating on? Are we familiar with each other? You are my employee and apprentice. I'm here to fulfill your birthday wish, so can I pretend to be your boyfriend? Please don't get too involved in the drama. The two of them had a lot of trouble in the cinema. The guy behind couldn't help it. I said, brother. Can you please be quiet? This is a movie theater. If you can't help it, you can go to the hotel. I was defeated by you, and my temper was aroused. I don't want to watch it anymore, let's go home and make a little man. What a waste of movie ticket. The couple behind was cursing and complaining, then they hugged their girlfriends and ran away in a hurry. Shock. Ning Haiyao smiled evilly, without any sense of shame for having done something wrong. Why? This girl. I'm afraid it's because he has a big imagination and a unique way of thinking. Most likely he is stupid. Stop making trouble. I'm upset. Meng Hao glanced behind him. Countless couples gave me an I understand look. At the same time, there are many single people with angry faces. That look seemed to be saying, when the dog dies, no couple in the world is innocent. The conscience of heaven and earth. He, Meng Hao, is the passive party, okay? He just wanted to finish watching the movie in peace and get rid of Ning Haiyao. It's rare that Ning Haiyao has a change of heart. The most important thing was that she estimated that if she continued to make such a fuss, the cinema staff would come over. Okay, I won't make trouble anymore. But hold my hand. Also, I'm putting my legs on you, don't take them off. Ning Haiyao threatened Meng Hao with a victorious smile. Damn it. Ning Haiyao. Are you a devil? Meng Hao felt a surge of regret. It was all his fault. If he had known earlier, he should not have accepted Ning Haiyao as his female disciple. Fortunately. After that, Ning Haiyao became much more obedient. She took Meng Hao's hand and interlocked their fingers. A pair of slender legs, as white as jade, soft and tender as green lotus, were placed on Meng Hao's waist. The posture and position seem a little strange. Meng Hao felt a headache. This cinema doesn't even bother to turn on the air conditioning? You don't even care when the customer is so agitated? When his eyes fell on a single guy next to him who was wearing a coat because of the air conditioning, he gave up the urge to complain about the cinema. Be patient. Just over 2 hours. It passed very quickly. In order to divert his attention, Meng Hao fixed his gaze on the movie screen. I have to say that the special effects of American movies are still good. The various superheroes fighting on the screen are extremely explosive. Meng Hao, who was watching with great interest, suddenly realized a problem. In the face of absolute force, wealth is fat meat in the eyes of hungry wolves. As the system continued to reward him, Meng Hao's money had accumulated to a terrifying level. There is an old saying in China. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. His billions of dollars in assets may not have attracted the covetousness of those with ulterior motives for the time being. But as wealth continues to increase exponentially, you will definitely become a fat sheep in the eyes of others. Having wealth without corresponding protective measures may lead to fatal disaster. Meng Hao muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and the more he thought about it, the colder his back felt. The movie wasn't interesting anymore, the beautiful legs weren't attractive anymore, Ning Haiyao in my arms wasn't fragrant anymore, and not only did I no longer feel hot, I felt a little chilly instead. Seeing the awesome Iron Man bashing another villain into pieces on the big movie screen, Meng Hao couldn't help but mutter to himself. If only I were that awesome. The system is so powerful, could it just reward money, wealth, or something like that? Money is just an external thing, and being strong is the most important thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Hao felt a blue light passing before his eyes. In the void, a light blue panel appeared before his eyes. 068, System Upgrade, Reward Special Edition Kaibai War Shield Off-Road Vehicle. System Prompt, the host Meng Hao has raised a question, and the keywords are extracted, Strength and Upgrade. Strength, term explanation. As an experiential system, the system will issue various rewards based on the host Meng Hao's completion of tasks, including but not limited to rewards for improving strength. Upgrade, term explanation. After the host Meng Hao completes a certain amount of tasks issued by the experience system, he can automatically upgrade. Meng Hao? What the hell? Can the system be upgraded? Can you interact with yourself? Why wasn't it explained before? System, host Meng Hao's confusion is detected. The system prompts that the interactive function must be activated by the host. Must the host be started? Just like smart devices such as Tmall Genie and Xiao AI, they must be awakened before they can interact with you. Depend on. If I hadn't accompanied Ning Haiyao to the movies for her birthday, and accidentally expressed a few words and awakened the system, would this system never have appeared on its own? Meng Hao licked his lips excitedly, glanced at Ning Haiyao who was hugging him and was deeply in love, and continued to ask in a low voice. Explain the upgrade system in detail. In the darkness, Meng Hao's eyes glowed. According to the nature of the system, the rewards in the early stages alone would easily be hundreds of millions or even billions. Wouldn't it be extremely powerful in the later stages? On the movie screen, the purple potato-headed Thanos, who possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, turned around and smiled evilly, as if he agreed with Meng Hao's expectations. Experience Test System, which tests, evaluates and awards rewards to host Meng Hao's experience professions. Experience professions include but are not limited to couriers, food delivery drivers, designated drivers, online car hailing drivers, game companions, etc. Experience System, with multiple levels. Level 1 System, rewards are ordinary cash and item rewards. Level 2 System, rewards are personal attributes and skills, but there is an upper limit, which depends on the host's performance. Level 3 and above System rewards, you need to upgrade to have permission to view. Currently, the host Meng Hao's experience system level is level 1. The first level task is to complete 15 deliveries and obtain achievement rewards, currently completed 515. After completing the first level task, you need to complete 3 upgrade tasks to advance to the second level system. Meng Hao's eyes lit up. Damn it. Awesome plath. I went out to dinner and watched a movie with Ning Haiyao and discovered a new world. Hundreds of millions of sports cars, 1 billion in deposits, tens of billions of buildings, and tens of billions of palaces are just ordinary cash rewards in the eyes of the system? Then the personal attributes and skills rewarded by the second level system must be extremely awesome. Really? Only hard work can bring wealth. Only by sending more express deliveries can miracles be created. However, although the express delivery speed of Hennessey Venom GT is quite fast, the front trunk of this sports car is too small and can only hold a few items at a time. Meng Hao was muttering to himself when the familiar, cold and lifeless electronic synthesized sound of the system rang in his ears again. Ding! The system detected that the host completed a special delivery and obtained the achievement Punish the Evil and Eliminate the Traitors. Ding! Achievement rewards are distributed. Off-road vehicle, special edition Kaibai battle shield, have been placed in the host Meng Hao's home. Kaibai shield? Never heard of it? Meng Hao was a little confused. However, products produced by the system must be high quality. Especially the 3 words off-road vehicle, which made Meng Hao overjoyed. I was worried that the space in my sports car was too small. Now, with an off-road vehicle, it is a perfect tool for delivering express parcels. The system is like a timely help.
As for his home, there is no need to guess, it must be Prince Rui's palace. Through several rewards, Meng Hao was able to figure out some of the characteristics of the system. Each reward must be a satisfying experience, and then it must be rated 5 stars. Finally, the reward will only be issued after the matter is completed. At this time, the parasites in the Yu family must have confessed their actions. So, more express deliveries need to be delivered. After all, Meng Hao doesn't know which express delivery will trigger the experiential express delivery. He can only increase the probability of triggering by increasing the express delivery volume. If you want to get more positive reviews, it would be the most frustrating if you completed the experiential express delivery but failed to trigger it because the customer did not give you a 5-star review. You must be able to see everything from beginning to end. Indeed, being able to see everything from beginning to end is not only a quality that a qualified courier should possess, but also an important basis for the system to consider and award rewards. Meng Hao's heart was restless. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when we finished watching the movie. Ning Haiyao's school dormitory was closed and could not be entered at all. It is not very humane to let this little girl stay in a hotel alone. After making the 3 rules clear, Meng Hao agreed to let Ning Haiyao move back to his palace. However, Meng Hao has really overdrawn his energy these days. If Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengqing came back and found out that she was doing some shameful things with Ning Haiyao, they would definitely be jealous and fight with her for another 300 rounds. Most importantly, Meng Hao wanted to see the special edition Kaibei War Shield SUV that the system had just rewarded him. Ning Haiyao is quite well behaved. After letting Meng Hao pretend to be her boyfriend, riding in a sports car, eating, watching movies, and taking hundreds of selfies, she did not embarrass Meng Hao anymore. After all, according to the normal routine of girls, after doing all this, the main job when returning home is to Photoshop, edit the text in a low-key yet ostentatious way, and then post it on WeChat Moments. This is a huge and massive project. These hundreds of photos would probably be enough to keep Ning Haiyao busy for the whole night. Stepping into Meng Hao's residence, Prince Rui's mansion, Ning Haiyao naturally started taking pictures again. Meng Hao drove the Hennessey Venom GT into the huge warehouse used specifically for parking. A brand new, angular and domineering off-road vehicle stopped in front of him. Damn it! Is this an SUV? Is this an off-road vehicle? With this physique and shape, it's almost as big as a small military tank. Meng Hao opened the driver's door of the special edition Kaibei Battle Shield and climbed in with some difficulty. There was a thick instruction manual on the center console, and Meng Hao flipped through it curiously. The Kaibei War Shield is divided into a combat version and a civilian version. It is an all-terrain luxury armored SUV. The vehicle is equipped with a bulletproof SUV produced by the original factory. Each vehicle is handcrafted by 28 senior technicians after 1,500 hours, so the production volume is very low. The civilian version is priced at around 10 million. The military version alone costs more than 30 million. It is extremely rare on the market, with a starting price of 50 million. And there is no demand for it. Special edition, the only one in the world. The vehicle body is made of all-composite high-tech armor and painted with invisible paint. It can withstand tank gun attacks head-on and avoid all radar scans from 50 meters away. The engine uses a modified version of the MB873 Ka5014 4-stroke 12-cylinder V-shaped 90-angle water-cooled pre-combustion chamber turbocharged intercooled engine developed by MTU. It is a modified version of the world's most advanced Leopard 2A7 tank engine and can use civilian fuel as power. It has the world's strongest off-road performance and obstacle crossing performance. 069, the cousin arrives, and things are about to be exposed. Is this an SUV? This big guy is bigger than ordinary military 4-wheel armored vehicles. It is simply a miniature version of a tank, a mobile armored fortress. What's even more terrible is the configuration of this Kaibei War Shield SUV. A reinforced composite steel plate hull that can withstand frontal bombardment from artillery shells. Stealth coating that cannot be detected by radar at a distance of 50 meters. A modified engine that can use civilian fuel. The military technology represented by these black technologies is something that some medium-sized military powers may not even possess. Just considering the construction cost, it's at least 200 million. Moreover, it is the kind that has a price but no demand. You know, it is impossible for every country's cutting-edge military technology to leak out. If the cost of technological research and development and confidentiality is taken into account, this Kaibei War Shield SUV is simply out of stock. The system is really generous.
Meng Hao swallowed his saliva and stroked the Kaibei battle shield, which was full of texture and technology, with his hands, as if he was caressing the body of his most beloved woman. For men, beautiful women and luxury cars have a natural and irresistible charm. Ning Haiyao, with a messy hair and dark circles under her eyes, found Meng Hao in her pajamas and slippers, yawning. It's obvious that this girl didn't sleep well at night.
Wow, what a cool car.
Ning Haiyao saw the Kaibei battle shield and her eyes lit up. My boyfriend, this car is more expensive than that sports car. Meng Hao rolled his eyes. Yeah, it's indeed much more expensive than Hennessey Venom GT. Meng Hao pinched Ning Haiyao's slightly chubby lips and said, yesterday was your birthday, so I pretended to be your boyfriend for a day.
Don't take it seriously. Hurry up and send the courier. Ning Haiyao pouted, looking unhappy. How can you be someone's boyfriend for a day and not do it at night?
Ning Haiyao tugged at Meng Hao's clothes, like a little kitten clinging to its owner.
Didn't he do it at night? Do what? What's going on in this girl's head?
She looks like a pure and sunny girl, but why is she thinking about doing dirty things all day long and wanting to possess Meng Hao's body?
Go to work, go to work. Meng Hao deliberately put on a stern face and ordered Ning Haiyao to leave. Ning Haiyao stood still.
His face was full of grievance.
What's wrong with this girl?
Meng Hao felt that his patience was constantly being challenged by Ning Haiyao.
Master's boyfriend.
Ning Haiyao's tone was extremely soft, and it sounded like she wanted to ask for something.
Call me master, not your boyfriend.
Meng Hao quickly corrected Ning Haiyao.
Can you help me pick up a classmate? She's coming from the neighboring city to play with me today. Ning Haiyao put her hands on her cheeks, looking like a cute cat.
Meng Hao rolled his eyes at Ning Haiyao and refused directly.
No.
This girl had a big imagination and her thinking was different from that of ordinary people, so Meng Hao didn't intend to give her even the slightest hope. Having the two sisters Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengcheng was already enough for him to deal with, and if he added the baby voice Ning Haiyao, he, Meng Hao, would definitely suffer from a herniated disc. Ning Haiyao was rejected by Meng Hao and was about to cry.
Master, master, good master.
I posted it on WeChat Moments yesterday, and all my classmates and friends know that you are my boyfriend.
Tang Tang Yen Yen is my best sister. If you don't help me, she will definitely laugh at me. Just a joke. What does it have to do with Meng Hao? Anyway, he will not help Ning Haiyao anymore. Etc. Tell me, what's your classmate's name?
Meng Hao stopped just as he was about to leave and looked at Ning Haiyao in surprise.
Tang Yen Yen. Ning Haiyao looked at Meng Hao strangely. Tang Yen Yen, who graduated from number 14 middle school in the neighboring city and is a junior at H University? Meng Hao had a bad feeling. Yes, do you know him? Ning Haiyao nodded and looked at Meng Hao suspiciously. No? I know you so well.
Meng Hao's mother's surname is Tang, and this Tang Yen Yen is the daughter of her third sister and Meng Hao's cousin. This is such a coincidence. Ning Haiyao is Tang Yen Yen's high school classmate and close friend. I also saw the intimate photos of Meng Hao and Ning Haiyao on a date.
Now I have to come to Kyoto City to visit Ning Haiyao. Wouldn't it be impossible for Meng Hao to hide his billions of dollars worth of assets?
What's even more terrible is that Qizhini is the blind date chosen by Meng Hao's mother, and she seems to be determined to make her daughter-in-law.
Then how do you explain your relationship with Ning Haiyao?
In addition, there are two mixed-race beauties Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengcheng. If this gets to my ears through Tang Yen Yen's mouth, Meng Hao will be skinned alive. When Meng Hao was really anxious, the phone rang.
Whatever you fear will come to you.
The person who called was my mother.
Hello, Mom. Meng Hao smiled and answered the phone with trepidation.
Your cousin Tang Yen Yen is going to Kyoto City to play for a while, please treat her well.
Also, how are things going between you and Qizhini? This time, Tang Yen Yen went to Kyoto City to play with a mission.
If you don't entertain her well, or if she treats Qizhini badly, I will come back and skin you alive.
A mother's life is more important than a mountain. How could Meng Hao dare to refute his mother in the slightest?
He hung up the phone timidly, with an unhappy look on his face.
Oh, Tang Yen Yen is your cousin. She is also my best friend.
You're my boyfriend. It's just a close relationship.
Ning Haiyao once again used her wild imagination to try to make up some relatives. By the way, did Tang Yen Yen see my face in your circle of friends yesterday?
Meng Hao rubbed his temple. Now was not the time to argue with Ning Haiyao. No, I won't release photos of my man, to prevent these sluts from snatching you from me. Ning Haiyao pouted and said seriously, I only took photos of your profile, sports car, and palace, to make them jealous.
Well. Ning Haiyao, are you attracted to Meng Hao, or are you attracted to the luxury house and supercar? Also, do you dare to add a woman on WeChat as a friend who even steals your best friend's man? Haha, woman. Ha, plastic sisters. It's okay as long as Tang Yanyan didn't find out.
Meng Hao let out a long sigh and poked Ning Haiyao's head. Help me act. Ning Haiyao stared at Meng Hao blankly, not quite sure what her handsome and wealthy master boyfriend was up to.
First, I can't let my cousin find out that I have a mansion and a sports car. I'm just an ordinary courier. Second, don't let my cousin misunderstand that I am your boyfriend.
You should even make my cousin believe that I have no contact with the opposite sex at all. Third, while my cousin is here, you are responsible for playing with her.
I will reimburse all the expenses.
Anyway, just try to reduce contact with me. Ning Haiyao tilted her head and looked at Meng Hao with confusion on her face.
Why? Ning Haiyao asked.
Why do you care so much? Just tell me whether you will do as I say or not.
Meng Hao said unhappily. What's the benefit?
Ning Haiyao put her hands behind her back and looked at Meng Hao with a sly smile on her face.
I'll give you an extra 5,000 yuan a month. Meng Hao answered casually. No, I want you to agree to be my boyfriend. Ning Haiyao took the opportunity to threaten him. No.
Meng Hao refused.
Ning Haiyao sniffed and pretended to turn around and leave.
Okay, I can consider it.
Meng Hao said helplessly.
Okay, I promise you, master's boyfriend.
Ning Haiyao's face was full of joy. Meng Hao looked at Ning Haiyao helplessly. This female college student who looks innocent and has a unique way of thinking is not stupid.
070, haircut is serious, but I don't know if the barber is serious. Meng Hao's parents have been honest and decent ordinary city residents all their lives, and they are content with a small fortune. Although the family is not wealthy, they have enough food and drink. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to afford to send Meng Hao to study at Kyoto Film and Television Academy.
Moreover, after Meng Hao graduated, he would not be allowed to choose the career of a courier to experience life. Although the two elders often complained, they basically allowed Meng Hao to choose his own lifestyle. However, if they found out that he was suddenly worth billions, Meng Hao's parents would definitely be scared given their honest and decent personalities. Moreover, it seems that apart from those ways to make money written in the criminal law, there is no way to get rich overnight. He couldn't tell his parents that he had obtained a strange system? Not to mention whether Meng Hao's atheist parents would believe it. If the news leaked out, Meng Hao would definitely be dragged into the laboratory and sliced into pieces for research. When Meng Hao thought of the air-injected mice and skinned and menstruating frogs in the hands of the medical girls, he felt a chill on his back. In short, you must keep your cousin steady. At least he couldn't let his parents and relatives know that he had a large amount of property of unknown origin. Tang Yanyan's train arrived at the station at 4:30 in the afternoon, which still left her with about 3 hours to go. After asking for leave from his boss Sun Yang, Meng Hao planned to go to the station. Neither the Hennessey Venom GT nor the Kaibei War Shield can be driven. You can only choose to take the bus, subway, or taxi. Before leaving, Meng Hao realized that he almost missed a detail. How could a courier boy wear Ray-Ban sunglasses worth over 10,000 yuan and a Patek Philippe watch worth 1 million yuan? There are also Armani clothes and Gucci belts. Although he exchanged the luxury clothes and accessories for ordinary shirt and shorts, Meng Hao's temperament did not look like that of an ordinary courier boy at all. In addition to his stunningly handsome appearance, his hairstyle, perfume, and facial cream, details that most people would simply overlook, always inadvertently reveal Meng Hao's restrained extravagance to the fullest. It has to be said that the sisters Qin Xinglin and Wang Mengcheng have truly unique vision and approach. In just a few days, Meng Hao underwent a qualitative change from the inside out. Therefore, women are the best decoration for men. That's right, it's a bit waist-wrecking. If you want to hide your wealthy and imposing temperament, the best way is to find a place to get a haircut and wash your hair, preferably an ordinary street barbershop for the working class. As a courier boy walking around the streets, Meng Hao quickly thought of a place. Portland Street. This is a dilapidated old street located in the bustling streets of Kyoto City. There are barber shops everywhere on the street, and their names are quite retro. It's either called So-and-So Hair Salon or XX Hair Wash, Cut and Blow Dry Shop. Maybe it's really because of the dilapidated old street. The business concept is not advanced enough.
Not to mention the retro name, the lights are also an impractical bright red, and there are even more than 20 barbershops on this short street of only 200 or 300 meters.
I don't know what these bosses are thinking.
There are few customers in the old street to begin with, and with so many shops opening up here, it would be strange if there is any business. Anyway, when Meng Hao was delivering express parcels and passed by, he didn't see any business at the barbershop on Boland Street. So, he decided to pay it a visit.
Meng Hao stopped at the door of a store with a rather exquisite storefront decoration.
Just as he expected, the red shop covered with half a piece of opaque cellophane was empty. Several young ladies dressed revealingly and seductively were sitting on the sofa playing with their mobile phones boredly.
Meng Hao knocked on the door. No one paid any attention. Why? The location is so bad, there are so many stores, but the service attitude is still so bad?
Meng Hao pushed open the sliding door and walked in, greeting everyone politely.
Excuse me, who can give me a haircut?
Before he could finish his words, a round-faced girl with dark eyeshadow looked up impatiently and interrupted Meng Hao.
Are you so impatient? Can't you wait until night? You men. Why?
The round-faced girl with dark eyeshadow was stunned for a moment, then put down her phone and circled around Meng Hao as if she had seen a new type of creature.
Wow, what a handsome little brother. There is also a kind of temperament that is hard to describe, but makes people feel comfortable. Do you really need to come to our store when you look like this? There are a lot of girls who are devoted to you, right? How about you be my boyfriend and I'll support you? Do I have to choose a shop to get a haircut? Also, has my love life really become so bad?
Even when getting a haircut, you may encounter people who pay you for it.
I just come here to manage my hair.
Meng Hao had never met such a bold and unrestrained girl, and for a moment he was unable to adapt and felt a little awkward. When the round-faced girl with dark eyeshadow reminded them, several girls who were playing with their mobile phones raised their heads. One of the girls, who had an oval face, the best looks and was the youngest, walked boldly up to Meng Hao, her eyes moving along his cheek all the way down to an indescribable position between his legs. She licked her lips. He looked like a starving poor man seeing a table full of delicious food.
Brother, you are so handsome. What's your name? How about we leave a WeChat? What the hell? Do you have to ask for your name when getting a haircut now? Want to add WeChat? Could it be WeChat Pay? That's not right. You can just scan the QR code to pay with WeChat. Seeing that Meng Hao didn't answer, another girl with a lithe waist and cat-like gait also came over. Little brother, you are not really here to get a haircut, are you? Of course, the haircut must be issued by the manager. But I don't know if the barber is serious or not. Ha ha ha.
Several girls were amused and giggled. The beautiful woman with an oval face was unhappy. Xiao Chui, I was the first one to discover this boy.
Can you please stop snatching him away? Look at your face, can it compare with mine?
It was obvious that the beautiful woman with the oval face was very confident about her face.
What's the use of having good looks? It's the same when the lights are off. Besides, it all depends on who has better kung fu. The catwalk girl retorted without lagging behind. Meng Hao.
It's really difficult for a girl like this. Business on this street is so bad that they would argue with each other whenever a customer came. However, it is understandable to talk about whether the skills are good or not. After all, there are different levels of barbering skills.
But what does it mean to turn off the lights? Doesn't hair growth require light? TSK. The melon seed girl rolled her eyes. Anyway, I'm just prettier than you. If you don't believe me, let the little brother choose. Little brother, don't listen to her. Try my kung fu.
I guarantee you will be satisfied with my skills. We can keep in touch through a long-term line in the future.
The catwalk girl was unwilling to be outdone.
Chuck. The girls were in a mess. I'm talking about Xiao Chui and Xiao Lian.
You guys want to eat alone, right? Such a handsome boy, I'm willing to pay for him.
Little brother, choose me, choose me. Meng Hao felt helpless.
It's just a haircut, why is it made like choosing a concubine? Could it be that the business competition on this street has become so fierce? Life is not easy.
These young ladies have a hard time. They really need to be saved by a kind-hearted man like Meng Hao. 071, 10 yuan for a haircut and 1,000 yuan for a haircut and blow drying.
Alright, stop making a fuss and let the customer choose.
The round-faced girl with black eyeshadow who spoke first acted as a peacemaker and calmed down this inexplicable dispute.
Then,
Meng Hao brought in a gift from the round-faced girl with dark eyeshadow.
wow.
Unlike the red-lit, simply decorated outer room, this place is a completely different world. There is not only a hall, but also a number of independent small rooms.
Is it true that getting a haircut has to be so particular now?
Meng Hao sat down on the sofa in the hall. A dozen girls stood in front of him, trying hard to restrain their urge to swallow him whole. The girls began to introduce themselves.
My name is Xiao Chui.
Catwalk girl.
My name is Xiaolian. The girl with an oval face. My name is Xiao Yuan.
A round-faced girl with black eyeshadow.
The goose's name is Wang Gang.
A male voice with a dialect.
Phew.
Meng Hao spat out all the cold water he had just drunk.
What's going on with this coquettish male dialect voice and this rough and strange voice? Cough, cough, cough.
The round-faced girl with dark eyeshadow was a little embarrassed.
Little brother, she is my cousin. Just got back from surgery in Thailand. The voice hasn't changed yet. You know, some customers are perverts, they just like this. Thailand? She-male?
Damn, you really can't underestimate this barbershop.
There are really many hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. In the end, Meng Hao chose Xiao Yuan, a round-faced girl with dark eyeshadow.
After all, we were the first to know each other, so it can be considered as a kind of fate.
In the box.
Meng Hao lay flat on the bed, the back of his neck stuck on the edge of the hot tub.
Brother, I never thought you would choose me. How are you going to spend it? Don't worry, I will definitely serve you well. How to consume? It's just a normal haircut. Does this small barber shop also sell membership cards like those hairstylists of Tony's? What are your expenses? Meng Hao remained calm, ready to leave. Madoka smiled. $10 for a haircut. 1,000 for a haircut and a blow drying. Don't worry, we provide good service.
It is indeed a black spot in the house.
How can a haircut, cut and blow drying cost 1,000? But it's not completely black.
10 yuan for a haircut and washing is the normal market price.
If you add a blow, you have to charge an extra 990. What's the matter? I'm using a Dyson hairdryer. Can you also blow flowers out of the hair?
Then let's get our hair cut and shaved.
Meng Hao gave up the idea of leaving.
Anyway, you don't have to spend any money on it, and it can be done with 10 yuan.
Xiao Yuan was a little unhappy.
Little brother. However, consider it a gift from me.
To be honest, I'm really greedy when I see you. Ha!
The blown 990 was directly exempted.
Then blow the quilt.
Otherwise, it would be so uncomfortable to be wet.
Okay, anyway, I won't give you any money.
Meng Hao is not short of money, but even if he is, he cannot be taken advantage of. Being a rich man and being ripped off is a matter of face and has nothing to do with whether you have money or not.
Okay. Don't worry, little brother. Lie down, I want to help you with your hair.
Meng Hao even felt that this girl named Xiao Yuan had started drooling. Washing and cutting hair is done in just 10 minutes.
Blow-drying hair is also very fast, and it can be blown away easily in 5 minutes. Is this worth $1,000? Is it no different from a normal barbershop?
Fortunately, I didn't agree to give 1,000 yuan.
Sure enough, I am quite clever. After drying his hair, Meng Hao prepared to get up. But I found something strange.
The round-faced girl actually started to unbuckle his belt.
You, what are you doing? Meng Hao was stunned. Blow.
The round-faced girl had ice water in her mouth and her words were a little unclear.
Etc. Wash, cut and blow. This blowing can't be that kind of blowing. Is this street a red light district? Meng Hao awakened. No, we can save this step. I'm just giving you a haircut, girl, you take a rest. Here's $10, keep it. Meng Hao was about to get up in a panic. Chuckle. Little brother, you don't realize what blow means just now, do you? Want to run? Too late. Now, I am the one who was greedy for your body. It was obvious that Xiao Yuan had no intention of letting Meng Hao leave. Moreover, through the crack in the box door, Meng Hao seemed to see several legs belonging to different girls.
No wonder the round-faced girl was able to calm down the dispute between her and her fellow girls so easily just now. It must have been discussed in advance. She took the first bite, and then the other sisters tasted it slowly.
What a sin! I just want to get a haircut. How did I fall into the hands of these female hooligans? Is there any justice in this world?
He, Meng Hao, is just a pure and simple courier boy.
Why bully him like this? Bang! The glass sliding door was knocked open. A dozen stern voices rang out. Crack down on pornography, crack down on pornography.
Everyone squat down with your head in your hands. You guys, go into the back box and see if there's any trade going on.
Buzz. Meng Hao's head exploded. What is this?
Seeing the round-faced girl unbuttoning her belt, this is something that cannot be washed away even if you jump into the Yellow River.
My cousin Tang Yanyan will be here soon.
If she knew about this and told his parents, Meng Hao would definitely be skinned alive.
God! Why are you teasing me like this? Everyone, hold your heads and squat down. It's you, why are you here?
As the door of the box was suddenly kicked open, dazzling light shone in, and at the same time a familiar voice sounded in Meng Hao's ears.
Policewoman, Liang Feifei. Meng Hao was feeling somewhat embarrassed now.
The round-faced girl had ice water in her puffy mouth. Her hands were still on Meng Hao's belt. While he was struggling, Meng Hao's pants had been pulled half down. In this posture, even if Meng Hao said that he was planning to take a shit, I'm afraid no one would believe him.
Gurgle.
The round-faced girl swallowed the ice water in her mouth, looked at Meng Hao pitifully, and then squatted down.
In broad daylight, there are actually prostitutes. I caught 5 or 6 here. Xiao Liang, what's the situation over there? Do you need help? Boom boom boom.
The police approached from afar.
Liang Feifei became anxious. He quickly pulled Meng Hao up from the bed. No, it's okay.
Liang Feifei said in panic.
Are you really okay?
The policeman stopped. Liang Feifei was about to speak when Meng Hao, whose pants were half pulled by the round-faced girl, lost his balance and fell towards Liang Feifei, his entire body pressing on her.
It's okay, it's really okay. Policewoman Liang Feifei's face flushed.
She kicked Meng Hao angrily, trying to make her tone sound calmer.
Oh, that's good. The policeman walked away. The alarm has been lifted and the crisis is temporarily over.
In the dim box, Meng Hao and Liang Feifei looked at each other. Meng Hao's eyes gradually moved downward, and he unexpectedly discovered that when he was about to fall down, he hurriedly supported himself on Liang Feifei's chest with his hands.
Liang Feifei's gaze was fixed on Meng Hao's legs.
His pants, which had been pulled down by the round-faced girl, had not yet been pulled up. QQ Group for Book Friends, Supercar Club, 112-732-2930. All Supercar veterans, remember to join the group, have fun together, and race together.
072, no conscience, once you tie the belt you turn your face away. Liang Feifei looked a little strange. Shy, annoyed, and seemingly a little yearning?
How long do you plan to touch your hand?
Do you want to stand up? Shouldn't you explain why you are here? Meng Hao.
However, the posture of himself half pressing down on Liang Feifei, coupled with the strange position of his hands, did seem a little inappropriate. Meng Hao quickly struggled to get up, pulled up his pants, and fastened his belt.
Snort. The blush on policewoman Liang Feifei's face immediately disappeared.
She took out her notebook and looked at Meng Hao with a cold face.
Name, age, why are you here? Meng Hao, Sigma. This policewoman Liang Feifei has dealt with me twice and taken my statements twice. How could she not know my name or my age? Besides, how come the expression that was shy and smiling just now suddenly turned so grim?
As expected, women are all pigs. This policewoman Liang Feifei is just like the round-faced girl, who can't recognize people when they pull up their pants.
You really have no conscience. Ask again, name, age, and background. Seeing that Meng Hao remained silent, Liang Feifei glanced at him with dissatisfaction. Do you want me to take you to the police station before you tell the truth? Have to. I'm afraid of you.
Seeing that Liang Feifei was handling the case impartially, Meng Hao reluctantly repeated his information for the third time.
Meng Hao, male, 24 years old, courier boy. Meng Hao said weakly. Liang Feifei looked at Meng Hao with her eyes blinking. That's all? Liang Feifei asked. What else? Meng Hao replied unhappily. Meng Hao, the owner of the billion-dollar supercar Hennessey Venom GT. The residence is a royal palace. He once gave a network anchor hundreds of millions of yuan in tips at one time. Meng Hao. Officer Liang, you know a lot about yourself. Then why do we need to ask him to introduce himself seriously? Seeing Meng Hao's impatient look, Liang Feifei couldn't hold it in any longer. She stamped her foot violently. Meng Hao. Do you know where this place is? I asked you to introduce yourself just to clear yourself of suspicion. Really?
There is no way a billionaire with a net worth of billions would frequent such a street-side hair salon. Even if Meng Hao needed it, he could just give a pinky promise. There are countless beautiful girls who would be willing to accompany him on the yacht.
However, Liang Feifei cannot bend the law for personal gain and let Meng Hao go without permission. She must have a reasonable explanation.
As a result, Meng Hao, this blockhead, just refused to come to his senses.
There is no way but to fill in the blanks in my mind.
He is worth billions, but he is already working as a courier. My hair felt a little long, so I found a street barber shop to get a haircut. But I didn't expect it to be a chicken shop.
Meng Hao, you must be careful next time. Keep your eyes open and don't run around aimlessly.
Liang Feifei quickly recorded the whole story in her notebook, and then warned Meng Hao earnestly.
Meng Hao. What's going on? What do you mean? I clearly didn't say anything. This police officer Liang has quite a lot of inner drama.
Sure enough, self-attack is the most deadly. However, Meng Hao did come here to get a haircut.
As long as Liang Feifei doesn't lock him up as a target of the anti-pornography campaign, any record is fine. Then, can I leave now?
Meng Hao scratched his head and asked subconsciously.
I'll take you out. Liang Feifei's pretty face blushed, and she patted Meng Hao on the back, signaling that he could leave. Outdoor, several policemen were guarding the store door.
If Liang Feifei hadn't personally sent him out, Meng Hao wouldn't have been able to go out at all.
Caught another one? Several male police officers, smiling, tried to please Liang Feifei.
No, he's here to get a haircut. Liang Feifei frowned, trying to make herself look impartial.
Are you sure? You come to the red light district to get a haircut? The male police officers looked at Meng Hao with disbelief. Are you questioning me? Liang Feifei was unhappy. I dare not. Who dares to question our most beautiful policewoman Liang Feifei? But where does this kid come from? Obviously. Liang Feifei has a high reputation among male police officers. He's a good man. Liang Feifei blushed for no apparent reason. Countless images flashed through my mind rapidly. The first time we met, in that sexy box.
When they met for the second time, Meng Hao was so angry that he lost his temper for the beauty and spent a huge amount of money to completely defeat Li Cheng's arrogance.
The third meeting. Just now. A dim little house.
This blockhead actually put his hand on that part of his body.
Moreover, it seemed that the guy's legs were not pulled up.
It weighed on me.
Liang Feifei's mind was a little confused and a little embarrassed. Walk out of the store. Liang Feifei bit her lip.
I'm sorry for today, but it's my duty and you have to forgive me.
For some reason, Liang Feifei always felt uneasy when facing Meng Hao. It's okay.
It's my fault for running to this damn place.
Meng Hao waved his hand indifferently. I'll treat you to a meal later, as an apology. Liang Feifei quickly added. Okay, let's do it another day. I'm not free today. Meng Hao waved his hand and strode away.
Several male police officers at the store entrance looked at Meng Hao's leaving back with jealous looks on their faces.
Who is this kid? Liang Feifei seemed to have a strange look and posture when she was in front of him.
And he said he was a good guy.
Could he be today's informant?
An older, middle-aged police officer who was obviously married and had children patted the hats of these young men in annoyance.
Are you guys stupid? Didn't I hear Liang Feifei say that she wanted to treat him to a meal? I guess this guy is your biggest rival. Liang Feifei's boyfriend.
After the middle-aged policeman's advice, a few young policemen beat their chests and stamped their feet, their faces full of regret. Soon, this explosive news spread like wildfire and circulated wildly within the police force.
Policewoman Liang Feifei has a boyfriend. Super handsome and super mysterious.
When Li Cheng was arrested before, it was this handsome boyfriend who provided the information.
This time, the anti-pornography campaign was successful thanks to Liang Feifei's mysterious boyfriend as an insider. The legend about Meng Hao.
Suddenly, the situation became tense and chaotic. Meng Hao, who was staggering towards the high-speed rail station, sneezed for no apparent reason.
Well, someone is talking bad about me behind my back again?
When you are handsome, you tend to be the center of attention and be envied. This world has too little tolerance for a handsome guy like me.
Hey, I hope Tang Yanyan won't do anything weird to me again this time.
The closer they got to the high-speed rail station, the more worried Meng Hao looked.
073, my cousin is here, she is just like a little witch. Tang Yanyan is a little witch.
Since she was young, her mother was busy with work, so she had always left this little witch in Meng Hao's home. Therefore, this clever, eccentric, and precocious cousin has been closest to Meng Hao since childhood. As far as I can remember, whenever they played house, Meng Hao was the king and she was the queen, Meng Hao was the prince and she was the princess, Meng Hao was the husband who provided the family with bread and butter and she was the wife who took care of the housework. Whenever another girl dared to get too close to Meng Hao, Tang Yanyan would always secretly embarrass the girl who got close to Meng Hao in various ways. Once when they were playing house, they played a little too far and were discovered by Meng Hao's mother, who opened the door and came in. Of course, after that incident, Meng Hao almost lost half his life under the belt of his father's 7 wolves. This was Meng Hao's earliest sexual experience. From then on, Tang Yanyan was taken back home to live. Of course, the main reason is that Tang Yanyan's mother, Meng Hao's aunt, changed to a leisurely job. But, even so, Tang Yanyan still went to play with Meng Hao every few days. But I don't dare to be so bold anymore. I don't know if it was because she was afraid that Meng Hao would be beaten again, or if the girl had been taught a lesson, so she didn't do anything excessive with him again. However, the relationship of kinship seems to serve as a protection. Although Tang Yanyan didn't do anything out of line again, she always acted extra intimate with Meng Hao whenever she went out with him. During those years, Tang Yanyan was particularly fond of Meng Hao, which made everyone think that the little witch Tang Yanyan was Meng Hao's girlfriend. This also meant that no girl approached Meng Hao for several years. The relationship between two people. The good ones are somewhat extraordinary. As the high-speed train arrived at the station, the bustling crowd pulled Meng Hao out of his memories. Elder brother. The girl with twin ponytails and wearing a light blue JK uniform patted Meng Hao on the shoulder.
Tang Yanyan. This girl is dressed like a fairy today.
A pretty face. The tight-fitting top makes her chest and abdomen look extremely attractive. The exposed belly button and a touch of white skin are very tempting. The floral skirt just covers her knees, which perfectly contrasts her round legs and makes people salivate.
Here I am. Meng Hao greeted Tang Yanyan with a smile.
Since starting work, Meng Hao hasn't been home for almost a year. The little witch Tang Yanyan seems to have changed a lot in her personality. Judging from her attire alone, the witch has completely transformed into an elegant fairy. For some reason, Meng Hao felt a little lost.
I have to say, Meng Hao's view of people is indeed questionable.
Just when Meng Hao thought that Tang Yanyan had transformed into a graceful and elegant young lady, a soft arm directly wrapped around Meng Hao's neck. Tang Yanyan, who was nearly 1.7 meters tall, didn't find it difficult to hold Meng Hao, who was less than 1.8 meters tall, around the neck.
Only,
this looks a bit weird. Meng Hao went to a hair salon in the red light district to get a haircut. His hair looked like it had been chewed by a dog and he smelled like cheap shampoo. Wearing a plaid shirt that hadn't been washed in who knows how long, he looked like a migrant worker who had just returned from a construction site carrying bricks. Meng Hao didn't know how good the girls in the barber shop in the red light district were at blowing.
But the skills of washing and cutting are simply not commendable.
The scene in the high-speed rail passenger reception hall is a bit eye-catching. Countless passers-by look sideways, their eyes falling on Meng Hao and Tang Yanyan, a couple who looked completely incompatible. The girl, fresh and sexy in JK outfit, has a body as good as a model. The man was sloppy, had messy hair, and had a strange smell on him.
These two people don't look like they are from the same world. Maybe a relative.
The fairy also has 3 poor relatives.
Nothing strange. Some older men with red eyes found excuses for their jealousy.
Brother. Tang Yanyan looked at Meng Hao with a pair of eyes that could speak. Come here, I want to tell you something.
Ah?
Meng Hao was a little surprised, then leaned his head over.
What? Tang Yanyan kissed him directly. My heart is broken. Oh my god, why would such a fairy fall for a migrant worker like this?
This guy, apart from being taller, more handsome, and whiter than me, is no match for me in any way. As expected, beautiful women love ugly men, and flowers are planted in cow dung. Suddenly, wailing was heard everywhere.
Meng Hao, WW. Oh shit. This little witch is still like this.
Damn it, Meng Hao's reputation has been ruined.
The little witch Tang Yanyan has become even more aggressive than before in her hometown.
She looks at Meng Hao with a sly smile on her face, as if she is planning some bad idea again. Ning Haiyao, you don't know your best friend. Hidden beneath the fairy sacred coat is a witch's heart from hell, Satan. Speaking of which, I didn't tell Tang Yanyan that I had Qin Qinglin, Wang Mengchun, and the misunderstanding between me and Ning Haiyao.
It's totally for their protection. Have you ever had a girlfriend behind my back? Tang Yanyan asked. No. Meng Hao immediately chose to deny it. Really? Tang Yanyan looked at Meng Hao with a wicked smile. Really? Meng Hao said righteously and seriously. You want me to believe it? Then give me a kiss first.
Tang Yanyan suddenly changed the subject and would not stop until she said something shocking.
Meng Hao. The following are the words of the author.
Dear readers, today I will update 2 chapters with 4,000 words. In the past few days, I have been updating 4 times a day, with 8,000 words. I wrote it too fast, so readers need to sort out my ideas for the sequel to the novel.
I will continue to update with 4 chapters and 8,000 words tomorrow.
In addition, starting tomorrow, the update will be changed to 4,000 words in the morning and 4,000 words in the afternoon. If there are many 5-star reviews, additional updates will be made in the evening depending on the situation. In other words, a minimum of 8,000 words will be updated every day. If there is more to come, it will be 10,000 words. The normal burst update is 12,000 words. Crazy updates, no upper limit. It's up to you readers. 074, excellent acting skills, the scumbag will not die well.
A kiss? This in public? Meng Hao felt a headache. This is not good.
It doesn't feel right to me.
How about I treat you to KFC?
Meng Hao rubbed his hands and kept refusing.
Tang Yanyan curled her lips.
Hey, brother, do you think we were just kids?
A meal at KFC is enough for us? Tang Yanyan said with disdain.
Then, tell me, how do we solve this problem?
Meng Hao was afraid of this little witch. It's very simple, I want you.
Tang Yanyan stretched out her slender left index finger and pointed it at Meng Hao's jawbone, looking like a mountain king teasing a good girl. However, the identities of the two seemed to be reversed.
Brother, be good and give me a kiss. Tang Yanyan's tone sounded like she was coaxing a child. No, I refuse.
Meng Hao made up his mind and turned his neck to the side. In fact, it wasn't that Meng Hao was afraid of her.
On the contrary, Meng Hao's feelings towards this little witch like Tang Yanyan are extremely complicated.
From childhood to adulthood. No matter how fierce Tang Yanyan was, or how much of a ruthless little witch she was, she had nothing to say to Meng Hao. They are always sticking together, like a little tail that can't be cut off. Take the present for example. Meng Hao went to a hair salon in the red light district and transformed himself from a handsome and wealthy young man into a dirty migrant worker.
But Tang Yanyan, who was wearing a JK outfit and attracted countless people's attention, hung on Meng Hao's neck almost without hesitation. If it wasn't for that relationship blocking us,
Meng Hao must have already considered her as his proper girlfriend. Unfortunately, blood ties are determined by heaven. Even though Tang Yanyan seemed like the goddess of true love who would stick with him through thick and thin, Meng Hao still had to suppress his impulse and keep her at a distance.
Tang Yanyan, you are still young and it's okay for you to not understand things. But Meng Hao had to understand. The little witch is just a little witch. He had been so arrogant and domineering just now, as if he wanted to swallow Meng Hao in one bite, but his expression changed in the blink of an eye. Tang Yanyan curled her lips. A pair of bright big eyes suddenly became misty. What's the matter? Do you want to cry? Just cry. This is not my hometown. You don't have any relatives to support you. Meng Hao looked at Tang Yanyan with interest, waiting for his performance. Wow. You're a scumbag.
I took the train for more than 10 hours. I sent you a gun from 1,000 miles away, but you said you were already married.
It's impossible to live like this. Meng Hao. How come it took more than 10 hours on the train? My hometown in the neighboring city is no more than 3 hours away from Kyoto even by the slow green train, and only 40 minutes by high-speed train, okay? Also, why send cannons thousands of miles away? When did you get married?
Meng Hao's mind was in a mess, but he suddenly felt a chill on his back. The eyes of the passers-by around him were like cold daggers, stabbing at him.
Don't be afraid, girl. Tell us what's going on. You met a scumbag, right? We will help you kill him. There are many good men out there. Why do you have to hang yourself on a tree, and you're still a loser? What do you think of me? My son is a good one, you can consider him.
Seeing that the patrolling police officer was about to be provoked by Tang Yanyan, Meng Hao became scared.
DDD. Is it okay to be afraid of you?
By the way, Tang Yanyan, your acting skills are pretty amazing.
As a top student at Kyoto Film and Television Academy, Meng Hao had to admit defeat. By the way, aren't you studying accounting?
Your acting skills are pretty good.
Meng Hao teased in a low voice.
Otherwise, where do you think the professional books you bring home every year go? Tang Yanyan blinked her eyes and replied to Meng Hao with a smile, as your biggest fan, I have learned a lot of acting skills from your professional books.
Be good. This little witch is a genius.
Just by reading the basic professional books you bring home, you can acquire such proficient acting skills.
But wait. Why does Tang Yanyan have nothing to do but read her professional books? Are you going to kiss me or not? Tang Yanyan's words interrupted Meng Hao's thoughts.
Kiss, kiss, kiss. How could Meng Hao not dare to kiss her? Seeing that the angry onlookers were about to rush over and tear Meng Hao into pieces, he quickly begged for mercy.
I'm afraid of you.
Meng Hao rolled his eyes.
Who makes me so pure, beautiful, cute and lovable? Tang Yanyan responded. Have to.
Wang Pa sells melons and brags about them herself. This little witch Tang Yanyan, when she shows off, she really doesn't even know how to blush.
But
Meng Hao only agreed to kiss her.
But it didn't specify where to kiss.
Meng Hao hugged Tang Yanyan, kissed her forehead, and then smiled slyly.
Kissed? Meng Hao said. Brother, you are a shameless person. Tang Yanyan was stunned and looked unhappy. It was obvious that the girl was planning on having a French kiss. Keep your word.
Meng Hao glanced at the crowd.
These onlookers were almost furious when they saw that Meng Hao had the audacity to kiss Tang Yanyan on the forehead.
Everyone was so eager to protect the beauty that they wanted to rush up and eat Meng Hao alive.
Tang Yanyan's anger lasted less than 3 seconds, and then she smiled slightly.
Brother, are you trying to be clever? Let me tell you, I will be staying in Kyoto for quite a while this time.
Let's play slowly.
Then, Tang Yanyan took Meng Hao's hand and ran away, escaping the sight of the onlookers.
Meng Hao let out a long breath. Finally, we are safe for the time being. As a courier boy, Meng Hao naturally had to act like he was living in poverty. This little witch Tang Yanyan is really smart.
Meng Hao was afraid that he would reveal a flaw somewhere and let her find out that his brother was an absolute rich man, and then go home and tell her about it to her mother. So, between taking a taxi and taking the subway, he chose the latter. This is the rush hour for people getting off work. But Tang Yanyan relied on her unparalleled beauty and pitiful appearance to get 2 empty seats for herself and Meng Hao on the subway. This made the boy who gave up his seat extremely angry. They chose to give up their seats because Tang Yanyan was beautiful and pure. But what does it mean that this girl with a fairy-like appearance pulls this young man who looks like a migrant worker to sit close to her? Tang Yanyan simply ignored the man's angry gaze and held the roasted sweet potato that Meng Hao bought for her, eating it with relish. It seems that the farce that just happened at the high-speed railway station has been completely over. Meng Hao breathed a sigh of relief, finally dealing with this little witch. Unfortunately, Meng Hao made a wrong judgment again. Tang Yanyan, without caring about her image, ate a quarter of the roasted sweet potato that Meng Hao bought for her, then raised her head as if she remembered something.
Brother, do you want to eat roasted sweet potato? Tang Yanyan wanted to break the sweet potato in half. I don't want to eat it. You eat it.
Meng Hao didn't dare to ask for the roasted sweet potato that Tang Yanyan gave him. Seeing that the gazes around him were about to tear Meng Hao apart, if he walked too close to Tang Yanyan again, in this crowded subway, Meng Hao would definitely be attacked by a cold arrow. If he is not careful, an unknown object will fly out from nowhere and hit him on the head. Being with the little witch Tang Yanyan, my heart really beats wildly all the time.
075. When you meet a worthy opponent, the more you resist, the more excited you become. Brother, you really don't want to eat? The smirk on Tang Yanyan's lips began to spread again. Meng Hao panicked. He saw a hint of conspiracy in Tang Yanyan's eyes. You don't want to eat, right? How about eating something? Yes, then eat some. Meng Hao spinelessly overturned his position immediately. Tang Yanyan, smiling sweetly. Want to eat now? It's over. Brother, you were awesome at the high-speed rail station just now. Kiss my forehead? TSK, 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 do you think I can't do anything to you? Oh no, the little witch is going to cause trouble again. Meng Hao was about to get up and leave when Tang Yanyan grabbed his arm. Brother-in-law, we are being so unfair to my sister. But I really love you. Don't worry, I will never destroy your and your sister's family. Meng Hao? What's going on here? Look at the little witch Tang Yanyan again. His face was full of smiles just now, but in the blink of an eye, it was covered with tear marks, looking like a punching bag who had suffered a great injustice and was enduring inner torment. Not good. Oops. Finished. Meng Hao's head exploded with a buzzing sound. Tang Yanyan's voice just now was quite loud, and the entire carriage could hear her crying and begging. All the onlookers immediately started to imagine. Brother-in-law, sister-in-law? It's very exciting. However, this girl looks so pitiful, just like the aggrieved Lindayu. This scumbag must have deceived him with sweet words. What's more, this girl is so pretty, her sister must be a fairy as well. This scumbag migrant worker is so ungrateful. He has a beautiful daughter-in-law at home, but he still wants to seduce his naive sister-in-law. The girl is still young and doesn't understand much. You are an adult, don't you understand? For a moment, the crowd in the entire carriage looked at Meng Hao with eyes full of contempt, disdain, and disgust. Damn it! What does that have to do with anything? Tang Yanyan's acting skills are so amazing. No. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Meng Hao decided to fight back. You got yourself pregnant, and you want me to take the blame? Do you really think I don't know what good things you did in school? Your class teacher told me that you have an affair with a boy. On acting. He, Meng Hao, is a professional. As a top student at Kyoto Film and Television Academy, in terms of acting skills, it is hard to compare with Tang Yanyan, the little witch who has only read a few of her professional books. At this moment, Meng Hao had a solemn expression, and he portrayed the image of a brother-in-law who felt distressed, sympathetic to his brother's misfortune, and angry at his brother's lack of resistance to perfection. Plot twist? The onlookers in the subway car who had just glared at Meng Hao immediately looked at each other in surprise. With a $2 subway ticket, you can actually watch an earth-shattering family ethics suspense drama? This ticket price is worth it. Tang Yanyan. Ha! My brother has actually learned to fight back. From childhood to adulthood, haven't I always been submissive? Suddenly, Tang Yanyan felt a sense of challenge. It's no fun to always torture Meng Hao by myself. It's exciting when there's a back-and-forth exchange of moves. Wow! She immediately burst into tears. Brother-in-law, you were the one who got drunk and ran into my room that night. I admit that I like you, and I didn't want my sister to know, so I didn't resist. Who knew that a shot into the soul would lead to pregnancy? Those boys in school are just a front. If it weren't for them, my sister would definitely suspect you. Meng Hao. He was wrong. He was really wrong. He was completely wrong. Who says that correspondence students who only read professional books cannot compare to him, a full-time top student who has studied for 4 years? Whether it's the tears in the corners of the eyes, the grievances on the lips, or the heart-wrenching cries. Tang Yanyan portrayed the image of a girl who suffered injustice but had to bear it herself and did not want to affect the relationship between her brother-in-law and sister to perfection. You beast, you beast. He is simply a beast. He made a little girl bear the consequences for his own mistakes. The world is going downhill, and people are just beasts in human clothing. He even did it with his sister-in-law, who is still a student. I really want to beat him to death. The subway car was in an uproar. All the sympathy of the onlookers was poured into Tang Yanyan. And Meng Hao has completely earned the reputation of being a beast. Judging from the situation, some moralists were planning to come up and slap Meng Hao twice. At this moment, the subway arrival announcement saved Meng Hao's life. We have arrived at the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Passengers getting off, please pay attention to safety and get off first before getting on. Beep beep beep. The subway doors opened.
Meng Hao dragged Tang Yanyan, who was performing hard, and rushed towards the car door to get out.
Etc. Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital? If I get off at this stop, wouldn't that confirm my guilt for getting Tang Yanyan pregnant? Meng Hao hesitated for a moment.
But when he looked at the contemptuous and angry eyes of the passengers in the car, he chose to get off without hesitation.
Just be misunderstood.
It's better than being beaten to death in the car. Without saying a word, he pulled Tang Yanyan out of the car.
The onlookers were fed up with it. Such a great annual melon and ethical drama ended so quickly.
That girl is so pitiful. An old lady with wrinkles on her face sighed and brought up the topic.
That brother-in-law is such a beast.
He even had sex with his own sister-in-law and got her pregnant.
The girl is the one who is truly miserable.
She dares not tell her sister and can only bear it all silently.
It takes two to tango. Maybe the girl seduced her brother-in-law? Look, are you talking like a human being? The girl is young and naive, but the boy is also naive, isn't he?
Get off at the Maternal and Child Health Hospital.
I think you're going to get an abortion. The child is innocent. Not necessarily. Maybe he's checking the fetal position. One cooks at home, and one looks good outside. The key is that they are sisters. This guy really knows how to have fun. I'm so envious. I despise them so much. Fuck, why is the car door closed? I got off at this stop. Ha 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 ha. Brother, I haven't seen you for a year. You've become much better now.
Tang Yanyan, who was tearful just now, immediately changed into a charming smile as the subway train left. While working on the roasted sweet potato in her hand, she praised Meng Hao earnestly.
No, you're not bad either.
Meng Hao said with a smile.
High-speed rail station and subway car. The contest between Meng Hao and Tang Yanyan was a one-win and one-loss affair.
It's really a case of two evenly matched opponents, with each winning and losing.
It doesn't matter.
I'll be here for a long time.
Brother, if you are still the punching bag you used to be, it will be really not fun. By the way, there is a saying that goes, the more you resist, the more excited I am.
The little witch finished eating the last bit of the roasted sweet potato, stretched out her arm, and put her arm around Meng Hao's waist, like a couple in love. 076, beautiful air conditioner, a hot night that is destined to make you unable to fall asleep.
The more you resist, the more excited you become? This sounds a bit awkward.
It seems that this is always what the landlords and the local tycoons say in movies and TV dramas when they try to abduct women from the countryside.
I, Meng Hao, am a grown man. How did she become your Tang Yanyan's consort? What else even worse is? Hello. Tang Yanyan, I am your brother. What's the big deal about you hugging each other in public?
Having learned from previous experiences at the subway station and in the high-speed rail car, Meng Hao no longer dares to take public transportation. This will prevent this little witch from giving him another fatal surprise.
His heart couldn't take it. Ha! Etc. Meng Hao suddenly realized.
The electric vehicle used for express delivery that he had been using for nearly a year seemed to be parked nearby. After driving the Hennessey Venom GT for more than half a month, I actually forgot about that old friend.
Why?
Meng Hao felt a surge of guilt.
Men are really pigs. Love the new and get tired of the old. Find the express electric vehicle and turn the key.
I haven't ridden it for half a month, but it still has more than half of its battery left.
Brother, is this your car? Tang Yanyan looked like a fairy with a fairy-like aura.
She put her hands on her hips and watched Meng Hao pull the light yellow electric car out of a pile of weeds and garbage.
Yeah, you look down on me.
Meng Hao wished she looked down on him. This little witch should quickly realize that her brother is a poor guy and then go find Ning Haiyao as soon as possible.
I don't mind.
Tang Yanyan giggled, then lifted her legs and sat on the passenger seat of Meng Hao's car. Brother, drive, let us go for a ride. Meng Hao felt somewhat touched. Nowadays, any girl who is a little bit pretty will drive a BMW or a Mercedes-Benz. There are very few girls like Tang Yanyan who are willing to ride their own e-mule and travel around the world. Of course, if it were someone else, they would definitely say that Tang Yanyan treated Meng Hao as a relative, so there was no factor of despising the poor and loving the rich.
But, from childhood to adulthood, has Tang Yanyan ever treated him as an elder brother?
Sometimes, Meng Hao also wondered how nice it would be if Tang Yanyan was not his cousin.
Brother, what are you daydreaming about?
Tang Yanyan urged Meng Hao impatiently, "Get in the car, take me to see the prosperity of downtown Kyoto."
Meng Hao grinned. "You, bumpkin. E-Mule is starting." A breeze blew.
Tang Yanyan, wearing a JK outfit and twin ponytails, has flying hair, like a fairy experiencing life on Earth.
Along the way, countless passers-by looked at him in surprise and admiration. It's damned. It's amazing that a courier on an electric bike can have such a beautiful girl. We are still single. There is no logic in this world. Meng Hao felt a little awkward.
Tang Yanyan, just take the bus if you want to.
What does it mean to put your hands around your waist? Also, what's the matter with your hands, as delicate as catkins, always wandering around in an unruly manner?
Brother, I want to eat candied haws.
Brother, I want to eat steamed buns.
Brother, I want to eat marshmallows. Tang Yanyan was startled and jumpy, like a child who has not yet grown up. Meng Hao kept stopping the car to buy snacks, then started the electric scooter again and took Tang Yanyan for a stroll in the streets.
It was getting dark.
The e-donkey is running out of battery.
Tang Yanyan was also crazy tired.
She placed her slightly hot cheek diagonally on Meng Hao's back, with a silly and cute look on her face.
She muttered quietly, "Brother, I like you."
It's not the kind of love between brother and sister, it's the kind of love between man and woman.
Meng Hao didn't dare say anything. Pretend not to hear. Tang Yanyan is truly a treasure girl who would rather laugh on the back of a bicycle than cry in a BMW.
Along the way, don't ignore her shouting and asking to buy this and that. But, all in all, the total price didn't exceed 100 yuan.
Meng Hao felt a little guilty.
He had 1 billion yuan in his card, but he used it to feed Tang Yanyan at a roadside stall. It seemed a bit beastly.
"Where are you staying tonight?"
Meng Hao planned to book a hotel room for Tang Yanyan.
"Live in your dormitory."
Tang Yanyan rolled her face on Meng Hao's clothes on his back, as if she wanted to soak all the scent of his body into her body, just like when we were kids, playing house.
Meng Hao was a little confused.
He did not dare to bring Tang Yanyan back to the palace, but chose the small single room he had rented before. At the downstairs of the dilapidated old neighborhood, Meng Hao repeatedly stated that physical contact between men and women is not allowed, and it would be more appropriate to book a hotel room for Tang Yanyan.
As a result, he was dragged upstairs by Tang Yanyan. "Why are you shy?" "I am a young girl and I am not afraid."
"You old man are still a coward."
"What's the matter? Are you afraid that I'll sleep with you and be irresponsible?" "Brother, do you think I, Tang Yanyan, am this the kind of person I am?" Meng Hao, oh. Shivering. I don't know if it's an illusion.
He always felt that when Tang Yanyan said slept with me, she seemed to have some expectation and yearning.
She-devil. She is indeed a female devil.
Such a fairy-like appearance is just a disguise. The small studio that Meng Hao rented before was a one-bedroom suite. Although it is shabby, it still has all the necessary facilities. There is a living room, a bathroom, and a bedroom that can only accommodate a bed and a bench. I couldn't take Tang Yanyan to the palace, and she didn't want to sleep in a hotel, so she could only spend the night in her own small room.
Meng Hao felt somewhat fortunate.
Fortunately, I didn't give up the lease of the house.
Midnight.
Meng Hao was lying on the sofa in the living room, sweating profusely.
Why? Cheap or not? He doesn't want to live in the palace, but insists on sleeping in the stuffy living room.
He missed the velvet bed in the palace. He missed the attentive maid.
He missed the days of enjoying the air conditioning and eating icy watermelon. Enduring the sweltering heat is not the most fatal thing.
In the middle of the night, Tang Yanyan, wearing a loose nightgown, went to the bathroom again and again. Sometimes he pees, sometimes he washes his face, and sometimes he looks in the mirror.
Looking in the mirror late at night. Meng Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tang Yanyan, can you be any more boring?
Even a fool can see that you are being unfaithful to your brother Meng Hao. I don't know if it was Tang Yanyan's translucent pajamas or the air conditioning leaking from the bedroom. Meng Hao, who already felt extremely stuffy, felt even hotter and more restless.
Go to sleep. When you are calm, you will feel cooler. Amit Ba. The four elements are empty. Form is emptiness.
She is your sister, you must restrain yourself.
Beauty is a pink skeleton. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 58 to 94 sheep. Bang. Tang Yanyan opened the door again and walked towards the bathroom. Meng Hao. By the way, how many sheep have I counted? Forget it, let us count again.
It was not until 5 o'clock in the morning, when the east was already bright, that Meng Hao fell into a drowsy sleep. He had just fallen asleep for 2 or 3 hours when he was startled awake by a dream in which he and Tang Yanyan were doing some strange things.
Brother, are you awake?
Tang Yanyan, who was wearing no makeup and wearing Meng Hao's loose shirt, was holding milk and bread in her hands, staring at his face.
Ah!
Meng Hao was startled.
I immediately became energetic.
077, the inexplicably high rate of returning attention.
What the hell? Am I so ugly that I can be scared? Let's have breakfast. Tang Yanyan pouted, looking unhappy.
Meng Hao smiled awkwardly. I haven't brushed my teeth or washed my face yet. Meng Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and suddenly realized a problem.
Tang Yanyan seemed to be standing in front of him with her back bent.
And she was wearing her own baggy shirt.
What is that white spot in front of me? Meng Hao shook his head. What are you thinking about? I was just about to get up and wash up.
Tang Yanyan came with mouthwash and a wash basin, and it seemed that she was going to help Meng Hao get up.
What is going on? When did this little witch become so virtuous?
Meng Hao looked at the milk bread in front of him warily. If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. He would never believe, even if he were beaten to death, that the little witch who had been against him since childhood would suddenly be so nice to him.
There must be something wrong with the breakfast. Brother, are you still angry?
I was just joking with you yesterday at the high-speed rail station and in the subway car.
Can you stop being so stingy?
Tang Yanyan asked Meng Hao to brush his teeth with mouthwash, and took out a towel to wash Meng Hao's face.
Gentle, like a newlywed young bride. Could it be that this little witch has really changed her personality?
You know what, this gentle method of wiping the face is quite comfortable.
Forget it, let us take a gamble.
She couldn't really poison herself.
At most, you can put some laxative or something in your breakfast.
After Tang Yanyan helped him brush his teeth and wash his face, Meng Hao gritted his teeth and swallowed the milk and bread in one gulp as if he was drinking medicine.
Just die. After breakfast, Meng Hao planned to take Tang Yanyan out to play. The destination is Disneyland.
Subconsciously, Meng Hao seemed to still treat Tang Yanyan as a minor. In response to Meng Hao's choice, Tang Yanyan just narrowed her eyes and agreed with a smile, as if she thought that as long as it was Meng Hao's choice, she was right. When Tang Yanyan came, she carried a bag with a few sets of clothes in it. They are all super short hot pants and slightly revealing short sleeves. This made Meng Hao mutter to himself for a long time. Over and over again, they are all girls who wear such revealing clothes and don't pay attention to the impact. They are not afraid of being harassed by perverts. Finally, Tang Yanyan said, I'm your sister, not your girl. Why do you care whether people look at my legs or not? Which left Meng Hao speechless. But there was still a sour look in his eyes.
Went out the door. Tang Yanyan, who was sitting on the back of Meng Hao's electric scooter, was wearing cool and sexy clothes. She wrapped her arms around Meng Hao's waist, looking like a couple in love. However, passers-by looked at them with a strange look. The old men and women looked at Meng Hao with eyes that showed contempt for the moral decline of the world, their shamelessness, and their immorality. The young men and women looked at Meng Hao and Tang Yanyan, who were leaning against each other with admiration and surprise. A few buddies who loved to join in the fun even gave Meng Hao a thumbs up from a distance and said, "Awesome, bro." As for the children, as long as they were accompanied by adults, without exception, their eyes were covered by the adults accompanying them. Meng Hao? What the hell? Is there something wrong with the clothes I'm wearing?
When he went out, under Tang Yanyan's pressure, he changed into a set of sportswear. Although it was not a branded product, it was also refreshing and neat.
It must be because Tang Yanyan was wearing too revealing clothes.
Meng Hao had a stern face and was about to mutter something to blame Tang Yanyan, but the witch spoke first. See, a beautiful woman with a bear, it's very attractive. Meng Hao, it's only because you are my brother, otherwise you wouldn't be held by my arm and thrown across the street by me again.
Just laugh secretly. Meng Hao. After all, Meng Hao was the school idol of Kyoto Film and Television Academy for 4 consecutive years, right? Is she so ugly as Tang Yanyan said, that she cannot be seen in public?
However, the looks from passers-by were indeed a little strange. Just as Meng Hao was wondering, a familiar voice and figure appeared in front of him.
Qi Zhenyi? How did I meet her here?
This long-legged female doctor of political science and law has undergone a drastic change since she used Meng Hao's name to become the most sought-after middle manager at Ningxing law firm. Not only did she regain the doffing factory business worth millions, but out of fear of Meng Hao, Director Su, the acting director of the law firm, promoted her to the most important mid-level leader of the law firm. People's ambitions will always expand as their status and power increase. Xi Zhini, dressed in all branded clothes, has long lost the immaturity she had when she first joined the law firm, and she no longer feels the embarrassment she felt when she was humiliated by Li Chang and Director Su. She became a middle-level manager in the law firm, and not only did her income soar, but her social status also rose. The people I come into contact with every day are either celebrities or rich kids. Coupled with her outstanding appearance, she became the object of pursuit by young men. She seemed to have forgotten how she had achieved all this. In other words, she thought there were better options besides Meng Hao. After all, Meng Hao is just a courier boy. After all, people are forgetful. Haven't seen you for a few days. Outside the gate of Disneyland, she saw Meng Hao riding an electric scooter with Tang Yanyan on his back, and she suddenly felt a surge of anger in her heart. These days, she asked Meng Hao not to pick her up from get off work. She can accompany young masters and rich second generations to visit Disneyland during working hours, and she even calls it work. But how could Meng Hao bring other girls to Disneyland without her knowledge? Subconsciously, Xi Zhini looks down on Meng Hao, but Meng Hao must be loyal to her. Why are you here? Xi Zhini's face, which was obviously powdered, turned pale. Also, what's wrong with your face? Who is this little goblin behind you? Meng Hao originally had no good impression of Xi Zhini. If she wasn't the blind date forced upon him by his mother, Meng Hao wouldn't even bother to pay attention to her. I helped her a few times just by chance. Of course, the more important reason was to prevent Xi Zhini from telling tales to my mother. Ever since Xi Zhini asked him not to pick her up from get off work 3 or 4 days ago, Meng Hao didn't care at all and even felt it saved him a lot of trouble. However, I didn't expect to run into this ambitious female doctor, Xi Zhini, at the entrance of Disneyland. What's going on with your face? Meng Hao was stunned. Before he could take out his cell phone to see if there was anything strange on his face, Tang Yanyan, who was sitting in the back seat of the car, jumped down. Hey, who is this lady? Why is she hanging out with a bunch of money-hungry guys? Doesn't she have to go to work? Hey, auntie, just because you put on a lot of makeup and have a thick skin, does that mean you can control us? Tang Yanyan would only occasionally show her well-behaved side in front of Meng Hao. When faced with a crisis, she would immediately reveal the terrifying side of a devil girl. Now, she smelled a hint of disgust on Xi Zhini. 078, strawberry lip print, extremely shameful. Auntie? Who are you calling auntie? Am I that old? If it weren't for the 3 or 5 young, wealthy, and promising clients following her, Xi Zhini would have exploded on the spot. For Tang Yanyan, who is a junior in college and just celebrated her 20th birthday, Xi Zhini, a 26 or 27-year-old female doctor and career elite, can indeed be called an aunt. Where did you come from, you wild girl? Do you know any respect or rules? How can you talk to your seniors like that? Xi Zhini frowned and was about to scold Tang Yanyan. Tang Yanyan was happy. The name of Little Witch did not fall from the sky. She didn't like Xi Zhini, who made her feel a sense of crisis, and now this old lady even dared to teach her a lesson. Tang Yanyan smiled. Behind the smile, something bad began to brew. Hey, auntie, you're bringing so many men out with you, aren't you afraid of being overwhelmed? When you get older, don't try to play group sports like others. But seeing how weak they are from drinking and sex, I'm afraid they are not in good health. My boyfriend is in such good health. I slept at his house yesterday and had to go to the bathroom all night. Meng Hao? Tang Yanyan started to feel upset again. How did I become her boyfriend? Besides, it's true that you slept at home yesterday, but your going to the toilet has nothing to do with me, Meng Hao. Xi Zhini's face turned pale, and she was speechless after being criticized by Tang Yanyan. Meng Hao, you're so good. You've already found a new girlfriend in just a few days? But only a girl like you who hasn't even graduated from college would treat you like a treasure. My friend has investigated you. The Tiger Bud reward incident was deliberately designed to mess with Li Chang. I heard that although you have over 100 million in rewards, you didn't spend a penny. You even rented a Hennessey Poison GT. You really went to great lengths to seduce me. It looks like you can't afford to rent anymore, so you can only ride back to your broken electric bike for delivering packages. It's still the same thing we said when we first met.
As a person, you should know yourself. Don't force yourself into a circle that doesn't belong to you.
Shizhini had no way to deal with Tang Yanyan, who was younger and more talkative than her, so she could only vent her anger on Meng Hao. Ever since she heard that the more than 100 million yuan in rewards that Meng Hao gave to Huya had not arrived in Huya's account at all, she began to doubt Meng Hao's identity as a super rich man. In addition, a friend whispered in her ear that Meng Hao's Hennessey Venom GT and other cars were all rented and he only did it to pick up girls, so she looked down on Meng Hao even more.
Hennessey Venom GT? A reward of more than 100 million? Tang Yanyan glanced at Meng Hao suspiciously.
She suppressed her inner confusion, stood up for Meng Hao, and attacked Shizhini.
Auntie, just take care of yourself. It's not your turn to tell my boyfriend what to do. Look at your face full of wrinkles.
Hurry up and find a rich husband while you are still young, otherwise no one will want you. Just when Shizhini was about to lose her temper, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked over. His hair was so shiny and greasy that even a fly would slip if it landed on it.
Shizhini, who are you arguing with? Who is this poor fellow?
Hey, the girl next to this poor guy is pretty good. The man with gold-rimmed glasses was not very old, about 30 years old. He skillfully stretched out his arm and tried to put his arm around Shizhini's waist.
Probably because Meng Hao was present. Shizhini was somewhat unable to let go.
She subconsciously dodged the dirty hands of the man with gold-rimmed glasses, her face full of embarrassment.
The
man with gold-rimmed glasses had a hint of displeasure in his eyes.
He is the Meng Hao I mentioned to you, a friend, oh no, an acquaintance. Shizhini seemed eager to distance herself from Meng Hao.
Meng Hao, this is the third son of our Ningxing law firm's chairman, Wu Jingtian. He has had dinner with several bosses of Hongwei Building and is also very familiar with several investors of Huya. Shizhini's words had hidden meaning.
Meng Hao glanced at Wu Jingtian thoughtfully. Are you familiar with several investors of Huya?
Then, it must be these investors who told Wu Jingtian that the more than 100 million yuan in rewards from Meng Hao had never arrived, so he took it for granted that this more than 100 million yuan was a trap set to bring down Li Chang.
Have you had dinner with several bosses of Hongwei Building?
That must have happened before Hongwei Building was awarded to Meng Hao by the system. No wonder Shizhini thought Meng Hao's sports car was rented. It must be this Wu Jingtian who instigated and said bad things about him behind the scenes. However, Meng Hao was not interested in this kind of greedy and snobbish woman at all. He was even too lazy to refute the conclusion that Wu Jingtian had drawn based on a few random guesses.
Just because you know a few Huya investors and have had dinner with several previous bosses of Hongwei Building, you think you are an upper-class person? Do you dare to make random guesses based on your own ideas?
Meng Hao simply looked down upon people like Wu Jingtian.
Oh, you are the courier Meng Hao. You've put a lot of effort into pursuing Shizhini. It cost a lot of money to rent a sports car, didn't it? But you're pretty good at making up stories.
It was obvious that Shizhini was Wu Jingtian's new prey. In front of Shizhini, Wu Jingtian ruthlessly crushed Meng Hao. However, for a nobody like you at the bottom of society, you are very lucky.
Shizhini wasn't deceived by you, so how could you get an ignorant female college student? Lip marks on the face, strawberries on the neck, wow, TSK, they are having a lot of fun.
Little sister, your boyfriend is just a poor loser who brags about everything.
Why don't you talk to me? Oh no, my brothers, right? Just name your price. Wu Jingtian's eyes were always on Tang Yanyan. Lip prints? Strawberry? Meng Hao didn't care at all about Wu Jingtian's verbal suppression.
But the lip prints and strawberries he mentioned surprised Meng Hao. I quickly took out my phone and switched to the front camera.
He understood immediately.
No wonder Tang Yanyan was so attentive in the morning, getting him mouthwash and helping him wash his face. It turned out that she was afraid of removing the lipstick marks and strawberries that she had drawn on him with lipstick while Meng Hao was sleeping. Damn, I always thought the problem would be with the milk bread for breakfast, but this little witch surprised Meng Hao again. No wonder, passers-by along the way gave me strange and weird looks. Thinking of himself walking around the city with a face full of lip marks and a neck full of strawberries, Meng Hao felt so ashamed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into.
It's really, really shameful. Tang Yanyan, are you a devil? You are so rich, why don't you go back and buy your mother?
The little witch Tang Yanyan retorted without any courtesy, not giving Wu Jingtian any face at all. Meng Hao, let's go.
Being with this kind of bastard will pollute even our eyes.
Tang Yanyan, the little witch who always had a clear distinction between love and hate and a strong personality, did not take Wu Jingtian seriously at all.
After scolding him angrily, she dragged Meng Hao and ran away. 079, bro, you are a complete asshole. Watching Meng Hao and Tang Yanyan leave, Xizhini felt a pang of heartache. For some reason, when she saw Tang Yanyan playing and fighting in a loving manner, she felt a sour taste in her throat that was hard to swallow. Obviously, she and Meng Hao are from two different worlds. Meng Hao was just a courier boy, while Xizhini was a middle-level employee at Ningxing law firm. There was a huge difference between their relationship and status. Perhaps, in order to pursue her, Meng Hao rented a sports car and cooperated with the top management of Huya to overthrow Li Chang, which touched Xizhini a little. But fake is just fake and can never become true. Xizhini, accidentally went on a blind date with a courier boy, and took advantage of him a lot, gained the favor of the company, and met real rich second-generation people like Wu Jingtian. She might have Meng Hao to thank. But it is definitely not the kind of promise of body. With a different status and a different circle, one's perspective will naturally change completely. He must have spent a lot of money renting a sports car. I'll just compensate him later. Xizhini sighed, put her mind at ease, and happily entertained Wu Jingtian and his group of truly powerful second-generation young masters. In Xizhini's opinion, there is no emotion in the adult world, only naked interests. Before, she had intended to take the initiative to climb into Meng Hao's bed. However, after seeing Wu Jingtian as a real playboy, she suddenly realized that Meng Hao was just trying to be rich and spend money to buy face in order to trick Xizhini into bed. Fortunately, I didn't slept with Meng Hao. How could this poor courier boy deserve a girlfriend like her who is beautiful, talented, and has a good figure? In Xizhini's opinion, this might be the last time she and Meng Hao would intersect in their life trajectories. Disneyland. Meng Hao and Tang Yanyan were silent as they checked their tickets to enter the park. From childhood to adulthood, Tang Yanyan, the clever and eccentric little witch, was either playing tricks on Meng Hao or transforming into a fairy and pestering Meng Hao like a plaster that could not be shaken off. But this has never happened. Quiet, like a ball of air floating around Meng Hao. Yan, actually, it's not bad to make fun of someone occasionally. Brother doesn't really care about the lipstick on your face and the strawberries on your neck. To be honest, your clothes are indeed a bit too revealing. Look, many people are looking at you with lustful eyes. Meng Hao wanted to ease the awkward silence and stir up Tang Yanyan's emotions again. Pop. Tang Yanyan stopped and stared at Meng Hao blankly. Tang Yanyan's face was cold and without any emotion, which made Meng Hao feel a little uneasy. What happened? Meng Hao swallowed. Brother, who is that woman? What's with her so-called supercar and over 100 million yuan reward? You better not lie to me. I want to be a little witch without being hated. Super high emotional intelligence is the first factor. Obviously, Tang Yanyan realized something. Xizhini, the person my mother forced me to go on a blind date with. My mother had no choice but to rent a sports car to chase her. It cost me a lot of money. Hey, I'm just a courier, how can I make much money? Meng Hao's eyes were wandering. Brother, tell the truth. Tang Yanyan stared at Meng Hao with her charming eyes. Yes, it's the truth. Meng Hao swallowed and smiled a little forcefully. Tang Yanyan didn't waste any time talking to Meng Hao. She took out her cell phone and called Meng Hao's mother directly. Hello, Aunt, my cousin. The little witch Tang Yanyan can always find the most direct and effective method in the shortest time. Meng Hao's mother's roar came out from the telephone receiver. Did Meng Hao bully you? I'm going to skin him alive. Meng Hao quickly snatched the phone back from Tang Yanyan, who had a smug sneer on her face, and begged for mercy, perfunctorily responding to his mother. No, nothing. She just wanted to buy something, and it's a bit beyond my budget. Meng Hao made up lies without blushing at all. No matter how much it costs, buy it for me. Meng Hao's mother seemed to regard Tang Yanyan as closer than her own son. Okay, let's buy. Meng Hao's forehead was full of black lines. I hung up the phone in fear. Tang Yanyan stretched out her fair hand. Meng Hao quickly returned the phone. Now, can you tell the truth? Tang Yanyan asked with a cold expression. Meng Hao coughed twice. Yan, the following topic may be a bit explosive, you have to control yourself. You have to keep these things secret for me, but you can't treat me like a lunatic. Tang Yanyan took the phone, glanced at it impatiently, and made a threatening expression. That car is definitely not rented. I bought it. It's a Hennessey Venom GT. It cost over 100 million yuan.
Besides, I have a palace, a building, and 1 billion in bank deposits.
Total, about 4 billion. Meng Hao said word by word while observing the changes in Tang Yanyan's expression. However, Tang Yanyan's psychological endurance seems to be quite strong.
Until Meng Hao finished his last sentence, her expression remained unchanged.
Don't believe it? Meng Hao asked subconsciously. Tang Yanyan's performance made Meng Hao feel a little uneasy. This girl has no expression on her face. It's impossible to tell whether he's happy or angry.
A full 2 minutes later, Tang Yanyan slowly squatted down, hugged her knees with her hands, pursed her lips and started crying.
Oh shit. Meng Hao was confused. He thought Tang Yanyan would be furious and take revenge on him. I also thought that Tang Yanyan would be very unhappy and then rip me off. What I didn't expect was that the girl would squat down and cry for no apparent reason. This is Disney. The world's largest amusement park is packed with people.
In terms of passenger flow, it is even denser than high-speed rail stations and subway cars. Seeing more and more people gathered around him to watch, Meng Hao's face was filled with embarrassment. He looked at Tang Yanyan, who was crying, and felt a little at a loss. He didn't even know why Tang Yanyan burst into tears, let alone how to prescribe the right remedy to make her happy. A full half hour. Meng Hao was treated as a heartless scumbag and a funny monkey and was watched by everyone for half an hour before Tang Yanyan's crying gradually stopped. Brother, you're a complete bastard. Tang Yanyan climbed up along Meng Hao's trouser legs, swung her pink fists, and punched Meng Hao hard. From childhood to adulthood, this is the first time you've lied to me. Meng Hao was petrified instantly. He really couldn't figure out Tang Yanyan's way of thinking. I wasn't angry about squeezing into the rental house and buying cheap snacks yesterday. He was not angry because he found out that Meng Hao was a hidden rich man. But she burst into tears because Meng Hao lied to her. In Tang Yanyan's eyes, a fortune of billions seems not as heartfelt as a word of truth. A woman's heart is as unfathomable as the sea. Hard to figure out. 080, Revenge from the Little Witch, Crazy Shopping. Looking at Tang Yanyan crying like a pear blossom in the rain, Meng Hao's heart couldn't help but be gripped. It seemed that he had done something evil that went against his conscience. Yes, I'm sorry. Meng Hao was silent for a while before he uttered the word sorry. Tang Yanyan smiled coldly. So, brother, do you think I will pester you just because you are rich? No matter how much money you make, what does it have to do with me? I would rather live in a shabby house with you, go for a spin on an electric bike, and eat $5 roasted sweet potatoes. Brother, you are such a straight man. Meng Hao felt a slight pain in his head. Tang Yanyan's words really touched him. The two siblings grew up together naked. Although Meng Hao could not predict the next prank of the little witch Tang Yanyan, he could still tell the extremely sad words of his sister who had grown into a fairy beauty. This is a tacit understanding developed from childhood to adulthood. However, Tang Yanyan's words seemed a little strange. Sharing joys and sorrows between brothers is called sharing hardships. When a girl and a man share the joys and sorrows, it should be called mutual support. But, they are brother and sister. Brother, you keep the wealth by yourself. I'm leaving. Tang Yanyan smiled sadly, wiped her tears, and looked lost. Meng Hao felt as if there was a piece of cotton stuffed in his chest. Some couldn't breathe. Yan, you are wrong. I just don't want you to tell my mom about it. I can't explain how all this wealth came from. Meng Hao almost said that these billions of wealth were rewards from the system. But whether Tang Yanyan believes it or not is still a question. There are so many people in Disneyland, and there must be someone with bad intentions. He was very afraid of being caught, sliced, and studied. Oh? Tang Yanyan tilted her head and looked at Meng Hao. What I said is true. Meng Hao stared at Tang Yanyan intently, almost swearing. So, you drove $1 billion supercar to pick up that lady and helped her spend hundreds of millions of yuan just to shut her up and prevent her from telling tales to your aunt? Tang Yanyan suddenly smiled, seeming to find it a little funny. Yeah. What else? Meng Hao scratched his head, feeling a little overwhelmed by this little witch. Brother, I found that you are not only a straight man, but also an idiot as stupid as a pig. Tang Yanyan suddenly burst into laughter. Really? It's impossible to guess what a woman is thinking. Especially a female devil like Tang Yanyan. However, she seemed to be whining and scolding. As long as she isn't angry anymore. If the nagging old lady knows, then she will know. At worst, I can just make up a lie to get away with it. Just as Meng Hao was having a headache trying to make up a lie to his mother, Tang Yanyan hooked her soft arms around Meng Hao's neck. Hey, bro. Let me ask you, between my words and that auntie's words, who would your mother believe more? Nonsense, do you even need to guess? It must be yours. Meng Hao rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Tang Yanyan chuckled, hooked one hand around Meng Hao's neck, and climbed directly onto his waist with the other hand. They looked like a couple in love who had reconciled. Then you stupid pig. No matter how that auntie tells tales, as long as I deny it outright, do you think your mother will not believe me? After all, in the eyes of all adults, I am a good girl. When we were little, I forced a kiss on you, and you were the one who got spanked, and I was the one who ate ice cream to comfort myself. Tang Yanyan winked at Meng Hao with a wicked smile on her face. Oh yes. As long as Tang Yanyan covers up her lie. Why should I care about Qizhini? Meng Hao slapped his forehead and grinned foolishly. Etc. Why, he smelled a conspiracy. I'm afraid this little devil is more difficult to deal with than Qizhini. Come to think of it, that lady is really shameless, spending my brother's money. So, bro, as punishment for you tricking me into buying stuff for that auntie, I'm going on a shopping spree. My mouth is much harder to block than that auntie's. Meng Hao felt relieved. Spend money. That's okay. Huabei, billions of it. As long as Tang Yanyan is willing, it's okay to spend it all. But why do I always feel there is something sour in the words of this little devil? Forget it, don't think too much about it. Keep her calm first. Okay, buy it. Meng Hao waved his arm, with great righteousness. Sure enough, money is a man's courage. Brother, I want to drive your Hennessey Venom GT. Good. Brother, I want to live in the palace. Okay. Brother, I want to live in the same room with you and sleep in the same bed. Stop it, this is really not okay. Then why could I sleep in the same bed with you when I was a kid? Well. Wanda Plaza. Luxury goods counters on the 3rd floor. All the sales clerks had beaming smiles on their faces, and their mouths were as sweet as honey. Beauty, your husband is so good to you. This Chanel ring costs 70,000 yuan. Buy 10 and tie them into a necklace. Wow, young lady, your husband is really awesome. This Hermes bag costs 60,000 yuan. Give me 30, take them apart and sew them into a street stall. Wow, ma'am, your husband is really young and rich. This Giorgio Armani perfume costs 100,000 yuan a bottle. What a sweet mouth. I can tell at a glance that he is my husband. Give me 50 bottles and flush the toilet when I get home. Meng Hao had a headache. The Tang Yanyan in front of him, who was wearing luxury jewelry and necklaces from street stalls all over her body, was really the sister who ate at street stalls and squeezed into a shabby house with him yesterday. Really? The more beautiful a woman is, the more faces she has. In just over an hour, more than 10 million yuan had been swiped out of Meng Hao's card. The waiters have figured out the trick. As long as Meng Hao was praised in front of Tang Yanyan as a considerate, caring and doting good husband of the new century, Tang Yanyan would spend money like water. Meng Hao's face was filled with bitterness. All the light and beautiful jewelry was hung on Tang Yanyan, while the heavy bags and perfumes were all carried by him. Strange woman. I can't finish running a 1,000-meter track, but I can spend an hour or two in the mall without taking a break. Meng Hao was almost dying of exhaustion. What's wrong? Are you worried about the money? Tang Yanyan looked at Meng Hao with a wicked smile. That's not the case. Meng Hao saw a bench and sat down on it as if it was a life-saving straw. How about I give you the card and you can brush it yourself while I rest here? Tang Yanyan bent her waist and shook her index finger in front of Meng Hao. The shirt, which was already loose, revealed the secret on the chest to Meng Hao. Coupled with the hazy scent of perfume and the colorful and precious jewels, Meng Hao felt a little dizzy. Brother, if I call your mom, will you regain some strength? The little devil Tang Yanyan had a wicked smile on her face, and looked like she would not stop until she tortured Meng Hao to death. No. I can walk. I can walk. Strong. Meng Hao wailed. Just as Tang Yanyan was about to hang on Meng Hao's neck again, a familiar voice sounded in front. This Pudala bag costs 73,000 yuan. Although it is a bit expensive, it looks just like a natural match on Miss Qizhini. She is more beautiful than a goddess. Qizhini? Why did she come to Wanda? 081, these days, what the rich say is the truth. When Meng Hao's eyes fell on Qizhini, this female doctor, whose legs were covered in black and wearing an OL uniform, also happened to see Meng Hao. Wu Jingtian, with an attentive look on his face and carrying a brand new Pilates bag, was looking at Qizhini in a flattering manner. Meng Hao could tell one word from Wu Jingtian's eyes. Color. Just a few days. Is Qizhini already at the stage where she can accept a luxury bag worth 70 or 80,000 yuan as a gift? This speed is really fast. What a sensible woman. Know how to maximize benefits. Wu Jingtian, the second son of the boss of Ningxing law firm. After Li Chang was arrested, Director Su only served as the acting director of the law firm. If Qizhini became the second young master's woman, even if she couldn't get the position of director of the law firm, she would definitely be the deputy director. You are here too. Qizhini's smile seemed a little forced. Hey, a courier? Wu Jingtian's eyes kept wandering around Tang Yanyan. Qizhini is elegant and knowledgeable, a female doctor that most people can't get. But she is 26 or 27 years old after all. When it comes to freshness, tenderness and juiciness, it has to be Tang Yanyan, who is so beautiful that water can be squeezed out of her whole body. Wu Jingtian was a little jealous. Damn it. How can a courier own such a cute and pretty girl? This really made him angry. As the second son of Ningxing law firm, Wu Jingtian, who can drink tea with the bosses of Hongwei Building and have dinner with several investors of Huya live streaming platform, is the only one who was worthy of sleeping with a beautiful girl like Tang Yanyan. But Wu Jingtian is not stupid. Know the reason for taking down Qizhini first. After all, he had already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this woman. To flirt with other girls in front of Qizhini was like picking up the watermelon and throwing away the peach. Damn the courier. I'll give you a discount first. Wait until I take down Qizhini, then I'll get your schoolgirl. I hope you don't gnaw on schoolgirls these days. Dead courier. How dare you come here? Did you know that this is a luxury goods counter? One bag costs 60,000 to 70,000 yuan, which is equivalent to your income for a year without food or drink. Seeing that Meng Hao was angry, Wu Jingtian humiliated him without any mercy. Before Meng Hao could speak, Tang Yanyan exploded first. Where did this stink bug come from, chirping here? You hooked up with an ant who my man doesn't want. Look how proud you are. Also, you have the nerve to take out a bag worth 70,000 yuan? Tang Yanyan, who was sitting behind Meng Hao, had a cold face and kept scolding Wu Jingtian. Meng Hao, only she can bully him. Tang Yanyan would absolutely not agree if anyone dared to bully Meng Hao. Wu Jingtian was just about to retort. Seeing Tang Yanyan wearing all kinds of luxury goods, he couldn't help but be stunned. How is that possible? Gucci, Chanel, Armani. All of them are famous brands. Moreover, each brand has 7 or 8 identical or different styles. If they are all genuine, the total value would probably be no less than 1 million. Could it be that what you bought were street stall goods? Without waiting for Wu Jingtian to react, Tang Yanyan took a step with her youthful and slender legs and headed straight for the piadala counter. Happen. A shop assistant came towards Tang Wu Jingtian with a smile on his face, holding a freshly issued invoice. Sir, your invoice. After all, a customer like Wu Jingtian who spent 70,000 or 80,000 yuan could be considered a VIP, so the store clerks naturally had to serve him attentively. When the clerk was about to hand over the invoice with a smile on his face, he looked up and saw Tang Yanyan with an angry face. Hey, it's just an invoice for 70,000 yuan, it doesn't matter whether you take it or not. Wu Jingtian had an arrogant look on his face and was about to show off, but the clerk simply ignored him. Hey, Miss Tang. You finally came to our store. It seems that your husband is really considerate and caring towards you. The news that Meng Hao took Tang Yanyan to shop around Wanda and buy luxury goods had spread to everyone in the building. Especially the little trick to stimulate consumption. As long as he praised Meng Hao for being good to her in front of Tang Yanyan, the more he praised her, the more money this girl would spend. Stop talking nonsense. Tang Yanyan was in a bad mood and was too lazy to chat with the clerk. Okay. Your shop, please. Let me introduce you to some nice bags. Wu Jingtian, who was about to show off but was ignored, stood there awkwardly with a messy look on his face. In the Prada store. Tang Yanyan pointed to one of the bags, the style and appearance of which was exactly the same as the one Wu Jingtian gave to Qizhini. You have a really good taste. This bag is the best-selling one in our store. Many people like it.
Can I pack it for you? The clerk flattered him enthusiastically. Tang Yanyan rolled her eyes. How much of this bag do you have in stock in your store? Tang Yanyan asked expressionlessly. This bag sells very well, so we have 15 in stock in the store, and that lady just bought one. The clerk knew that Tang Yanyan would buy more than a dozen bags at a time, and his face was filled with excitement. One bag costs 70,000 yuan. There are 14 left, and the total price is 980,000. The commission alone will be tens of thousands. I will be rich. This bag is so ugly, it's just garbage. A garbage bag belongs with a garbage man. I don't like the sight of it. I'll buy all the rest and cut them into pieces right here on the spot. Ah! The clerk was stunned. Millions of bags, all cut into pieces? What's the difference between this and throwing money down the drain and just waiting for the noise? Rich people really know how to have fun. Any problem? Tang Yanyan was tapping the bank card that Meng Hao had just given her on the glass table. No problem, no problem. Mrs. Tang, you are right. I also think this bag is ugly. It's rubbish. With an order worth millions, let alone asking the clerk to admit that the bag is ugly, even if you say that the bag is toilet paper, the clerk will agree without hesitation. Who can blame them for being rich? Nowadays, those who have money are the bosses. Under the magic of money, these Pilates bags worth millions soon turned into a pile of fur fragments. Tang Yanyan walked downstairs with Meng Hao, pulling him with her, with an inhumane and heartless pace. When passing by Chizhini, she did not forget to mutter loudly. Only trashy people carry trash bags. I'm tired of shopping, so I'll buy something worth tens of millions first. I really can't find anything good to pick out. Under the clerk's admiring eyes, Meng Hao was dragged away by Tang Yanyan. Damn it. How can you spend more than 10 million without any good stuff? If you like it, you will definitely buy it for hundreds of millions. It's good to have money. Long time. Wu Jingtian, who was slapped in the face, did not react until then. Damn, this courier is pretty awesome. A rich woman ran away. No, a wealthy girl. What's so cool about that? That being said, Wu Jingtian suddenly felt that the 70,000 yuan Pilates bag he gave to Chizhini was not attractive at all. 082, Bloody Express, Auntie, I want to work 20 years less. Tang Yanyan stayed in Prince Rua's mansion of Meng Hao. Fortunately, Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengcheng, the lesbian sisters, are very career-oriented and rarely go back to the palace. As for Ning Haiyao, Meng Hao sent her back to school and warned her not to mention that she knew him in front of Tang Yanyan. Although Tang Yanyan is a little witch, she still knows the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Her brother is worth billions, owns a palace, drives supercars and luxury cars, and naturally she won't show off this luxurious life everywhere. So, Meng Hao, an ordinary courier, returned to his ordinary courier delivery life. I have to say, this special edition Kaibei War Shield off-road vehicle, which was just rewarded by the system, is really a great tool for delivering express parcels. Not only can the trunk be filled with express parcels, but even the spacious rear seats can accommodate hundreds of parcels. Moreover, the all-terrain off-road and real-time 4-wheel drive capabilities allow Meng Hao to almost ignore all the bumpy roads in Kyoto City. Kyoto City, Villa Area. An exclusive stand-alone villa, low-key, luxurious and meaningful. At the doorstep of Meng Hao's next client, a guy holding flowers, wearing a leather jacket and leather pants, looking like a spirited young man was expressing his love. His partner seemed to be a girl with long straight black hair, round and slender legs, and a peaceful face that showed that she had lived a peaceful life. This girl, at first glance, is a lady from a noble family with a refined temperament. Away, why are you here? The lady covered her mouth with her hands, her face full of emotion. Yo who? Courtship? Then I won't bother you for now. Wait until they have finished showing their affection before sending the express. Meng Hao held the express in one hand and a bottle of mineral water in the other, ready to watch the show. Xiao ya. Actually, I'm here this time. I want to propose. The energetic young man in leather pants, known as Away, has a face full of sweetness and love. Nonsense. You are holding flowers in your hand and kneeling on one knee. Even a fool can see that you are proposing. Meng Hao took a sip of water and rolled his eyes. Please tell Ajun that I love her, said the energetic young man in leather pants, his face full of tenderness and affection. Ajun? This name is quite tacky. How could such a quiet and elegant girl be given the name of a woman from the previous generation? Meng Hao complained in his heart. Etc. Didn't he, this energetic young man, just call the beautiful girl with straight black hair Xiaoya? Could it be that Ajin is someone else?
However, the look in Xiaoya's eyes as she looked at this energetic young man was full of stories.
Are you here to propose to my mother? You've been with me for so many years, and you're proposing to my mom?
The beautiful woman with straight black hair took a few steps back tremblingly, her face full of shock and surprise.
What? Phew.
Meng Hao sprayed out all the mineral water he had just drunk.
I thought it was a sweet and happy love, but it turned out to be a miserable and bloody drama?
Meng Hao was not far from the couple, and all the mineral water in his mouth splashed onto the energetic young man in leather pants. However, the young man who was obsessed with love obviously didn't care about the mineral water.
Actually, it was your mother that I loved from the beginning. I approached you in order to better pursue Ajin. I hope you can understand me and help me and your mother.
Xiaoya, from now on we will talk about our own things.
You call me dad and I call you sister. Oh shit. It's so awesome. This is it, I love you, but you love my mom? I treat you as my boyfriend, but you want to be my dad? This is a melodrama? Unnecessary. Get out of here. Besides, I have a boyfriend.
The beautiful woman with straight black hair was trembling all over and looking around. Then, she saw Meng Hao. The beautiful lady named Xiaoya ran to Meng Hao in 2 or 3 steps and hugged Meng Hao, who was eating melon.
See? He's my new boyfriend. Meng Hao? What the hell? I just came here to deliver a package, how did I deliver a girlfriend? Also, I just wanted to watch the show peacefully, so how did I become a character in a gossip drama?
The energetic young man away. When he saw Xiaoya hugging Meng Hao, a look of relief flashed in his eyes.
This guy is quite handsome.
But let me tell you, little sister Xiaoya, there are a lot of scumbags in this world, you must keep your eyes open.
Come, let daddy check it out for you and see how he is. Meng Hao was choked and almost died from coughing. This guy is awesome. Can it be more bloody?
Meng Hao decided to pretend to be Xiaoya's boyfriend temporarily because he was really curious about the plot that would follow.
Ha! Etc.
This girl with straight black hair looks familiar.
It seems a bit like Tang Yanyan. It's just that Tang Yanyan is the type who is quirky and has a new idea every 3 minutes, while this girl named Xiaoya has a gentle personality. Get out of here.
The shamelessness of the young man in leather pants made the quiet and elegant girl couldn't help but swear, "You are the biggest scumbag in the world, get out of here as far as you can." Away, the man in leather pants immediately looked unhappy.
Sister Xiaoya, how can you talk to dad like that? By the way, where is your mother? When will you be back?
I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. The girl named Xiaoya hugged Meng Hao, forcing a smile with a sweet look on her face.
Honey, let's go on a date. Hey, is this your car? Hey, delivering packages in a luxury SUV? Yeah, what a handsome little brother.
The quiet girl, who was so angry that she was half dead, seemed to have just noticed Meng Hao's amazing appearance. I never thought that a random courier boy as a boyfriend could be this handsome.
The most important thing is, he actually delivers the express in a luxury car?
Now, the girl called Xiaoya completely disliked the young man in leather pants.
At this time, a BMW 740 slowly drove over.
A middle-aged woman with the same straight black hair but a few wrinkles on her face got out of the car.
She looks a bit like Xiaoya.
Meng Hao thought to himself, if he guessed correctly, this person is the object of the young man in leather pants' courtship, the hostess of this villa, Miss Xiaoya's mother.
Ajin, you're back? I've been waiting for you for a long time.
Xiaoya has a boyfriend now, so I can pursue you openly.
I have been enduring a lot of pain these days.
In fact, I have already sent you a text message to tell you that the one I love is you, Ajin. The energetic young man in leather pants, holding flowers, ran to Xiaoya's mother, knelt on the ground, his face full of love.
Ajin, please accept me. I really want to work 20 years less. Cough, cough, cough. Meng Hao was choked and coughed repeatedly. This plot is not just melodramatic, it's simply eye-catching. Roll.
The rich woman called Ajin was stunned for a moment, then she slapped the young man in the face, sending him 5 or 6 meters away.
I have been tolerating you only for the sake of my daughter. Now that my daughter has a boyfriend, I've had enough of you. Get out of here as far as you can, or I'll ask the security to get you out of here. 083, tragic life, loving mother and daughter. The spirited young man, who was rejected miserably, left with an unhappy face under the enthusiastic urging of the security guard of the villa area. Mom! Xiaoya looked at the still charming wealthy woman a little awkwardly. It's okay. Just have less contact with these scumbags in the future. Mom has already lost your twin sister. You are my only precious daughter. How can I not indulge you? Hey, are you talking about your boyfriend? Xiaoya's mother touched her daughter's soft long hair, her smile showing a bit of loss and doting. Boyfriend? Are you referring to yourself? Meng Hao felt something was wrong and immediately planned to get into the SUV and drive away. However, his arm was held by Xiaoya, and Xiaoya's mother even stretched out her hand to block the car door with a very attentive look on her face. Yeah, she's pretty unique. Is this the Kaibei battle shield? I never knew this guy is in pretty good shape. Now that you're here, please come and have a cup of tea. The still charming wealthy woman smiled politely at Meng Hao and turned to open the door. Come in and have a cup of tea. You've helped me so much, I have to thank you. Xiaoya winked at Meng Hao and motioned for her to follow her. Just to thank you? Why do I see something wrong in the eyes of this mother and daughter? Especially the rich woman who was called Ajin by the energetic young man. She looked like a mother-in-law who liked her son-in-law more and more the more she looked at him. It won't take you more than a few minutes. Xiaoya changed her position silently, standing between Meng Hao and the car door. The meaning of this gesture is very clear. As long as you, Meng Hao, don't even think about leaving today. Why? I originally just planned to eat some melon. As a result, he became the big melon. Meng Hao had no choice but to follow Xiaoya into this magnificently decorated villa. Living room. The servant made tea. Meng Hao sat on the sofa, planning to find an opportunity to make his point clear. I can't just become someone else's son-in-law without knowing what's going on. By the way, I still don't know your name. The wealthy woman Ajin picked up the teacup, blew away the hot air, and asked with a smile on her face. My name is Meng Hao. Auntie, maybe you got something wrong. I'm just a courier. Before Meng Hao could finish his words, he was interrupted by a wealthy woman named Ajin. You're driving a Kaibei war shield to deliver packages. It seems that you're rich, and you don't forget your roots. You know how to earn money through your own labor. You're much better than those scumbags who try to climb the rich woman's ladder. Ajin was obviously referring to the spirited young man who planned to work 20 years less. My family is quite open-minded. We don't have high requirements for our son-in-law's career. As long as he's good to my daughter, that's enough. Have to. The more you describe it, the worse it gets. Fortunately, Meng Hao did not speak and waited for the rich woman to finish her words before explaining. This mother and daughter are also pitiful people. The rich woman Ajin, whose full name is Hijin, came to Kyoto from the countryside to work hard at the age of 14. Then, it was the bloody, absurd and tragic plot that all young and ignorant girls would encounter. She met a scumbag at the age of 15, got pregnant before marriage, and gave birth to a daughter, the girl named Xiaoya, at the age of 16. Then, the scumbag left a few hundred yuan and disappeared. Hijin raised her daughter Xiaoya alone. Xiaoya is 19 years old this year and a junior in college. Since she has no father, she took the surname Hijin and is called Hiqingya. Hijin actually gave birth to twins, but for some reason, Hiqingya's sister disappeared, leaving only Hiqingya, the daughter who is also Hijin's only relative in this world. As for why Hiqingya's sister disappeared, Hijin did not elaborate. Naturally, Meng Hao would not dig into other people's sad past or expose their scars. It's not easy for Xiaoya to meet a husband like you who has a wealthy family, a handsome appearance, and a good character at first glance. We two women have a really tiring life. From now on, you will be the only male in the family, and you have to support the family. However, you don't have to worry about finances. After working hard for more than 10 years, I also run a cloth company and have some money. Hijin was crying and snotting. As he spoke, he poured out to Meng Hao all the grievances he had suffered over the years. As for the quiet girl Xiaoya, she was infected by her mother and burst into tears. Meng Hao, WW. What is this? I just delivered a courier, how come I became someone else's husband? Moreover, from what Hijin said, he would become the support of these two women and the head of their family in the future. Besides, this is the first time we meet. How can you determine that you are a person of good character? Is it because I'm handsome? Appearance is justice?
This is really a world where appearance matters. However, looking at the two women, one big and one small, crying their hearts out, Meng Hao couldn't say the words that were on the tip of his tongue.
Never mind.
I'll explain it later when I have the chance.
Auntie, I still have a parcel to deliver. If I'm late, I'll get a bad review. Meng Hao licked his lips, looking embarrassed.
Hejin pulled out the tissue in front of her, wiped her eyes, and took out a powder puff to touch up her makeup.
Xiaomeng, I'm only 35, not much older than you. Just call me Sister Jin. You can call me Auntie Jin. Meng Hao, Sigma. I'm talking about elder sister. Could you please be more considerate? You want me to be your son-in-law, and at the same time you want me to call you Sister Jin? This generation is a bit confusing. Could it be that this shrewd businesswoman saw that she had no interest in He Qingya?
If her daughter can't handle it, she, as a mother, will take over herself.
Meng Hao felt a little pain in his head.
However, to be honest, 35-year-old Hejin has maintained a very good figure and skin. If it weren't for the few crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, you wouldn't be able to tell that she is a single mother who has given birth to 2 daughters.
Cough, cough, cough.
As soon as this thought came into his mind, Meng Hao immediately felt a strong sense of guilt and remorse.
What are you thinking about? Meng Hao. Hejin's daughter He Qingya is the same age as Tang Yanyan. My thoughts are so evil. Then, I'll leave first?
Meng Hao stood up and prepared to walk towards the door.
Xiaoya, see Meng Hao off.
Hejin seemed to be still immersed in her own tragic life and couldn't extricate herself. She told her daughter to see Meng Hao off. Also, Xiaomeng, come to our house for dinner tomorrow night. Your Aunt Jin's cooking skills are pretty good.
Meng Hao didn't say anything and hurried out. Have a meal? Or at night? Isn't this a blatant Hongmen banquet? Stop it. I have to find an excuse to decline this invitation.
Just finished delivering a few packages.
The phone rang. Yen Tongtong's phone number? That TV station intern reporter who wears black stockings and has a great body? Why did she call me? What's wrong?
Meng Hao asked in a cold tone.
I have a small matter to trouble you. I have an interview tomorrow afternoon.
The other party is a very successful entrepreneur.
I want you to drive me there, please.
Yen Tongtong asked Meng Hao softly. 084, don't worry, I'm really fast.
Interview? Tomorrow afternoon?
Very good, very good.
If the interview lasts very late, the company will usually arrange a dinner for you.
This way, I can openly turn down Hejin's dinner invitation. Meng Hao felt a chill when he thought of this 35-year-old woman who dressed like his daughter's best friend.
30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger.
Women between 30 and 40 are ruthless and ruthless.
Okay, no problem. What do you need to prepare?
Meng Hao agreed neatly. Yen Tongtong was actually just calling Meng Hao tentatively, but she didn't expect that he would not refuse her call outright.
This gave Yen Tongtong an illusion. Could it be that this rich young man likes me? No, no.
You're handsome and your car is of a good brand. This way, I will have more confidence when I interview.
This is trainee reporter Yen Tongtong.
It's the first high-profile interview subject in her career, so naturally she wants to do her best. However, there was another reason in her subconscious mind, which she herself seemed unaware of. She was deliberately looking for an excuse to get close to Meng Hao. It seems that I haven't seen this courier boy for almost half a month.
The next day.
After delivering the express, Meng Hao drove the special edition Kaibei War Shield off-road vehicle, which was comparable to an armored vehicle, to the TV station to pick up Yen Tongtong.
Wow, changing cars? This car looks so majestic. The tire alone is almost as high as my legs.
Yen Tongtong placed her long legs in black stockings in front of the tires of the special edition Kaibei War Shield off-road vehicle.
Beautiful women and luxury cars.
It attracted the attention of passers-by on the street. These two kinds of top-notch beauties are what all men dream of. Especially the girl's legs. The long, delicate and tender juice, paired with black socks, is simply an irresistible temptation.
Meng Hao was speechless.
It's normal to be a little surprised when seeing such a domineering car.
But what does it mean that Yen Tongtong keeps showing off her long legs in front of the wheel?
Besides, my legs are longer than the wheels, so I need to lift up my skirt.
I can even see the roots of her thighs. Aren't you afraid of exposing yourself? Why do I always feel that this girl has some ulterior motive by showing off like this in front of me? Get in the car. Meng Hao urged expressionlessly. Yeah.
A hint of disappointment flashed across Yan Tongtong's eyes. However, this disappointment was soon replaced by a shocking interior of the special edition Kaibei War Shield off-road vehicle. If the interior of the Hennessey Venom GT is a low-key and luxurious luxury apartment, then the interior of the special edition of the Kaibei War Shield off-road vehicle is a grand and magnificent sea view suite. The dark brown privacy blackout glass filters out most of the direct sunlight, making the interior of the huge carriage appear a little dim. Meng Hao got into the car and closed the door. The lavender mood lighting was then turned on, and the entire car instantly presented an alluring and private space. The special edition of the Kaibei War Shield off-road vehicle has an extremely tough appearance. Even if you're having sex in the car, you won't be able to see any bumps from the outside. Yan Tongtong's cheeks turned red. What am I thinking about? She glanced at Meng Hao in panic, raised her arm subconsciously, and touched a protruding button. Hidden mini fridge? As a chill came, a wide variety of wines and drinks appeared in front of Yan Tongtong. Although I have never seen most of the wine bottles, I can tell from the luxurious and colorful packaging that these wines are definitely very expensive. Private compartment. Tempting lavender mood lighting. Pair it with these drinks. Could it be that Meng Hao really intended to? Yan Tongtong had completely misunderstood. Meng Hao, these wines. She licked her lips. Her seductive eyes swept across Meng Hao's face. If this handsome and wealthy guy really proposed to have sex in the car, she would not be able to refuse. Liquor? Meng Hao was stunned. He also didn't know that the SUV rewarded by the system also contained a mini freezer full of wine. Oh, if you're thirsty, just drink something. Meng Hao is not a stingy person. Really? I plan to use alcohol to numb myself and then something will happen. However, I have to interview the female entrepreneur at 2 o'clock and can't delay too long. Then, you have to hurry up. Yan Tongtong's face turned even redder. She didn't even dare to look at Meng Hao. In such a hurry? Meng Hao turned his head away and didn't notice the shy and struggling expression on Yan Tongtong's face. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Soon. Isn't it said that men hate it when girls say they're quick? Could it be that Meng Hao was not very good in that aspect? How could this be? Although Yan Tongtong is still a virgin, she is an adult after all. Whether at school or after work, she has talked about matters between men and women in private discussions with her best friends. Sex is still very important to a woman. Yan Tongtong sighed. Never mind. No one is perfect. Meng Hao is so handsome and rich, so it is normal for him to have some minor flaws. At worst, I can just learn some soup making techniques and give him some nourishment in the future. Alas, I have suffered. It will be a long time before I am a widow. How fast? Yan Tongtong's mouth was a little bitter. Very soon. Meng Hao replied. Then, he turned the key and stepped on the accelerator, and the special edition of the Kaibei War Shield off-road vehicle shot out like a roaring cannonball. Soon? Meng Hao meant that the car was going very fast? Did I think wrongly? Yan Tongtong's cheeks instantly turned red all the way to her ears. Fine. With the mood lighting, Meng Hao shouldn't be able to see his embarrassment. The destination is a bright and beautiful office building. The person Yan Tongtong is going to interview this time is the chairman of Xingqi Fabric Industry, a female entrepreneur with a legendary experience. This made Yan Tongtong feel a little guilty as it was her first time interviewing such an important character. It is said that this female entrepreneur with a net worth of over 100 million yuan has a very strong aura. Several reporters have failed to get any useful news from her. There was even a senior female reporter in her 40s who had been in the industry for nearly 20 years. She was scolded and kicked out of the female entrepreneur's office because she asked questions that she shouldn't have asked. Meng Hao originally planned not to accompany Yan Tongtong upstairs. But seeing the girl's pitiful face, I couldn't bear it. Never mind. Anyway, I'm here. Go up and take a look. Also study and learn. How domineering can a female entrepreneur worth hundreds of millions be? After all, Meng Hao is a man with billions of assets, so he should not be defeated by the other party's temperament. 13th floor. Chairman's office. As soon as I pushed open the heavy wooden door, I heard a very majestic woman's voice coming from inside.
Another interview? Please note that you are not allowed to ask about personal privacy. Why have you been single for so many years? You are not allowed to talk about topics related to my daughter's past. Otherwise, don't blame me for kicking you out. I heard his voice before I saw him. The female entrepreneur's opening remarks were repelling and full of intimidation.
Meng Hao frowned slightly.
Why does this voice sound so familiar? 085, the domineering female entrepreneur becomes a love rival? Jane and Jane? Meng Hao was a little confused. How come Kyoto, a city with a population of tens of millions, becomes so small when it comes to me?
The reason why I agreed to send Yin Tongtong out for an interview today was to get rid of the Hongmen banquet between Hijin and Hiqingya, mother and daughter.
Now things are different. It was delivered directly to my door. Xiaomeng, Meng Hao?
Hijin was also stunned at the same time. The domineering pressure that Hijin had just exerted was instantly shattered.
Do you two know each other? Yen Tongtong, who didn't know the truth of the matter, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief.
Since Meng Hao is a wealthy man, he naturally has great magical powers and extensive network of contacts.
Since we are acquaintances, today's interview should not be a problem. Maybe we can even dig out some exclusive news about this mysterious female entrepreneur. Yen Tongtong was a little excited.
As a newcomer in the workplace and a trainee reporter at a TV station, she urgently needs a piece of heavyweight news to gain a foothold.
What a coincidence. I remember you were a courier, weren't you? Why, the cargo delivered this time is a girl.
There was some hostility in Hijin's words, and even a hint of jealousy.
It's normal to be hostile.
After all, she seemed to have mistaken Meng Hao for her son-in-law.
But what does this vinegar smell mean? Yen Tongtong is not stupid.
As a woman, especially a woman working in journalism, her sensitivity is naturally higher than that of ordinary people. She instantly realized that there seemed to be something wrong with Hijin's tone. Mr. He, this is a boy I have a very good relationship with.
He just wants to see your demeanor.
If you don't like him, I can ask him to go downstairs and wait. Yen Tongtong glanced at Hijin, then at Meng Hao, and said with a dagger in her smile.
The subtext, obviously.
It was you, Hijin, who was unhappy with Meng Hao, so you drove him away.
Pity. Ginger is definitely spicier when it's older.
Hijin glanced at Yen Tongtong and said nothing.
Does it smell like alcohol? It's quite romantic. Did you have a few drinks before coming here?
Hijin simply ignored Yen Tongtong's shouting. As a single mother, she has been raising her daughter and working hard in Kyoto for nearly 20 years. Her experience skills are far beyond the reach of Yen Tongtong, a young girl who has just entered society.
It just so happens that I also like to drink a little wine. Since you are here for an interview, you are a guest.
It must be well taken care of.
White, beer, red, or foreign?
Hijin casually opened the cabinet next to her, and found a freezer with cold air hidden inside. There were hundreds of bottles of fine wine of all kinds, which was simply not comparable to the mysterious refrigerator in Meng Hao's SUV.
Mr. He, I'm here to interview you today. Drinking isn't appropriate.
Yen Tongtong's smile was a little forced. She always felt that Hijin was deliberately demonstrating to her.
Are you scared? Are you scared? Then you can leave. No one is forcing you to stay. If you want to interview me, you have to follow my rules. Aren't you media always curious about my family? I can give you an exclusive tip.
A single mother abandoned her own flesh and blood and eventually became the most successful female entrepreneur.
Is this headline exciting enough?
Hijin looked at Yen Tongtong with a sneer, her eyes full of provocation. She casually pulled out an old, yellowed photo. The young Hijin, with two big braids and a rustic look, held her twin daughters in her arms, with a smile that was a bit forced and sad. However, this provocation seemed not just for his daughter Hiqingya. Yen Tongtong gritted her teeth. She was already certain that Hijin's big reaction was definitely directed at Meng Hao. However, it would be a pity to miss such explosive news.
It's just drinking.
Just accept the challenge. Then, have a drink with Mr. He. Yen Tongtong put the briefcase aside, secretly turned on the recorder on her mobile phone, and sat down in front of Hijin. Meng Hao remained silent, his eyes fixed on the yellowed old photo, a look of surprise on his face. In the photo, the baby girl on the right side of young Hijin has a not-so-conspicuous mole at the corner of her mouth. He remembered that his cousin, Tang Yanyan, also seemed to have this mole at the same position on the corner of her mouth before she was 10 years old. Later, Tang Yanyan's mother ordered her to go to the hospital to remove it. Could it be that? Meng Hao sat in front of Hejin in silence. She is indeed a seasoned female entrepreneur. The strong woman Hejin I saw in the office and the poor Hejin at home yesterday are completely two different people. Drink it mixed with several kinds of wine. The fledgling Yen Tongtong was soon drunk and fell to the ground. And Hejin, at some point or another, changed into a translucent gauze nightgown. It feels a bit like half embracing a pipa and covering the face. Hejin, the female general on the battlefield, naturally knows how to show off her charming mature figure half exposed, which is particularly seductive. Temptation, full marks. Chuckle, chuckle. So, you men are all pigs. Yesterday he said he wanted to be my daughter's boyfriend, and today he's hooking up with another girl. You have no chance of chasing my daughter. However, since you look so cool, sister, he can play with you. A black line appeared on Meng Hao's forehead. Auntie, you're wrong, she's just my friend. Meng Hao's eyes were fixed on the old photo. Men. You really say one thing and mean another. I was pretty when I was young, not less beautiful than this drunk girl. However, I don't recommend you take her with you. We are 3 people together. I'll show you which is better, a ripe peach or an unripe grape. Squeak. Hejin casually pushed open the wooden cabinet on the right, revealing an exquisitely decorated darkroom. A bedroom hidden in the office? Ripe peaches? Green grapes? Ajin, you are quite good at having fun. Woman. As expected, they are all eels transformed. The charming Hejin at this moment was completely different from the kind-hearted mother who appeared in front of her daughter yesterday. This skill of changing faces made Meng Hao doubt whether she was the same Hejin from yesterday. Meng Hao coughed. Auntie, I just want to ask, is this your daughter? Meng Hao was worried that the stain was caused by the old photo, so he carefully confirmed with Hejin, the black spot on her mouth is a mole, right? Phew. Hejin smiled sweetly, with a somewhat sad look on her face, as if she was recalling some painful events from the past. However, under the influence of alcohol and lust, she soon buried this past deep in the depths of her heart. Young man. Why are you so concerned about my missing daughter? Do you like moles? I have one below my chest, too. Do you want to see it? Hejin put the photo away and carefully put it into her office cabinet. Hold your drunk little girlfriend. How about we go in and talk? Are you scared? In Hejin's eyes, Meng Hao seemed like a delicious prey. She spoke deliberately to provoke him. 086, what a huge misunderstanding that makes me blush. Part 1. If this is really a mole, I think I should know where your daughter is. Meng Hao's mind was a little confused. When he was delivering the express yesterday, he felt that He Qingyat and Tang Yanyan looked a bit similar. Add this withered old photo as proof. Meng Hao was almost certain that Tang Yanyan was definitely not his aunt's biological daughter. Not even a cousin who was related to me by blood. Could it be that when Tang Yanyan was 10 years old, her aunt asked her to remove the mole at the corner of her mouth to prevent her biological mother from recognizing her? If I reveal this secret that is almost 100% certain, will my aunt hate me? Moreover, that little witch Tang Yanyan has liked to cling to me since she was a child, and this relationship has long surpassed that of cousins. Meng Hao was just playing dumb. If Tang Yanyan knew that she was not born by her aunt, she would definitely be sad and angry. Meng Hao could even be 100% sure. This little witch will definitely turn her grief and anger into strength, and try every possible means, using all kinds of conspiracies and tricks to take down Meng Hao. Speaking of which, from childhood to adulthood, the body of this little witch Tang Yanyan seems to have been seen naked by Meng Hao. Even after growing up, Tang Yanyan would occasionally expose herself in front of Meng Hao under the name of a relative, but he didn't care too much. This girl would definitely use this as an excuse to force Meng Hao to accept her. The conscience of heaven and earth. Meng Hao doesn't like this kind of passive love. Hejin woke up instantly. She lit up a slender lady's cigar, sat back at her desk, and looked at Meng Hao with a sinister and complicated gaze. Young man, although I admire you very much and even plan to marry my daughter to you, this is definitely not a reason for you to play tricks on me. Hejin spit out a mouthful of cigar in front of her eyes, and the smell of cigar mixed with essence instantly filled the room. You have to know that a single mother can become the CEO of a company with a market value of hundreds of millions, definitely not relying on her fancy appearance. Hejin is really good at changing her face.
Yesterday's fragile kindness. Just now I was blinded by lust. It's so sinister now.
Under this beautiful appearance, there is definitely a cold-blooded woman with a heart of stone.
Meng Hao glanced at He Jin.
The woman who was drunk just now is now so calm that it makes people feel cold.
Obviously.
Just now, He Jin was definitely 3 parts drunk and 7 parts lustful. This woman, to have the financial status she has today, must be an extraordinary person who is well connected in both the black and white worlds.
But
whether He Jin is a vase or a strong woman with connections in both the black and white worlds, it doesn't matter to Meng Hao, and she poses no threat. In terms of wealth, Meng Hao is worth billions.
In terms of power, whether it's the underworld or the white world, is there anything more magical and powerful than his system?
After completing the first level system mission, the rewards from the second level system will be enough to make Meng Hao a Superman.
If you don't believe me, I can arrange a time for you to meet.
Meng Hao rubbed his temple and made a solemn decision.
If I knew the truth and was timid and didn't confess it to Tang Yin, this might be the greatest injustice.
Good. He Jin looked at Meng Hao with a complicated expression.
After a while,
she put out her thin, less than a quarter smoked cigar in the ashtray.
See a visitor out.
He Jin pulled her translucent gauze clothes, ordered her to leave, and planned to go back to the office bedroom to rest. By the way, I believe that the drunk female reporter is not your girlfriend,
He Jin said lightly before closing the door. Meng Hao. Don't worry. He would rather you misunderstand Yin Tongtong as his girlfriend.
In this way, there is no need to rack your brains to avoid the entanglement of He Jin and He Qingya, mother and daughter.
Office, darkroom, and bedroom.
As the door closed, He Jin immediately tore off her translucent gauze clothes out of shame, rushed to the sink, and stimulated her face with cold water.
He Jin, what did you do? He almost seduced the man his daughter liked, and even said dirty words about dragging a young female reporter along?
If my daughter He Qingya knew about this, she would be extremely embarrassed.
The most terrible thing is, what is the relationship between the daughter whom he has never met and Meng Hao? Could she be his real girlfriend? If so, what should He Qingya do?
He already owed too much to his abandoned daughter.
If he let He Qingya snatch Meng Hao away, wouldn't that be too unfair to his abandoned daughter?
However, it would not be fair to He Qingya if she was not allowed to pursue Meng Hao. Moreover, this Meng Hao is not only handsome and rich, but he can also escape unscathed from his temptations. Having been in the business world for so many years, He Jin fully understands how lethal her charm is.
Could it be that he would let both of his twin daughters marry Meng Hao? Not to mention whether the two daughters can accept it emotionally, it seems that this is also against Chinese law, right? Could it be that Meng Hao should immigrate to the Aber Oil country? A magical country where polygamy is allowed? What about yourself? Also marry Meng Hao. Bang.
He Jin's face was covered with water beads and her complexion was hot. She was lying in a spread eagle position on the white bed. At this moment, her 3 personalities were mixed up in her mind.
A kind mother who loves He Qingya.
An arrogant and charming female business elite.
A resentful woman in the boudoir who has been single for many years and is in urgent need of nourishment from rain. 3 personalities, 3 identities, a struggle between the heart and the heart in He Jin's mind.
Her mind was confused and her computer was down.
Achoo. Meng Hao sneezed. Strangeness. Could it be that I, a handsome guy, have been plotted against again? Well, there are too many female demons nowadays, and the methods of bewitching men are endless. Being handsome is indeed a mistake. Soon, Meng Hao sent Yin Tongtong back to the TV station's dormitory.
Surrounded by a group of female TV staff members who were burning with gossip, he helped Yin Tongtong up the stairs.
Wow, isn't this the handsome guy who sent Yin Tongtong back last time?
Last time he drove a Hennessey Venom GT luxury supercar, and this time it was a Cabriolet Shield SUV. Really, super rich and super handsome.
Yin Tongtong is really lucky. However, seeing that Yin Tongtong was drunk, could it be that she gave herself away under the influence of alcohol? Nonsense, do you even need to ask this?
If this rich and handsome guy likes me, I can get drunk even with a bottle of mineral water. More and more women gathered around.
Meng Hao had a headache.
Women, what trouble? He quickly settled Yin Tongtong down, seized an opportunity, and ran away through the back door of the dormitory building.
Dusk is falling. Yin Tongtong woke up from being drunk.
She felt that her panties were a little cold and lumpy.
Yin Tongtong?
She remembered that she was with Meng Hao.
Why did you go back to the dormitory?
A single man and a single woman together.
I was drunk myself. Could it be that the sticky lumps on my underwear that make me uncomfortable are blood? Did you give away your first time without thinking? 086, what a huge misunderstanding that makes me blush part 2.
Meng Hao, you are such a bastard, a straight man.
After you messed with someone, you didn't even help clean up. Besides, why did you take advantage of being drunk to ask me for it?
When I was sober, I would also take the initiative to pay for you as long as you asked me.
I planned to go to the bathroom to deal with it.
Several equally young and beautiful female TV station employees pushed the door open. They have a good relationship with Yen Tongtong.
Tongtong, your boyfriend is so handsome and rich.
We have been guarding the main gate, but we haven't seen him go out.
Maybe he is too strong.
Speaking of which, you can't eat alone. The sisters are all single.
How about asking your boyfriend to introduce us to someone?
These girls who were just waiting for the show waited at the main gate for a long time, but they didn't even notice when Meng Hao left.
This chat. Just over half an hour.
Yen Tongtong kept rubbing her legs together, her face flushed with embarrassment.
Tongtong, what's wrong with you?
Finally, a caring female companion noticed that something was wrong with Yen Tongtong.
I haven't taken a shower yet.
Yen Tongtong was about to shove her face between her legs.
Ah!
The girls were stunned for a moment, then their faces turned red and they dispersed.
Bathroom.
The sound of lotus leaves falling into the water splashed onto Yen Tongtong's face, making her red cheeks even redder.
Carefully lift up the panties.
Where are the blood stains?
Ah! Yen Tongtong was both ashamed and angry.
Meng Hao never wanted her at all. It's all her own conjecture. It was just his wishful thinking towards Meng Hao.
Night. Riverside.
A few lights make the dark stone road along the river look particularly dreamy.
Tang Yanyan wore hot pants, revealing a large area of white skin.
Brother, why did you call me to the riverside?
There are so many mosquitoes here. Tang Yanyan pouted, looking unhappy.
Meng Hao hesitated for a moment, then put his hands on Tang Yanyan's shoulders.
Have you ever thought that, in fact, you are not a biological child? Meng Hao licked his lips and asked hesitantly. Ah? Tang Yanyan was stunned. What if I can prove that you are not your aunt's biological child, and I know where your biological mother is? Meng Hao asked tentatively.
This news was so explosive that Meng Hao asked cautiously, fearing that Tang Yanyan would not be able to bear it for a while.
Brother, are you serious?
Seeing Meng Hao mention this topic for the second time, Tang Yanyan began to take Meng Hao's words seriously. Her brother never says anything unreliable.
Yes. Meng Hao looked at Tang Yanyan seriously with a sharp gaze. This news is really too shocking.
Even though Tang Yanyan was a heartless little witch, she was shocked and looked confused when she heard the news. Seeing that Tang Yanyan was about to fall, Meng Hao quickly stepped forward and hugged her, just like a couple who had been in love for many years. At this time, asking Tang Yanyan if she was okay would be sheer nonsense. Meng Hao's choice was simple and also the most effective. He put his arms around Tang Yanyan, letting her know that no matter what happened, he would support her.
Perhaps, I don't know how to face Tang Yanyan in the future.
But now, Meng Hao just wanted to hold her like this until the end of time.
Pity. Warm and sweet scenes will always be interrupted.
There was a petite woman, about 1.5 meters tall, holding a mobile live broadcast gimbal and a camera in front of her, who broke into Meng Hao and Tang Yanyan's world noisily.
Sisters, we are now walking along the riverside of Kyoto City. Such a beautiful night view is perfect for couples to date. Speaking of dating, I want to ask, did your boyfriend buy the bag I recommended yesterday? To test whether a man loves you, just see if he is willing to spend money on you. Remember, men are lower than dogs. We women have to give birth to babies. Why don't they spend money on us or buy us bags?
Meng Hao frowned slightly. It was already too much to break the quiet night.
As a result, this short woman who appeared out of nowhere is promoting feminism? What man is a dog?
If someone doesn't spend money on you, it means he doesn't love you.
What kind of birth warning? What's the matter? Without your dad, could you have jumped out of your mom's belly by yourself? Accountant phone? Tang Yanyan looked at the petite woman with some surprise. Do you know her? Meng Hao asked curiously.
I don't know her, but she's quite popular.
Tang Yanyan, who had recovered a little from her previous shock, shook her head and introduced the woman who was broadcasting live to Meng Hao. Accountant Feng. Her original name was Feng Momo. It is said that he is less than 1.5 meters tall barefoot. He became famous overnight by cheating a poor accountant and embezzling public funds to give her a reward of 5 or 6 million yuan. He was nicknamed Accountant Feng. After taking the money, Accountant Feng immediately flew to Korea for plastic surgery, turning himself into a semi-permanent internet celebrity face. Then he reported the poor accountant for embezzling public funds and sent him to prison. Accountant Feng, who made his debut with a notoriety, became an internet celebrity with his Korean semi-permanent face and his weird and bold pro-female remarks. These days, even a moron has the potential to become an internet celebrity. Just as Meng Hao was looking down on Accountant Feng, the 1.5-meter tall Feng Momo also saw Meng Hao. Handsome men and beautiful women. This good-looking couple seems to be a good topic of conversation. I have to say that Feng Momo has quite a financial mind, since he could make an ordinary accountant embezzle millions of assets to reward himself. Meng Hao and Tang Yanyan are both very good-looking. As long as they can appear in their own live broadcast rooms, it will bring them a wave of traffic. As for the clothes worn by Meng Hao and Tang Yanyan, it was obvious at first glance that they were expensive branded goods, which just confirmed her slogan of female boxing. Especially the handsome and wealthy Meng Hao, when he hugged Tang Yanyan, he was extremely tender. Men should spend money on women. Women should enjoy themselves, and men who cannot afford to provide for them are incompetent losers. A handsome man who is a domineering president should also treat women like his ancestors. This is a perfect opportunity to instigate those brainless female fans in the live broadcast room and force their boyfriends to buy bags and sell goods from them. Accountant Feng ran towards Meng Hao and Tang Yanyan as if he had discovered a new continent. 088, baby birth warning, encountering a rural female boxer on the road. Excuse me, can I interview you? Accountant Feng had a smile on his face, looking as cheerful as a spring breeze. Interview? Meng Hao was stunned. I'm a little confused about what Accountant Feng is up to. However, don't hit someone who smiles at you. If you want to interview me, just go ahead. It just so happened that Meng Hao also wanted to see what tricks she was planning. Okay. Meng Hao nodded. Accountant Feng's smile immediately became even brighter. She turned the camera towards Meng Hao, and immediately the live broadcast room was filled with the screams of crazy girls. Wow, this little brother is so handsome. The woman next to him is not worthy of him at all. He is indeed the handsome and wealthy man in my dreams. He is so nice to his girlfriend. She is wearing all branded clothes. Who says a handsome and wealthy man can't love his girlfriend? Men like this still exist. For some reason, these crazy girls always think that they can meet a real prince who is rich and handsome and can take care of all their shopping carts. They are only responsible for eating, drinking, having fun, and crossing their legs in bed. Even if such a man really exists. Come on, this kind of rich and handsome guy will also look for young and beautiful women, not you who are fat and ugly and want to be beautiful. You have to let men want something from you. Could it be that I want you to grow fat, not take a bath, be infatuated with others and have sweet dreams every day? Accountant Feng smiled secretly as he saw the popularity of the live broadcast room skyrocketing. It seems that I have a good vision and my judgment is completely correct. I'll ask you a few questions on behalf of my fans first. Is the girl next to you your girlfriend? If not, would you like to pick a female fan to be your girlfriend? If she's your girlfriend, do you mind having one more? Meng Hao? What the hell? Just go shopping and you can find the Peach Blossom Festival. It's personal privacy and cannot be disclosed. Meng Hao originally intended to deny it outright and not acknowledge that Tang Yanyan was his girlfriend. But looking at this little witch who had just realized that he was not her biological child and whose eyes were full of murderous intent, he immediately changed the subject. Considering that Tang Yanyan is so sad, just accept it for now. I understand. Accountant Feng glanced at Tang Yanyan with a look that said, I have seen through everything. Wow, this girl must be just one of the little brother's girlfriends. It's normal for someone this handsome and rich to have several girlfriends. Give me the little brother's contact information quickly, I want to add him. The comments section exploded again. Accountant Feng picked out a few of the most popular comments and read them to Meng Hao, who was completely confused. GTLTO. What the hell? Are the values of girls nowadays so crooked? As long as you are handsome and rich, it is normal to have 7 or 8 girlfriends? Can we still communicate normally? Can I still be a good person? Is it still possible to instill some correct socialist core values in these girls? Birds of a feather flocked together. Meng Hao could guess with his eyes closed that the girls in the live broadcast room had such strange ideas, which must have been led astray by accountant Feng. But it is true. How can Feng Momo, who could instigate an accountant to embezzle millions of funds to make herself famous and then kick him out, be a good person? Meng Hao was a little impatient and planned to say a few more perfunctory words before leaving. Accountant Feng, on the other hand, became more and more excited. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room is very high now, and the number of people has skyrocketed. As long as I guide it reasonably, I will definitely be able to bring in a large wave of goods today. That's a huge profit. The key lies in the following sentence. Are you willing to spend a month's salary to buy a bag for your girlfriend? This sentence is of utmost importance. Accountant Feng was almost certain that Meng Hao would answer in the affirmative. Well, she had already prepared her next sentence. As long as Meng Hao nodded, he would instigate the girls in the live broadcast room and force their boyfriends to buy bags from him. No. Meng Hao answered casually. Accountant Feng paid no attention to what Meng Hao said and just threw out the prepared remarks. See? This is a good man. He's willing to spend money and buy bags. Wait, you mean, he's not willing? Accountant Feng suddenly reacted and Meng Hao seemed to have answered in the negative. This answer was beyond everyone's expectations. Shouldn't such a tycoon, a wealthy man, spend money like water? If you are unwilling to spend money, how could a long-legged, fair-skinned beauty with a score of over 90 be willing to go with you? It doesn't matter how many girlfriends you have. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can be sincere to young girls all over the world. Anyway, girls love your money, not you. This handsome young man doesn't play by the rules at all. Seeing that his plan to sell goods was about to fail, Accountant Feng suppressed his temper and smiled as he tried to persuade Meng Hao step by step. It's only natural for a man to buy a bag for his girlfriend, isn't it? Only a scumbag would ignore his girlfriend's needs. If you don't want to be a straight man, you should treat your woman like a princess or a queen. Otherwise, why would she give birth to a baby for you? This is Accountant Feng's old trick. As long as he goes against the girl's wishes, he is a straight man and a scumbag. If you don't buy bags for women, it means you don't love women enough. Letting women work and earn money means not pampering them. Especially this last sentence. Women have such hard work giving birth, what else can you men complain about? This sentence is simply golden words. As long as you say it, you will be invincible. This set of unorthodox theories not only satisfied the twisted psychology of the female boxers, but also made Accountant Feng earn a fortune. It's really unnecessary to spend a month's income on a bag. Faced with Accountant Feng's preaching, Meng Hao spread out his hands helplessly, his face full of helplessness. What? I thought he was a handsome and rich guy, but he turned out to be a stingy guy. These days, men really can't be trusted. All that looks good is rotten inside. Scumbag, straight man, fans turned haters. Accountant Feng projected his phone screen onto a tablet, and Meng Hao watched these female boxers criticize him without missing a word. Since you really love her, is it too much to spend a month's income to buy a bag to please her? Accountant Feng added fuel to the fire when he saw the live broadcast room explode. Our women have given birth to your children, isn't it normal for you to spend some money? Oh no! Another warning about having a baby. Meng Hao stopped and was about to leave. In today's society, there are more and more female boxers, and countless men are being oppressed and unable to breathe. This is because there are too many rubbish like Accountant Feng who use the promotion of pastoral women's rights to enrich themselves. As an upright, kind-hearted courier who stands up for justice, Meng Hao has been baptized with pure socialist core values since childhood. Naturally, he must bravely criticize this bad phenomenon. What kind of bag is this? It costs tens of millions. Is it equal to my monthly income? Tens of millions? 1 month? Accountant Feng, who had been full of excitement just now, was suddenly stunned. The barrage of comments in her live broadcast room also disappeared instantly. If the screen scene had not been shaking slightly with Accountant Feng's breathing, she would have thought that her live broadcast room was stuck. Finally, someone took the lead and typed awesome on the screen. Then, comments began to flood the screen, all of which were awesome. Accountant Feng's arrival had already caused a sensation on the riverside path in the dark night. Of course, some of them are pastoral feminist advocates like Accountant Feng. But there are more ordinary people who come here to enjoy the show.
After all, internet-famous clowns like Accountant Fong are still rare.
Oh shit. Is this true or false? How many tens of thousands does this brother earn a month? Are you sure it's Chinese currency, not Beijing currency? I give this guy 99 points.
1 point more is for fear that he will become too proud.
The onlookers were talking about it, with faces full of amazement.
089, if you bow your head, your crown will fall off. If you cry, the bitch will laugh.
Monthly income, tens of millions? Accountant Fong was a little confused. Is this handsome young man so domineering?
She had already thought about Meng Hao's possible reactions in her mind and made a plan. If Meng Hao complained or used foul language, she would take the opportunity to belittle him so that the sisters in the live broadcast room could see the man's true face. If Meng Hao was unable to fight back after being scolded by her, it would just prove that her pastoral feminism was impeccable.
Anyway, Accountant Fong is a woman and a member of a vulnerable group. No matter what, she was right. No matter how Meng Hao answered, it would only prove that he was a scumbag, a straight male chauvinist, and a male chauvinist. However, she never expected that Meng Hao's answer would be so awesome and so unexpected. What bags are worth tens of millions? This time, Accountant Fong failed. She didn't know how to answer for a moment. With the help of the fill light on Accountant Feng's live broadcast platform, Tang Yanyan could see the expression of this top female boxer clearly. Embarrassed, confused, and at a loss.
Oh. After more than 10 years of training and tempering by the little devil Tang Yanyan, it was easy for Meng Hao to deal with a small character like Accountant Fong.
Want to trick Meng Hao? These tacky methods are what Tang Yanyan used to do many years ago. Watch a play. Watch a play.
The shock he originally felt at the news that he was not his biological child was somewhat diluted by Accountant Feng's intervention.
Accountant Fong swallowed his saliva.
When doing live broadcasts, the most feared thing is a dull audience, which is a fatal blow to the popularity of the live broadcast room. Now she could only bite the bullet and make small talk. He earns tens of millions a month.
What kind of job does this handsome guy do? If you can't afford to offend, can't you just hide away?
He quickly made up something to talk about, changed the subject, and then slipped away.
I'm a courier. Meng Hao answered seriously. A courier? Accountant Fong was stunned.
Are you a senior executive of a courier company?
Or start your own business in the express delivery industry? Or an angel investor in the logistics and transportation industry?
In Accountant Fong's opinion, only these few professions have the potential to earn tens of millions per month.
Meng Hao glanced at Accountant Fong with disdain. You've never received a courier?
Meng Hao raised his work badge.
It's the kind of courier who walks around the streets and delivers packages to you. Courier boy?
The live broadcast room and the onlookers were instantly in an uproar.
Is it the dusty courier guy riding an electric bike? When did delivering packages become so profitable? Can you earn tens of millions per month? You are not bragging. Accountant Feng's eyes lit up.
He had just been speechless after being scolded by Meng Hao, and was worried that he would not have the opportunity to fight back, but this guy ended up handing the handle to him.
Can a courier earn tens of millions per month?
She did a live broadcast of herself doing a handstand while eating Lao Ba's secret recipe hamburger. The female boxer Fong Momo had no intention of leaving, but just looked at Meng Hao with a sarcastic expression.
Oh, can a courier make tens of millions a month? This is quite a boast. Then why don't you mention that the clothes you're wearing are worth hundreds of thousands?
Before he met Qin Xinglin and Wang Mengcheng, Meng Hao had no more than 1,000 yuan on his body except for his work clothes from Tongda Express. But ever since Lily, these two mixed-race beauties who have extraordinary knowledge of luxury goods, had sex with Meng Hao, his fashion sense has improved dramatically. In addition to the crazy revenge shopping by the little witch Tang Yanyan, she even packed all the luxury clothes on Meng Hao's big toes.
It's definitely not hundreds of thousands, Meng Hao said lightly. Accountant Feng's eyes lit up.
Although she is not good at other things, she is very knowledgeable about luxury clothes and accessories. The courier boy must have realized that he could not brag in front of her, so he had to admit that he was bragging. A piece of clothing that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars is not good enough for me. The whole thing on my body is probably worth about 10 million yuan.
Gurgle.
Accountant Fong swallowed his saliva back into his throat. She calmed herself down, and the argumentative female boxer began to possess her and cause trouble.
Wow, that's awesome. How come this one of yours is worth tens of millions? We are ignorant of this. Why don't you introduce it to us?
Accountant Fong intended to embarrass Meng Hao, so he turned the fill light and camera towards Meng Hao, intending to have him give a live self-introduction.
Meng Hao nodded.
As a good young man of the new era, a knowledgeable, caring and educated courier, and a young man who is familiar with the core socialist values, he believes that he needs to provide some literacy education for Accountant Fong and their fans. This suit, from Armani, is only over 170,000 yuan.
This pair of leather shoes, John Lob's Ebony Limited Edition, costs less than 300,000.
This handbag, from Louis Vuitton, is just over 500,000 yuan. There are also some small items, such as glasses, which add up to about 100,000 yuan.
Meng Hao introduced it calmly.
As a live broadcast selling goods, Fong Momo was able to confirm that the clothes Meng Hao mentioned were indeed authentic and the prices were basically the same. However, as one of the world's top female boxers, she will never be outnumbered. As a member of a vulnerable group, rural female boxers will never bow their heads, let alone admit their mistakes. Just like Accountant Fong's brainwashing words.
If you bow your head, your crown will fall off. If you cry, the bitch will laugh. Being a woman, you should be proud. Being humble is what men should do.
If I remember correctly, you said tens of millions, not millions. All these added together are only a little over 100,000.
You're just bragging. Oh, man. Just a few 100,000? Accountant Fong is quite arrogant.
He actually said a million or so as if it were just $100 or so. Meng Hao rolled his eyes.
What if I add this watch?
Meng Hao casually pulled up his sleeves a few inches, revealing a sky blue watch. On the small dial, celestial bodies and stars are engraved and slightly raised, as if the vast universe and all things in the world are within the dial in an instant.
This is a Patek Philippe Ref 6002 astronomical mechanical watch?
Many of the female boxing fighters in the live broadcast room are green tea bitches who despise the poor and love the rich. For all luxury items, they may never see the real thing in their lifetime, but it does not mean that they will not become cloud players and drool over these luxury goods online. Soon, someone posted a summary of the watch in the live broadcast room. The caseback of the Ref 6002 Sky Moon Tourbillon watch presents an extraordinary scene. The night sky of the northern hemisphere rotates under the sapphire crystal mirror, describing the movement of stars and the moon, the meridian passing through Sirius and the moon, and the waxing and waning of the moon. In addition, the two central hands display sidereal time on a 24-hour scale. An elliptical ring outlines a portion of the northern night sky as seen from a certain location.
These outstanding functions are controlled by a unique patented mechanical module. Patek Philippe uses this astronomical mechanism to make an astronomical description of the starry sky with incredible accuracy.
090, all the bills for tonight will be paid by Mr. Meng. The poor play with cars, the rich play with boats, and the super wealthy play with watches.
This is a well-known saying among capital tycoons.
Patek Philippe Ref 6002 astronomical mechanical watch is available on the internet, with a reserve price of $11 million.
Speaking of which, Meng Hao is still low-key.
What he meant by tens of millions of dollars for his entire outfit should be US dollars, which is almost hundreds of millions when converted into Chinese yuan.
Meng Hao's outfit alone is enough to kill most of the so-called rich people in seconds. Accountant Fong was a little confused as to the saleswoman.
It was not until Meng Hao took Tang Yanyan's arm and walked hundreds of meters away that she came to her senses and whispered something.
Is it so profitable to deliver packages these days? After Accountant Fong's commotion,
Tang Yanyan's spirits were much higher, and she seemed to have almost come to terms with what Meng Hao had said about her not being her parents' biological child. As the night deepened, the hour hand of Meng Hao's watch was almost reaching 10 o'clock. According to Meng Hao's living habits, it should be almost time for him to rest and go to sleep. But Tang Yanyan had just recovered from the shocking news, and Meng Hao risked his life to make her happy.
Speaking of which, the two haven't eaten yet. Meng Hao just picked a Japanese sashimi restaurant at random and walked in with Tang Yanyan. This is a very high-end Japanese restaurant.
Not only is the chef imported from Fuso, but even the ingredients are airlifted from the waters of Fuso. Meng Hao had plenty of money, so he ordered a table full of dishes. Tang Yanyan turned her grief and pain into appetite, constantly devouring the caviar, tempura, and other delicacies on the table. Logically speaking, Tang Yanyan is a clever and quirky little witch. But after all, he had just suffered a serious blow, and he looked a little silly. He even seemed to be deliberately keeping some distance from Meng Hao. As Meng Hao stuffed food into his mouth, he looked at Tang Yanyan with interest. When she had the protection of a family relationship, Tang Yanyan kept clinging to Meng Hao, wishing she could become a sloth hanging on him. And now, the girlish reserve that would never appear in Tang Yanyan actually miraculously appeared. This little witch's fair cheeks are always red. I wonder if it's because of the heat or because she's thinking about the embarrassing things that happened in the past? From childhood to adulthood, Tang Yanyan has never avoided suspicion in front of Meng Hao. A few days ago, when she squeezed out of the rented house with Meng Hao, she deliberately exposed herself and went to the toilet at night. It's really so embarrassing. This meal was a bit awkward. Meng Hao coughed, picked up a piece of puffer fish sashimi and stuffed it into his mouth, while teasing Tang Yanyan to speak. Yanyan, have you heard of the legend of risking one's life to eat puffer fish? It is said that in ancient times, if pufferfish were not handled properly, it would kill people. But pufferfish is delicious, so many people still risk their lives to try it. Speaking of which, the pufferfish sashimi at this sashimi shop is unique. As soon as Meng Hao opened his mouth, Tang Yanyan, who was daydreaming, suddenly became alert. The girl's thoughts were in a mess, her head was full of shame, and her heart was full of shock. Hearing Meng Hao speak, the hand that had just picked up the plate began to tremble subconsciously, and he threw the silver cutlery directly on Meng Hao's face, interrupting his words. I'm sorry, bro. Tang Yanyan came to her senses and quickly wiped the stain in front of Meng Hao. Brother, what did you say? Puffer fish is poisonous. Did people in ancient times risk their lives to eat it? Hey, why aren't you talking? What was your last sentence? Is the pufferfish sashimi in this restaurant poisonous? Tang Yanyan's brain was filled with countless information, and her entire body was in a state of shutdown. She was also extremely slow in obtaining information from the outside world. She suddenly realized. Is pufferfish poisonous? Risking your life to eat pufferfish? Is this pufferfish poisonous? Tang Yanyan was confused. Brother, are you okay? She quickly shook Meng Hao. At this moment, a streak of bright red blood flowed from the corner of Meng Hao's mouth. Tang Yanyan was terrified at the time. Ah, bro, are you okay? An ambulance, call an ambulance quickly. The pufferfish here is not processed cleanly and is poisonous. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Sashimi pufferfish is the signature dish of this Japanese sashimi restaurant, and many customers are enjoying it. Suddenly hearing Tang Yanyan's roar and seeing Meng Hao bleeding from the corner of his mouth, everyone was stunned. It seemed that a riot was about to begin. 7 or 8 Japanese chefs in white coats came out from the kitchen, their faces filled with fear, and asked about the guests' well-being in broken Chinese. I say, miss, can you please stop making trouble? I mean, this puffer fish has a unique flavor. But when I was halfway through my sentence, your plate hit me in the face, which hurt my teeth and cut the tip of my tongue. Meng Hao opened his mouth, revealing a small wound on the tip of his tongue. Tang Yanyan was stunned for a moment, then hugged Meng Hao's neck tightly. Brother, you scared me to death. A farce. It was a close call. The guests who were dining originally intended to express their anger, but when they saw Tang Yanyan hugging Meng Hao fiercely, they couldn't help but smile. What a bunch of infatuated men and women. This girl is a bit naive. Many pufferfish these days are farmed, so there's no toxin in them. Meng Hao tugged at Tang Yanyan, trying to pull the little goblin who had transformed into a sloth off his body. Then, he found that his efforts were completely in vain. Looking at the playful expressions of the diners around him, Meng Hao, who had become the focus of the whole audience, scratched his head awkwardly. I'm sorry to interrupt your meal. My sister, my girlfriend is a little overly worried. Today, I will pay for all your consumption, as a small apology and compensation. Meng Hao scratched his head embarrassedly for disturbing others' elegant enjoyment of delicious food, then limped to the front desk and paid the bill. Tang Yanyan, little aunt, please come down. You've been hanging in my arms like this, and you can't even walk. Meng Hao, who was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, had originally planned to continue calling Tang Yanyan his sister, but what this girl did to Meng Hao seemed to have gone beyond the scope of a sister. In desperation, he could only lie and say that she was his sister. After paying the bill, it was not expensive. There were more than 100 guests and the total consumption was only over 300,000 yuan. Just as Meng Hao was about to walk out of the store, he heard the store radio ringing. Mr. Meng will pay for all the expenses tonight. To express our gratitude, let us raise a toast to the happy love between Mr. Meng and his wife. I wish them to live happily together and grow old together. Have to. As expected of a high-end restaurant, it really does some weird things. Seeing hundreds of diners smiling and blessing and raising their glasses, Meng Hao quickly fled the scene.
Being handsome is really troublesome.
Wherever he goes, he is the focus of the audience. Meng Hao, who had finally escaped from the restaurant, had not yet caught his breath when he heard Tang Yanyan in his arms whispering softly in his ear.
"Brother, you admitted in public that I am your girlfriend." Meng Hao, 091, new award, senior partner of a top law firm. It's another sunny day.
The diligent courier boy, with the dark circles under his eyes that are typical of a national treasure, started his new job. As a prominent figure at Tongdao Express, a courier point in a certain area of Kyoto, Meng Hao would become the topic of conversation among all the couriers every time he returned to the point to pick up the packages to be delivered that day.
"Brother Hao, why are your eyes so dark? Did you not sleep well?"
That's for sure. Brother Hao is now worth over 100 million yuan, lives in a huge villa, and has sex with several women every night. Brother Hao, as a brother, I have to remind you to make sure you get enough rest and not to do too much exercise or overwork yourself. Although Meng Hao is the golden phoenix that flew out of this express delivery point, everyone has a good relationship with him and often jokes with him when they meet.
Live in a huge villa? Number of girls in the night? Multiplayer?
Meng Hao wanted to cry but had no tears. Yesterday, Tang Yanyan whispered in his ear, "Brother, admit that I am your girlfriend," which scared Meng Hao so much that he moved back to the rental house. While strolling along the river and eating sashimi at night, the little witch Tang Yanyan had not yet reacted to the extremely shocking news. When her broken brain returns to normal at night, she will definitely find a way to sleep in Meng Hao's room. Before he was completely sure that Tang Yanyan had no blood relationship with him, he dared not do anything rash. Besides, even if he was 100% sure that Tang Yanyan was not his aunt's daughter, he still had to give Meng Hao a transition period to adapt. We have known each other for such a long time since childhood.
We are too familiar with each other and I can't do it.
As a result, Meng Hao had just moved back into the rental house when the old building encountered a power outage.
Without air conditioning to keep him alive, he almost died of the heat.
No, he had to contact Yijin quickly and get things clear. In addition, he had to find a summer job for Tang Yanyan. Otherwise, it would be scary if this girl kept thinking about pushing him, Meng Hao, onto the velvet bed all day long.
That's right.
Come to think of it, I haven't given a 5-star rating for the last express delivery I sent to Hichinya.
Meng Hao slapped his forehead and stepped on the accelerator. The Kaibei War Shield SUV, like a mobile battle fortress, sped out. The mother-daughter reunion went extremely smoothly.
The moment Yijin and Tang Yanyan met, they were both stunned. After all, blood is thicker than water. Even if there is no need for a paternity test, the bond of blood will naturally prompt the two to recognize each other. The relatives got together, but Tang Yanyan didn't know how to face the anxiety of Meng Hao's aunt, as well as the feeling of separation for many years. It was destined that the little witch Tang Yanyan would not have any ideas about Meng Hao for 10 days or half a month. Even at Yijin's request, Tang Yanyan temporarily moved out of Prince Rui's mansion and lived in Yijin and Hichingya's villa, under the pretext of communicating her feelings. Meng Hao let out a long sigh and returned to the palace feeling relieved. In the hot summer, everyone's life depends on air conditioning. Oh, and there's some chilled watermelon in the fridge.
As for 5-star reviews, that's even less of a problem.
In addition to giving a 5-star rating, Hichinya also wrote a long list of comments. After delivering the express and helping Tang Yanyan and Hijin reunite as mother and son, it was already past 6 in the evening when I finished all this. After having a quick dinner, Meng Hao lay down on the bed, intending to take a good nap.
Ding! The system is loading.
It is detected that the host Yi Xian has completed a special express delivery. The reward is an achievement.
It is a pleasure to help others. Ding! Achievement rewards are being distributed. Top law firm Boheo Law Firm, senior partner, 20% of the shares.
Meng Hao, who had just felt a little tired, suddenly woke up.
Be good. The system is quite efficient. As soon as Hichinya gave a 5-star review, a special delivery was triggered and the achievement reward was achieved. Boheo Law Firm? The name doesn't sound very impressive.
However, products produced by the system must be high quality.
Meng Hao turned over, lay on the bed, and searched for the Boheo Law Firm on his mobile phone. Boheo Law Firm, registered capital of 5 million. Only 5 million? Meng Hao was stunned. He has swelled.
Before obtaining the system, 5 million was a figure that he would have difficulty earning in his entire life, but now he feels that the money is too little.
However, the system will never give unreliable rewards. He continued to look down. Boheo Law Firm is a well-known top law firm in China. We have handled hundreds of international financial dispute cases, with the highest amount at stake being $328.9 billion and the total amount at stake exceeding $3 trillion. It has more than 3,000 active lawyers, more than 10,000 partner lawyers, and 127 lawyers with special senior professional titles. $3 trillion? Oh my god of song. It turns out that the system is being wronged. For a law firm of this level, the so-called registered capital is just a piece of paper for others to see. The true measure of a law firm's strength is the unit price and total amount of the bids, as well as the number of senior lawyers it has. For example, at the Ningxing law firm where Qi Zhini works, there are only a handful of senior lawyers, and no extra senior lawyers. But even so, Ningxing law firm, which is not even considered a younger brother in front of Boheo law firm, can still take on the Doffing factory case with a total subject matter amount of several million. Li Chang, who was put into the police station by Meng Hao, is also arrogant and lawless. Suddenly, Meng Hao suddenly realized the system's intention of rewarding his law firm. He is worth billions, and before he activates the secondary system and gains special abilities, legal weapons are the best protection for him. This system is quite user-friendly. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Meng Hao answered the phone. Hello, is this Meng Hao, Mr. Meng? The person on the other end of the phone was a polite young man who was obviously highly educated. I am. Meng Hao replied. Hello, Mr. Meng. I am Chun Xinzheng, the secretary of Boheo Law Firm. We have received the notice of equity change. Several other senior partners would like to invite you to dinner as a token of goodwill. They all flew in from all over the country this afternoon. Oh? So fast? The efficiency of the system is indeed extremely high. Meng Hao hesitated. They have flown from all over the country to see me, and it would seem unreasonable not to give them some face. Okay, I'll change my clothes and be there right away. Meng Hao agreed. Don't hit a smiling person. Since the other person values you so much, it would not be appropriate to put on airs. Soon, Meng Hao picked out a low-key casual suit and put it on. Although Qin Qinglin and Wang Mengcheng are busy every day in Hongwei building, they don't have time to torment Meng Hao in bed, so they will still be considerate to their men in other places. For example, Meng Hao's closet was filled with clothes that two mixed-race beauties had chosen for him. Since we are going to a banquet, it would be a bit inappropriate to open the Kaibai War Shield. After all, there are still a lot of undelivered express deliveries stuffed inside. So, Meng Haobian chose the Hennessey Venom GT. 092, Bloody Lessons, A Brutal Punishment from Society Part 1. The place where Boheo Law Firm welcomed Meng Hao was the most luxurious bar in the city, MG Bar. The senior partners, as well as the middle and senior management of this law firm are all relatively young, and those over 40 are rare. However, the main reason for meeting at the bar was to take care of Meng Hao. They knew very little about this new partner who had taken up 20% of the equity share as soon as he joined the partnership. Apart from knowing that he was 24 years old, they knew nothing else. Young people are naturally suitable to meet in young occasions. Therefore, bars with bright lights, wine, and beautiful legs become the best choice. The MG bar is very expensive. The minimum consumption for an ordinary table is more than 10,000 yuan. The minimum consumption in the VIP box where Meng Hao was located was 880,000. Most bars need to pay to hire beautiful women to fill the place, but MG does not need that. The customers who can come here to consume are all upper-class people in Kyoto City, or various second generations. Therefore, many high-scoring girls who are extremely good-looking and extremely confident in their skills in attracting men are trying their best to come to MG to become familiar to the audience. After all, if you catch a rich husband, even if you only use him as a sex toy, it is equivalent to the income of 3 to 5 years of normal work. Several men who were obviously older than Meng Hao kept calling him brother and toasting him. By the way, this time our senior partners from Boheo Law Firm came to Kyoto, and many local law firms sent representatives to toast us. Brother Hao is so young and promising, he can meet them and help the younger generation. It is said that there are quite a few girls who are not bad-looking. A senior partner who was only 40 years old, with a receding hairline and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, patted Meng Hao's shoulder in a friendly manner with a flattering look on his face. There are many girls in MG Bar, but they are all prostitutes. These senior partners of Boheo don't really look down on them.
However, those young and good-looking girls from local law firms in Kyoto can still stay up late to provide some tutoring.
Even save money.
After all, Boheo Law Firm only takes big orders, and any business with commissions of several million or tens of millions that slips through can be enough to fill the pockets of these small and medium-sized law firms. Similarly, if any small or medium-sized law firm is so foolish as to offend Boheo Law Firm, at least a snap of the fingers will be enough to turn them into ashes. This is also the reason why the management of these small and medium-sized law firms rushed to pay their respects when they heard that the partners of Boheo Law Firm had gathered in Kyoto.
I would rather not leave a good impression than be remembered. Tonight, the entire MG bar has been reserved by the Kyoto law firm. Accept a toast? Meng Hao wanted to turn it down immediately.
He came this time just for the sake of face and to go through the motions. If these dozens or hundreds of representatives from small and medium-sized law firms came to toast him, he would definitely get drunk. As for helping the younger generation and staying up late to study in a hotel, Meng Hao was even less interested. After finally sending Qin Qinglin, Wang Mengchang and Tang Yanyan out, he still wanted to have a good sleep. Just as I was about to refuse, an idea suddenly occurred to me. There's a person from Ningxing Law Firm.
Has he arrived?
Meng Hao said calmly after taking a sip of the foreign wine in front of him.
Ningxing Law Firm?
Several senior partners were stunned.
Never heard of it. It must be some small, second-rate law firm.
Yes, there is this law firm.
Representatives named Wu Jingtian and Shi Zhini came.
But the scale was too small, so we didn't let him in. If Mr. Meng is interested in them, I'll go and call them. A well-dressed young man who was pouring wine took over the conversation very nervously. This young man, who was nodding and bowing and acting as a temporary waiter, was obviously a key member of Boheo Law Firm.
Call them over.
Meng Hao glanced at the young man.
Okay.
The young man was flattered to be assigned a task by Meng Hao. A high-consumption business bar like MG is not only luxuriously decorated, but also has very sophisticated lighting arrangements. Especially the VIP room where Meng Hao was. Due to the special lighting settings, unless the guest is sitting on the sofa, the person toasting cannot see the guest's face clearly because of the drink counter. Especially the main seat where Meng Hao sat. He had a panoramic view of the entire box and the dance floor outside. But from more than 3 steps away, you couldn't even see his face clearly. It adds a bit of mystery and unknowable fear. Wu Jingtian and Shi Zhini stood in the box, feeling extremely cramped.
Don't be fooled by Wu Jingtian's usual arrogant behavior in public.
In front of the real rich and powerful people and those in power, he is nothing.
For example, the senior partner of Boheo Law Firm who came here today. Boheo Law Firm, which specializes in handling international affairs and transnational lawsuits, is simply a giant that Ningxing Law Firm dares not offend. They never thought that they would be called into the box. Would you like to drink?
Meng Hao, who was hiding in the blind spot of the light, pointed at the glass wine table. The young backbone of Bo Hao hurriedly picked up 4 or 5 bottles of Royal Salute and placed them on the table.
Drink.
Wu Jingtian couldn't see Meng Hao's face clearly, but he didn't dare to look at it deliberately. He could only lower his head and answer awkwardly.
2 bottles of Royal Salute, 1 for each of you.
Meng Hao said calmly, as if it were an emperor's order.
Ah. Wu Jingtian was stunned. Without adding green tea to mix? No ice to dilute? Just drink it directly?
MG would definitely not sell fake liquor in such an occasion, so if you drink a whole bottle of Royal Salute, although it won't kill you, you will either be drunk for 3 to 5 days and unable to go out, or you will have to be sent to the hospital for gastric lavage. Seeing Wu Jingtian in a daze, Meng Hao rolled his eyes and fixed his gaze on Shi Zhini, who was wearing a black tights. He, Meng Hao, is not a bad person, but he is definitely not a good person, let alone a philanthropist. He had helped Shi Zhini out of good intentions before, but Shi Zhini, who was scheming and calculating everything, threw herself into her arms in the blink of an eye, kicked him, Meng Hao aside, and hooked up with the so-called second generation like Wu Jingtian. Meng Hao would not deliberately seek revenge on a green tea bitch like Shi Zhini, as it would be embarrassing. But since he had encountered him, he didn't mind giving him a little punishment.
Don't you want to drink?
Meng Hao's eyes moved away from Shi Zhini and fell on the senior partner beside him who was smiling at him. I remember that their Ningxing law firm took over a business for doffing factory, which was worth several million.
How about we act as the agent for free?
Anyone who can become a senior partner in a top law firm like Boheo Law Firm is a cunning old fox who is as cunning as a fox. Seeing Meng Hao's eyes sweeping over Shi Zhini, they immediately mistakenly thought that Meng Hao had taken a fancy to this girl, It's just a few million, free agency is no problem.
Oh, by the way, I remember that we gave Ningxing Law Firm a few business deals before, and we should take them back. How about this? From now on, we will represent Ningxing Law Firm for free on all their requests.
093, Bloody Lessons, A Severe Punishment from Society Part 2. The old fox partner, with a flattering smile, decided the possible future fate of Boheo Law Firm. Boheo Law Firm, which has an annual income of tens of millions and is out of reach in the eyes of ordinary people, is not as important as Meng Hao's satisfied smile in the eyes of the old fox partner.
A capital market where the strong prey on the weak. The absolutely powerful party can completely control the fate of the weak. Strength is truth. So, are you going to drink this wine or not?
Meng Hao said with a smile. The voice was so deep and long that it made Wu Jingtian's scalp tingle.
Drink, let's drink.
Wu Jingtian glanced at Shi Zhenyi fearfully, with a pleading look on his face. Shi Zhenyi was still a little hesitant. As a woman, especially a highly educated female PhD, although she could not see Meng Hao clearly in the darkness, she subconsciously sensed the presence of danger. This man in the dark gave her a familiar yet terrifying feeling of fear. But her social circle is so small. The richest and most powerful person he could get in touch with was the son of the owner of Ningxing Law Firm, Wu Jingtian. There was absolutely no way she could have contact with this mysterious man who forced her to drink, a senior partner at Boheo Law Firm.
Could it be Meng Hao?
An image flashed through her mind of a handsome boy wearing a Tongda Express uniform and arranged by his family to go on a blind date.
No. Impossible. Absolutely not.
Wu Jingtian has been brainwashing her these days. Tell him that Meng Hao's car was rented, and the more than 100 million yuan spent on the Huya platform was just a setup.
Moreover, how could an ordinary courier boy have any intersection with a world-class law firm like Boheo Law Firm?
Just as Shi Zhenyi was thinking very complicatedly in her heart, Meng Hao became a little impatient. It seems that you, the Ningxing Law Firm, don't take me, the senior partner of Boheo Law Firm, seriously. There was a gentle threat in his words.
Shi Zhenyi bit her lip.
Wu Jingtian, who had just pulled out the cork of the wine bottle and was about to pour the wine into his mouth, was so frightened when he heard Meng Hao's words.
No, it doesn't exist.
Wu Jingtian tugged at Shi Zhenyi's sleeve, with a pleading look on his face. As Shi Zhenyi's suitor, Wu Jingtian, who always claims to love this female doctor, did not hesitate to push his woman out and force her to drink when his own industry suffered a devastating disaster, just to win a smile from Meng Hao. I'll let Ningxing hand over all of Dofeng Factory's business to you.
Is that enough? How about I let them give you 10% of Ningxing Law Firm's shares?
By the way, we seem to have a small case with a commission of more than 3 million recently.
How about giving it to you? Can I drink this wine?
Meng Hao really enjoyed the pleasure of hiding in the dark and playing with Shi Zhenyi in his hands. On the one hand, Ningxing Law Firm was squeezed out and he himself lost his job. On the one hand, it was to acquire shares in Ningxing Law Firm and get business worth 5 or 6 million.
The rational Shi Zhenyi naturally knew how to choose.
Just like a few days ago, after getting help from Meng Hao, she kicked out the blind date arranged by her family in the blink of an eye and climbed up to Wu Jingtian's high branch. A realistic, materialistic, and rational woman will always put her own interests first.
If you are so stubborn, then you don't have to drink this wine.
Meng Hao hadn't finished speaking yet. Shi Zhenyi grabbed the triangular bottle of foreign liquor on the table, bit open the cork with her teeth, and began to gulp the liquor into her mouth.
Just like a bitch fighting madly for meat bones. Plop. Wu Jingtian drank half a bottle of foreign liquor and fell down.
Shi Zhenyi was not in a good condition either. After drinking 1/3 of undiluted strong foreign liquor, she felt dizzy and her eyes went dark. She fell to the ground. Before she passed out, she seemed to see a familiar face without any emotion.
Meng Hao? Is it Meng Hao hiding in the dark corner? How is this possible? Must be drunk? Brother Hao, this woman is just an ordinary one, how could you like her?
The old fox glanced at Shi Zhenyi, whose face was flushed and whose legs in black stockings were unconsciously spread open, and curled his lips in disdain.
It's fun.
Meng Hao replied casually. At night, Shi Zhenyi had a strange and terrifying dream. The dream was very long and she wanted to wake up, but the aftereffects of the bottle of liquor were so strong that she was powerless to resist. She dreamed that she seemed to be on a pirate ship, and her whole body was stained by water in the vast ocean. It made her miserable.
The next day,
Shi Zhenyi woke up from her sleep. Although foreign liquor is of high quality and will not cause problems such as hangovers and headaches, if you drink so much undiluted foreign liquor in one breath, you will not be able to escape from the feeling of powerlessness for 3 to 5 days. Hiss. In the hotel's presidential suite, the bed was stained with dried blood.
Have you been busy all night? My first time was taken away just like that?
And she didn't know who took it, let alone whether it was taken by one person. And from the bloodstains on the bed and the toys on the floor, it was obvious that she had been tortured that night. There was a piece of notepaper in front of me with a line of random words written on it.
You made millions in one night. You made money.
It sold for several million, so it was a profit. But why do I feel a little panicked?
Besides, did you really make money?
She covered her face and burst into tears.
094, there is no such thing as a peaceful life. Someone is carrying the burden for you. Wu Jingtian seemed to attach great importance to virginity and had asked Shizhini about it several times in a roundabout way. She is incomplete. And I don't know how many opponents have tormented him. If Wu Jingtian asks her again in the future, how should she answer? Moreover, the damage caused to her body by the strange toys all over the floor was completely irreversible. Unless she repairs the membrane, she will definitely not be able to hide it on her wedding night. Shizhini was very confused.
She didn't even know how to explain it to Wu Jingtian.
How to explain?
She didn't know who did it.
I still don't know how many people did it.
Even if she suspected that it was done by someone from Boheo law firm, she didn't dare to say it.
What can I do after I say it?
People from Boheo law firm dare to do it, so they are naturally not afraid of her turning against them. If she angers the other party, she will never be able to work in the legal profession in her life.
But, if she leaves the legal profession, what can Shizhini do?
Shizhini, who was in a state of confusion, heard a knock on the door.
Hello ma'am, the breakfast arranged by the hotel is delivered to you. And hotel breakfast?
She covered the bloodstain with the quilt and opened the door with gritted teeth.
Ma'am, here's your breakfast and your message.
The waiter said, this suite has been booked for more than half a month.
You can stay here as long as you want.
If you need food, drinks, or laundry, just contact the front desk and put it on the bill.
Shizhini brought over the food and placed a letter next to it.
The handwriting on the letter paper was the same as that on the note, still written in a flamboyant style.
How is it? Is it comfortable? Is it exciting? Millions in one night, you're going to make a fortune. Don't worry, there will be a next time. Remember to keep your body clean. Don't let anyone pee on you.
If they can make you millions, they can also make you lose millions and ruin your reputation. Take good care of yourself. We spent a lot of money to build this public toilet. Although I don't know who the other party is.
I don't even know how many people there are on the other side.
I don't even know how the other party tortured me. But in these few words, Shizhini felt the other party was mocking and insulting her. What do you take her for?
A captive bitch? A public toilet that can be used anytime and anywhere? Is it also forbidden for anyone else to use it? Isn't this a naked threat to Shizhini, asking her to remain a virgin for him or them? This money is really hot to handle. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang.
After washing for more than an hour and rubbing her face 3 or 4 times, Shizhini walked to the bed with a dejected look on her face and answered the phone. There was the sound of a game coming from the other end of the phone.
First Blood. League of Legends First Blood sound effect. Then, it was Wu Jingtian's voice with a proud and happy tone. Baby Zhini, why did you take so long to answer the phone? I've called you more than a dozen times. It seems that Wu Jingtian is in a good mood. What's up?
Shizhini's voice sounded a little dry.
Huh? Did you just wake up?
Indeed, the wine was too strong yesterday.
To make it up to you, I'm going to take you shopping.
I forgot to tell you that Boheo just called and gave us another business worth millions, and specifically assigned it to you.
You are really my lucky star.
With you, my parents will never stop me from playing games again.
You heard it, too.
I just got a kill, plus $1 million in business.
It's a double blessing.
Anyway, you have already accepted that you are my girlfriend, so why don't you come home with me to meet my parents and get engaged and married?
Wu Jingtian was filled with joy. Your girlfriend by default? Meet parents? Get engaged and get married?
If it were a day ago, Shizhini would definitely have felt the joy of marrying into a wealthy family.
But now.
Ever since she saw those lines of flamboyant handwriting, she dared not have any other thoughts.
Who is your girlfriend?
Shizhini said angrily, go and marry me in the game.
A double happiness? And you got $1 million business? And I got the first blood in this game?
Wu Jingtian, you idiot, your woman as first blood has been taken by someone else, and you are still playing games.
Beep beep beep.
Sitting by the windowsill, Wu Jingtian was staring at the hung-up phone in front of the computer, a little dazed.
Hey, woman, you really have to lick it. Lick it a few more times and you'll be good. My dad is such a fool. Why did he hang green curtains in my room? They are so ugly.
I have a wife, a business, and no one stops me from playing games.
Life is really peaceful and good.
Wu Jingtian, with his head full of green light, quickly forgot about the angry Shizhini and focused on the game, planning to grab a few more first bloods.
Well, there is no such thing as a peaceful life in this world. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you.
Meng Hao, who had just finished carrying the heavy load for Wu Jingtian, felt a little sore in his back. As expected, people tend to have promiscuous sex after drinking. After tossing and turning all night, he used all the toys that he was reluctant to use on Qin Xinglin and Wang Mengcheng on Shizhini one by one, and decided to drink some ginseng and wolfberry soup. After finding a store, Meng Hao drove the Kaibei War Shield SUV and planned to go in and get some food. After a busy night, it was really hard for the selfless and kind-hearted courier boy. As soon as the dishes came up, Meng Hao smelled a scent of alcohol.
Xiao Shangxiang, you are here.
A beautiful woman with a score of 70 but extremely exposed body rushed in stumbling and threw herself on the boy who was also eating alone at the table in front of Meng Hao.
You called me so many times, aren't you annoying?
I already told you that I slept at my best friend's house for one night.
You don't believe me. Snort. Slept over at your bestie's house?
Meng Hao nodded, indicating that he chose to believe in this brother named Xiao Shangxiang. It seems that this little Shangxiang is also a real man who is content with a peaceful life.
You drank so much again, I don't know if your body.
The little Shangxiang seemed to be hesitant to speak.
Ha!
The voice sounds so familiar.
Xiao Shangxiang? Meng Hao held the bowl of soup and walked forward while drinking. Wang Chuxian?
Meng Hao's face was full of surprise. The man holding the beautiful woman was none other than Meng Hao's other brother, his roommate for 4 years in college, Wang Chuxiang.
Brother Hao, long time no see.
Wang Chuxiang hugged the beauty and greeted Meng Hao with an awkward look on his face. Sit down, order whatever you want to eat.
Unlike Gao Yan, Wang Chuxiang rarely contacted Meng Hao after graduating from university.
It is said that it is because he is not satisfied with his job and is just doing averagely.
Meng Hao had long wanted to talk to Wang Chuxiang.
We are all brothers, and whether we are doing well or not doesn't affect our drinking, eating meat, and having fun together. However, Meng Hao did not blame him too much. After all, he was a man and had self-esteem. Unexpectedly, although this guy failed in his career, he actually met a lot of romantic people. Although this peach blossom seems a bit rotten.
Sure, my girlfriend is very beautiful. Meng Hao teased Wang Chuxiang.
Brother Hao, stop joking with your brothers.
Wang Chuxiang shook his head inside. Oh? Is there any inside story?
However, it was already known from the bruises on the knees and the redness on the thighs. Meng Hao no longer dwelled on this matter.
You didn't even come to the college reunion. Don't you treat us as brothers?
Meng Hao deliberately said in a tone of blame. As a comrade for 4 years in college, Meng Hao would naturally not forget each other when they became rich and powerful. If Wang Chuxiang encounters any problems in the details of pursuing this girl, he would be happy to help.
Only.
Meng Hao's eyes slid across the girl's bruised knees and red thighs.
Forget it, it's someone else's private matter. If they don't bring it up, it's better not to say anything.
Brother Hao, please help me get a taxi so I can take her home.
Wang Chuxiang asked Meng Hao with a complicated expression.
Take a taxi? There's no need to go through so much trouble. Besides, if a drunk person does not lie down flat, he may vomit easily when being bumped by the vehicle. For the sake of his best friend Wang Chuxiang, Meng Hao decided to let this woman ride in his Kaibei War Shield SUV. Even though the cabriolet SUV has plenty of space and drives extremely smoothly, it is unpredictable for a drunk person to vomit alcohol.
Why?
After all, he was my best friend for 4 years in college. Even if this unfaithful woman vomited in her own car, she had no choice but to accept it.
I'm driving, take my car. Meng Hao answered cheerfully. Brother Hao, when did you buy a car? Wang Chuxiang asked with a worried look on his face as he supported the drunk beauty and walked out of the hotel. Half the story.
Wang Chuxiang, who had already arrived at the door, was stunned.
Brother Hao, is this SUV yours? Wang Chuxiang's face became more dejected. As a man, it's normal to like cars.
Even if Wang Chuxiang couldn't recognize the brand and model of the car, he could definitely tell at a glance that it was a valuable luxury car.
Yeah, if you're riding in a car, your girl shouldn't be bumped around to the point of vomiting alcohol. Meng Hao said sincerely.
Wang Chuxiang was stunned for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and helped the drunk beauty into the car.
Thanks, Brother Hao,
he said with great emotion. Women and cars are the two things that men value most. Meng Hao was willing to risk the life of the woman he loved getting drunk and vomiting in the car.
This kind of relationship is something only close brothers can have.
095, your goddess is a doll that the scumbag played with until he vomited.
A wide road.
The Kyber battle shield moved forward slowly at a reduced speed. Meng Hao's goal was very clear. He wanted to find a nearby hotel, book a room, and drop off Wang Chuxiang and the girl.
A single man and a single woman, a passionate flame.
The man is in love and the woman is drunk. It would be strange if nothing happened. A good young man of the times, the courier boy Meng Hao is so loyal and considerate to his brothers. Meng Hao also thought about taking Wang Chuxiang to his own palace, but this priceless Kyber hose SUV was enough to surprise Wang Chuxiang. If this unsuccessful college buddy knew that his house was actually a palace, it would cause him great psychological damage.
Open a good room.
Meng Hao considerately helped Wang Chuxiang to help the drunk beauty onto the bed, winked at his best friend from college, and then planned to slip away.
Meng Hao has no interest in watching live broadcasts. Brother Hao, thank you. Seeing Meng Hao about to leave, Wang Chuxiang suddenly stopped him and said, but is it really appropriate for us to leave Xiaoyu here alone? Meng Hao? Why is someone left here? Shouldn't Meng Hao leave to give you two a chance to be alone? Is my brother stupid? Such a good opportunity, aren't you going to do something?
I'll leave, you stay. Meng Hao pursed his lips and said with a wicked smile.
How can that be possible?
Wang Chuxiang shook his head repeatedly. Xiaoyu is already drunk, and I am alone with her.
What if I lose control and something happens? Wouldn't I be a beast? Meng Hao. At this time, if you don't stay and nothing happens, you would be worse than an animal. Isn't she your girlfriend? Meng Hao licked his lips, and finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. No. Xiaoyu and I are just simple boyfriend and girlfriend. Although I really want to be her boyfriend, she already has someone she likes. Although, that man is a scum, a villain, a sea king, and a bastard. But I am willing to wait until Xiaoyu realizes his true colors and stays with me. What I expect is true love. There was humble determination and sad heartbreak in Wang Chuxiang's eyes. Meng Hao.
The words of my best friend can be translated as, I am an honest man who is willing to wait for the goddess to get tired of playing and let me take over.
If it were someone else, Meng Hao would leave immediately without looking back.
But Wang Chuxiang was his best friend for 4 years in college after all.
Meng Hao sighed. So what do you need me to do? After all, he is his brother. Even if he is willing to be a bootlicker, Meng Hao cannot stop him.
Wait until Xiaoyu wakes up, I'll ask her.
Actually, Xiaoyu is pregnant with that scumbag.
She drank with that scumbag, and he said he didn't want to accompany her to have an abortion, so she found me and wanted me to take her to have an abortion.
If Xiaoyu is willing, I will raise the child after it is born. Wang Chuxiang's eyes were full of humble tenderness. Meng Hao? The dog is awesome. The girl named Xiaoyu seemed to have regained some consciousness and happened to hear Wang Chuxiang expressing his determination.
She mumbled drunkenly. No, you are not worthy of raising his child. Wang Chuxiang was stunned for a moment, with a somewhat dejected look in the corners of his eyes. Drinking alcohol while pregnant is really harmful to your health.
Wang Chuxiang acted like a romantic. If you don't want me to raise his child, then I can take the child's surname. Meng Hao. Is this even possible?
Meng Hao expressed his incomprehension of the confusing human behavior displayed by his best friend of 4 years in college.
Is this what is called love? By the way, Xiaoyu, you're awake. Do you want me to contact your relatives and friends to pick you up? Wang Chuxiang asked with particular consideration.
Well, okay.
Xiao Yu was drunk again and said incoherently, "My phone is in my bag. Can you take it out and help me contact him?" Wang Chuxiang immediately took out Xiao Yu's cell phone. "There is a lock screen password." "Xiao Yu, what's your unlock password?" Wang Chuxiang asked. "You idiot, aren't all my bank cards, mobile phone numbers, and social software passwords your birthday?" Xiao Yu muttered. My password? Could it be that goddess Xiao Yu already has me in her heart? That scumbag was just a test for him? Wang Chuxiang was ecstatic and quickly entered his birthday. Wrong password? Could it be the lunar calendar code? Still wrong. The password is wrong? Wang Chuxiang asked hesitantly. Xiao Yu continued drunkenly, "Tao Junyi, you idiot, you even forgot your birthday?" March 28, 1997. Wang Chuxiang was silent. The smile that just appeared on his face has not faded yet. He entered the password silently. 970,328. The password is correct. No need to guess. This Tao Junyi must be a bastard who got Xiao Yu pregnant and is unwilling to take responsibility and pay for an abortion. Who are you calling? Under the influence of alcohol, Xiao Yu became unconscious again. 135-8544. Wang Chuxiang made a call and the other party's notes immediately appeared on the screen. "Dear husband, Tao Junyi." Wang Chuxiang's face looked as if it was dead. "Hey, why are you calling me again? Are you annoying me?" On the other end of the phone, the scumbag Tao Junyi's tone sounded extremely unfriendly. "I'm Xiao Yu's friend, Meng Hao. She's pregnant with your child and she was drunk with you. If something goes wrong, you will be held responsible." The expression on Wang Chuxiang's face was twisted, and he looked particularly distressed. "Okay, that's too much trouble, tell me the address," Tao Junyi said casually. Wang Chuxiang told the other party the hotel address and room, and then began to daydream. Not long after, Tao Junyi, who was drunk, took Xiao Yu away with two girls who were wearing heavy makeup and were extremely revealing. Meng Hao sighed. He didn't know how to comfort his classmate of 4 years in college. Meng Hao suddenly remembered an internet meme. The goddess in every dog's heart is a doll that the scumbag is tired of playing with. However, when it comes to love, only you can solve it, while others can only watch and worry. As a close brother, all Meng Hao could do was to stare blankly with Wang Chuxiang. "Brother Hao, I want to drink." Wang Chuxiang squatted beside the bed and took a long time to utter a sentence. "Let's go." Meng Hao agreed without hesitation. At this time, the only thing a brother can do is to drink with him and get him drunk. Along the way, Wang Chuxiang, with a deathly pale face, stared at the city outside the window in a daze. In this bright and colorful concrete forest of argumentative people, love seems so cheap, ridiculous, and worthless. "Thank you, Brother Hao." Wang Chuxiang looked at Meng Hao with a look of disappointment on his face. "Do we need to say thank you to each other, brothers?" Meng Hao glanced at Wang Chuxiang, stepped on the brakes, and stopped in front of an open-air barbecue stall. "Boss, give me 2 boxes of beer and some barbecue, hurry up." 096, The Most Slippery Road in the World is Meng Hao's Routine Part 1. A meal and drinking until night. Wang Chuxiang was drunk, crying and laughing. Under the influence of alcohol, he opened up and poured out to Meng Hao all the hardships and sufferings he had experienced since graduation. "Brother Hao, do you know that I really like Xiao Yu? She smoked, drank, and went to nightclubs, and even slept with a scumbag and got pregnant, and she used my money to give to the scumbag. But I believe she is a good woman." Seeing his good brother like this, Meng Hao felt distressed. He can ignore Xiao Yu, the green tea bitch. But bullying his own brother like this is Meng Hao's business. Actually, women, that's how it is. After you've slept with that Xiao Yu, maybe you won't be so devoted to her anymore. Those who can't get what they want are in turmoil, while those who are favored are fearless. "Don't worry, Brother Hao is here, as long as you ask, everything can be done," Meng Hao promised. "Can you handle anything?" Wang Chuxiang was stunned, and looked at Meng Hao with sleepy eyes. "That I want Xiao Yu. I want Xiao Yu to recognize the true face of that scumbag. I want Xiao Yu to kneel down and beg me." In the hotel, the actions of the green tea bitch named Xiao Yu completely chilled Wang Chuxiang's heart. After drinking a lot of wine, all the affection in his heart turned into hatred. Is this what it means to hate because of love? "But, Brother Hao, how are you going to help me get revenge?" After venting his anger, Wang Chuxiang asked curiously. How about using money to kill them?
Meng Hao looked at Wang Chuxian with a smile. Ever since I have accumulated billions of dollars, I have never tried to use my money to attack others.
Try it out, it seems pretty good. Money makes things easier.
Meng Hao casually spent tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars, and many hooligans who hung out in bars, KTVs, and other nightclubs all day introduced Tao Junyi's background to Meng Hao in detail, even reporting to Meng Hao what kind of woman this guy slept with last night and what kind of underwear he wore.
This Tao Junyi is a complete scumbag.
He pretended to be a rich second generation and not only played with women, but also cheated a lot of women of their money. Of course, getting a woman pregnant is also what this scumbag likes to do the most. As for the girl named Xiaoyu, she is not a good person either. She was with Tao Junyi because she was fooled by this scumbag's so-called rich second-generation identity.
Do you really think that this guy who likes to get girls pregnant and then abandon them is the illegitimate son of a billionaire?
I fantasize about marrying into a wealthy family and becoming a rich wife. At this moment, the couple is drinking coffee in Xinxing Cafe. When Meng Hao drove the Kaibei War Shield SUV to the coffee shop, the couple was talking sweetly about love.
Xiaoyu, it's not that I don't want the baby in my belly. It's because I've been having difficulties with my business recently. You know, I'm an illegitimate child. I don't want my dad's money.
I want to create a world with my own hands, impress my father, and then naturally inherit his billions of assets. I had an argument with you yesterday because I drank to drown my sorrows.
I drank too much and couldn't control myself. You will definitely forgive me, right? To be a man, you have to rely on yourself.
Meng Hao, who was sitting in the corner of the coffee shop, almost spit out the coffee in his mouth when he heard Tao Junyi's shameless nonsense.
I have to say, Tao Junyi's mouth can really deceive ghosts.
In his words, he is a completely self-reliant, self-respecting and self-loving illegitimate son who works hard to win the approval of his biological father. I guess only this idiot green tea Xiaoyu would believe such a lie with so many loopholes.
Hubby, I believe in you.
Xiaoyu hugged Tao Junyi's waist, with a lingering and loving look. No matter what you do, I believe in you. You will definitely create a bright future for the child in my belly.
Could this be the legendary saying that pregnancy makes people stupid for 3 years? Meng Hao curled his lips and continued to appreciate Tao Junyi's performance. Sure enough, a hint of disdain and contempt flashed across the eyes of this scumbag Tao Junyi. Alas, I'm still short of 100,000 yuan. I don't know where to get it.
As long as someone is willing to give me this 100,000 yuan to help me get through this difficult time, I will definitely pay back 300,000 yuan. I did a big business this time, with a net profit of over 1 million.
Tao Junyi is talking nonsense. 100,000 yuan, I have it.
Xiaoyu took out a card without hesitation and prepared to hand it to Tao Junyi. This money is all my hard-earned money.
Hard-earned money?
Meng Hao curled his lips.
I'm afraid they were all obtained from various bootlickers.
No need to guess, there must be a share for his best friend, Wang Chuxian.
How can I take your money?
Tao Junyi said politely, but his eyes were staring at the bank card.
It doesn't matter, you are my husband, the father of my child, and you will pay the interest, right?
Xiaoyu intentionally or unintentionally bit the interest of 200,000 yuan particularly hard. At this moment, Meng Hao even wanted to applaud Tao Junyi. Nowadays, as long as you have no shame or conscience, it is easy to make money. He slept with Xiaoyu and got this woman pregnant. Now he is going to make some money and run away, disappearing from the world.
This calculation is really shrewd. Then, I'll accept it first. Xiaoyu, I love you. You will be the woman I love most in this life. Tao Junyi looked at the bitch Xiaoyu affectionately.
Such acting skills were so good that Meng Hao, who graduated from a professional acting school, felt inferior to him.
However, Tao Junyi was almost smiling to his heart's content. What a stupid woman. Giving gifts and giving money.
If there were more stupid girls like him, Tao Junyi would become rich in no time.
Just as Tao Junyi reached for the bank card, Meng Hao felt that it was time for him to take action. Madam, you are here?
The young master has been looking for you for a long time.
Meng Hao walked up to Xiaoyu carrying 2 boxes. Young madam? Who are you talking about?
Wow, this young man is so handsome.
Xiaoyu stared at Meng Hao intently. Madam Xiaoyu, I'm calling you. Meng Hao placed 2 black suitcases on the table and looked at Tao Junyi. Sir, what do you want in exchange for our madam leaving? Name your price.
Xiaoyu was a little confused.
Tao Junyi's face was full of righteous words. Who are you? Don't make trouble.
The sea may dry up and the rocks may decay, but the love between Xiaoyu and I is indestructible. Seeing that he was about to get 100,000 yuan, Tao Junyi naturally performed hard.
How about 100,000 yuan and leaving our young lady? Meng Hao looked at Tao Junyi. Are you dreaming? Tao Junyi retorted impatiently.
There was a real 100,000 yuan in Xiaoyu's card, so there was no need to ruin the show just because of a stranger's words.
What about 300,000? Meng Hao continued to raise the price.
I've told you it's impossible.
Tao Junyi didn't believe what Meng Hao said at all. How about 500,000? Meng Hao raised the price without showing any emotion.
Tao Junyi's eyes began to wander, and he seemed to be a little moved. 097, the most slippery road in the world is Meng Hao's routine part 2. Seeing Tao Junyi begin to hesitate, Meng Hao continued to increase the stakes.
1 million.
Hiss.
Tao Junyi took a breath of cold air. 1 million?
It will be enough for him to be free and easy for a long time. But only an idiot woman like Xiaoyu would believe in something as simple as pie falling from the sky. The hesitation in Tao Junyi's eyes immediately disappeared, replaced by a look of disdain.
Want to seduce and trick him?
These tricks were all used by Tao Junyi when he was cheating on girls.
Getting something for nothing? Who can't brag?
Tao Junyi immediately acted righteously, showing his deep love for Xiaoyu. My feelings for Xiaoyu are evident to all. He didn't finish his words. Meng Hao simply placed one of the black suitcases flat on the coffee table. Click, click.
The lock was unlocked and the suitcase lid was closed.
Neatly stacked stacks of $100 bills negated all of Tao Junyi's unfinished words. These are counterfeit bills.
Tao Junyi took out a stack and touched it. Real money. Brand new. Just took it out from the bank. A full million. Isn't that enough? Meng Hao threw the other suitcase on the table without hesitation. What about 2 million? If that's not enough, there are 8 more suitcases in the car. 10 million is enough to leave the young mistress, is it?
A full 10 million.
This is money that Tao Junyi will never be able to earn back in several lifetimes.
In comparison, Xiaoyu's 100,000 yuan is simply not worth mentioning.
Is there still any need to hesitate about this? Tao Junyi immediately let go of Xiaoyu's hands and stared at the red $100 bills on the table. I do. Very much so. Actually, I'm here to look after Xiaoyu for your young master. This woman is actually quite fickle. Almost instantly, Tao Junyi belittled Xiaoyu as worthless. Pop. What Tao Junyi didn't expect was that Xiaoyu slapped him in the face with her backhand. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. I'm relieved to see that you have found true love. For the sake of 10 million, Tao Junyi ignored the slap from Xiaoyu. However, that rich second generation is really stupid and has a lot of money. Spend tens of millions to buy a pair of broken shoes that you have left behind. Tao Junyi, do you have any shame? When did I ever love you? You scumbag Sea King, if you hadn't ruined me, I would have cared about you. Actually, I already have someone I love, and that's their young master. Meng Hao? This is another confusing behavior of the human world. By the way, does Xiaoyu know who his master is? However, with tens of millions in front of him, it doesn't matter who the young master Meng Hao is talking about, or whether he is a human being or not. As long as you have money, that's all that matters. Tao Junyi, put the money down. Xiaoyu looked at the 2 million on the table greedily, drooling, I dumped you, the money is mine. It really is a good show. Outside the glass window of the cafe, a Hennessey Venom GT slowly drove over. Wang Chuxiang, dressed up in a new look, wearing the branded suit and leather shoes given to him by Meng Hao, holding the car keys of Hennessey Venom GT, walked into the coffee shop. His eyes were extremely complicated. Young master, you're here. Meng Hao bowed to Wang Chuxiang in a pretentious manner. Young master? Wang Chuxiang? Luxury supercar? Could it be that this bootlicker is actually a hidden young master worth billions? In an instant, Xiaoyu regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Wang Chuxiang, you bad guy, why did you lie to me? But it doesn't matter. Since you admitted your mistake, I forgive you. This Tao Junyi is a scumbag. There's no need to give him the 10 million, just give it to me. Xiaoyu's face was full of flattery.
Wang Chuxiang blinked in pain. Before, when Meng Hao discussed with him how to deal with Xiao Yu and Tao Junyi, he was still a little hesitant. He didn't believe that his goddess Xiao Yu was a vain, money-loving woman. He always thought that Xiao Yu was deceived by Tao Junyi into bed and got pregnant, so she had no choice but to follow this man. However, the scene before him made him feel heartbroken.
Is money so important?
The anger of being teased continued to brew and rise in his chest. However, Meng Hao played this drama with him so that he could see the true face of Xiao Yu.
He couldn't let her down and had to continue the drama.
But you are pregnant with this scumbag's child, Wang Chuxiang said with a cold expression.
As Meng Hao's classmate, Wang Chuxiang also graduated from Kyoto Film and Television Academy.
Although his acting skills cannot catch up with Meng Hao, they are still acceptable. At this time, Wang Chuxiang played the role of a low-key, emotionally hurt rich second generation to the fullest.
You don't tell me, do you like children? They can take your last name. If you don't like it, I can get rid of it.
Wang Chuxiang, actually I have always loved you.
Are you loving yourself?
Wang Chuxiang felt bitter. Last night, what Xiao Yu said when she was drunk was like a knife cutting into his heart. It is just as Meng Hao said. This Xiao Yu is just a green tea bitch.
She only loves money. Tao Junyi standing by was also filled with regret.
What are you doing? Why do you want to get Xiao Yu pregnant?
If Wang Chuxiang lost interest in Xiao Yu, then his tens of millions would be wasted.
Here, buddy.
Tao Junyi rubbed his hands and put on an apologetic smile.
He was just bragging that he was a billionaire, but in his eyes, Wang Chuxiang, who drove a luxury car and spent tens of millions in one breath, was a real rich man. When a counterfeit meets the genuine product, or when a fake meets the real thing, it is impossible not to feel nervous.
I will leave Xiao Yu. I'll go get you a room right now.
She's just pregnant, so it's okay to have sex with her.
I just took this 10 million. Tao Junyi said in a flattering tone. Xiao Yu was stunned. She thought Tao Junyi was a scumbag, but she didn't expect him to be such a scumbag.
In front of him, he pushed the woman who was pregnant with his child to another man, and was even considerate enough to help the other man book a room and send her to his bed.
Is this still a human being? Pa.
Xiao Yu slapped him twice more and quickly ran to Wang Chuxiang. You saw it too, he's a scumbag, he lied to me.
Wang Chuxiang glanced at Xiao Yu coldly and shook his head.
I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you anymore. I don't want to take over, and I don't want to raise someone else's son.
At this moment, he completely gave up on Xiao Yu.
Click. Xiao Yu was anxious. How could she let go of such a good and wealthy son-in-law?
She knelt down in front of Wang Chuxiang.
No, don't go, please, I will correct it, I will do anything you ask me to do. The goddess whom he once couldn't get is now kneeling in front of him, but Wang Chuxiang's heart is no longer moved at all.
Since the young master is no longer interested in this woman, you don't have to take the money anymore.
Click. Meng Hao closed the lid of the cash box and walked away with the money.
098, oh, you have been very lucky recently.
Tao Junyi panicked. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Meng Hao's arm. Brother, you can go, but please leave the money behind.
Leave money? Funny, huh?
Meng Hao, took out the 2 million just to show this scumbag and green tea girl, he had no intention of giving it to her. No matter how rich he is, there is no need to give the money to Tao Junyi, even if he is just throwing it away.
This is what your young master asked me to give it to you. You can't disobey your master's orders.
Tao Junyi grabbed Meng Hao tightly, his face full of anger and desire. He still thought that Meng Hao was just a follower.
Why do you want to stay? Meng Hao looked at Tao Junyi coldly. Your young master didn't say he wouldn't keep it. Tao Junyi was anxious.
Seeing that the 2 million yuan was about to fly away, he was extremely worried.
You didn't say to keep it.
Meng Hao kicked Tao Junyi directly in the face, instantly disfiguring this scumbag who made a living by his looks and his mouth. Blood flowed out along his stepped nose.
Get out of the way, you damn woman.
Seeing Xiao Yu blocking his way, Tao Junyi simply pushed the pregnant woman aside. Xiao Yu, who was kneeling on the ground, full of regret, was suddenly pushed by Tao Junyi, and her stomach hit the corner of the coffee table. Blood flowed down Xiao Yu's legs.
Tao Junyi, you bastard. The bones in my stomach are your own.
It hurts, someone take me to the hospital. The baby in Xiao Yu's belly probably cannot be kept. After such a big accident, Tao Junyi no longer had the mind to steal money. If Xiaoyu really had an accident due to heavy bleeding due to miscarriage, he would at least be charged with intentional injury and sent to jail. If you are going to go to jail, what is the point of having money? What a scumbag, he actually let the woman who was pregnant with him sleep with someone else. He even deliberately caused his woman to have a miscarriage just to get the money. TSK, 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 you're not human at all. Call an ambulance and call the police. I can't bear to watch this any longer. Crowds of spectators came from all directions, some taking pictures, some making phone calls. Outside the coffee shop window, Wang Chuxian, who was sitting in Meng Hao's car, had a complicated expression. There is heartache and reluctance, but more of it is perseverance. Ding-a-ling. Meng Hao's cell phone rang. Xiao Chen, have you finished the things I asked you to do? The person who called was the humble young man who poured drinks for Meng Hao in the bar a few days ago, and one of the backbone staff of Boheo law firm. Yes, everything is done according to your wishes. I found the men and women who have been cheated by Tao Junyi and Xiaoyu over the years on the internet and temporarily arranged them on the company bus. Xiao Chun answered humbly and politely. Okay, send them over. After Meng Hao hung up the phone, he sent a location message to Xiao Chun. Just 10 minutes later, dozens of men and women with angry faces jumped off the bus and ran towards Tao Junyi and Xiaoyu with their teeth bared. You're a scumbag, you swindler of money and feelings. You green tea bitch, you took my money and disappeared, you had a miscarriage and heavy bleeding, congratulations. The farce and chaos outside the car came to a temporary end only when the police car arrived. Are you satisfied with this result? Meng Hao looked at Wang Chuxian with a smile. He turned around and looked at Meng Hao. Brother Hao, I figured it out. Women are bastards. Money is the most important thing. Take me to make money. Wang Chuxian's face was full of determination. Meng Hao smiled with relief, his brother had finally come out of the dog-licking mode. Good. Just one simple word, no need to say more between brothers. Tao Junyi and Xiaoyu, who are suspected of fraud, will face legal sanctions and imprisonment in addition to being beaten and having miscarriages. Wang Chuxian, let it go completely. After solving Wang Chuxian's problem, Meng Hao delivered express packages non-stop for the next few days. After all, only by sending out express delivery and receiving 5-star reviews can you have the opportunity to activate the system and get new rewards. Boom boom boom. Meng Hao knocked on a customer's door again. The person who opened the door was a young girl with a bun, a towel blanket tied around her neck, and an irritated look on her face. What are you doing? Who are you looking for? The young girl's words suddenly stopped. Wow. What a handsome little brother. I'm sorry, the water pipe of my water heater is broken. I was halfway through my shower when the hot water ran out and you just happened to come. By the way, little brother, you can fix water pipes, right? Would you like to help me? Halfway through taking a shower? Doesn't that mean that this girl is not wearing anything under the towel blanket? Etc. Take a shower, fix the plumbing? This plot is somewhat similar to the plot of a movie from a certain island country. This is not appropriate. Meng Hao hesitated. Repairing water pipes is very simple, okay? But there seems to be some ambiguity. Please help me, good brother. The girl dragged Meng Hao in without giving any explanation. Maybe the force was too great and the towel blanket slid down a little, revealing some strange brown circles. Well. Don't look at what is inappropriate. Don't look at what is inappropriate. Let's fix the water pipe. Meng Hao gritted his teeth and went into the bathroom. While he was hammering on the water pipe with tools, the girl wrapped in a towel blanket kept asking questions beside him. Can it be fixed? The towel blanket kept brushing between Meng Hao's legs. Is it difficult to repair? How long will it take? The girl's smooth legs touched Meng Hao's body intentionally or unintentionally. Are you thirsty, little brother? I'll give you that drink. The girl on the towel blanket squatted in front of Meng Hao, asking about his well-being. Meng Hao was so shocked that he almost threw the tools in his hand away. Hello. Girl, do you know you have nothing on? You're squatting like this, your upper and lower body are all exposed. I saw it all, you know? Of course the girl knew she had nothing on. I also know that if I squat like this, I will be 100% exposed. But, this is what she did on purpose. Crash. At the critical moment, a stream of hot water rushed out from the showerhead, soaking the girl's whole body.
Finally fixed it. Thank God. All right. Remember to give a 5-star rating. I'm leaving first.
Meng Hao ran out of the girl's house immediately as if he was being chased by a hungry wolf.
The girl stamped her feet behind him. Why isn't this little brother interested? Is it because I'm not good looking enough? It's definitely not a matter of appearance. It's because I'm too conservative.
It would have been better if I had just accidentally dropped the blanket in front of my brother. What a pity, such a handsome little brother. Listening to the girl's mumbling, Meng Hao was glad that he ran fast enough. Just as he reached the door of the ground floor of the apartment building, a familiar female voice sounded in Meng Hao's ears.
Oh, you've been very lucky lately.
Meng Hao subconsciously turned his head to look. It turned out to be an acquaintance. He rubbed his hands together and replied with a polite smile.
Hey, what a coincidence, why are you here?
099, a false alarm, the policewoman turned out to be a foodie.
Policewoman, Liang Feifei. I live here, is there any problem? Am I following you?
Liang Feifei raised her head proudly, with a playful look on her face.
Well.
Meng Hao was choked back by these words.
He didn't say that Liang Feifei was following him. Seeing that Meng Hao remained silent, Liang Feifei took the initiative to tease him. You're quite fast. Liang Feifei said. That's right.
After all, time is the lifeline of us couriers.
Meng Hao said perfunctorily and prepared to leave.
I mean, that naked girl taking a bath, you helped her fix the water pipe, that was pretty quick.
Liang Feifei emphasized the 3 words fix the water pipe. The subtext is obvious. A single man and a single woman.
The girl was still in her pajamas.
He even deliberately asked the courier to fix the water pipe.
If there is no trick here, no one will believe it.
However, what does it mean to say that Meng Hao is quite fast?
The policewoman Liang Feifei could misunderstand and doubt Meng Hao's taste in choosing women, but she could not question his body.
3-second quick gunman? That would never happen to Meng Hao.
Meng Hao's fighting ability is still quite strong as he even managed to deal with the mixed-race beauty Qin Qinglin.
Officer, I don't quite understand what you said.
Meng Hao was not in a hurry to leave, but just stared at Liang Feifei.
Poochie, I'm just teasing you.
For some reason, Liang Feifei, who was not afraid of the criminals, was a little afraid to meet Meng Hao's eyes.
Oh. Meng Hao nodded and planned to leave. So, are you so annoyed with me?
Policewoman Liang Feifei was a little unhappy. You don't like this girl, but what about He Qingya, Tang Yanyan, Qin Qinglin, and other girls?
Meng Hao's eyes gradually became gloomy. You followed and spied on me?
Although Meng Hao looked as calm as an old dog at this moment, he was actually very panicked.
He didn't know how much Liang Feifei knew about him.
However, if the policewoman knew that Qi Zhini was drunk and taken to the hotel, there would probably be some trouble.
However, as one of the world's top law firms, Boheo Law Firm's connections and methods should be extremely professional. The problem shouldn't be big. Stared at by Meng Hao's sinister eyes, Liang Feifei felt inexplicably nervous. Can you please stop being so fierce? I'm a local police officer. This area is my jurisdiction. It's normal for me to know something about you.
Actually, I was planning on treating you to a meal to thank you for helping me take down that red light district last time.
I got a promotion. Is it normal to know a little about yourself? Could it be that this policewoman Liang Feifei installed surveillance cameras in someone's house?
Otherwise, how would she know that the female customer just asked her to help fix the water pipe? He also said that he was not being tracked or monitored.
Since you are inviting me to dinner, it's a must to go. Meng Hao had to ask indirectly to find out whether Liang Feifei knew that he was torturing Qi Zhini. I'm busy now, let's go off work. Meng Hao restrained his expression and said calmly. Okay.
Liang Feifei's eyes narrowed into inverted half-moons, which, coupled with her cold and unruly face, gave off a sense of desire to conquer.
Evening. After a busy day at work, the courier boy, Master Meng Haoming, rested his hands on his lower back and pounded his aching lower back with a grimace. You're so young, but your waist is already in such bad condition. Please be more restrained.
A crisp, yet somewhat kind and sarcastic female voice came from behind Meng Hao. Meng Hao was startled.
Turn your head. Sure enough, it was Liang Feifei again. Are you a cat? Can you make some noise when you walk? This ghostly thing will scare people to death. Meng Hao complained unhappily. Liang Feifei grinned.
After taking off her uniform and changing into casual clothes, she already had an aloof and cold air that kept people at a distance, but she only greeted Meng Hao with a smile.
It's a professional habit. Sorry. Liang Feifei apologized, but her face didn't show any apology. Instead, she seemed a little excited and happy. You said I'm a cat. Are you praising me for being as cute and light as a cat? Meng Hao. Please, when he said Liang Feifei was like a cat, it was just a neutral adjective without any emotional color, okay? Comrade policewoman, could you please stop adding drama to your drama?
If it weren't for the fact that he didn't know exactly how much Liang Feifei knew about him, Meng Hao would have even wanted to turn around and leave. Let me tell you, I'm not a rich man like you who enjoys life. My income is limited, so I can only treat you to a normal meal at a restaurant. But thank you for being serious. If it weren't for you, it would be impossible to take down a red light district gang.
The last time I went to the barber shop for a haircut, it turned out to be a gang?
However, Meng Hao didn't care much about these things. There's no rush to eat.
How did you know about Qin Qinglin and He Qingya?
Meng Hao appeared shocked and panicked inside.
Phew.
Liang Feifei grinned, her eyes narrowed from half-moon shapes to narrow peaks, cold and cute. You really value your privacy. Qin Qinglin is one of the parties involved in Li Cheng's case. I know it's normal that she has a special relationship with you.
He Qingya's ex-boyfriend was a scoundrel who harassed her and her mother.
Later, the community security guard called the police. I was responsible for the mediation and record, and they happened to mention your name.
So that's it. Meng Hao let out a long breath.
It seemed like he was worrying too much.
Then how did you know about repairing the water pipe when I went to the customer's house to deliver a package today? Meng Hao asked.
I live upstairs, your door was not closed, I saw everything clearly from outside.
Liang Feifei rolled her eyes, looking a little happy, but you are good, you are not tempted, the extent of the girl's exposure, even I saw it. Hey, you are not good at that, are you? Meng Hao? Liang Feifei, are we very familiar with each other? Is it fun to make such a joke? However, it seems that I really worried too much. The crisis was resolved and Meng Hao breathed a sigh of relief.
Seeing that Meng Hao looked relieved, Liang Feifei joked with him with interest.
You don't think I'm really spying on you, do you?
It is a mistake to use my power to investigate citizens' privacy.
I don't want to be fired. Also, you are so narcissistic. Why should I monitor and follow you?
The arrogant policewoman curled her lips in disdain.
Okay, I misunderstood you. This meal is on me. Just ask for what you want to eat.
It's a celebration of your promotion and salary increase for taking down the red light district gang. Since the crisis was resolved and things were not as he had guessed, Meng Hao felt relieved and said with a smile. After all, Liang Feifei is the police officer in charge of this area, so we should show kindness to her.
Really? Liang Feifei's face was full of joy. Yes, it's true. Meng Hao nodded. Since you are a super rich person, I will be more open-minded and not save money for you. Liang Feifei was almost drooling. Okay.
Meng Hao smiled. Unexpectedly, Liang Feifei, the usually serious and stern policewoman, is actually a foodie. 100, if you don't have a good appetite, just order one dish. A very famous, high-end aristocratic Western restaurant in Kyoto City. Meng Hao watched with great interest as Liang Feifei devoured the food in front of her. Such as Haagen-Dazs ice cream, sirloin steak made from beef brain, and air-shipped French salt-baked snails.
The cheapest meal starts at 500 yuan. The plates piled up in front of Liang Feifei were almost blocking Meng Hao's view. To be honest, Meng Hao felt that watching Liang Feifei eat was much more interesting than eating the food himself. Well, I'm full and feel good.
Compared to this, the food at work is like pig food. Meng Hao suppressed his laughter. When the waiter was taking the order just now, he did a quick calculation on the prices of the dishes.
The food Liang Feifei had eaten was almost worth 20,000 yuan.
To put it simply, except for a few strange and non-human-like foods on the menu, this foodie policewoman ordered just about everything. He even said with great melancholy, I don't have a good appetite today, so I'll eat less. You know, this was a meal without any drinks. Even though Western food is known for its small portions, $20,000 of food is still an astronomical amount.
How can this seemingly petite policewoman eat so much? Could it be that the area below the throat is the stomach?
Seeing Meng Hao looking at her with a joking expression, Liang Feifei showed a bit of shyness and embarrassment for the first time.
Did I eat a little too much? Liang Feifei asked awkwardly.
Meng Hao's smile grew wider.
Is there any need to ask?
Of course, out of courtesy, I still politely said that I didn't eat much.
Really? Liang Feifei's eyes lit up.
You're the first one who thinks I don't eat much since I was a child. You're really handsome, kind-hearted, and popular with girls. Liang Feifei's eyes gradually began to turn pink and blurred.
Etc. Do you like it already? Just because you don't mind that she eats too much? Hello. Liang Feifei, a policewoman who eats books while eating, is your love so cheap? Follow whoever feeds you? Are you born in the year of the dog?
Meng Hao coughed a few times, and before the situation became irreversible, he asked, girls who can eat are the most blessed.
Eat as much as you can, and don't go hungry.
This sentence worked immediately.
Well, let's have some dessert then.
Whom?
Could it be that in the eyes of policewoman Liang Feifei, eating is more important than anything else? However, Meng Hao's idea was very simple. As long as he didn't get into trouble with love affairs again, anything would be fine. I also want Haagen-Dazs ice cream.
Liang Feifei thought, vanilla flavor.
Just an ice cream?
It seems that this female police officer knows how to restrain herself. I don't like vanilla, but I'll have one of each.
Meng Hao, Sigma. Awesome.
Oh, and here's your package.
Meng Hao looked at Liang Feifei eating ice cream crazily, and quickly handed the package that had not been delivered to Liang Feifei. Please sign for it. Damn it.
If you eat like this, you will either die of overeating or freeze to death.
The express must be delivered quickly, otherwise it will become unclaimed tomorrow. Okay. You are such a nice person, I will definitely give you a 5-star rating.
Come to think of it, I was supposed to thank you for helping me get a promotion and a raise, but it turned out that you were treating me to a meal.
Liang Feifei seemed a little embarrassed. Have to. No matter who invites whom. Just give it a 5-star rating.
However, with a meal costing more than 20,000 yuan, it might be difficult for policewoman Liang Feifei to find a boyfriend. I guess she will become a leftover woman who doesn't want a house or a dowry, but no man can support her.
Send Liang Feifei back to the dormitory.
Meng Hao returned to the palace and had just laid down on the soft goose-down bed when he heard a familiar electronic synthesized sound.
Ding.
The system detected that the host completed a special delivery and obtained the achievement Crime Buster.
Ding. Achievement rewards are issued, Top Private Hospital, Quanjian Life International Medical Group. Oh no?
Meng Hao suddenly jumped up from the bed.
Unexpectedly, the 5-star praise from policewoman Liang Feifei actually triggered a system reward. With more than 20,000 yuan, buying a medical group is a huge profit.
You know, anything produced by the system must be high quality. Meng Hao took out his cell phone and prepared to search what kind of existence this Quanjian life that the system rewarded for the 8th time was.
Be good.
Meng Hao was startled. Ever since watching that movie, every time the system distributed rewards, it began to shift towards interpersonal relationships.
The previous Boheo law firm was a top law firm at the time and had the ability to handle international lawsuits. This time, Quanjian's life is even more extraordinary. Quanjian Life Science has its own hospital and is at the forefront of world scientific research in terms of body regeneration, brain research, and gene decoding.
To use the words of the ancient Chinese, this is the magical art of growing flesh on bones and bringing the dead back to life. Of course, what Meng Hao values more is the added value of Quanjian life. Nowadays, the more powerful a person is, the more he fears death. Quanjian Life Science, whose medical methods are comparable to magical arts, has definitely accumulated a huge network of connections.
This is something that is priceless.
The system finally realized that it had billions but had no means to protect its wealth. Meng Hao was so excited that he fell asleep in the late night.
If you just have money, people will say you are a nouveau riche.
But having connections, contacts, and social status is what an upper-class person should behave like.
Well, a courier boy who moves in and out of high society.
The morning light was just breaking, the night was about to end, and Meng Hao fell into a sleep in a daze. Brother, wake up. While sleeping, Meng Hao felt a strong force coming. A pair of slender and soft hands woke him up from his sleep.
Who is it?
Meng Hao muttered something, and woke up suddenly.
Due to severe lack of sleep, Meng Hao felt a dull pain in his head. Tang Yanyan, why are you running here so early in the morning instead of staying at Auntie's place?
Meng Hao muttered. Seeing that it was his witch sister, Meng Hao forced himself to suppress his anger at waking up. The medieval clock hanging on the wall has its hour hand stopped at 6 o'clock. In other words, Meng Hao had only slept for less than 2 hours. My mother is in trouble.
Tang Yanyan cried, at a loss. Don't be fooled by the fact that the little witch seems clever, eccentric and noisy on weekdays. When she really encountered a problem, apart from looking for Meng Hao as the first person she thought of, she was completely at a loss as to what to do. What's wrong with Aunt He?
Meng Hao rubbed his temple and asked.
It's not Aunt He, it's my mom, my adoptive mother. Tang Yanyan couldn't hold back any longer, tears from her eyes fell like pearls from a broken string. Isn't Tang Yanyan's adoptive mother Meng Hao's aunt? He woke up instantly. Let's go home. Get in the car. If you have anything to say, let's talk on the way.
Meng Hao put on some clothes casually and dragged Tang Yanyan to the garage.
Accompanied by a roar, the luxury supercar Hennessey Venom GT rushed out like lightning.
101, if you don't return home when you are rich, it's like walking in the night in fine clothes.
Rustle, rustle.
It was just past 6 o'clock, and the misty city of Kyoto had not yet woken up from the quiet night.
On a wide road,
several sanitation workers are carefully cleaning the dirt and dust in the city.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
The sound of a sports car's cylinder exploding was heard, and a matte dark black supercar rushed down the road, causing the fallen leaves to rustle wildly.
The sanitation workers watched in amazement and admiration as the billion-dollar supercar sped away. Inside the car,
Tang Yanyan was still sobbing quietly, and while crying she briefly explained the illness of her adoptive mother, Meng Hao's aunt. Meng Hao's aunt, Chen Xiuli, suffered a cerebral hemorrhage due to overwork and is now in the hospital for emergency treatment. The doctor has issued a critical illness notice.
Even if the patient can be rescued, the best outcome will be loss of brain function, hemiplegia, and muscle atrophy.
Meng Hao suddenly turned the steering wheel and the sports car rushed directly onto the highway.
Meng Hao and Tang Yanyan's hometown is Salt Lake City, which is more than 300 kilometers away from Kyoto City.
If they maintain a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour, they can reach the Salt Lake City First People's Hospital where Chen Xiuli is in less than 2 hours.
Don't cry, it'll be okay. Meng Hao comforted Tang Yanyan. Really?
Tang Yanyan has always regarded Meng Hao as her most solid support. As long as her brother said it was okay, she would inexplicably feel full of confidence in her heart.
Really? Meng Hao nodded. He dared to guarantee it, naturally because it was the Quanjian Life Medical Group that was rewarded by the system. This world-leading medical group's research focus happens to be brain repair, gene editing and muscle regeneration. It was the right medicine to treat Chen Xiuli's condition. Once they arrived in Salt Lake City, Meng Hao had to quickly contact the people at Quanjian Life Medical Group and transfer Chen Xiuli to their exclusive ward. Since the beginning of the 21st century, everyone, young or old, male or female, has learned to use WeChat. WeChat groups for each family came into being. At this time, Meng Hao and his family group, a loving family, were in an uproar.
Meng Hao was driving and couldn't stare at his phone all the time, so he projected the phone screen directly onto the LCD screen on the center console of the sports car.
Second aunt, how could you have a sudden cerebral hemorrhage? Isn't it because she is too busy with work? Alas, in order to make money, even life is not worth it. The mood in the group was somewhat low.
The doctor said that the condition is not optimistic and suggested that the family transfer the patient to Kyoto for treatment.
After all, the medical level in Salt Lake is too poor.
The speaker was Chen Chang, Meng Hao's mother's eldest brother, Meng Hao's uncle, and the nominal head of the family.
I remember that my third sister's son, Meng Hao, is in Kyoto, right?
The speaker was Meng Hao's third uncle, an honest worker.
It seems that Tang Yanyan is also here. Tell them to come back quickly. In case something happens to my second sister. My brother is driving me back home.
Tang Yanyan quickly took out her phone and replied in the family group, "My brother said he has a way to cure my mother."
The family group was somewhat silent. Most relatives thought Meng Hao was comforting Tang Yanyan.
Sudden cerebral hemorrhage is an incurable and difficult disease worldwide. Meng Hao had just graduated from university, how could he possibly be able to cure Chen Xiuli?
However, white lies are ultimately a comfort to Tang Yanyan, a girl who is still studying at university.
However, there are always people who bring up issues that are not related to the topic and deliberately make trouble.
Chen Wei, the son of my second uncle. He also developed in Kyoto and is said to have made a small fortune. However, this man has had evil intentions since childhood, doing all kinds of thieving and cheating. Therefore, Meng Hao never looked for him during all these years in Kyoto. Tang Yanyan went to Kyoto to play with Meng Hao, but did not look for Chen Wei to meet her. He said something sarcastic in the group. Meng Hao, shall I drive you back? He couldn't find a job after graduating from college, so he became a courier, didn't he? A rental car, right? Cousin, you should contact me. I can take you back. Chen Wei implicitly regarded himself as the leader among the younger generation in the family. Your second aunt suddenly fell seriously ill, and you didn't come back? Meng Hao's honest third uncle suddenly sent a message in the group. I'm a little busy. I'll leave soon. Chen Wei, who was feeling very proud, felt a little embarrassed when he was confronted by his third uncle. Chen Wei diverted the conversation and the focus of the group discussion shifted to Meng Hao. Meng Hao from my third sister's family, I remember that he has been excellent in both character and study since he was a child. I didn't expect that he bought a car right after graduation. Brother Meng Hao was the most handsome boy on campus in high school. Many girls chased after him. He was outstanding wherever he went. Little Meng Hao was really filial. He drove back with Tang Yanyan early in the morning. Maybe he really has a way to cure Tang Yanyan's mother. I saw everyone in the group starting to praise Meng Hao. Chen Wei on the other end of the phone began to look pale and black. He is about the same age as Meng Hao, but compared to Meng Hao in high school, the difference between him and Meng Hao is like that between a firefly and the bright moon. Meng Hao is handsome and has good academic performance. He is a model student in the eyes of his teachers, a good class monitor in the eyes of his classmates, and a dream lover in the eyes of girls. As for Chen Wei, he is a poor student. He fights, skips classes, steals, and looks ugly. He is a typical negative example and the representative of bad students. He had finally made a name for himself in Kyoto, but in the eyes of his relatives, he was still not as good as Meng Hao. Of course, he was furious. Excellent in both character and study. Meng Hao ran away as a courier after graduation and couldn't find a job. His car is either rented or borrowed. My second aunt's illness this time cannot be cured without 100,000 or 80,000 yuan. Can he afford this money? You'd better wait until I get back. I know a lot of important people in Kyoto. Relying on Meng Hao? I'm afraid Tang Yanyan will be left without a mother. Silence. There was a deathly silence in the family group. Chen Wei should have been reprimanded by his elders for saying such outrageous words. However, all family members knew that Chen Wei seemed to have made some achievements in the past few years. In addition, as Chen Wei said, perhaps the third aunt's illness could really be cured by him. For a moment, everyone was silent. Hey. Chen Wei on the other end of the phone turned from anger to joy. For the first time, he felt a sense of accomplishment at having overpowered Meng Hao. Just for this sense of accomplishment, he plans to go back to his hometown and show off. As for my third aunt's illness, whether she lives or dies, what does it have to do with him? He just needs to show off. Chen Wei suddenly remembered a sentence. Wealth and honor that don't come home are like walking in fine clothes at night. Please note that there is a traffic jam ahead. The estimated travel time is 37 minutes. The family group content on the sports car's central control LCD screen was instantly replaced by the navigation interface. Traffic jam? Why is there a traffic jam so early in the morning? Meng Hao didn't take Chen Wei's words seriously at all and honked the horn anxiously several times. At this time, a bright red BMW Z4 squeezed in from Meng Hao and passed him. 102, who gave you the courage, Fish Liang? Meng Hao does not suffer from road rage. On the contrary, his personality is very stable, peaceful, and calm. In response to the sudden cutting in of the bright red BMW Z4 with a face like a shoehorn, Meng Hao simply honked the horn twice to express his protest. Anyway, the road is congested, so it won't be of much use even if he cuts in or runs ahead. However, the owner of this BMW Z4 obviously cut in line with malicious intent. In response to Meng Hao's horn honking protest, an arm with dragon and phoenix tattoos stretched out from the driver's seat and gave the middle finger. Boring. Meng Hao muttered. On the far right side of the highway is the emergency lane. Generally, only police cars, ambulances, and the like are allowed to go. Ordinary vehicles will be fined and deducted points if they drive in the emergency lane. However, human life is at stake. Meng Hao didn't care about being punished and simply turned the front of the car,
preparing to leave from the emergency lane. Just turned the car over. The bright red BMW Z4 was like a dogskin plaster. It got in front of Meng Hao and blocked the emergency lane. A big flowered arm stretched out from the driver's seat, with the middle finger raised, and he drove slowly forward at a speed of 30 miles per hour.
Meng Hao frowned. This is a highway, and he didn't want to joke with his and Tang Yanyan's lives, so he suppressed his anger and drove behind the big red BMW Z4. The traffic jam is not long. As long as the vehicle can move forward, it will take at most 3 minutes to pass through the congested section and resume normal driving. Squeak! Just as Meng Hao was about to pass the congested section, the BMW Z4 in front stopped, trapping Meng Hao at the exit of the congested section. Now, Meng Hao has a highway guardrail and a vast expanse of sky on his right, and traffic jam on his left. The unscrupulous driver of the big red BMW Z4 in front still stretched out his big painted arm and raised his middle finger to Meng Hao in provocation. The clay Buddha still looks a bit rustic. No matter how good-tempered Meng Hao was, he could no longer tolerate such malicious provocation. Turn off the engine, apply the handbrake, and get out of the car. Meng Hao ran to the big red BMW Z4 and knocked on the door angrily. Brother, what do you mean? You really want to argue with me, right? Meng Hao suppressed his anger and said coldly, I have a patient in Salt Lake City. Please make way. A young man with a bright red coxcomb, with dragon and phoenix carvings all over his body and tattoos, chewed gum and spit out saliva while retorting to Meng Hao. Hey, driving a Hennessey Venom GT is awesome? Is this road yours? I can walk however I want and drive however I want. If you're unhappy, you can mess with me. It's none of my business if you have a patient at home. Let me tell you, my name is Huang Xiaohan, the eldest son of the Huang Group in Kyoto. You look so poor, you must have rented the car. An unreasonable second-generation rich kid? Meng Hao took a deep breath and didn't want to bother with the other party. I'm in a hurry, please let me go. Seeing that Meng Hao was well-mannered and extremely polite, the second-generation rich man named Huang Xiaohan became even more arrogant and domineering. It seems that this poor guy's car is really rented? Do you know my car? It's a BMW Z4, a pure imported sports car with a landing price of nearly $1 million. Then I modified it for another $1 million or so. On the road, I tortured your Hennessey Venom GT like a chicken. BMW Z4? You can call a four-seater like this a sports car? Meng Hao squinted his eyes and directly retorted, this kind of convertible four-wheeler can only scare little girls and flirt with girls. Maybe Huang Xiaohan, who is so ignorant, has some misunderstandings about sports cars. I really don't know where Huang Xiaohan got the confidence from to think that this car can beat the world's top luxury supercar like the Hennessey Venom GT. Who gave him the courage, Fish Liang? Just as Meng Hao was on the verge of an outburst of anger, a female nurse in a white coat with an anxious face walked over. You two, can I trouble you for a moment? The two vehicles in front collided, causing two passengers to be seriously injured and in urgent need of medical treatment. We have two choices now. Either go to the hospital in Salt Lake City, but it's more than 200 kilometers away and our ambulance broke down. Or, please drive in the opposite direction from the emergency lane and return to Kyoto City Hospital for rescue. Huang Xiaohan's eyes lit up. Your Hennessey Venom GT is a two-seater, right? My Z4 has 4 seats. You just mocked me, you must have been slapped in the face. This Huang Xiaohan is really an idiot. Who in their right mind would treat a convertible four-wheeler as a sports car? When the medical staff heard Huang Xiaohan say this, their faces were filled with relief. Then I'll have to trouble this gentleman to send the injured back to Kyoto. Human life is at stake. The medical staff were naturally overjoyed when they heard that there were kind people willing to help. Huang Xiaohan's face immediately fell. When did I say it was free? So much blood, what should I do if my car is dirty? The price is 100,000. I reluctantly agree to give it to you. 2 lives and 100,000 yuan, which one is more important? You decide for yourself. The kind-hearted person suddenly turned into a black-hearted person who raised the price and asked for exorbitant prices. The medical staff immediately showed a look of bitterness on their faces. The 2 injured people were unconscious, and he was unable to make the decision on their behalf, so he agreed to give Huang Xiaohan the 100,000 yuan. Fuck, this guy is so wicked. People are dying, and you're still making money out of their lives. Use my car. I'll take them back. The drivers who were watching shouted in indignation. I'm not leaving today.
If you dare, just fly over there. Either give me 100,000 yuan, or I'll block the road here and see how your cars drive against the flow. This poor guy who rented the Hennessey Venom GT supercar also said that he has a patient at home.
What's the matter? You all are going to die on the same day. Huang Xiaohan's arrogance and verbal abuse completely infuriated Meng Hao.
He was just about to give a good punch to the ignorant second-generation rich Huang Xiaohan when his cell phone rang.
Quanjian Medical Group? I'm Meng Hao.
Okay, I have a patient now, you guys hurry to my designated location immediately.
The call from Quanjian Medical Group came at a very timely moment.
After hanging up the phone, all the anxiety and anger on Meng Hao's face disappeared without a trace.
Yo-ho? What, you're not in a hurry anymore?
I changed my mind again.
I want to go over there. I'll give you 200,000.
Faced with abuse and criticism from people around him, Huang Xiaohan became more and more arrogant. Dio, you can scold me as much as you want, I'm thick-skinned and don't care at all. Meng Hao saw the gaze turn to the white coat.
You mean, your car broke down temporarily?
Meng Hao changed the subject and became concerned about the broken-down ambulance. How long will it take to repair?
Can the life-saving equipment in the car still be used?
The medical staff in white coats were stunned for a moment.
Although they didn't know what Meng Hao meant by this question, they still answered him truthfully. The driver is repairing it.
It will probably take more than 3 hours.
The life-saving equipment is available, but there are 2 injured people and the life-saving equipment can only be used for 1 person.
Moreover, the injured person is in a very serious condition, with bleeding from the aorta.
He won't last more than an hour.
Meng Hao curled his lips into a sneer.
The life-saving equipment I'm talking about is not for your injured. 103, okay, then fly over there. Isn't it for the injured?
The medical staff in white coats were stunned for a moment, somewhat confused about what Meng Hao was up to.
Meng Hao was too lazy to explain.
He just glanced coldly at Huang Xiaohan, who was sitting in the car and feeling extremely good about himself. You asked me to fly over, so I'll fly for you to see. After saying this, Meng Hao sat directly back in the driver's seat of the Hennessey Venom GT, started the engine, pulled the handbrake, and stepped on the accelerator.
Buzz buzz buzz.
The engine speed suddenly increased as if taking drugs. Then, Meng Hao suddenly released the handbrake and turned the steering wheel to the left. The Hennessey Venom GT, which was ready to go, crashed directly into the left rear of the BMW Z4 like a fighting chicken with the accelerator full.
Bang! There was a loud bang. Huang Xiaohan's big red BMW Z4 was instantly knocked out of the right guardrail. Boom, boom.
The BMW Z4 somersaulted into a field beside the highway, its parts falling apart. Fortunately, there was only a paddy field under the highway. If it was a cliff or a rocky ground, Huang Xiaohan would have lost his life. As black smoke continued to come out of the BMW Z4, the car door was knocked open and Huang Xiaohan, with blood all over his head, staggered out, shouting for help.
Well, go and save him. He will only have some minor injuries.
He will suffer a little, but his life will not be in danger.
Wait until your ambulance is repaired before sending him to the hospital. This is my assistant's business card.
Please contact him for follow-up matters.
Meng Hao handed a business card to the medical staff. It was a lawyer from Boheo law firm.
Huang Xiaohan's car was smashed into pieces, but the front of Meng Hao's Hennessey Venom GT only had a piece of paint peeling off. There is a huge difference between a convertible four-wheeler and a true luxury supercar.
Wait a few minutes, someone will be here to take your patient away soon. Meng Hao glanced at the medical staff and onlookers who were filled with surprise, and said firmly and confidently. Quanjian Life Medical Group headquarters. An American with blonde hair and blue eyes put down his phone. I've got in touch with him.
The buyer who acquired 10% of Quanjian Life's shares and became the third largest shareholder is a Chinese. Come to think of it, he is still your compatriot, Sun Taolu. The new shareholder has taken office, and the headquarters is planning to pay a visit.
Do you want to come with us?
The yellow-haired American, speaking broken Chinese, chatted with his colleague next to him.
Lu Suntao, the youngest PhD in life sciences in history. The top management of Quanjian Life Sciences is almost entirely occupied by graduates from prestigious Ivy League schools in the United States. Lu Suntao, with his yellow skin and black eyes, is an outlier among them. He is also an authority and leader in the field of life sciences in the extremely xenophobic United States.
To integrate into this extremely exclusive circle, one needs to work 10 or 100 times harder than an Ivy League graduate in the United States. Only Lu Suntao himself knows the inhumane treatment, the contempt he received, and the efforts he made over the years. Okay, let's go. Lu Suntao is a typical Chinese, calm and composed, with no trace of sadness or joy on his face. The yellow-haired American snapped his fingers, with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. By the way, this Mr. Meng sent me his location and said he needs the fastest means of transportation. Please find out if there is a hospital near him and send a helicopter over.
Thank you, dear Suntao Lu. Lu Suntao nodded. He left silently and returned to his office.
Open the door, sit down, and pour water.
Crash.
I didn't hold the cup firmly and the water spilled all over the floor.
Lu Suntao didn't care about the water stains on the ground. He jumped 3 feet high and looked extremely excited.
At the age of 36, he was walking on the puddles on the ground, as happy as a 6-year-old child.
I have been in the United States for so many years.
No matter how superb his medical skills are and how outstanding his scientific research level is,
those Americans didn't even look at him.
But today, the usually extremely arrogant research team leader actually said please to him, called him Dear Suntao Lu, and even used the words excuse me.
This is respect. This is respect from the bottom of my heart. Americans value money above all else.
They will only be obedient to you if you are richer and have a higher status than them. For example, the senior director of Quanjian Life, his compatriot, Meng Hao, whom he had never met before.
By the way, don't forget the main business.
Sun Lutao quickly forced himself to calm down from his ecstasy, called up the group's hospital distribution map, found the hospital closest to Meng Hao, and dispatched the medical helicopter over.
Highway.
Huang Xiaohan, covered in blood, was carried into the stranded ambulance by medical staff. Although he was covered in blood, at most he had a few broken ribs. Apart from the heart-wrenching pain, his life was not in any danger. Huang Xiaohan, lying in the ambulance, cried and yelled, cursing his parents, but he didn't dare to utter a single dirty word towards Meng Hao.
This gentle and aloof young man is really too scary.
After a disagreement, he was knocked off the highway.
This silent demon made Huang Xiaohan tremble with fear. It's so noisy, can't you ask him to shut up?
Meng Hao glanced at Huang Xiaohan, who was crying and shouting, and said dissatisfiedly,
I'm sorry, we just ran out of anesthetics. There's nothing we can do about it.
The medical staff shrugged helplessly, looking at Huang Xiaohan with eyes full of gloating. By the way, Mr. Meng, 10 minutes have passed.
When will the rescue you mentioned arrive? The patient can only hold on 40 minutes at most. Running out of anesthetic? What a coincidence.
Meng Hao grinned, not intending to expose this medical staff member who was full of justice. Huang Xiaohan's move of taking advantage of someone's misfortune and making money from a dead person is truly infuriating, contemptible and disgusting.
Soon, oh, here it comes. Meng Hao said. Is help coming? The medical staff was stunned.
There was a traffic jam in front of him, and a car accident scene behind him, with an open space in between.
He didn't see any medical rescue at all. Look up.
Meng Hao pointed upwards.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
A medical rescue helicopter was buzzing towards the side at an extremely high speed.
Quanjian Life Rescue Helicopter? Quanjian Life's hospital is a top-notch high-end medical group. Mr. Meng, I really underestimated you.
I didn't expect that besides being rich, you also have extensive connections and great powers.
Ordinary people simply cannot enjoy the assistance provided by this private medical group. You are really young and capable. The medical staff praised sincerely.
Meng Hao curled his lips and smiled disapprovingly.
I'm just fulfilling my promise. If I say I'll fly over, then I'll definitely fly over. The medical helicopter landed.
After Meng Hao reported his province, 4 or 5 capable medical staff directly carried 2 patients who were seriously injured and bleeding onto the helicopter. They gave them blood transfusions while connecting them to various lines and pipes.
My goodness, a medical rescue helicopter is equipped with advanced medical equipment that surpasses the ICU in our hospital. These 2 patients are so lucky. I guess their lives will be saved before the helicopter lands.
The medical staff in white coats exclaimed with shock on their faces. 104, any difficulty that can be solved with money is not a big deal.
Tang Yanyan stared blankly at the ground through the medical helicopter.
This was her first time on a helicopter.
If it were normal, the little witch Tang Yanyan would definitely be extremely excited.
But now, all she cares about is the safety of her adoptive mother.
Brother, you are amazing.
After a long while, Tang Yanyan looked at Meng Hao and said, "You can even use a helicopter to pick up the injured on the road.
My mother's illness can definitely be cured."
The little girl was thinking about curing Meng Hao's aunt, Chen Xiuli. The female doctor who had just performed emergency surgery on a patient happened to hear Tang Yanyan's words. She smiled and her elegant temperament came to her face.
Girl, don't you know that Mr. Meng is one of the directors of Quanjian Life? Owns 10% of the shares of Quanjian Life Medical Group. Whatever disease your mother has, it can be cured.
Indeed, with the strength of Quanjian Life Medical Group, even if one foot is half on the verge of death, they can pull it back.
Really?
Brother, as long as you save my mother.
I will pledge myself to you.
With a puff, all the cold water that Meng Hao had just drunk was sprayed out.
Is this a reward?
This little witch sister of his has been coveting Meng Hao's body for a long time. Now that she knows that she is not his biological son, she can be with Meng Hao legitimately.
Let's talk about this later. Meng Hao looked out the window with a little embarrassment.
Several medical staff with outstanding temperament chuckled. They never expected that the director who owns 10% of Quanjian Life's shares would be such a young guy, and even looked a little silly, shy and cute.
Quanjian Life's medical helicopter is extremely fast.
From the place where Meng Hao got on the bus to the Salt Lake City First People's Hospital, it is more than 200 kilometers by land, but the straight line distance is less than 100 kilometers. The Quanjian Life medical helicopter, traveling at a speed of over 500 kilometers per hour, took less than 10 minutes to land on the rooftop helipad of the Salt Lake City First People's Hospital.
Mr. Meng, let's send the patient back to the headquarters first. If you need anything, feel free to call me.
After Quanjian Life's medical helicopter dropped Meng Hao off, it flew straight back to the nearest hospital.
The sun is rising, spewing out tremendous hot air. Meng Hao looked at his watch.
It was only 7 o'clock, and there was still a long time before the hospital's opening time of 9 o'clock.
Chen Xiuli's intensive care unit.
All the aunts and uncles were sitting on the long bench at the door, looking grim.
It was obvious that Tang Yanyan's mother's condition was not optimistic. Meng Hao, Yanyan, didn't you say in the group more than half an hour ago that you were still on the highway? How come you are here so quickly?
The speaker was Meng Hao's uncle, the honest Chen Chang.
Brother, send someone to bring us here by helicopter. Tang Yanyan answered casually, thinking about Chen Xiuli. What?
The relatives were all stunned and looked at Meng Hao in surprise.
Take a helicopter? Is that something that ordinary people can afford?
The uncle said in disbelief, "Girl, you are probably missing your mother and you are confused." Meng Hao waved his hand. "This matter is too troublesome to explain. You can't say that you have a system and have obtained shares of Quanjian Life Group, so you are qualified to come back by helicopter, right?" He simply told a white lie to get away with it. She was a little confused.
"We drove back overnight," Meng Hao said calmly.
"That's more reliable." Uncle Chen Chang nodded. "It's hard for this girl. Her mother has encountered such a big problem." In the intensive care unit, several nurses were busy. Chen Xiuli's body was filled with various tubes and wires, and her cloudy eyes stared straight at Tang Yanyan.
"Mom!" Tang Yanyan rushed forward crying.
Chen Xiuli had tubes connected to her mouth and nose, so she couldn't open her mouth. However, her left hand, which had an 4-needle, was able to stretch it out and hold her daughter's hand tightly.
"Brother, I told you that I will definitely cure you," Tang Yanyan said crying.
Tears flowed from the corners of Chen Xiuli's eyes. She reluctantly turned her gaze from Tang Yanyan to Meng Hao, as if she had something to say. "Second aunt, don't worry, I will definitely find a doctor to cure you." Chen Xiuli smiled bitterly, as if she was just thinking that Meng Hao was comforting her.
"Your father is on a business trip and is on his way back. Your mother went home to make soup.
The doctor said that Xiuli's illness requires her to eat only liquid food."
Alas, a good person, how can he fall just like that?
My uncle Chen Chang also kept wiping away tears.
9 o'clock.
The hospital started working. After the attending physician recorded Chen Xiuli's medical instrument data in detail, he called Tang Yanyan out of the bed.
"Family members of the patient, you must be mentally prepared.
Although the patient is out of danger for the time being, she has a tumor in her brain, which is the main cause of cerebral artery bleeding, sudden cerebral hemorrhage, and hemiplegia. If we want to remove the brain tumor, not only will the surgery cost millions, but we will also have to transfer to Kyoto and ask the experts there to treat us.
Our hospital's medical equipment and doctor skills cannot keep up. The attending physician gave Tang Yanyan serious and earnest instructions. It doesn't matter.
No matter how much money it costs or how difficult it is, we can cure her. Meng Hao let out a long breath and said calmly.
As long as money can solve the problem, it's not a problem.
Besides, behind him is the world's top medical group, Quanjian Life.
You'll die if you don't brag. An extremely annoying voice came. You're just a courier, what can you do? What can you promise? Chen Wei has arrived. Tang Yanyan's mother was sick, so he hadn't planned to come.
But when he thought about all the aunts and uncles showing up, he wanted to show off to these relatives who usually look down on him. To put it bluntly, Chen Wei drove back specially just to show off.
Tang Yanyan, how is your mother's illness? If you need money, tell me.
100,000 or 80,000, no problem.
Chen Wei is extremely arrogant and has no limits.
However, his eyes seemed a little disgusting, and they kept wandering around Tang Yanyan.
Hey, I haven't seen you for several years.
You have become more beautiful than ever, cousin. It's already this late and Chen Wei is still making jokes with evil intentions.
If he knew that Tang Yanyan was not Qin Xiuli's biological daughter, he would have taken action against her long ago.
After a few years of making some money, Chen Wei almost forgot who he was.
Meng Hao rolled his eyes and had no intention of paying any attention to Chen Wei.
Chen Wei has never been a good person since he was a child, so Meng Hao felt that it was a waste of time to say any more words to him. The attending doctor said that my mother's illness would cost at least over $1 million.
After all, he is a relative. Tang Yanyan couldn't save face and continued what Chen Wei said.
Readers who need to arrange roles in the article before, please join the book club. There were several readers who wanted to arrange roles before, but the author can't remember them clearly. Please leave a message to the author in the group.
Group number 112-732-2930. Group name, Supercar Club. 105, too much boasting, too much bragging. 1 million?
Chen Wei couldn't help but shiver. Although he made some money in the past few years, it was only about 8 million. He had to take out 1 million in one go, and it was at least. For him, it was a huge sum of money. You must continue to pretend to be cool, but the cost of pretending cannot be too high. It's all my fault for bragging too much just now. Now it's a bit difficult to end. He quickly changed the subject and waved his hand dismissively.
Cousin, just listen to the hospital's nonsense. Hospitals nowadays are all profit-making institutions.
In order to make money, they will definitely cheat patients to death. I'll call my friend later. He's very familiar with Director Hiyu, who specializes in brain medicine. Seeing Chen Wei's evaluation of the hospital, the white-haired attending physician standing next to Meng Hao had an extremely ugly expression on his face. But when he heard Chen Wei mention Hiyu, a look of awe rose on his face.
It seems that you also know Director Hiyu?
Seeing the attending physician's expression become solemn and admiring, Chen Wei immediately began to feel good about himself. Chen Wei glanced at Meng Hao and asked the attending physician proudly. Director Hiyu is my immediate superior and the research leader of our hospital's brain supplementation discipline. He is also the most favored student of Dr. Lu Suntao of Quanjian Life. However, the diagnosis of the patient's condition is the conclusion made by our Director Hiyu. He said that unless his mentor showed up, if the patient's brain tumor ruptured again, even a deity wouldn't be able to save him. Or, you can contact Director Hiyu to see if other conservative treatments can be used to prolong the patient's survival as much as possible.
Well,
Chen Wei was a little embarrassed. His face immediately fell. He had met Director Hiyu once, but their relationship was definitely not as good as he pretended to be. The most important thing is, he remembered that Hiyu worked in Kyoto, so how come he was transferred back to Salt Lake City First Hospital and became the director of the neurology department here?
Director Hiyu is very busy and probably can't spare the time.
I'll call him later,
Chen Wei said hesitantly. Meng Hao watched coldly. This Chen Wei is really interesting.
He pretends to be cool, brags a lot, and then he exposes his own lies.
No hurry, Director, he is here.
The attending doctor's eyes lit up when he saw a calm middle-aged man in his 40s wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Hello, Director He, this Mr. Chen Wei said he knows you.
This.
Chen Wei was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into.
However, with so many relatives watching, especially Meng Hao who was waiting for him to make a fool of himself, he immediately took a few quick steps, ran to He before the attending doctor, and greeted him in a low voice. "Director He, we had dinner together before, remember?" That time, several company bosses were present. "I even toasted you." Chen Wei was making connections with a smile on his face. As an authority in neurology, He Yu has a lot of social engagements and would never remember a small figure like Chen Wei. However, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Since the other party was so attentive in trying to get close to him, and since the other party was also a relative of his patient, He Yu didn't worry too much about the fact that they had eaten together. "Oh, it seems like that's the case. Are these your relatives?" The patient's condition is not optimistic. Chen Wei let out a long breath. It seems that Director He Yu is too lazy to ask who he is. This is good too, at least my boasting was not exposed and my show-off was basically successful. As for Chen Xiuli's illness, compared with Chen Wei's face, it is not worth mentioning. "Chen Wei, since you are familiar with Director He Yu, please ask him to save Tang Yanyan's mother. Also, contact the doctor named Lu Suntao as soon as possible. Human lives are at stake." Seeing that He Yu did not publicly deny that he knew Chen Wei, the anxious relatives believed it to be true, as if Chen Wei had indeed returned home in glory and had extensive connections. "I saw myself becoming the center of the family." Chen Wei is floating. His face was full of smugness, and he looked very proud and like a villain who had succeeded. "It's not that easy to invite my master. He holds an important position at Quanjian Life's headquarters in the United States and is very busy." He shook his head and poured cold water on him reluctantly. "Last time, a major leader of our Salt Lake City made an appointment for a month before we could invite him. We even sent a special plane to bring him to Salt Lake City." The main leaders of Salt Lake City? That's a senior official above the department level. In the entire Chen family, no one has ever heard of such a high-level leader. The only one who seemed to have made it big was Chen Wei, who looked very proud. "Chen Wei, look, can you think of a solution?" The head of a family, Meng Hao's uncle Chen Chang, looked at Chen Wei with a pleading look on his face. "I'll call right now. I know quite a few buddies whose families are high-ranking officials. There are more than one department-level cadres. And he is a department-level official in Kyoto City." Chen Wei continued to brag, and glanced at Meng Hao at the same time, as if to say, "I'm much more awesome than you." A department-level official from Kyoto City? And more than one? Chen Wei has really made a name for himself now. Kyoto is a key city in China. Any department-level cadre here has a higher position than the main leaders of Salt Lake City. This Chen Wei actually said that he knew quite a few of these high-ranking figures. Chen Wei, who was once looked down upon by his family, suddenly enjoyed an unprecedented rise in status and position. Chen Wei, feeling proud, glanced at Meng Hao with disdain again. "Weren't you a top student in middle school? From childhood to adulthood, haven't you always been the one who suppresses me? In society, strong abilities are king. You, the courier, just prepare to be ridiculed by me." Chen Wei, feeling proud, began to look through the phone book on his cell phone and made a call. This phone call lasted for half an hour. However, the harvest does not seem to be significant. After contacting more than 20 of Chen Wei's so-called best friends, only one of them replied to his text message. "Dr. Lu has been very busy lately. He went to meet an important person." This. Chen Wei felt a burning sensation on his face. The boast he just made was instantly slapped in the face. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned enough and immediately started to panic. "Who is Dr. Lu?" "He is an important scientific research leader of Quanjian Life Science. We contacted him this time because we had something to do. He must be going to meet a very important person. He must be the head of state or prime minister of a small or medium-sized country." Chen Wei boasted without changing his expression or beating his heart. "Ah? You can't even deal with your buddy?" Chen Chang looked a little gloomy. "In such a big country like China, if I can't make an appointment, then no one else can either," Chen Wei said proudly. "Anyway, the boasting has been done, and the pretense is perfect. Whether Lu Suntao comes or not, and whether Chen Xiuli's life can be saved, what does it have to do with him? 106, you are our backbone. Brother, my mom." From the very beginning, Tang Yanyan was skeptical of Chen Wei. As she expected, there was much ado about nothing. After a bit of pretense, he ended by saying that Dr. Lu Suntao was too busy and they could make an appointment next time.
Seeing Tang Yanyan's soft and boneless slender hands tightly grasping his arms, her nails almost digging into Meng Hao's flesh, he rubbed the old sister's hair with a doting look on his face.
Don't worry, I'm here. This simple sentence seemed to give Tang Yanyan unlimited confidence. Phew. Chen Wei sneered mercilessly. Depend on him? What can a mere courier do? By the way, didn't you say you came here by car? Where's the car? I heard from my relatives that you came here overnight and hired a taxi, right? What time is it now?
Although Tang Yanyan's mother, Chen Xiuli, also had a ruptured brain tumor and suffered massive bleeding again, her life may be in danger. As a result, Chen Wei was still bragging about himself and was entangled with Meng Hao about this matter of showing off.
This is just a rotten person.
Walking human garbage. Meng Hao took out his cell phone and dialed a number. When Dr. Lu Suntao was arranging the helicopter, he called him, and Meng Hao took the opportunity to call back.
Where are we? Meng Hao asked calmly. Lu Suntao was surprised when he received a call from Meng Hao.
He quickly straightened up, put the phone tightly to his ear, and reported to Meng Hao respectfully with the attitude of an elementary school student reporting to his teacher.
Hello, Mr. Meng.
Except for a few who are temporarily unable to leave, all the senior executives of Quanjian Life have already arrived in Salt Lake City and are preparing to book the best 5-star hotel in the city to meet with you.
Excuse me, when is a convenient time for you to come and meet them? Oh? More than half of the senior executives of Quanjian Life Insurance Group are here?
It seems that they take themselves very seriously. However, this is not the time to be fancy or showy.
We'll talk about these things later. You should hurry to the city hospital now. Human lives are at stake. Meng Hao said in an urgent tone.
Okay, I'll prepare the medical equipment and rush over by helicopter. Lu Suntao said seriously. He could feel that this patient was in danger at any time, and that the patient was extremely important to Meng Hao.
Hang up the phone. Meng Hao walked to the elevator and prepared to go to the top-floor helipad.
Chen Wei watched Meng Hao make a phone call in confusion, and at the same time, he kept scolding Meng Hao angrily.
Why, are you planning to put oil on your feet?
I never thought that Meng Hao, the top 5 student when he was young, would grow up to be a boastful courier boy.
Do you want me to call a taxi for you, 5 good students, Meng Hao? Don't you even know how to use the elevator?
To go down, press the down button, and to go up, press the up button. Chen Wei, who thought that his face was unprecedentedly satisfied, belittled Meng Hao at all costs.
Meng Hao had no intention of paying any attention to this inexplicable crazy barking. However, Chen Wei's barking did remind him. I'm afraid an ordinary elevator can't accommodate Lu Suntao and the equipment he brought. Director He, may I ask, does the hospital have a freight elevator? Meng Hao asked politely.
He was stunned for a moment, not knowing why Meng Hao asked this.
However, out of politeness he answered immediately.
There is a special elevator passage to facilitate patients to undergo surgery.
He answered in confusion. Please open it. Lu Suantao's medical helicopter will be here soon. Meng Hao requested politely. What? Lu Suntao is coming? Would my mentor fly to Salt Lake City specifically with medical equipment?
This feeling is no less than hearing that an international superstar brings a full set of musical instruments and leads his entire team to perform a concert in a rural town with a makeshift troupe.
This shock is really amazing.
However, seeing how calm and confident Meng Hao was, it didn't seem like he was bragging. He, who has been practicing medicine for more than 20 years, hesitated for a moment and notified the staff to activate the elevator passage dedicated to surgery.
He, who always seeks stability, would rather believe it exists than not. Besides, it's just using the elevator, so it's not a big deal.
Chen Wei, who had always been ignored by Meng Hao, was still barking wildly.
What a boast, a helicopter. Lu Suntao is coming. Where is this idiot doctor? You're just bragging. Can you be more decent? Forget about the medical helicopter. Even an ordinary civilian helicopter is not something you are qualified to see. Do you know how expensive routes and takeoff permits are?
Chen Wei, who thought he had found Meng Hao's weak spot and kept criticizing him, suddenly discovered a problem.
Lu Suntao? Dr. Lu Suntao, an authority on Quanjian Life in the United States? The guy who just informed him that he couldn't get an appointment with Dr. Lu Suntao? Are you just bragging? Dr. Lu Suntao couldn't even get an appointment with his friend.
You know, that guy's father is a powerful figure at the level of mayor.
Boast. Definitely bragging.
Chen Wei thought Meng Hao wanted to run to the top floor and then take another elevator to the ground floor to leave. After all, it would be too embarrassing to put oil on the soles of your feet now.
No.
He must completely expose Meng Hao and not let him get away so easily.
Without saying a word, Chen Wei followed Meng Hao into the elevator. Tang Yanyan and several relatives also took the elevator upstairs.
Buzz buzz buzz.
The helipad on the rooftop of Salt Lake City First People's Hospital.
As Meng Hao, Tang Yanyan, and a group of relatives watched with their own thoughts, a pure white medical helicopter with a red cross painted on it flew over. The helicopter came to a stop. Dr. Lu Suntao, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and had an unprecedentedly straight back, jumped down first. His face was full of anxiety, and his eyes were scanning the crowd, as if he was looking for someone.
Teacher.
Hiyu's lips trembled, his eyes sparkling. He quickly stretched out his hand and tremblingly walked forward to shake hands with Lu Suntao, who was nearly 10 years younger than him. It has been 5 or 6 years since we last met in the United States.
I haven't listened to the teachings of my teacher in person.
Lu Suntao took some time to look at Hiyu, lingering on him for a few seconds. He simply ignored the enthusiasm of this loyal and filial student, walked to the front of the crowd, and asked in a trembling voice.
That's Meng Hao, Director Meng? Meng Hao? Mr. Meng?
Which company is he a director of?
Could it be from Quanjian Life Medical Group? Just when everyone was looking surprised, Meng Hao stood up. I am. Meng Hao said calmly. You are so young, you are really promising.
You don't know that after you acquired 10% of Quanjian Life Medical Group's shares and became a shareholder, all the Chinese in our group were proud and stood up straight. You are the backbone of us overseas Chinese, and you give us the courage to face the contempt of the outside world head-on.
107, garbage should be left in a forgotten corner.
Meng Hao bent the fingers of both hands and rubbed his temples with the joints.
There is an old Chinese saying, don't hit someone who smiles at you.
Especially Lu Suntao, a Quanjian life science doctor who was full of gratitude, thanks and admiration for Meng Hao.
Only. Brother, can you please say these words of gratitude in a different setting? He surely is still lying in the ICU ward.
Tang Yanyan, who was beside him with tears in her eyes, was about to pinch her fingernails into her flesh.
Dr. Lu, that's right. I appreciate your gratitude to me.
By the way,
can you please perform the surgery on the patient first? Meng Hao somewhat helplessly interrupted Lu Suantao's endless stream of compliments. The speech stopped abruptly. The atmosphere on the helipad on the rooftop of Salt Lake First People's Hospital seemed a bit awkward at one point.
Hiyu looked at his mentor who had choked back his words, then looked at Meng Hao. Mr. Meng, we can understand your feelings about treating patients, but this person is my mentor, a global leader in brain medicine, and a doctor of Quanjian Life Medical Group. After all, Lu Suntao was his mentor, so Hiyu quickly spoke up for him.
Lu Suntao frowned. Hiyu, how can you talk to Mr. Meng like that?
Although you only studied medicine with me for 3 months in a short-term training course, you cannot be considered my disciple in the strict sense.
Moreover, even in short-term training courses, I have repeatedly emphasized that the patient's life is more important than anything else.
Facing Hiyu, who was more than 10 years older than him and had some gray hair on his temples, Lu Suntao scolded him without any hesitation, just like a stern teacher criticizing a naughty primary school student.
Gurgle.
Hiyu choked back his words before he could finish them. Well, the flattery hit the horse's leg. You were clearly the one who looked calm and unhurried, so how come it became your fault? However, what exactly is the origin of this Meng Hao that makes a world-renowned doctor of brain medicine like himself so nervous? Hiyu, who was always calm, forced himself to suppress his curiosity and didn't dare to ask any more questions, but one thing was certain. Meng Hao was definitely someone that he couldn't afford to offend.
I have to say,
the medical helicopter is large enough to accommodate a full set of rescue equipment for the ICU for 5 people, and it is the latest equipment specially moved from Quanjian Life Science Laboratory in the United States.
As for Chen Wei,
he was already scared silly, standing there like a wooden block, with blank eyes and drooling from the corners of his mouth, looking like a complete idiot. However, Meng Hao didn't have time to deal with this bastard at this moment. After all, trash should stay where it belongs and be forgotten by people. Lu Suntao is truly the pride of the Chinese people. He is the first person in China to enter the senior management of Quanjian Life with his excellent medical skills. He led a group of experts and professors to study something that had been unsuccessful for several days. He took a look at the CT scan and completed the surgical plan in less than an hour.
He immediately decided to prepare for the surgery in the afternoon. Of course, this is inseparable from the batch of high-tech medical equipment that he specially airlifted. Outside the ward,
Tang Yanyan held Meng Hao's hand, and her charming eyes kept glancing at the ward and Meng Hao's face.
However, when he looked at the ward, the worry in his eyes was a little less. When he looked at Meng Hao, there was a little more conviction and determination. Outside the ward, relatives were chattering endlessly. I didn't expect that Chen Wei was so capable that he actually invited Professor Lu Suntao to come. It seems that Chen Xiuli's illness can be cured. Come to think of it, I really underestimated Chen Wei before. I need to spend more time with him in the future. Speaking of which, my neighbor's daughter hasn't found a date yet. I wonder if Chen Wei is interested in her. Human nature always seeks benefits and avoids harm.
They all mistakenly thought that Lu Suntao was invited by Chen Wei.
Not far away,
Meng Hao, who was held by Tang Yanyan, had a faint smile on his face. He looked at Chen Xiuli, whose face was gradually becoming rosy, through the glass of the ICU ward. The disturbances from the outside world.
People who are not important are talking and pointing fingers.
For Meng Hao, even listening to a few sentences was a waste of time.
It seems that the special medicine Lu Suntao brought is effective.
Meng Hao glanced at Tang Yanyan and said with a smile, "You haven't had a drop of water this morning. Now that your mother is safe, go eat something and don't ruin your health."
Tang Yanyan nodded, changing her previous unruly and devilish personality, and took Meng Hao's arm obediently and walked downstairs. The nosy relatives behind me started chattering again. Look at Meng Hao.
He was a top 5 student when he was young, but he became a useless courier when he grew up. Besides being able to coax his cousin, he has no real skills and can only brag. They are not children anymore, and they are still so intimate.
It is simply immoral. By the way, where is Chen Wei? I need to have a good chat with him. My son hasn't found a job yet. Now that he's rich, and we're relatives, I need to ask him for help to help my son find a job. Ordinary people like to judge a hero by his success or failure.
Those relatives who did not follow to the rooftop helipad began to take sides, hoping to curry favor with Chen Wei by suppressing Meng Hao. Until a relative who knew the inside story came and interrupted the boring relatives' gossip behind their backs with a look of surprise on their faces. "You don't think it was Professor Lu Suntao that Chen Wei invited? They came here for Meng Hao's sake, and they personally used a helicopter to transport medical equipment from the United States.
I guess Chen Wei has already run away." Silence. Dead silence. These talkative relatives must be regretting their actions now.
They slandered others in front of Meng Hao, so it will be difficult for them to get close to them now. It's all Chen Wei's fault.
He messed everything up.
Chen Wei, who was just considered a hero in everyone's heart, suddenly became a rat crossing the street again, and everyone wanted to kill him.
Afternoon.
Lu Suntao removed the fatal tumor that was compressing Chen Xiuli's brain blood vessels in the ICU. The moment he removed the tumor, sweat was all over the floor.
The operation lasted more than 3 hours.
The last time I underwent such a strenuous operation was on the leader of a small country.
Mr. Meng, the patient's operation was successful. As long as you rest for another month or 2, you will be fully recovered. Do you need me to stay and take care of you?
In public, in front of all the relatives, Lu Suntao asked Meng Hao for instructions in an extremely polite manner. He is worthy of being the world's #1 brain expert. Sudden cerebral hemorrhage, an almost irreversible disease, was resolved so easily. If Lu Suntao stays here, the hospital will definitely become a sensation, and all kinds of politicians and businessmen who want to ask him to perform surgery will flock here. What Chen Xiuli needs now is quiet rest, and Lu Suntao has said that there will be absolutely no problem with Chen Xiuli's illness.
No need, you can go back and get busy first. Meng Hao nodded.
Okay, but I suggest to Mr. Meng that after the patient has rested for a few days, it would be better to transfer him to the hospital under Quanjian Life Group in Kyoto City.
After all, the medical environment here is too backward.
Lu Suntao asked with a soliciting look, "I will arrange a helicopter to pick up the patient in 3 days.
What do you think?" Okay. Meng Hao nodded. 118, Classmates Reunion, Breaking Up a Couple Part 1.
According to Lu Suantao's instructions, it would take at least 3 days for Chen Xiuli to be transferred to Kyoto by helicopter. Tang Yanyan dragged Meng Hao to her side again and refused to let him leave, saying that she felt anxious when she couldn't see him. With no other options, Meng Hao could only stay in his hometown for a few days. However, Meng Hao has never really had a rest as he has been delivering couriers since graduation.
It just so happens that I took advantage of these few days at home to give myself a vacation. Watch TV series until dawn and sleep until you wake up naturally. After waking up, Meng Hao went to have a meal at Shaxian, braised chicken, and Lanzhou ramen, 3 major Chinese food giants. He completely let himself go and lived a leisurely life. His parents were taking care of Chen Xiuli in the hospital, while Tang Yinyan was staying by her mother's side all the time. There was really no one taking care of him. That day, Meng Hao, who had just finished eating a chicken leg and still wasn't satisfied, ordered another one. Just as he was about to finish this juicy chicken leg, he heard a familiar voice. Meng Hao? A young man with a flat head, holding a scantily clad girl in his arms and twirling a BMW key in his hand, looking like a fighting rooster, shouted at Meng Hao outside the store. Meng Hao held half a chicken leg in his mouth and looked outside the door at Shaxian Snacks. High school classmate, Zhou Qiyuan? Hey, long time no see. Meng Hao shouted chicken legs and greeted him vaguely. In middle school, Meng Hao was a top 5 student in the school idol, while Zhou Qiyuan, although he looked okay, was an out-and-out gangster. These two people have absolutely nothing in common. However, Meng Hao worked in Kyoto during his 4 years in college, and he worked as a courier for a year after graduation. So he hasn't interacted with his classmates for more than 5 years. Now, when he saw Zhou Qiyuan, although he was not familiar with him, he felt the excitement of meeting an old friend. But, the next moment, Zhou Qiyuan's words were like a basin of cold water, completely extinguishing Meng Hao's enthusiasm and goodwill. Hey, handsome Meng, why are you here to eat Shaxian? Zhou Qiyuan hugged the woman tighter. I remember when we were in school, you were both excellent in character and academics, and a model for the whole school. After graduating from university, you are doing so badly? Meng Hao's smile began to freeze on his face. Remember this girl? She chased you in middle school. But it's no wonder. When you're in school, you compare grades. After you graduate, you compare money. In the past few years, my family has had several houses demolished and paid tens of millions in compensation. Now my buddy has also started a company. I heard that you've been hanging around in Kyoto since you graduated. If you can't make it and can't find a job, why don't you come work as a security guard here? You'll get a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, and all 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. How about that? Meng Hao's smile disappeared completely. He took a piece of meat from the chicken leg leisurely and chewed it slowly. Yeah, it's hard to find a job after graduation. Now I'm delivering packages. After all, they were high school classmates, so Meng Hao planned to give him some face. Besides, he didn't think there was anything wrong with delivering express packages. He soon made billions of dollars in assets by delivering express packages. Alas, Zhou Qiyuan has not seen much of the world after all, and he thinks he can be very proud just because he has a few million. A courier? Zhou Qiyuan was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Lin Qinshan, did you hear that? Your Prince Charming from high school has become a courier. Lin Qinshan, who was held in Zhou Qiyuan's arms and covered in cheap entry-level luxury goods, rolled her eyes. I just sent him a love letter at that time. Who knew he would become such a poor guy after graduation? Lin Qinshan seemed to feel that pursuing Meng Hao was the biggest stain in her life. Lin Qinshan? Meng Hao looked at the alluring woman who was wearing clothes that didn't reveal much flesh with suspicion. Don't think about me. I am Mr. Zhou's woman. I was blinded by hormones in high school. Lin Qinshan quickly snuggled into Zhou Qiyuan's arms. Meng Hao smiled awkwardly. You may have some misunderstandings. There were so many girls chasing after me in middle school that I can't remember who you are. Even if I could barely remember you, judging by the way you're dressed now, I'd probably be face blind. Meng Hao spoke seriously and explained everything in detail. You. Lin Qinshan was furious. Zhou Qiyuan was also stunned for a moment, and then his face became gloomy. I didn't expect that our Mangda campus hunk has no other skills but is getting more and more eloquent. Zhou Qiyuan provoked Meng Hao. It just so happens that a dozen of our classmates are having a party at the KTV nearby. Do you want to go and have some fun together? Zhou Qiyuan looked at Meng Hao provocatively. If he agreed, he would be bringing humiliation upon himself. If he refused, he would be a coward, and Zhou Qiyuan would definitely ridicule him. Unexpectedly, Meng Hao looked at the rice bowl in front of him with an embarrassed expression. What? Are you scared? Zhou Qiyuan was just about to start mocking mode. That's not the case. I haven't paid for the meal yet. Meng Hao spread his hands helplessly. Zhou Qiyuan was amused. This Meng Hao is really a rubbish. Are you planning to refuse to pay for a meal of Shaxian snacks that cost more than 10 yuan? Okay, I'll pay for you. Zhou Qiyuan took out $100 bill and slapped it on the table. That's great. Meng Hao's face was full of joy. Boss, give me 20 more chicken legs to pack up, and he will pay for it. Soon. The chicken legs are packed. But Meng Hao still had no plans to leave. What's wrong with you again? Zhou Qiyuan felt a nameless anger rising in his heart. He had originally intended to embarrass Meng Hao, but he always felt like he was being made a fool of. 20 chicken legs cost 120. Meng Hao said seriously, adding the chicken leg rice I had before, the total cost is 137. Yes, Zhou Qiyuan guessed correctly. Meng Hao, with an innocent look on his face, was just teasing him. Fengyun Karaoke Club is a famous KTV in Salt Lake City. In the luxurious box, under the dim light, more than 20 men and women were hugging each other. They were doing all kinds of things, but no one was singing. Click, click. As soon as Zhou Qiyuan entered the room, he turned on all the lights in the box. Suddenly, the darkness was completely dispelled. Under the light, these familiar-looking male classmates had their hands placed in some indescribable positions on their female companions, but no one's hands were placed outside. Fuck, Zhou Qiyuan, you're crazy. I can't see clearly when the light is suddenly turned on. Fuck, are you sick? For a moment, there were curses everywhere. It seems that these old classmates didn't care about Zhou Qiyuan seeing where their hands were, but were annoyed by the strong light. It seems that they have organized such lewd parties more than once or twice. Hey, guys, stop spraying, look who this is? Zhou Qiyuan shouted loudly while holding the microphone. He was so angry that he couldn't wait to humiliate Meng Hao. As their pupils gradually adjusted to the dazzling light, the students saw a familiar person standing at the door carrying a takeaway box. 109, Classmates Reunion, Breaking Up a Couple Part 2. Meng Hao? Some sharp-eyed people recognized at a glance that the boy carrying a takeaway box and exuding a spicy smell was none other than Meng Hao, their idol from high school. Yes, it's me. Meng Hao was not polite. He nodded at the group of classmates who were wearing various brand name clothes, found an empty seat and sat down, casually opened the takeaway box of Shaxian snacks, tore out a chicken leg with tissue paper, and stuffed it into his mouth. Meng Hao's action caused the students present to be speechless, and they were a little confused about what he was up to. Zhou Qiyuan smiled coldly, holding the microphone and continued speaking. I solemnly introduce you to Meng Hao, the school idol of our high school days, a top-ranked student, and now a glorious courier. What? Courier? All the students at the scene were a little confused. Didn't they say that this guy went to Kyoto Film and Television Academy after the college entrance examination? That is the best film and television academy in China. For example, Yang Mi and Pang Yuyan both graduated from Kyoto Film and Television Academy. Even if Meng Hao failed to become a big star, he could at least be a third-tier director. How could he become a courier? Hey, brother Hao, you're in such a bad state, said an obese classmate with a forced smile. The former top student and school idol has fallen to become a courier boy and even eats Shaxian snacks. TSK, life is so unpredictable. Another classmate with a face full of acne started to sneer. How about we brothers pool some money together to help him open a small shop or set up a stall or something? Someone sneered maliciously. Those who can hang out with Zhou Qiyuan are all worth millions or even tens of millions of dollars. It may not mean much in Kyoto, but in a third or fourth tier small city like Salt Lake City, he can barely be considered a rich man. These evil-minded guys couldn't help but feel secretly happy when they saw Meng Hao, a well-known figure in high school who was once high and mighty and whom they could only look up to, had fallen into this state. They all wanted to step on him a few times right away. Faced with the ridicule, disdain, and mockery of his old classmates, Meng Hao shrugged disapprovingly. I'm a courier. What's wrong with delivering packages? You can earn a living with your own hands. Much better than you. Is the courier much better than me? For a moment, all the students burst into laughter and looked at Meng Hao as if he was a lunatic. Meng Hao, what stimulated you? If you are sick, you need to be treated. I know a few good psychiatrists. Can I introduce them to you? Do you know these girls? They are all our classmates. Many of them pursued you back then. Now, we have made them all sleep soundly. Many people, after they have suddenly become rich from being poor, the first thing they do is to show off to the world and seduce women who were once out of their reach. Just like these women with heavy makeup.
When they were in middle school, these girls would rather chase Meng Hao than even look at these classmates. Now that everyone has money, it is natural for them to sleep with the women they once could not get. It just so happened that Meng Hao, who had once dominated them, was also there, and had fallen to the point of being a courier.
They were so happy. Really? But money does allow you to do whatever you want.
Besides, I've also heard a saying that at a class reunion, breaking up a couple is a good thing.
Meng Hao crossed his legs, gnawing on a chicken leg, and laughed happily. Ha ha ha.
The whole room burst into laughter.
Meng Hao, wake up. You thought we were still in school? Just because you're handsome, you can pick up girls? You need money now. If you don't believe me, ask these women, are they willing to leave you? Ask? Then just ask.
Meng Hao lazily stood up, picked up an unused microphone, and blew into it.
By the way, are you willing to leave the man next to you?
There was deathly silence in the box.
The high school female classmates who once pursued Meng Hao looked at him with dim eyes.
As they were once male gods, it was impossible for them not to be moved at all.
But, we are all adults now. Being handsome alone can't fill your stomach. The cost of going to Korea for facials, the money to buy bags, and the down payment for the house all have to be paid by the group of disgusting men around them whom they once looked down upon. Why? How did the former male god become like this? Ha, Meng Hao, have you felt the beating from society? Seeing Meng Hao being humiliated, Zhou Qiyuan laughed. This is the real world. You want to break up the relationship with your face? Dream on. Meng Hao patted his forehead inside. How come all these good classmates have become like this? It seems that money is indeed everything. How about this, 500,000 yuan for each girl to leave the man next to you? 500,000 per person?
There are nearly 20 girls here, that's 10 million.
Zhou Qiyuan's total net worth is only a few tens of millions.
This Meng Hao is so shameless that he can throw out 10 million with just one sentence.
Has this guy really become stupid from reading so much? Everyone responded.
Meng Hao took out his cell phone and called the bank. As a person with a deposit of 1 billion, any bank would have full-time customer service staff and would treat Meng Hao like a boss. Prepare 10 million, put it in 20 boxes, and send it to Fengyun KTV for me, quickly.
Meng Hao said absent-mindedly. Phew. Zhou Qiyuan couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Meng Hao, you are going crazy. Can you please go home? Don't disturb my buddies eating, drinking, and having fun. I don't have 10 million. I'll give you 1,000. Go home and check your brain.
Zhou Qiyuan pulled out 10 brand new $100 bills from his bag and threw them at Meng Hao's feet.
Arrogant and infinitely presumptuous.
Meng Hao rolled his eyes at Zhou Qiyuan, then sat back in his seat and devoured the braised chicken leg in front of him with relish.
Boom boom boom. Soon, someone knocked on the box door. 10 young and handsome bank employees dressed in black uniforms walked in with humility on their faces. Hello, distinguished guest Mr. Meng Hao. Here is 10 million, divided into 20 boxes. Please count them.
The leading staff said respectfully.
Open it. Meng Hao said calmly.
Click, click. All 20 boxes were opened at the same time, revealing neatly stacked banknotes, brand new and smelling of ink.
Well, I just said, whoever wants to break up can take a box and leave. Since it's a class reunion, we have to put on a good show. If you can break up a couple, then they are a couple, right?
The crows and magpies were silent.
It was dead silent.
Under the white light, the neatly arranged banknotes appear particularly dazzling.
Actually, they're real money?
Lin Qinshan, who was beside Zhou Qiyuan, picked up a stack of money at random, his face full of shock. Then she slapped Zhou Qiyuan in the face with her backhand. You pervert, you actually want to find a brother to sleep with this girl.
It's disgusting. You are not even as good as Meng Hao by a single toe.
Then, she picked up a box of banknotes and stood next to Meng Hao with a flirtatious look in her eyes. It seemed that as long as Meng Hao beckoned her finger, this girl, who had just been extremely affectionate with Zhou Qiyuan, would immediately serve Meng Hao well.
Clap, clap, clap.
The sound of slapping continued to be heard in the box. There were constantly female classmates who repented and returned to the right path. The eldest brother slapped the male companion next to him, then cursed him a few words, picked up a box of banknotes, and stood in front of Meng Hao in a flattering manner. I'm sorry, I just wanted to break up a few couples. Meng Hao sighed and threw the chicken leg bone on the ground.
I didn't expect that I would steal all your girls away. Your relationship really can't stand the test of money. 110. Evildoers need to be punished by evildoers. Sunrise. Meng Hao woke up from his milky white goose-down quilt. It's going to be another busy day. Tang Yanyan's mother, Chen Xiuli, has been brought to Kyoto and is staying in the intensive care unit of Quanjian Life. Every bed in Quanjian Life Insurance Group's hospital is worth thousands of gold. Countless dignitaries spend tens or even hundreds of millions just to get a chance to stay there. After all, entering Quanjian Life Insurance is basically equivalent to being able to bring the patient back to life. Meng Hao, on the other hand, directly used Quanjian Life's ward as a sanatorium for Chen Xiuli. Of course, by the time he left his home in Salt Lake City, he had become a legend among his high school classmates. Meng Hao, a former top student and school idol, started delivering couriers after graduating from Kyoto Film and Television Academy. Then, due to the ridicule of his old classmates, he spent 10 million yuan and put into practice the truth of every couple is separated at a class reunion at the class reunion. This made Meng Hao a legend among his classmates in Kyoto High School. After delivering the express, this legendary figure took the opportunity to go to the hospital to visit Tang Yanyan's mother, Chen Xiuli. After 10 days of rest, the aunt no longer showed any signs of having suffered a stroke. Meng Hao, thank you for finding such a good hospital for me, which saved my life. Chen Xiuli, with gray hair on her temples, said with gratitude. That's right, brother is the best. He is 1,000 times better than that boastful Chen Wei. Tang Yanyan proudly put her arms around Meng Hao's waist. If the relatives hadn't been there, she would have kissed him. We are all relatives, there is no need to be polite. Meng Hao stroked Tang Yanyan's hair and said politely. That's right. Sooner or later, we'll be a family. Don't be polite, Mom. Tang Yanyan hugged Meng Hao tighter. There was something else in Tang Yanyan's words. Chen Xiuli was clearly talking about relatives, but she insisted that they would be a family sooner or later. There was a hint of gloom and hesitation in Chen Xiuli's eyes, as if she was considering whether to announce that Tang Yanyan was not her biological daughter. Since she was a child, this girl has always liked to stick to Meng Hao. Now it seems that Meng Hao is rich, filial, and kind-hearted, so he should be a good match for them. However, I don't know if this girl can bear it if I rashly tell her that she was adopted. This is also interesting for mother and daughter. Tang Yanyan pretended to be ignorant even though she knew the truth, for fear that if she told Chen Xiuli that she knew the child was not her biological daughter, it would make Chen Xiuli mentally unstable and her condition would relapse. Chen Xiuli was worried that her daughter would not be able to bear the fact that Tang Yanyan was not her biological daughter. The mother and daughter each had their own thoughts, and their uncle Chen Chang was getting a little restless. As the nominal head of the family, he had a cold face and scolded Tang Yanyan. What are you talking about? You are cousins. Aren't you afraid of being criticized if you tell others about the hugging and kissing? Besides, some people have been gossiping that your relationship is unusual. You guys need to be careful. After hearing this, Tang Yanyan became unhappy. She is filial in front of her mother, and occasionally willful in front of Meng Hao, but when dealing with outsiders, she is an absolute little witch. What's more, now that he has Meng Hao's support, he is even more lawless and afraid of no one. Who is gossiping behind my back? He's my brother, I'm happy to stick with him, what's wrong? If we weren't related, I would still marry him. Humph. Meng Hao. Tang Yanyan knew that she was not her biological daughter. Is saying this in front of my mother and uncle a disguised confession? Sure enough, a hint of joy flashed in Chen Xiuli's eyes. However, the honest uncle was so angry that his face turned blue. He acted like the head of the family and ridiculed Meng Hao. Meng Hao, you need to pay more attention to your image. Although our Chen family is not a famous family, it is also a large family with a large population. Don't think that just because you have a few bucks, you can do whatever you want without regard for your dignity. Some relatives said that Dr. Lu Suntao was actually hired by Chen Wei, and you just happened to pick up a ready-made one. As a person, you need to be low-key, restrained, and stop when you are ahead. Meng Hao, Sigma. No need to guess. This so-called rumor must have been spread by Chen Wei. This rubbish guy, his bluffing was exposed, his pretense was slapped in the face, he must get back at his sense of humiliation. Not daring to say it in front of Meng Hao, he did something behind his back. However, some relatives helped him spread rumors, which must have been due to their taking advantage of his kindness. Before Meng Hao could say anything, Tang Yanyan became angry. Uncle, can you stop being so old-fashioned? Do you think this is the old society? You are so capable, why don't you find a doctor to cure my mother's illness? At worst, go teach Chen Wei a lesson. You bully the weak and fear the strong. Do you think my brother is easy to bully? If you make me angry, I will marry no one but my brother. What's wrong with that? Tang Yanyan's witchy temperament was fully displayed, and she made Chen Chang tremble all over. However, she did speak to Chen Chang's heart. As soon as Chen Wei appeared on the stage, he started to show off his power, and kept saying how awesome my buddy was and that his brother was the son of a certain leader. This really frightened Chen Wei and his relatives at home. However, Meng Hao was not very conspicuous, and after arriving in Kyoto, it was discovered that he was indeed delivering express packages every day. It goes against common sense that a courier could know a medical doctor like Lu Suntao. Coupled with Chen Wei's boasting behind the scenes, many relatives really believed that Lu Suntao was invited by Chen Wei, and Meng Hao just took advantage of him. It's indecent. Family misfortune. Chen Xiuli, look at the good daughter you taught. If this gets out and Chen Wei hears it, I'll stop your medication and see if your illness can be cured. After being confronted by Tang Yanyan, Chen Chang, who acted like an elder, let it slip that he had long believed that it was Lu Suntao who was invited by Chen Wei. Nonsense, apologize to your uncle. Chen Xiuli couldn't stand it anymore. I won't. Tang Yanyan tilted her head and didn't look at Chen Chang. No matter if he is my uncle or not, if you say something wrong or do something wrong, you should be criticized. I didn't do anything wrong, why should I apologize? Chen Xiuli, who was weak by nature, looked at Meng Hao for help. Meng Hao, your sister is acting silly, please help me persuade her. Chen Xiuli said. Meng Hao smiled. Are you fooling around? I think what Yin Yan said is quite right. If that bastard Chen Wei really has the ability to stop your medication, just let him stop it. With Meng Hao's support, Tang Yanyan became more lawless. Meng Hao, you. Uncle Chen Chang was about to scold again. Meng Hao rolled his eyes. After all, they are family relatives, and he can't follow Tang Yanyan's example and scold Chen Chang, but it is not his style to listen to Chen Chang's lecture here. Just ignore it and leave. Before Chen Chang finished speaking, Meng Hao pushed the door and left. I'm going to the nurse's station to ask about my aunt's recent condition. Yan Yan, you stay and take care of your mother. Meng Hao chose to slip away immediately. If Chen Chang really wants to scold someone, let him scold Tang Yanyan. However, given the little witch's stubborn personality, Chen Chang would probably be so angry that he would lie down on the spot and be sent to the ICU for emergency treatment. It takes another evildoer to deal with the evil. Crash. Meng Hao, who had just gone out, was hit in the waist by a medical cart. Crash, crash. Various 4 bottles and medicines were scattered all over the floor. 111. Beautiful woman was hit by a fake insurance and forced to treat others to a meal. The person pushing the medicine cart was a female nurse. Her slightly curly hair was hidden under the milky white nurse cap, and through the loose nurse uniform, one could vaguely see her well-proportioned and curvy figure. Be careful. Meng Hao's waist was hit and it hurt a little. He complained subconsciously. The curly-haired female nurse seemed to be distracted, but when she heard Meng Hao's complaints, she immediately reacted and kept apologizing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just thinking about something and bumped into you. I beg your pardon. Ha! This nurse, who has an appearance score of 85, is also quite polite. Isn't it said that a girl's temper is usually proportional to her appearance? For example, my younger sister, the little witch Tang Yanyan. It's okay, just be careful. Meng Hao waved his hand. Seeing that the girl was quite polite, he said a few more words. It's okay if you bump into me. Don't be distracted when giving patients an infusion in the future, or you will cause a medical accident. Meng Hao, it's well-intentioned. As a result, the beautiful nurse didn't say a word, and a gangster holding flowers and wearing big brand logos all over his body rushed over with flowers in his hands. Hey, man, what are you talking about? Are you qualified to teach my woman a lesson? If you have the ability, let's practice alone. The gangster, holding flowers in one hand and with his other arm covered with tattoos, sprayed Meng Hao with a ferocious look. Well, there is a flower protector waiting here. Meng Hao frowned, looked at the beautiful nurse, then looked at the tattooed gangster, and prepared to leave without saying a word. He never likes to waste too much time on trashy people. Fuck. You're blocking my Pan Lianlian's way, and you want to leave now. If you don't apologize today, don't expect to have an easy life.
Seeing that Meng Hao didn't say anything, the thug thought he was easy to bully, so he planned to blackmail him. After all, the hero saving the beauty scene is something you can only encounter by chance.
Pan Lian Lian?
Meng Hao glanced at the beautiful nurse whose face was filled with both shyness and anger, and sighed in his heart.
The girl is a good girl. Why is it called this crappy name? Pan Lian Lian? What about Pan Jin Lian?
I guess it's because the name was not chosen well, and it has been tainted by tattooed thugs who are like clinging flies in trash.
Do you know who I am? I am Zhang Chengcheng. Do you know my background?
My father is Zhang Er.
My father, Zhang Er, go ask around.
Everyone knows that my father, Zhang Er, is a famous wealthy businessman in Kyoto.
I have assets worth hundreds of millions. I can kill you in a minute. Do you believe it? My father is Zhang Er?
This sounds like the name of a plot in some third-rate boring movie.
Speaking of which, who did the name Zhang Er offend?
In TV dramas and in real life, it becomes synonymous with being cheated.
Also, tattooed gangster, do you have any misunderstandings about money? Just a few $100 million, is that enough to cost Meng Hao his life?
Also, with this long speech, are you scolding Meng Hao or are you deliberately showing off in front of the beautiful nurse?
Meng Hao suddenly understood why this beautiful nurse named Pan Lian Lian was distracted. Any girl would be uneasy if she was entangled with such a gangster and scumbag. Meng Hao stopped, turned around and walked to the beautiful nurse. Pan Lian Lian? This scumbag is right. I do need to apologize. What?
The beautiful nurse's eyes were filled with shock. The patients, male doctors and nurses in the hospital who were attracted here were also a little surprised.
Meng Hao looks handsome and sunny, how could he be a coward?
After being frightened by Zhang Chengcheng, he immediately changed his attitude.
Zhang Chengcheng, this is a hospital. If you continue to make trouble, I will call security. Another female nurse couldn't stand it anymore.
She looked at Meng Hao with contempt and said while suppressing her anger. Zhang Chengcheng rolled her eyes and looked at Meng Hao with a smile on her face. Call the security guards. Believe it or not, I will call my dad and have him complain to your leader. Pan Lian Lian, you see, any passerby can be frightened by my family's wealth, so just obey me.
Please accept this flower. I will take you to dinner tonight.
Meng Hao scratched his head and glanced at Zhang Chengcheng with a strange look.
Where did this stray dog come from, barking like crazy?
Meng Hao looked at the beautiful nurse Pan Lian Lian and said seriously, I mean, you hit someone, so you should apologize.
ISNT at Meng Hao who apologized. Should Pan Lian Lian apologize to Meng Hao?
The situation changed so quickly that the onlookers had no idea what was going on.
Yes, I'm sorry, I just apologized.
After all, she was the one who hit someone, so Pan Lian Lian apologized again.
If apologizing is useful, why do we need the police? Meng Hao took out his cell phone. Leave me your WeChat? Leave an apology on WeChat?
This is obviously a way to flirt with girls. Zhang Chengcheng, who had been so arrogant just now, became so angry when he saw the people around him laughing. This handsome passerby must be trying to embarrass himself on purpose.
He has been pestering for so long but still couldn't get Pan Lian Lian's WeChat. How could this guy get it so easily? Pan Lian Lian was a little stunned.
After adding WeChat, please treat me to a meal tonight, even if it means you have apologized.
How about that?
Meng Hao said with a smile, of course, you can also refuse and then feed dog food to the barking dog. If Meng Hao had just been trying to embarrass Zhang Chengcheng indirectly just now, then now he was blatantly slapping him in the face and calling him a dog.
Okay. Pan Lian Lian nodded repeatedly.
Although she didn't want to cause trouble for Meng Hao, she was even more reluctant to have dinner with Zhang Chengcheng. Moreover, seeing Meng Hao's confident look, it seemed that he didn't take Zhang Chengcheng seriously at all. Maybe, this young and handsome passerby is really a big shot.
Fuck, what's your name? How dare you call me a dog? Do you dare to tell me your name and where you live? I'll send someone to your house and break your legs, do you believe it?
Zhang Chengcheng's face was filled with fury. Meng Hao slapped his forehead.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. You shouldn't call you a dog. It's an insult to dogs.
After all, a dog is definitely a dog, but a person is not necessarily a person. Meng Hao was too lazy to bother with such trash, but since the other party had the audacity to bully him, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson and letting him accept a beating from society.
Alpaca, who the hell are you? Zhang Qingqing's lips turned purple and his hands were shaking with anger. Meng Hao.
My house is quite close. My house has several artificial lakes and 500 or 600 rooms.
If you can guess where they are, you're welcome to come and get beaten.
Meng Hao glanced coldly at Zhang Chengcheng, who was so angry that his 3 corpse gods were jumping up and down, then reached out his hand and pinched Pan Lianlian's face in a very exaggerated manner.
Remember to treat me to dinner tonight to express your apology,
Meng Hao said with a smile. In ancient times, Pan Jinlian accidentally dropped a wooden stick and provoked Pan Jinlian.
Today, Pan Lianlian accidentally bumped into Meng Hao and was tragically invited to dinner by fraud.
As for Zhang Chengcheng, he was so angry that he wanted to rush up and beat Meng Hao up.
112. Flies don't bite seamless rotten eggs.
The gazes of the onlookers quickly changed from watching the fun and joking to envy and jealousy.
However, as human beings, they at least remained restrained and did not bark like Zhang Chengcheng. Who is this passerby? It seems to be some unknown relative in the ICU. Pan Lianlian never gives out her WeChat ID easily.
I've worked with her for so long, and I only have her work WeChat ID.
It seems this passerby got her personal WeChat ID. I'm really envious and jealous.
It seems that many people who were just watching the show have overlooked the key point.
Shouldn't they be more curious about where Meng Hao's so-called place with 5 or 6 artificial lakes and hundreds of rooms is? Why are you all jealous of Pan Lianlian? Thank you for your touch and grind. The meal was just a cover, right? There were so many people here, and you were the only one who came out to help me out. What do you want to eat? It's my treat. Obviously, Pan Lianlian also thought that Meng Hao's so-called home with hundreds of rooms and an artificial lake was fake and was deliberately done to irritate Chengcheng.
Unless it is a resort or a royal palace, how can a family have 5 or 6 artificial lakes and hundreds of houses? Moreover, it is impossible for someone who can afford to live in a royal palace to appear among the ordinary people.
Do you really think that the rich can hit it with a brick?
Pan Lianlian's words were soft but firm and powerful. The faces of the boys who were watching and were originally envious and jealous of Meng Hao turned red after hearing this.
Yes, when Pan Lianlian was harassed, only Meng Hao stood up. They were all afraid of Zhang Qingqing's family power and did not dare to say anything at all. What else more important is?
This passerby Meng Hao is still so handsome.
Standing together with Pan Lianlian, they are simply a perfect match, a golden boy and a jade girl.
It made these timid men who were just watching the show feel inferior in comparison.
I'll call you or send you a WeChat message in the evening. Pan Lianlian didn't know what she was thinking of.
Her face turned red and she pushed the medicine cart away.
Meng Hao, WW. It won't backfire.
He just wanted to appease Zhang Chengcheng and help Pan Lianlian out of trouble.
He didn't really want to have dinner with this beautiful nurse. Hello. Pan Lianlian, why are you blushing? Still stealing glances at me?
When Meng Hao was having a headache, Tang Yanyan came out. The little witch looked curiously at the strange looks the crowd gave Meng Hao, and subconsciously held Meng Hao's arm.
Brother, what's wrong? Women's intuition is sharp.
Although she had no idea what was going on, her subconscious told Tang Yanyan that she had to defend her sovereignty and declare her ownership over Meng Hao.
It's okay. Meng Hao shook his head.
He couldn't tell Tang Yanyan that he had just helped the beautiful nurse out of trouble and accidentally won the girl's heart.
Let's have dinner together tonight?
Tang Yanyan looked at Meng Hao, who looked a little strange, and said with a smile, "You have been too tired these days.
After dinner, we can go to the hotel to relax." Meng Hao. What do you mean? What's going on? Why do you want to go to the hotel to relax after dinner?
In order to thank Chen Xiuli for saving her life, she planned to marry him to her. The key point is, on the surface, you, Tang Yanyan, are his, Meng Hao's cousin.
This is not appropriate.
Moreover, it seemed that he had agreed to Pan Lianlian's dinner invitation in the evening.
Meng Hao suddenly felt like he was shooting himself in the foot.
He was in a dilemma, but a group of onlookers were envious of him.
Hugging left and right. The emperor enjoys it. 2 girls invited me to dinner at the same time. He even suggested bluntly that we go to the hotel to relax after dinner.
Many upright men who were watching, who were full of justice but also extremely envious, unanimously gave extremely high praise to Meng Hao.
Damn scumbag. Stinky Sea King. Stay on both sides of the fence.
However, the female nurses had stars in their eyes.
You bunch of straight men, what are you talking about?
This little brother Meng Hao hasn't agreed to get a room at the hotel either. You are just jealous, nakedly jealous. If you have the ability, you can be so handsome. If you have the ability, you can be a hero and save the beauty. Stand up and help her. If brother Meng Hao is willing to add me on WeChat, I will go get a room right now, even if it means paying for it. Meng Hao was confused. Listen. What kind of lewd words are these? How come a great man like Meng Hao has become so popular? As an upright young man, a young man with aspirations, a young man who has gotten rid of vulgar tastes, a young man with a good family background and who has been influenced by the core socialist values, he decided to run away immediately. If this continues, something bad will definitely happen. Alas, being too handsome is a burden. Just as Meng Hao dragged Tang Yanyan away, a man with a sinister and unfriendly look walked out from a dark corner. It was none other than Chen Wei, who was hiding from Meng Hao, spreading rumors among his relatives, and trying hard to put the blame on himself for inviting Dr. Lu Suntao in order to save face. Brother, were you bullied by that villain Meng Hao? Chen Hao looked at Zhang Chengcheng with a forced smile. Who are you? Zhang Chengcheng, who was angry, looked at Chen Wei coldly. Speaking of which, Meng Hao is my cousin. Chen Wei said. So, you are here to watch the fun? Zhang Chengcheng was about to explode. Don't think too much, brother. Chen Wei immediately showed a righteous and awe-inspiring look. I, Chen Wei, don't want to associate with such a scum who even attacked his own cousin. Zhang Chengcheng was stunned. You said that the girl just now was his cousin? Zhang Chengcheng asked. What else? Chen Wei looked like he had suffered a great injustice. I worked so hard to invite Dr. Lu Suntao, but in the end it became his credit. This kind of scumbag, the Sea King, is the best at showmanship. It's normal for him to steal your woman. Zhang Chengcheng came from a well-off family, so naturally he had heard of Lu Suantao's name. He looked Chen Wei up and down, with a flattering and friendly smile on his face. Brother Chen Wei, you are really a promising young man. Zhang Chengcheng complimented. No, I just have a few friends. Young Master Zhang is a handsome man. Chen Wei quickly replied, if it weren't for Meng Hao's interference, you would definitely have won the beauty today. Business flattery is the most deadly. We hit it off right away. Yeah, it's a shame we didn't meet earlier. It is true that birds of a feather flock together, and flies only bite rotten eggs with cracks. One is a scoundrel who bullies others by taking advantage of his power, and the other is a shameless boaster. The two of them naturally felt like they had known each other for a long time. This Meng Hao is so arrogant. He dares to call me a dog and even steal my girl. Zhang Chengcheng gritted his teeth. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. Not only did he steal the credit, he even attacked my cousin. Chen Wei spat righteously. Find someone to give him a good beating? Zhang Chengcheng rubbed his hands. The most deadly thing is to hurt someone without being seen. We can trick him. Chen Wei's face was gloomy. Good idea. Let's talk somewhere else. I know a nice club with some hot girls. I'd like to invite you to have some sex and drink some wine. That one, brother, you spent a lot of money. 113, the conspiracy is making a lot of noise. The next day. As soon as Pan Lianlian arrived at work, she was teased by her female colleagues. Lianlian, wasn't your date with the handsome guy yesterday very romantic? Did anything happen after dinner? I guess I'm not too tired. You know, the kind of happy tiredness. The female nurses and doctors are all very familiar with each other and can joke around in any way they want. Unexpectedly, Pan Lianlian felt a little disappointed. I called him and sent him a WeChat message yesterday, but he said he had something urgent to do and postponed it, Pan Lianlian said helplessly. What? Making excuses? Are you kidding me? You know, Pan Lianlian is the school belle. Countless men, let alone inviting her to dinner, even adding her on WeChat is impossible. Not to mention that Pan Lianlian even paid for the meal. This Meng Hao is really a late-stage straight man and doesn't understand women's minds. What an idiot. You actually stood up our Lianlian. Don't be sad, there are so many good men waiting for you. The girls stood up for justice. Seeing that Meng Hao didn't know how to seize the opportunity, the group of envious, jealous, and hateful men immediately rushed over from all directions. That's right, Lianlian, I know a good Japanese restaurant. I'll treat you to a meal. Go away, most restaurants are not up to standard, a Western restaurant is more in line with Lianlian's temperament.
Can you please stop worshipping foreign things? I know a Chinese restaurant that serves a very authentic Manchu Han banquet.
The nurse's station was packed with people, and all kinds of men were trying to show their courtesy in various ways.
But Pan Lianlian remained unmoved.
Her charming eyes glanced intentionally or unintentionally at the intensive care unit where Chen Xioli was.
He was too busy last night. He must have had something to do and couldn't come. Pan Lianlian covered for Meng Hao.
It turns out that those who can't get what they want are restless, while those who are favored are fearless.
Pan Lianlian, the goddess in the hearts of all men, actually found excuses for Meng Hao who stood her up? Immediately, a female nurse couldn't bear it anymore. What is he busy with? How many billions of dollars worth of business are you going to negotiate? How dare you stand up our Lianlian? You really don't want to be shamed. Didn't you know that our Lianlian is the belle of Quanjian Life Medical Group, Kyoto Hospital?
The dignitaries who are courting our Lianlian are almost lining up 3 blocks away.
Pan Lianlian's smile was a little stiff. He seemed to say he wanted to send a courier? What?
Both men and women had surprise and shock in their eyes.
Delivering express? Could it be that this Meng Hao is a courier boy? Besides, who would deliver express at that late at night? Is he a courier?
The fat nurse who had just stood up for Pan Lianlian asked with a look of shock on her face.
It seems so. I don't care too much. Pan Lianlian didn't seem to be snobbish and didn't care much about Meng Hao's profession.
You have his WeChat, so just look at his circle of friends and you'll know.
The fat nurse reminded.
Click on Meng Hao's circle of friends. Strip after strip, page after page, they were all scenes of express delivery. Meng Hao in the photo is smiling happily, and his passion for the courier profession overflows from his heart to his face.
Oh my god, it really is a courier.
But he said yesterday that he had hundreds of houses and several artificial lakes. It turns out he's just a boaster.
What a shame. What a shame.
That face is wasted.
I don't even like this man. Delete it, Lianlian. Any male doctor you pick is 1,000 times better than this courier.
The fat nurse rolled her eyes, as if Meng Hao was attracted to her. The male doctors and male staff who had been worried before also breathed a sigh of relief. I thought Meng Hao was a Changyao Jin who showed up halfway, but it turns out he was just a courier.
Then he was not threatening. He stood up Pan Lianlian yesterday, most likely because he was ashamed and didn't dare to keep the appointment. A mere loser delivering courier is competing with male doctors and male staff of Quanjian Life Medical Group for the hospital beauty? This is simply a huge joke, a fairy tale from the East.
It's a good thing this kid is sensible and retreats when he sees difficulty, thus avoiding embarrassment.
As long as Pan Lianlian was not stupid, she would block him immediately.
However, in the face of the fat nurse's instigation and persuasion to break up, Pan Lianlian just smiled. Actually, I don't really care whether someone is rich or poor, or how good their job is. Pan Lianlian's words seemed a little ambiguous. When two people fall in love, it is definitely based on their character, and it has nothing to do with money or status.
What? Did you hear that right?
The onlookers and the male compatriots who had just caught their breath were immediately dumbfounded.
Has Pan Lianlian become a female saint? Treat money as dirt? Boom boom boom. Someone banged on the table at the nurse's station.
Chen Wei, who was drunk, was holding a small bag and had his hair combed into a shiny slick. Behind him followed Zhang Chengcheng, who had dragon and phoenix tattoos on his arms.
Nurse, check if Chen Xioli's hospital room has any outstanding fees?
Chen Wei and Zhang Chengcheng, who had been drinking all night, were obviously worried. If there is any outstanding fees, please pay the hospital fees immediately. Since it was related to her work, Pan Lianlian didn't bother to chat with her colleagues and doctors.
She walked to the computer and clicked on the keyboard. Hey, there is indeed arrears. You need to go to the payment office to check the specific amount. Strange, why doesn't the system prompt that there is arrears?
Chen Wei raised his eyebrows and glanced at Chen Wei with a smug look on his face.
The patient Chen Xioli's hospital guardian is Meng Hao, right?
Hurry up and remind him to pay the fees.
Otherwise, it will delay my aunt's illness, and that's no joke. Chen Wei looked righteous.
After a night of drinking, these two like-minded people came up with the first method to frame Meng Hao, which was to pay off the outstanding debts. The ICU ward in an ordinary hospital charges tens of thousands of yuan a day, and the ICU medical expenses of Quanjian Life Medical Group cannot be less than 50,000 yuan. After staying here for 7 or 8 days, I must have owed at least 400,000 yuan.
When the time comes, we can urge Meng Hao to pay the fees and make him look bad. Then, Zhang Chengcheng was responsible for paying the money and showing off his financial resources in front of Pan Lianlian, while Chen Wei stated in front of his relatives that the money was given by a friend, thus saving face. Zhang Qinshan paid money to get the beauty, and Chen Wei pretended to be cool to get face. Everyone gets what they want. As they were chatting, Meng Hao came over yawning. Last night, I was only a little over 7 o'clock late for dinner with Tang Yanyan, but it took me 4 or 5 hours to dissuade this little witch from dragging me to the hotel to rest. Meng Hao, who went to bed at around 2 in the morning, didn't dare to go to Tang Yanyan's room to wake the little witch up. He could only come to the hospital with dark circles under his eyes. Hey, Meng Hao, you slept quite late last night. I heard that you invited Tang Yanyan to dinner, and then went to a hotel to have a chat? What are you talking about so late? Chen Wei curled his lips and deliberately emphasized the words book a hotel room. None of your business. Meng Hao's answer was concise and clear, and he didn't give Chen Wei any face at all. Alpaca. Zhang Chengcheng, who has a hot temper but a not very smart mind, is about to explode again. Brother, don't worry. Chen Wei looked at Meng Hao with a sneer. I really can't interfere with your little affair with your cousin, but don't you have to pay the medical expenses? 114. The total amount of medical debt owed is $1.78? Pay medical bills? Meng Hao was a little confused. The entire Quanjian Life Group belongs to me, so why do I still have to pay for medical expenses? This operation is a bit tricky. Meng Hao decided to ignore Chen Wei and Zhang Chengcheng, two scumbags. Even if one had a little bit of imagination, one could have guessed that these two scums had definitely set a trap for him. Meng Hao wasn't afraid of falling into their trap, but he was too lazy to do so. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick is just a trivial and unorthodox approach. Pan Lianlian, don't you plan to ask Mr. Meng Haoman to pay for the medical expenses? You told me before that you were still young and should focus on your work and career. Does it mean that if you find someone owes money but don't ask for payment, that's the attitude of putting work first? Zhang Chengcheng put on a flattering smile and tried to urge Pan Lianlian in a gentle tone. There was no way, he was really greedy for Pan Lianlian's body. But Meng Hao was not intimidated by the hundreds of thousands of ICU hospitalization fees. He simply couldn't pretend to be awesome in front of Pan Lianlian. There is no choice but to go ahead with it. Pan Lianlian frowned. Even a fool could figure out that her so-called focus on career simply meant she refused to fool Zhang Chengcheng. As a result, these two idiots actually used words to provoke me. With so many people watching, and Pan Lianlian being provoked by Zhang Chengcheng, she could only roll her eyes, glanced at Zhang Chengcheng with disgust, and walked up to Meng Hao embarrassedly. Mr. Meng, could you please come downstairs with me to pay the bill? Well. Meng Hao scratched his head. If Chen Wei and Zhang Chengcheng, two bastards, said these words to him, he would definitely ignore them without hesitation. But Pan Lianlian, the beautiful nurse, had just been stood up by me yesterday, so it seemed a little inappropriate to turn down someone else's invitation now. Okay, you lead the way. Meng Hao said helplessly. Seeing Meng Hao on his way, Chen Wei laughed wildly with a smug look on his face. Oh, the courier boy has to pay hundreds of thousands of hospital medical bills. That's really awesome. This kind of thing only happens once in a century. I have to take a good look at it. He deliberately raised his voice and shouted in a pinched voice. He wished that the whole world would know about this. The more people came to watch Meng Hao's fun, the more embarrassed this guy would be for daring to make him lose face in front of his relatives. Meng Hao didn't even bother to look at Chen Wei, treating him as household garbage and industrial wastewater. Hulala. A large group of people followed Meng Hao and Pan Lianlian and walked towards the payment counter on the first floor. There were male colleagues in the hospital who were waiting for Meng Hao to make a fool of himself, there were snobbish relatives who backed Chen Wei, and of course there were more people who just wanted to watch the fun. Payment window. Pan Lianlian looked at Meng Hao with difficulty. She didn't want to see Meng Hao make a fool of himself, but collecting the outstanding hospital bills was her job responsibility. Pan Lianlian glared at Chen Wei fiercely, and felt more and more disgusted with this persistent bastard. Facing Pan Lianlian's gaze, Zhang Chengcheng was a little afraid to look up. He can only comfort himself psychologically. After this blind courier makes a fool of himself, he can come out and show off. In front of everyone, he generously spent a lot of money and paid hundreds of thousands of hospital bills, which would definitely shock the onlookers and make Pan Lianlian look at him in new eyes.
Zhang Qingqing's mind was clattering with calculations, while the middle-aged curly-haired lady at the payment window was glaring at Meng Hao with an impatient look on her face.
What the hell is going on? Why is there so much fuss just to pay a fee?
Many important people have come to our hospital for treatment, paying millions or even tens of millions of dollars, but they have never seen such a scene. Security, come here and maintain order. Also, report the patient's name, age, and bed number. The hospital staff all have unhappy faces, which is a tradition in China. As staff members of hospitals affiliated with the world-leading Quanjian Life Insurance Group, they have carried forward this tradition.
Meng Hao frowned.
It is not easy for patients to see a doctor, especially for ordinary patients.
Getting a registration form from a hospital affiliated with Quanjian Life Insurance is often equivalent to getting a death exemption certificate.
Of course, the money and energy paid are also huge. The patient's family was almost emotionally broken because the patient was seriously ill, and yet they still had to depend on the mood of an ordinary toll collector. Putting himself in Tang Yanyan's shoes, Meng Hao became more and more annoyed with the qualified middle-aged female toll collector with curly hair when he thought about how haggard Tang Yanyan had looked during this period. It is necessary to reorganize the hospital, but the so-called debt should be paid off first.
Report Chen Xiuli's name.
The curly-haired middle-aged female toll collector was typing away on the keyboard, as if Meng Hao owed her millions.
Sister, how much medical bills does he owe? 300,000 or 500,000? It's okay, he's just a courier. No matter how much it is, I'll pay. The money in this card is definitely enough. Impatient Zhang Qingqing couldn't wait to show off.
The female toll collector ignored him and just looked at the computer screen in surprise, then looked at Meng Hao in astonishment.
Zhang Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the debt owed reached millions?
Forget it, just go for it. In order to make the goddess smile, he was stunned by the money. The middle-aged toll collector with a bad attitude was typing away on the keyboard, obviously reviewing the amount of outstanding fees that should be paid. However, her fingers tapping the keyboard became lighter and lighter.
Big sister, tell me, I can afford any amount.
My father is Zhang.
I'm Zhang Qingqing. It has begun. It has begun. Zhang Qingqing's plan to show off has already begun. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is the registration form for the specially appointed Dr. Lu Suntao. How is it possible? It's this number. Dr. Lu Suantao's registration form is like a panacea that can bring people back to life.
Countless dignitaries have been trying their best to get one. Of course, the cost is also high. Even if it is just an ordinary operation, it starts at $1 million. Squeak. Squeak. The machine was printing the payment slip, and the middle-aged lady who collected the fees with a bad attitude handed over the payment slip.
It seems to cost a lot. Courier, do you want me to pay for you?
It's very difficult for me to pay this much money.
Just admit your mistake and I'll help you pay it if I'm happy. Zhang Qingqing said arrogantly. Phew.
Meng Hao took a glance at the payment slip and pushed it in front of Zhang Qingqing with a sarcastic smile on his face.
So, you, a second-generation rich man, are not that great. You have a hard time even with this little money?
Meng Hao sarcastically said, Here, take a look at the huge sum of money you mentioned, the medical bills you owe, a total of $1.78.
How many?
Zhang Qingqing was stunned for a moment, snatched the payment slip, and ridiculed Meng Hao in a scolding tone.
Are you a courier who is frightened or don't know how to read a bill? You mistook more than 1 million yuan for more than $1?
Zhang Qingqing looked at the bill carefully, and then looked surprised. Really, it's really $1.78? Well, the sky-high medical expenses that Zhang Qingqing mentioned was very difficult to come up with, just $1.78.
115, the big swindler. $1.78? Sky-high medical bills?
Zhang Qingqing, who looked pretentious and shamelessly said that it was very difficult to take out the money, was a little dumbfounded.
Ha ha ha. After a brief silence, the crowd burst into laughter. The stinky and arrogant Zhang Qingqing, who was a traitor to his father, already made the onlookers unhappy. When they saw him being humiliated, they naturally laughed as loudly as they could. How is that possible? You must have made a mistake. How is it possible that Quanjian Life Insurance only owes 1.78 yuan after staying in the ICU for more than 10 days?
Zhang Qingqing became angry and humiliated, and yelled at the cold-faced lady at the payment window.
How should I know? Go ask the people in the technical department.
The curly-haired, bad-tempered lady who was in charge of paying the fees rolled her eyes at Zhang Chengcheng.
My father is Zhang Er. It seems that in Kyoto, the name Zhang Er is quite useful.
Zhang Chengcheng once again used his trump card. You can give me no face, but you must give face to my father.
Unexpectedly, these three words Zhang Er are quite effective.
The cold-faced cashier was stunned for a moment and looked Zhang Chengcheng up and down.
Are you Zhang Er, Mr. Sang's son?
The cold-faced aunt actually had a faint smile on her face. Zhang Chengcheng was stunned for a moment, and his eyes were almost filled with tears.
God has eyes.
He always kept the words "my father is Zhang Er" on his face, but Meng Hao ignored him. Pan Lianlian had no interest in him, and even the onlookers treated him as a joke.
Unexpectedly, the aunt who collected the fees actually knew his biological father's name. Guaranteed. Although I was touched, I still had to continue pretending to be cool.
Seeing that the cashier had heard of his father's name, Zhang Chengcheng put his hands on his hips and poked the sky with his nose. Click, click. The lady collecting the fees rubbed her hands, put down the handful of melon seeds she had just grabbed, and smiled. I didn't expect that the eldest son of the Zhang family would come.
I'm at work, otherwise I would definitely buy you a cup of tea. My nephew has contracted a project under your father. I hope you can say something good about him.
It's true that snakes and rats belong to the same nest. Birds of a feather flock together. The toll-paying auntie who was trying to curry favor with the powerful became friends with the cheating maniac.
No problem, no problem.
Zhang Chengcheng became even more proud. He was going to continue to act as if he was so awesome that ordinary people couldn't approach him, but after all, he had to ask for help, so he had to lower his attitude. By the way, auntie, can you help me check if there is any problem with this bill? The toll-paying auntie, with a smile on her face, looked like a lapdog licking the rich and powerful, and began typing away on the keyboard.
Master Zhang, the amount is indeed no problem. How about I ask my colleagues from the technical department to come and check it out? But wouldn't it be better to pay less? The aunt who was paying the bill asked Zhang Chengcheng in a flattering manner.
I'm too lazy to take advantage of this.
I have plenty of money.
Zhang Chengcheng shouted arrogantly. At this time, Zhang Chengcheng felt good about himself. He already felt that his generosity in spending money would impress Pan Lianlian. The strange thing was that not only did Pan Lianlian look at him coldly, but even the onlookers looked at him as if he were a fool. Meng Hao rolled his eyes and gave a sarcastic evaluation of Zhang Chengcheng's behavior in a light tone. We usually call this kind of behavior of taking advantage of others as throwing money around. Meng Hao emphasized the words throwing money around.
Ha ha ha. The onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter.
The lady who was paying the bill suppressed her smile and called the technical department to inform her colleagues to check the error in the bill. At this moment, a trembling old lady with white hair squeezed out of the crowd, and she took out a red plastic bag from her pocket tremblingly. After unfolding it, there were messy stacks of large and small banknotes inside.
Hello, please pay the fee.
The nurse said that if the debtor is not paid, she will remove the oxygen tube from my unconscious son.
Thank you very much.
The old lady struggled to hand the money into the window, her face full of anticipation. The lady who was paying the bill, who had been smiling and licking her face just now, immediately changed her expression and looked coldly at the old lady with gray hair.
The system is down, wait a minute. The system is broken?
The old lady was stunned for a moment, and she carefully pointed to the computer screen where the cursor was jumping. It's not broken, please be kind, the nurse only gave me 20 minutes, otherwise the oxygen tube will be removed. Lai Tadian cried, I only have one son, who was seriously injured on the construction site. The boss was afraid of media exposure, so he agreed to send my son to this hospital, but after the media left, the unscrupulous boss ran away.
Please, save my son. Moving bricks at the construction site?
The curly-haired lady who was paying the bill rolled her eyes so much that the whites of her eyes could hardly be seen.
I've already told you that there's a problem with the system. We're checking the system. Can you please stop talking nonsense here? Why didn't you do that earlier? Why are you just waiting until now to pay the fee?
I just can't stand people like you who like to delay paying medical bills.
Wouldn't this problem be solved if you paid earlier? It's time to teach them a lesson.
The aunt who was paying the bill started yelling at the old man, and the old man's hands were shaking. He stood there like a child who had done something wrong and didn't dare to talk back.
He just kept repeating the same words over and over again. Please, please be kind. It's not that I don't want to pay the fee. I raised the money by selling my house.
The curly-haired, cold-faced lady who was paying the bills was unmoved. She stood with her hands on her hips, waiting coldly for her colleagues from the technical department to come and fix the computer. I say, regardless of whether the system is broken or not, you should help the old lady collect the money first.
Her son is waiting for help. Human life is at stake, no joke. Meng Hao frowned and couldn't help but stand up for the injustice. It's none of your business.
The curly-haired, sour-faced lady who was paying the bill said to Meng Hao unhappily, "It's no use meddling in other people's business." Before, Meng Hao thought that the curly-haired lady who was paying the bills just had a bad temper, but now he realized that this old woman completely spoke to people based on their appearance and had no regard for life. To put it nicely, it's called being two-faced. To put it bluntly, it's called not taking human life seriously. Whether you pay or not, believe it or not, I will make you leave tomorrow.
Meng Hao was angry. This involves a human life. You, tell me to get out of here. Who do you think you are? The sour-faced old woman didn't take Meng Hao seriously. Click.
Meng Hao grabbed the potted fake stone next to him and threw it at the old woman.
Clang.
The stone fell to the ground, and the old woman was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat.
I'll ask you again, do you charge or not?
Meng Hao picked up the heavy stone again and said coldly, "If you keep talking nonsense, this stone won't hit empty next time." Gulu, the old woman swallowed her saliva with horror on her face, and quickly sat down and started typing on the computer.
The debt is 170,000.
The old woman looked nervously at Meng Hao, who was holding the stone in his hand, and said with a fearful and flattering smile, 116, the young master of the Zhang family is very cunning, giving money and girls. These days, the fierce ones are afraid of the cruel ones, and the cruel ones are afraid of the ones who don't care about their lives. Although the security staff of hospitals affiliated with Quanjian Life Insurance Group are well equipped, almost all of them are veterans. But the sour-faced old woman at the cashier window was very sure that the security guard would definitely not be able to arrive as fast as Meng Hao could throw the stone at her head. More importantly, even if the stone missed and did not hit him, Meng Hao was temporarily taken away by the security guards, but no one knew what this ruthless guy would do after he got off work.
Following? Tracked home? Murder and destruction of the entire family?
After staying in the hospital for a long time and seeing all kinds of strange murder cases, the sour-faced old woman knows that ruthless people should not be messed with. After carefully saying that she owed 170,000 yuan in debt, she quickly hid aside and watched the brick in Meng Hao's hand vigilantly. Click. Meng Hao didn't throw the brick back at the bonsai, but instead tossed it onto the ground, casually as if it were right at home.
But speaking of it, this Quanjian Life Insurance Hospital is indeed their own.
Before he could say anything, Zhang Chengqing's eyes lit up.
Owed 170,000 yuan? He is really worried that he can't show off.
It is unknown when the technical staff will be able to repair the computer, and Pan Lianlian will not be there by then. It is just that this 170,000 yuan can allow him to show off in front of Pan Lianlian.
Meng Hao, don't you want to be a good person? You want to be a good person without money? Grandma, I'll pay for you.
As long as this damn courier in front of you agrees to leave my Pan Lianlian, I'll pay for your son's medical expenses.
It's better to show off as early as possible.
Zhang Chengqing, who thought he was extremely smart, was calculating with an abacus that made a crackling sound.
Aren't you, Meng Hao, supposed to be a good person? Without money, why can you be a good person?
Just wait to make a fool of yourself in public. At the same time, this is also moral kidnapping. This poor old lady is about to lose her son. If Meng Hao refuses to give up his pursuit of Pan Lianlian, he would be watching her die without helping her.
Meng Hao was stunned.
The hand that was about to take out the bank card stopped.
Is there such a good thing these days? A sucker spending money to save someone? Could it be that this bastard Zhang Chengqing is planning to run for this year's list of the top 10 good people who touched China? Meng Hao nodded. Okay, no problem. 1 million medical expenses, you can pay for it. Zhang Chengqing's eyes widened. Meng Hao actually agreed? He seemed to feel that the people around him were looking at him with new eyes, and he could even imagine Pan Lianlian kneeling before him, calling him a good man, and pestering him to give birth to his child. Unfortunately, this good feeling about oneself is destined to be just an illusion. Meng Hao took the bank card handed to him by Zhang Chengqing without changing his expression and threw it to the cashier, who was looking at him warily. Swipe the money, and the rest will be the follow-up medical expenses of this old lady's son. Meng Hao said calmly. Chen Wei glanced at Meng Hao, a hint of sarcasm on his lips. He knew it was his turn to perform. Hey, Meng Hao, didn't you say you know Dr. Lu Suntao? Didn't you say you have a private luxury supercar? How can you be a good person and do good things by selling your girls for money?
Chen Wei, a scumbag with a lot of bad intentions, opened his mouth and every word was like a knife stabbing Meng Hao's chest.
Ah. Meng Hao blinked. Isn't it Zhang Chengcheng who does good deeds? I'm just generating revenue for my hospital. Is that wrong? Also, I never said Pan Lianlian was my woman, and I never pestered her. Let's take a step back. Even if you spent the money, it wouldn't affect Pan Lianlian's persistence in pestering me.
Meng Hao responded to Chen Wei bluntly, leaving the surrounding crowd, Chen Wei, and Zhang Chengcheng stunned.
Generate revenue for your hospital? How did this Quanjian Life Hospital become yours, Meng Hao? You also want Pan Lianlian to pursue you and keep pestering you? Are you, Meng Hao, daydreaming? Phew. Pan Lianlian covered her mouth and smiled.
He found Meng Hao more and more interesting. Before, I just thought that Meng Hao was righteous and brave, and that he dared to face the arrogant and treacherous Zhang Chengcheng. But now I realize that this handsome guy is not only brave, but also quite strategic and even humorous.
She, Pan Lianlian, should cooperate with Meng Hao's performance. How could she, Pan Lianlian, turn a blind eye to it?
In front of everyone in the courtyard, the school beauty Pan Lianlian stood on tiptoe and gave Meng Hao a bright, fiery kiss on the cheek. Yes, he didn't pester me, but no one said I couldn't stick to him and pester him.
Pan Lianlian smiled, and the flowers trembled.
For a moment, the sky and the earth were colorless, and the flowers were ashamed. Love has never been about money. After saying that, Pan Lianlian took the initiative to hold Meng Hao's waist and pressed her soft and boneless body tightly against Meng Hao's arms. They looked like a couple in love. Quack, quack. The crowd applauded and cheered loudly.
Zhang Chengcheng's face turned pale with anger.
He was the one who spent money to save the woman, so how come it was Meng Hao who got the beauty, and it was also him, Meng Hao, who received the applause from the crowd? Even Zhang Chengcheng, whose head was full of water, felt as if he had been taken advantage of.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for giving me both money and beauties. You are so polite. You are a professional at being taken advantage of.
By the way, as for that old woman who collects fees, I will tell your leader that you should not come tomorrow. Amid the jeers of the crowd, Meng Hao returned to Qin Xiu Li's ward with an extremely cocky, arrogant, and swaying gait. Behind him, only Zhang Chengcheng, whose cheeks were pale with anger, and Chen Wei, a garbage man whose face was flushed red with anger, were left.
Outside the ward,
Pan Lianlian, with her A4 slim waist and soft body, did not seem to have any intention of letting Meng Hao go. The warm jade in my arms felt a little hot.
Meng Hao subconsciously wanted to push Pan Lianlian away.
The performance just now was great. Our cooperation was perfect. Meng Hao twisted his waist, trying to break free from Pan Lianlian's claws.
Pan Lianlian blinked. I didn't perform. Even if it's a performance, it's a true portrayal of myself.
Just now in the lobby on the first floor, in front of all the medical staff, patients, and passers-by, I said I wanted to pursue you. If you don't do what you say, or if you don't give me a chance, I will lose all my face in the hospital.
For a girl, face is more important than life. Meng Hao. What's going on? What do you mean? Didn't you say you were just cooperating and acting? Could it be that this girl is planning to turn the fake play into reality? Do you have some misunderstandings? Meng Hao's smile was a little far-fetched, isn't it, to confront Chen Wei and Zhang Chengcheng?
Meng Hao, who was already afraid of the peach blossom calamity, quickly begged for mercy.
Misunderstand? The peach blossom eyes on Pan Lianlian's pretty face turned into inverted crescents when she smiled.
She suddenly pushed Meng Hao against the wall, and at the same time, she used her left hand to support herself on the wall next to Meng Hao's ear. Standing on tiptoe, their red lips pressed together and their eyes met.
Meng Hao was trapped against the wall? Brother, what are you doing?
At the same time, an angry girl's voice came from not far away.
117, misunderstanding, happened after being forced against the wall.
As a man with a dick in his crotch, Meng Hao felt that being pushed against the wall by a girl was a very embarrassing thing.
But, what can he do? You can't go back against the wall, can you?
Especially when Pan Lianlian's cool but sweet lips pressed against his, he actually felt a slight impulse.
Hey, it tastes like watermelon. Meng Hao looked at Pan Lianlian with some suspicion. Any questions?
We have lipsticks of all flavors as long as you like them.
Watermelon, mango, peach, cantaloupe. Brother, don't you want to try it? It's different every day.
In the empty ward corridor, the intellectual and slightly shy Pan Lianlian seemed like a different person. She did not hold back at all in the face of Meng Hao's teasing.
Want to try it? What to taste? Lipstick, or is it Pan Lianlian?
Meng Hao stretched out his finger and wiped the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to run away, he heard a voice full of anger and jealousy.
Brother, what are you doing? Little witch. Tang Yen Yen.
Tang Yen Yen slept until she woke up naturally in Meng Hao's palace, and a lazy look instantly froze on her face.
Damn it. Meng Hao was actually cheating on her. Pan Lianlian blushed. As a nurse in this ward, she found out Tang Yen Yen's identity early on. Meng Hao's cousin and the daughter of patient Chen Xiuli.
As for her sister-in-law, Pan Lianlian felt shy as if she were meeting the man's family. Little sister-in-law, I was the one who pursued your brother. However, it should be a good thing for a beautiful woman like me to give herself to your brother. Why is there such a big fuss? They are all women, and when facing Tang Yanyan, Pan Lianlian quickly put aside the shyness and embarrassment she had just felt. Since she is pursuing him, Meng Hao's cousin must have a good relationship with her.
Who the hell is your sister-in-law?
Tang Yanyan was furious, like a tigress protecting her territory. She rushed forward and pushed Tang Yanyan away. Meng Hao, explain to me, who is she? Meng Hao spread his hands.
She's Pan Lianlian, the nurse.
You've been in the ward for so long, you should have known her by now.
Meng Hao avoided the main issue and focused on the trivial matters. Don't change the subject. Is this what I'm asking? No wonder he refused to go to the hotel after dinner with me yesterday.
It turns out he met a female vixen here.
Meng Hao, are you doing this to me? Doesn't your conscience hurt?
The sudden change in seeing Meng Hao cheating on her made Tang Yanyan so angry that she was confused. When did Meng Hao agree to be her man? Besides, is it really appropriate for a girl to tell Meng Hao in front of outsiders that she wants to get a room with him? As a result, before Tang Yanyan, the angry little witch, was appeased, Pan Lianlian, who had been gentle as water just now, suddenly became furious and turned into a tigress.
Didn't you say you worked overtime last night? In the end, he went out to eat and even checked into a hotel with someone? Wait, get a room? Meng Hao, are you still a human being? She is your cousin. Pan Lianlian, who was so angry that she was dizzy, suddenly discovered the problem.
Tang Yanyan, who kept saying that she wanted to drag Meng Hao to get a room, seemed to be his cousin.
This. Pan Lianlian wiped her mouth suddenly, as if she had encountered something disgusting.
She subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Meng Hao and Tang Yanyan with some disgust and weirdness in her eyes.
After Pan Lianlian's reminder, the little witch Tang Yanyan realized that she seemed to have said something wrong.
She didn't explain, but just stamped her feet, glared at Meng Hao fiercely, and went back to the ward.
Pan Lianlian went back to the nurse's station to work with a look of disbelief on her face. Meng Hao. Damn it, I swear to God. What did I do to deserve this? Just because of nothing, he was despised and boycotted by two girls? It seems that he has become a scumbag and a sea king? By the way, scumbag and Aquaman are actually passive skills? Women are such terrible creatures. Meng Hao held his forehead inside and expressed his melancholy.
In order to avoid being harassed by the two women, he chose to work as a delivery man. Not far away, in the dark corner of the cramped elevator, Chen Wei walked out with a gloomy face and vicious eyes. No matter how hard they tried, they could never make Meng Hao look bad. After all this time, it turns out that this courier, who had some kind of bad luck, is a sister con. He even didn't let his own cousin go, and this seems to be something that can be used to make a lot of articles.
Wang Chuxiang has been doing well recently.
Meng Hao would naturally not treat his best friend unfairly. However, considering that this guy is so stubborn, if I give him money, he might be cheated out of all his money by the next green tea bitch. So, they simply handed him over to Gao Yan and his wife, and promised that as long as Wang Chuxiang made achievements, they would pay to help him open a hotel. After following Gao Yan, the proprietress of Hai Yongyue not only carefully regained her second spring, but also willingly became a virtuous wife behind the scenes. Of course, this is also closely related to Gao Yan's freeloading. After working in the store for more than half a month, Wang Chuxiang has replaced the previous lobby manager. Wang Chuxiang, who was originally eccentric, taciturn, stubborn and single-minded, has also learned to be tactful.
After delivering the express, Meng Hao had nowhere to go. Go home and sleep. It's too early. Go to the hospital? Thinking of those two ferocious women, he felt a headache. I remembered that I hadn't visited these two old classmates for a long time, so I simply wore the Tonga Express uniform and went to Heizongdayu to eat and drink for free. See Meng Hao coming. Wang Chuxian's face was full of joy. But Gao Yan and his wife went out to purchase goods, and he was the only one busy in the store. Gao Yan greeted Meng Hao casually and did not let Meng Hao order. He instructed the kitchen to prepare the meal while he hurriedly finished the work at hand and prepared to have dinner with Meng Hao. As a brother, Meng Hao naturally would not get entangled in these so-called etiquette matters. After delivering packages for most of the day, he felt a little thirsty, so he went straight to the free soup area and got a bowl of tomato and egg soup. He sipped the soup while staggering towards his seat. Drinks are either too sweet or tasteless mineral water. After a busy day of work, what people need most is soup with salt to replenish water and quench thirst. As for whether it is free or not, this store is owned by my brothers, why should we care so much about the image? However, some people seem to think differently. A middle-aged man with a big belly and the temperament of a nouveau riche led a cute little boy with a watermelon hairstyle and sat next to Meng Hao to eat. Words full of contempt and disdain came out of the middle-aged man's mouth and reached Meng Hao's ears. Son, did you see the courier? If you don't study hard, you will be like him in the future. You can only do the most strenuous work and drink free soup. Waiter, bring me some black chicken soup for my son. Meng Hao, R.O. What's going on? How can making a soup by yourself become a negative example for others to educate their children? 118, I am reviewing the car, what does it have to do with you? Faced with the diner's unwarranted comments, Meng Hao was too lazy to comment. In addition, this was Gao Yan's store, and Wang Chuxian was the lobby manager. Meng Hao didn't want to make things difficult for his two best friends, so he simply chose to ignore them. Unlike the pot-bellied middle-aged man, the cute little boy with big eyes and a watermelon head stood up for Meng Hao. Well, but this brother is so handsome. If I were a girl, I would definitely marry a boy like this when I grow up. And Dad, it's not a good habit to say bad things about people behind their backs. The little boy with a baby voice speaks without restraint. This made Meng Hao feel as comfortable as if he had drunk ice water in the heat of summer. Being praised for being handsome by a cute little kid shows that he is really good looking. However, the cute baby's dad is a jerk. For the sake of the cute baby, Meng Hao decided not to waste time talking to this conceited, brainless middle-aged fat man. However, this man has a round head, big ears, and a dark brown birthmark under his left eye. He is so ugly, but how could he give birth to such a cute, well-educated, and kind-hearted little boy? Either his wife is as beautiful as a fairy, or the guy next door did it for him. Meng Hao rarely made a few dark jokes in his heart, picked up the fried peanuts brought by the waiter, and ate while waiting for Wang Chuxiang to finish his work. As a result, the fat pig who had no idea at all kept going on and on. Before, he just casually commented on Meng Hao, but now he was punishing his son for speaking well of others and disobeying his father's orders. You naughty kid, how come you are just like your mother? All day long, you only judge people by their appearance? If your yellow-faced mother wasn't so weak-tempered, there's no way I would have divorced her. Also, when your Aunt Jinjin comes later, don't make such a sour face. Meng Hao, who had nothing to do, was eavesdropping with his ears perked up. But a big melon was discovered. From what this fat guy said, it seems that after he became successful in his career, he dumped his wife, found a mistress, and even asked his son to get closer to this mistress. This kind of scum. With his way of education, even a good little boy would be led astray. Since the little boy with the watermelon head praised him, Meng Hao decided that he would teach this fat middle-aged man a lesson when he had the chance. After a while, a Korean gang exuding a pungent perfume appeared permanently in the store. The huge earrings, the mismatched brand names, and the large and small bags of luxury goods made Meng Hao look disgusted. This kind of bus that anyone with money can ride on is probably only treasured by a fat man like Fatty who has never seen the world. You can obviously pay by the ride, but why do you want to buy the bus home? I'm afraid my brain isn't working well. Jinjin, are you tired? The fat pig said with a flattering look on his face as he filled the woman's drink. Today the mall is having a sale, and I'm out of money after buying a few things. The woman named Jinjin glanced at the fat man unhappily, then glanced at the little boy who was full of hostility and fear, rolled her eyes, and complained, I say your credit card limit is too low, only 100,000 yuan, how can you buy a few things? It's really shameful. That's what I said. He is so arrogant that there is no limit. It's okay if you spend your own money like this. The point is, you were spending a man's money and yet you complained that he has too little money? The bitch was so shameless that she immediately attracted everyone's contemptuous looks. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman?
The bitch feels good about herself and thinks everyone wants her body. This store is not bad.
Hey, why is there a courier next to us?
Her eyes fell on Meng Hao, her face full of displeasure, as if she was insulted. Meng Hao sat next to her and lowered her taste.
I really don't know what kind of taste a bitch has. Day. The several-inch high heels squeaked under the bitch's feet. She walked in front of Meng Hao and scolded him in an extremely arrogant manner.
You, go sit next to us and don't disturb us while we're eating, you stinky courier.
Meng Hao frowned.
You know what, this bitch and that fat guy are quite a good match.
But the smell on your body?
Meng Hao waved his palm in front of his nose.
What's that smell? Let's marinate it. I've never smelled pork so stinky. This statement is clearly an insult to a bitch. Now, the bitch is not going to do it anymore. Fuck, you scolded me? Don't think you're great just because you're handsome.
I've slept with all kinds of handsome guys.
Is there still such stupidity these days?
He called her ugly, but then she turned around and praised himself for being handsome? Since she's praised me so much, it seems inappropriate to just ignore her. Meng Hao smiled calmly. It's no use praising me, you really smell bad. Meng Hao said seriously, also, I'm not interested in buses. They suck at the cylinder, waste fuel, and have black exhaust ports. There was a brief silence. Then there was a burst of laughter.
Meng Hao wasn't talking about the car here.
He was completely attacking the woman indirectly, saying that this woman was a slut who could be fucked by anyone. The semi-permanent bitch was stunned for a moment, then her face was filled with anger.
Alpaca, who are you scolding? I won't sleep with you even if I get you to do it for free. Don't you even look at what you look like? Phew. Ha ha ha. The laughter got louder.
The fat pig with the little boy was embarrassed. In public, this semi-permanent girl I like seems to be speaking without paying attention to the occasion.
Have you slept with many handsome guys? Let people get it for free? Doesn't that mean he was a sucker, spending hundreds of thousands to sleep with someone else's leftovers?
What is even more terrible is that Meng Hao was actually right. This is semi-permanent, but it does cause cylinder damage, consumes a lot of oil, and the exhaust port is black. He stood up with great effort and walked in front of Meng Hao, his face full of righteousness. Dead courier, please watch your words.
You slandered my lover without any reason, which constitutes malicious slander and defamation.
As a just and experienced lawyer with many years of experience, I am qualified to send you a lawyer's letter. The fat man had a righteous look on his face and looked extremely serious.
Phew. Meng Hao couldn't help it.
A shameless man who has been ridden by thousands of people for semi-permanent time, paired with a self-righteous and unscrupulous lawyer, it's really like a fly eating shit, they are the right nest. Which ear of yours has heard me scold this for half a lifetime?
I said car, did I say her? Who the hell is she? Is she qualified for me to judge her? But you, can you be more careful? Bringing such a cute little boy to meet your lover, aren't you afraid of corrupting the child? I advise you to be a human being. Good medicine tastes bitter. Honest advice is unpleasant to the ears. Meng Hao's good intentions sounded particularly harsh to Fatty Pig.
The furious fat lawyer felt greatly insulted. He stretched out his hand, pointed at Meng Hao's nose, and roared.
I know more about educating children than you do.
At least he won't be as useless as you and become a useless courier.
119, lawyer's letter warns of a bizarre request that is rarely seen in a century. Waste? A courier?
Meng Hao pushed the stool and slowly stood up.
What happened to the express delivery? Isn't it respectable to deliver a package? Who gave you the courage to look down on the courier?
Meng Hao stared at the fat lawyer with a sharp gaze. Laugh at the poor but not at prostitutes.
This seems to be an unspoken rule in society.
However, it is a bit too much for this father to display the disgusting social unwritten rule so vividly in front of such an adorable little baby.
The fat lawyer was a little panicked, and the flesh on his cheeks kept trembling. You're such a loser, why are you so scared?
Ban Yangjiu looked at Meng Hao with disdain. He's just a courier, why are you so scared?
The fat lawyer's smile seemed a little forced. If he were a prominent figure, I wouldn't be afraid of him. If we take action against people like these who are uneducated and at the bottom of society, we will be the ones who suffer. Seeing that I don't have a son, if he doesn't study hard, he can only be a gangster and useless courier. The fat lawyer was a little panicked, and took the opportunity to educate his son, trying to look calm. A rogue courier? Meng Hao grinned. I really don't know who gave this fat lawyer the courage to slander others like this. TSK, there's nothing to be afraid of as a courier. I'll call the police right now. What's the matter? Throw the soup at me if you dare. Ban Yang was probably so overwhelmed by the sweet words of all the men who wanted to sleep with her that she had no idea how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. Facing the gloomy-faced Meng Hao, she showed no fear at all and her expression was even more arrogant. Seeing the semi-permanent bitch say this, Meng Hao was stunned for a moment, then turned and left. Semi-permanent elation. See? This kind of rubbish is just pretending. Less than half a minute after her smug expression appeared, she saw Meng Hao holding a large pot of soup and staggering over to her. You, what are you doing? I'm calling the police, ah. Followed by a sharp scream. Meng Hao lifted a whole pot of freshly made boiling hot soup high up and poured it all over the semi-permanent cuckold's head. Although it is a freshly baked soup, the temperature is only around 60 to 70 degrees Celsius, which will not cause skin burns. But even so, it doesn't feel good to have the boiling, greasy seaweed and egg drop soup poured over your head. Tick tick. The semi-permanent hairstyle and makeup were all washed away, revealing an ordinary and even ugly face. There were even yellow egg flowers hanging on her hair, face, and shoulders, making her look like an ugly goblin who had been beaten back to her original form. Damn it, everyone heard it. She asked me to throw it. I haven't encountered such a request in 800 years. Meng Hao put the soup pot on the ground, shrugged helplessly, and complained at the right time. By the way, if you were so ugly, you should not come out to learn how to catch rich men. It is better to go home and hide. And the company that did the plastic surgery on you was too difficult. You look like this after the surgery. How terrible were you originally? When it comes to complaining and being sarcastic, Meng Hao is a professional. Ah! With a scream, Ban Yongjiu ran away. You're going too far, you dead courier. Believe it or not, I will call the police right now and send you a lawyer's letter when I get back to the law firm. I have been working for more than 20 years before I was able to enter Boheo International Law Firm. It would only take me a few minutes to kill a courier like you. Meng Hao was stunned. Boheo Law Firm? Seeing that Meng Hao had heard of Boheo Law Firm, the fat man, who had been trembling with fear just now, immediately became arrogant. I never thought that a courier like you would know about Boheo Law Firm. Are you scared? If you are, apologize immediately. Of course, compensation is a must, otherwise I will put you in jail for 10 or 8 years. Meng Hao was so angry that he laughed. He shook his head helplessly. I don't believe it. Meng Hao looked at the fat lawyer with eyes full of sarcasm and disdain. It took you more than 20 years to get into Boheo. Your life is such a failure. The fat man shuddered, then his face was full of anger, as if he was completely enraged by Meng Hao's words. It's okay for you to mock me, but how dare you be so bold as to slander Bohao? As an internationally renowned law firm, any lawyer with some experience would earn $1 million a year. You are just a small courier. Even if you don't eat or drink for 10 years, you can't make $1 million. Do you understand Boheo? Under the pretext of teaching Meng Hao a lesson, the fat man acted very pretentious. The faces of the onlookers who had heard of Boheo Law Firm turned ugly, and many of them pulled their companions beside them, signaling them to stop watching the fun. Many people also looked at Meng Hao with sympathy in their eyes. Boheo Law Firm. This is one of the top law firms in China, the kind that has a 30% chance of winning even if they are wrong. Although this courier boy is quick-witted and straightforward, he is in great danger after provoking the people from Boheo Law Firm. Especially this fat lawyer, who looks unscrupulous. He has caught the courier boy's handle and will not give up until he puts him in jail. Boheo Law Firm? I know more than you. Meng Hao sneered, and felt that this fat lawyer was even more stupid and ridiculous. He actually used Meng Hao's property to threaten Meng Hao. I also know that someone like you is not worthy of working in Boheo Law Firm. You will be fired soon. Get promoted, get rich, and exchange for a wife. These are the 3 major injustices in the life of an unscrupulous man. The fat lawyer in front of him who instilled distorted ideas into his son is obviously a typical example. He. The fat lawyer was amused by Meng Hao. Who do you think you are? You want me to be laid off?
I think you've drunk too much cheap liquor and your brain is out of whack. The fat lawyer didn't take Meng Hao's words seriously at all.
What's wrong?
Wang Chuxiang, who had finally finished his work, saw someone making trouble and rushed over with 7 or 8 security guards. Seeing the security guard coming, the unscrupulous fat lawyer was no longer panicked.
What's going on in your restaurant? Why do you accept everyone?
This lowly courier not only soaked my wife with soup, but also spoke nonsense here without any shame.
Do you believe I will file a complaint against you?
With the security guards present, the fat lawyer seemed even more arrogant. Wang Chuxiang was stunned for a moment, looked at Meng Hao, then looked at the fat lawyer, completely confused.
Brother Hao, what's going on?
Wang Chuxiang walked to Meng Hao, stood side by side with him, and asked Meng Hao with obvious favoritism. The fat lawyer was stunned, subconsciously took a few steps back, and reached out his hand to touch Meng Hao and Wang Chuxiang's faces.
Great, you two are actually in the same group.
Wait, I'm going to send a lawyer's letter to not only the courier, but also your hotel.
How dare you gang up on consumers? I don't think you can keep your store open. 120, sorry, you are not even as good as the courier. Wang Chuxiang was a little panicked.
When he was in school, he had heard of the reputation of Boheo Law Firm. In other words, basically all graduates with higher education know the name of Boheo Law Firm, which is simply the Rolls-Royce of the law firm industry and the Patek Philippe of the watch industry.
Boheo International Law Firm represents an industry brand that ensures you have a 30% chance of winning even if you are wrong. I never thought that this ugly fat man with an angry face and trembling fat is actually a lawyer from Boheo Law Firm? Not to mention that he was not in the right.
Even if he was in the right, being targeted by Boheo Law Firm would be a disaster.
Damn it. How did Brother Hao get into a dispute with the people from Boheo Law Firm?
However, headaches are headaches and troubles are troubles. Wang Chuxiang had already chosen to stand on Meng Hao's side without hesitation.
Sir, maybe you have some misunderstanding.
But, you two are both guests of our Sea Moon restaurant.
We treat you equally. If you feel offended, I am willing to compensate you. How about $10,000 vouchers?
$10,000 in compensation. This is already the maximum compensation amount within Wang Chuxiang's authority. He did not see the process of banju being splashed with water by Meng Hao, and thought it was just an ordinary dispute, a few words of quarrel, and 10,000 yuan was enough for compensation.
Seeing Wang Chuxiang admit his mistake, the fat lawyer sneered. $10,000, you're giving money to a beggar? My fiancé was splashed with soup and embarrassed in public, and you think you can fix it with just 10,000 yuan?
I'm telling you, either you pay 1 million to settle the matter privately, or we'll see you in court. The arrogant fat lawyer became more and more arrogant.
Dad, my big brother is a good person, please don't pursue it, okay?
The little boy with a watermelon head and a baby voice couldn't bear it anymore, so he hugged his fat trouser legs and begged.
Go away. The fat lawyer pushed his son aside. He was in the middle of showing off, so how could he stop? Is he my biological son? How dare you stick your elbow out to help others speak? Wow.
The little boy with a watermelon head was pushed by his own father and hit against the wooden wall, and the baby started crying. I don't know if he was hurt or just feeling aggrieved. Meng Hao frowned slightly.
Is this something my own father could do? You are so ugly and the little boy is so cute, there is a real possibility that he is not your biological child. I take back what I just said.
You will not be fired by Boheo, but you will be banned by the entire legal profession. Meng Hao glanced at the fat lawyer coldly, helped the little boy up, comforted him with kind words, took out his cell phone and made a call.
Come on, Sea Moon Restaurant.
The fat lawyer was stunned for a moment, then sat down on the stool calmly, looking at Meng Hao coldly.
Yo-ho, you're calling for help? Don't blame me for not telling you. Boheo Law Firm just sent our Kyoto director Zhang Jian. He's my boss.
I want to see what kind of important people you, a small courier, can call over.
Zhang Jian?
Meng Hao glanced at the fat lawyer. What a coincidence, the call he just made was to Zhang Jian. This Zhang Jian was the young man who was so attentive in pouring wine and talking to me at the nightclub that day. Unexpectedly, the senior management of Boheo Law Firm, seeing that Meng Hao was able to use Zhang Jian effectively, directly promoted him to be the business manager of Boheo Law Firm in Kyoto.
He.
Meng Hao grinned, his face full of coldness. Not long after, a low-key Volvo X90 stopped at the entrance of Heizonggayu. Zhang Jian, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, hurried in with big strides. He was able to have his current status and income entirely thanks to Meng Hao. How could he dare to neglect Meng Hao, a man he had finally managed to get close to? After receiving Meng Hao's call, he quickly put aside all his work and drove over in person.
Zhang Jian, Mr. Zhang. What brings you here? All your spending today will be charged to me.
When the fat lawyer saw Zhang Jian walking in a hurry, he hurriedly went to greet him with a smile on his face.
Unexpectedly, Zhang Jian didn't even glance at him.
He stood stiffly in front of Meng Hao and bowed.
Mr. Meng, you summoned me?
Although he was neither humble nor arrogant, his eyes and posture were full of respect and awe.
Mr. Meng?
Although the fat lawyer had just arrived at Boheo Law Firm, he had heard of a mysterious senior partner, Mr. Meng, the fourth largest shareholder who bought 10% of Boheo Law Firm's shares.
But, how could it be this courier? However, it is impossible for Zhang Jian to be wrong. Who recruited this fat guy? He keeps showing off under the banner of our Boheo, isn't he afraid of ruining our reputation?
Fire him and call on the entire industry to ban him. Meng Hao said a few casual words, and a senior lawyer who had worked hard for more than 20 years and earned 1 million yuan a year was about to lose his job.
Okay.
Zhang Jian looked at the fat man with disgust.
This person was only recruited through ordinary social recruitment. I will ask the Human Resources Department and rectify the company.
Such a situation will never happen again.
It's a pleasure to deal with smart people.
Meng Hao only expressed his dissatisfaction moderately, and Zhang Jian immediately distanced himself from the fat lawyer, even wanting to find out the whole story of this fat man, and expressed his intention to reorganize the company.
Meng Hao's words caused a major earthquake in the entire Kyoto company of Boheo Law Firm.
The fat lawyer was terrified. After working as a lawyer for so many years, he has no other survival skills except this job. He never expected that the person he had offended was actually the mysterious senior partner, Mr. Meng Hao, who had never been seen.
You are so blind. They actually used Boheo Law Firm to pressure Meng Hao. As an unknown employee of someone else's company, how could you dare to use other people's company to suppress your boss?
Only a pig can do such a stupid thing.
The fat lawyer's face was filled with fear. He walked hurriedly to Meng Hao.
His legs became weak with fear and he could not stand steadily. He knelt down in front of this young man who was 10 or 20 years younger than him.
Meng, Mr. Meng, I didn't recognize you. Please, have mercy on me.
If you ban me, my whole family will have to beg for food.
Meng Hao glanced at the fat lawyer with a smile. Hey, didn't you say that if you don't study hard, you can only deliver packages?
Meng Hao looked at the fat lawyer without any sympathy. Then why are you, a senior intellectual and experienced lawyer, kneeling down to a courier like me? Faced with Meng Hao's sarcastic questioning, the fat lawyer was speechless. This is really the case that misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. Just when Meng Hao was about to get up and leave to go to the private room to eat, the little boy with the watermelon head burst into tears again.
Big brother, you are a good man, please let my father go, okay?